Exactly. If I was locked up right now,
Rick
he
ain't
would
making
be
fun of y'all if
literally
y'all in the field.
Yes, he
making jokes
is.
And
about
in
me
indictment,
taking dick
Rick
in
ain't
prison.
making fun of y'all.
Rick would have been tripping by niggas speaking on y'all.
Facts.
But even
Of
to go with
course.
that, you said you can't affect the outcome. Do you feel like you've affected what's going on with them right now?
Not really.
You don't?
Although I can speak on some very, very privileged information right now that I think is going to set the internet on fire because all right, let me break this down for you. Let me break down the last 24 or so hours of my life. So I, this morning, got a colonoscopy as a result of the fact that I, for a period of time, was suffering from a condition called colitis, in which your colon becomes infected and irritated, whatever. They wanted to do a colonoscopy. This is my second time doing it. Basically, it involves you don't eat any food for 24 hours. You take a bunch of meds that make you shit out every last ounce of water and shit inside your body, and then you go into the doctor's office. They put you to sleep. They take a camera. They put the camera inside of your butthole, which means, yes, I was booka booka today.
And Brick's very jealous.
By a large Samoan man. I don't know. I was locked up. So I was knocked out, so I don't remember anything from it at all. I'm sorry, Brick. I know that this kind of goes against the nature of our relationship and everything. I wasn't supposed to let another dude hold me down like that while you were locked up. I'm so sorry. But I did that today. Anyway, yesterday, I'm sitting around the house, starving myself all day. I actually have a newfound appreciation for fasting because I do feel like I achieved some sort of mental clarity while I didn't eat food for a day.
Shouts to the monks.
But while I'm in my house, I'm playing poker on my computer, a guy comes to my front door, and I didn't actually even know, but my girl was communicating with him through the box in the front of our house with the camera. She texts me. She says, a dude is here from the FBI, and basically he's trying to serve you with a subpoena. And so she told him, like a ride or die would, she told him, Adam's not here, and he's off at work or whatever. I forget what she told him. And so I immediately hop on the line with my lawyer. I say, what should I do? I don't want to, handle this situation wrong. Over and over and over, I've sat down with rappers or whoever who tell me about situations in which they divulge too much information to the police or whoever, and it ended up coming back to bite them. Especially, something that comes to mind is like Hurricane Chris, who caught a body that was blatantly self-defense. Soon as the cops come, he airs out his whole situation and ends up coming back to haunt him because the state ends up trying him. So if he had not made all those statements to the cops right after he had killed this dude, then it for sure would have been a way easier case for him to beat. Now, that being said, I'm not really that worried because I know that I myself haven't been involved in any criminality, but I figured I would have my lawyer take care of it. So my lawyer reaches out to the guy who came to my door. She assures me that she's going to be able to ask the FBI agent a handful of questions, and from that information be able to ascertain, is Adam in trouble? Is Adam going to be, forced to hand over a crazy amount of information? Because that was kind of lingering around in my head as like, God, this is going to be a huge pain in the ass if they want to confiscate all the computers and everything in here. We're going to have to buy a bunch of computers to use.
Where's the furnace? Start the furnace up, guys.
I don't know. I was considering that. I have not destroyed any information for the record. But this is the thing that my lawyer comes back to me with. She said the feds were interested in one thing and one thing only. Because in my head, I'm thinking they're going to want copies of the podcasts that Brick or Luce were on. They're going to want to make sure that there wasn't anything in those podcasts that was edited out. Now, anybody who knows me and No Jumper knows that we really don't like to edit things out. So the only stuff we're editing out is if it's like a 4-alarm fire, like, yo, we need to take this out. So I don't think there's ever been something that Brick or Luce told us that they needed us to edit out. But the one thing that the feds wanted was the cease and desist from Big U to No Jumper, asking us to take down the episode in which Luce Cannon first made the explosive statements that suggested that Big U had previous knowledge of Nipsey Hussle's death. Now, that situation is very much outside of what was mentioned in the indictment. In the indictment, there's nothing about Nipsey. There's nothing about any of that stuff. So this to me is kind of massive because it makes me feel like, oh, the FBI is interested in what Big U's involvement in Nipsey's death might be, which to me seems gigantic. I don't know why that cease and desist is not going to help them prosecute Brick Baby or Loose Cannon or anybody else. But the fact that they're interested in that, to me, adds quite a bit of credibility to the argument that perhaps Nipsey Hussle's death was a more complicated situation than it appears to be.
Well, isn't that when this
gave it to him though?
Isn't
We did hand it over, yep.
isn't this when
Of course
that
you did. You didn't think
that
he wasn't?
I mean, really, like,
So it's safe to say you the feds.
I'm happy to help the feds with talking about a document that we have previously discussed on here over and over, and which doesn't implicate anybody that I know or whatever. It's not like I know about Big U doing something illegal. Big U did something perfectly legal by sending over a document to us asking us to remove a piece of content. Now, for the record, it doesn't mean that this means that there's a full scale investigation into Big U's involvement
So
in
you
this situation.
you don't feel like you played no part in them getting booked at all?
No,
Like
not
with
really.
the shit they set up here and you clipping it up. I mean, I get you live and people might be able to screen record, but some of the shit these niggas is saying, you sit back, like even the feds probably like, I can't believe like these niggas is this dumb.
Well,
then you clip it up
I
to
mean,
reiterate what they said
my
instead of
attitude is basically if somebody comes on the podcast and they want to live their truth, they want to talk about the things that they've been through, then it's none of my business to dig through each podcast and figure out what's criminal, what might come back to get them. Because let's be real, this is hip hop where a huge percentage of people's lyrics, songs, etc., are basically putting them in the mix and acknowledging that they've been involved with crimes. And you know, when I'm sitting there and Loose Cannon's saying, because keep in mind, this is my first time even understanding that Big U might have had any involvement in any street stuff still, when Loose Cannon's sitting there and saying, yeah, me and Big U went to this weed spot and we got all this money out of them, and then Big U didn't split the money up fairly and yada, yada. I'm sitting there thinking, Big U's on that? Like, I had no idea that Big U would have been doing anything that could be considered extortion or, you know, payments for checking in, whatever.
not a
In
guess.
retrospect, I feel a little naive since he did call his podcast that, and he was talking about the checking in process pretty openly.
you talked
I
about
mean,
it on
like
the-
Brick.
Because
on the
at the end of
Breakfast
the day,
Club.
we see like we understand the bottom line is the money. So at the end of the day, like you just said, if they come on here and you ask them certain questions and they're dumb enough to speak on that, yeah, it's partly their fault, but you don't think the questions you ask are strategically bringing certain things about them?
Well, it's not like I could have even asked about that since I didn't know anything about that. They just started talking about
Well,
it.
like who are y'all talking about?
It's
no, look.
everybody.
See, me, I'm talking about Brick. Now, as far as guests that come on and willingly tell on themselves, that's 100% on them.
Okay,
I don't blame.
So
I don't blame platforms for dumbasses coming on the internet where you know the police are watching every platform everywhere and telling on crimes they committed. They're idiots.
understandable, but did you read Brick's indictment?
I'm not reading through none of that shit. But
Okay.
basically what I'm saying is, regardless of if anything he said on this show was in the indictment or not, some of the shit he said, if that's my boy, like if my brother was to say some shit like that, hey bro, you gotta stop talking about shit like that. Or I'm not even putting it up. Like, nigga, you just said some federal shit. I'm gonna edit that shit out before we put the clip out. I'm not just gonna be like, oh, fuck it, it is what it is. He dumb enough to do it if this is my boy. See, there's a difference between I'm calling this my homie, my friend, like Adam calls Brick, or some idiot that just comes up here and wants to go viral. Yeah, I caught 11 hats. Okay, you stupid as fuck.
But I think part of it is the fact that, you know, when Brick comes on here and says, I'm putting kill squads in the street, or I got more bodies than you got squabbles.
That's what I was getting. That was crazy.
But bro, he don't mean that shit.
It doesn't matter.
That's for entertainment purposes.
When he goes to court, they can still bring that type of shit up.
But my thing is that when I hear Brick say something like that, and of course I assume that Brick has never killed anybody, but when he says that kind of thing, I assume he's doing marketing because he knows that the aura of danger around him is such that that's really going to hook people and get them interested. And we're seeing that right now. Really, if I had a suggestion for Brick, if he gets out tomorrow, I'm going to say, let's get a video guy. Let's get in the studio. Let's drop music right now.
1000%.
Because realistically, having this aura of danger and criminality around you is going to be massively beneficial to people paying attention to your music or whatever you're trying to monetize. So, I mean, number one, all those statements were said on live. So, yeah, we could have cut it out, which would have basically meant that everybody besides us was able to monetize it. or we could have, you know.
Is that more important?
So it's
Wait, hold
content
on,
over
cut-
everything.
I mean, it's gonna
at the
happen
end of
either
the day.
way. So,
But the thing is, if you read Brick's indictment, you'll see, and I'm not telling you to because I know you
right,
don't want.
he's not being accused of anything like that.
That's what I'm. That's
Yeah.
what I was trying to get to. So literally, like he had an AK case from 2023. It's got nothing to do with anything he said on a podcast. He's not a part of that RICO with Big U and them. He's not even. He's not listed as a defendant.
Yeah, I saw that.
On that RICO.
Yeah, I seen all
so
that.
he got. There's nothing that he said. Now, what you saying? What Messiah said, like, oh, it could be used against you in court, potentially as a character witness. But I think that could easily be dismissed, considering what's you're an entertainer for a living, and your persona is based on having this, street image, which these statements do nothing but substantiate. It's got nothing.
every-
to do.
I mean, at the end of the
every-
day, if somebody come on here and they say what they say, that's coming out that person's mouth.
And even if
Like-
Brick had never been on a podcast, you could just listen to his music and say, look at all this shit that he said. That's basically him declaring himself a killer.
I mean, yeah,
You
his
know?
music's way gnarlier than anything.
That's what I'm saying. Is that like, let's say tomorrow Brick gets hit with another indictment, and it's like, oh, we think Brick Baby killed these 4 people. I mean, the music is then gonna be the Traplo Ross documentary is gonna be crazy because Brick talks like he's the baddest man who's ever walked the West Coast in his music,
Swamp Story,
and that's what you're supposed to do.
Swamp Stories has a whole video calling him. You feel me?
Oh yeah, right.
You feel me? The Crip serial killer, whatever they call.
And
him.
I mean, people want to blame you, which I think, again, you asking certain questions could be looked at as, fetish. But at the end of the day, these people are coming up here to give these stories, to give this behind-the-scenes information because they want to go viral. They want the clout. So at the end of the day, if you're willing to take the risk of sitting behind bars or being unalived or whatever the case is for clout, then that's on you, right? Like at the end of the day, I could pass out the poison all day. It's up to the people on the other side to take it. So if they're going to come on here and they're going to do that, that's on them.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, that's a fact.
That's
We
how I
also-
feel about it. Even though I feel like you do put people in positions where they could say things that might be incriminating, or you make them feel comfortable enough where you guys start talking about certain things that they shouldn't be talking on camera. But at the end of the day, they gotta know that for themselves.
But that's it's like if, for example, like YBC Duel, R.I.P. Someone like that.
Yeah.
yeah.
You feel me? All of his music's about smoking people, like and very disrespectfully. You know what I mean? Then he come over. Of course, like this is what all your music's about. This is what all your posts are about. Your whole entire image. It'd be bad journalism to not ask about that shit, or to not at least bring it up. Like, what are you talking about here? You know what I mean? Like, these motherfuckers gotta know what they're getting into and what this fucking platform is. Off rip, you feel me?
Yeah, I'm not mad at nobody asking the questions. It's up to you to give the answer. So
But-
when these dudes is telling on themselves, I don't really see why everybody's so outraged. Like, oh, Vlad is the feds. No, the nigga who answered the question is the Fed. If the
1000%.
police pick you up and interrogate you about a crime, are you mad at the cops for the interrogation or the dude who gave all the information up?
Well,
And there's a lot of times where I'll do an interview with somebody, and like even the other day I interviewed this dude, Young Dizzy from DC, and later Ross, appreciate you. And I'm listening to his music, and he's got a bunch of songs that are blatantly like dissing his ops, whoever his ops are. And then I'm asking him about it in the interview, and he basically, even though he's a young ass kid, he basically declined to give any kind of information about who's beefing with, who's got problems with, etc. And okay, I mean, would the interview have been a little bit more interesting if he had spent 20 minutes talking to us about all the crazy street shit in DC? I mean, yeah, for sure. But I'm not going to hold it against him that he doesn't want to do that. I'm not going to even really push him. It's like the worst I would even do is like bring up a quote. Oh, in this song, like he had a song called Cruddy K.
yeah.
I don't actually know who the Cruddies are, what Cruddy means, etc. I just asked him what that means. He's laughing his ass off. He can't, he ultimately isn't telling me shit. And it's like with Brick, it's like I feel like one of the signature things about No Jumper, when we first started it, I'd be interviewing these underground rappers, talking to them for an hour and a half, and people would be like, I can't believe you're willing to give an hour and a half long interview to these dudes that realistically most people don't take very serious, don't treat as if they really have something to say. And I feel like still to this day, that's kind of like what we extend to a lot of the people that we interview, is that we just take them at face value and we're willing to have these long drawn out conversations with them. And I treat them adult enough that I'm not, I feel like if I were to go through a podcast with somebody like Luce and go through and be like, all right, we're going to cut out this 10 minutes, we're going to cut out this 10 minutes, because it would be like me saying, you are so stupid, you are such a baby, You are so not even an aware, competent person that I'm gonna edit your statements because you can't even possibly be in control of what comes out of your mouth, which is not how I feel. I feel like, if you're grown enough to be able to sit on a podcast and talk, then we should probably just take it at face value.
Could it be the latter?
Well, but to be fair, almost everybody that I've ever interviewed has professed to some level of criminality in the interviews. But,
I said I was the biggest drug dealer in LA.
Exactly. But what are they going to do with that? Really, like, unless they've got like a crazy amount of shit to corroborate it, it's not really like going to be interesting to them. I hope I'm not missing out on an important phone call.
Could it
right
be
now.
the latter though? You can look at them like you're so incompetent, so stupid. I'm not gonna tell you, but I'm gonna use your ass for content.
I don't see it as like using them for content so much as just like we're working
Giving
together on
opportunity.
making content. Like with Break,
We need their parents to sign a permission slip. Like what? You feel me?
when I
Like,
hired Brick, the thing that really like made me realize like, oh, okay, he has like a very unique value on the podcast is when him and Flocko were having a conversation about the Dirk shit and the killing of Lil Pab, and Brick was just like offering up not information firsthand, which it later became more of a rumor that he was offering up firsthand information, but basically like he was just willing to be honest about shit in a way that I had never really heard somebody be on the podcast. And that's when I was like, okay, we need somebody like you who, there's a long list of things he said over the years that kind of blew my mind with how real he kept it, because so many people that are like mega familiar with the streets, that know everything about the streets, when they get on camera are basically like, nah, I don't understand. I don't know anything about that. I don't want to talk about that, etc. I was impressed by Brick being willing to have honest conversations about other people. It's only now that it seems like, the stuff he was saying about himself becomes elevated to a different level.
well, it's crazy because I feel like Brick is damn near like the Kobe Bryant of this podcast. You know what I mean? He does so many. He is that's why, to refer back to the conversation, there ain't no replacing Brick on this podcast.
And motherfucker's still talking about a T-Rail. Like, what the hell is that?
Brick is yeah. Speaking of T-Rail,
Transition.
the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
That was an interesting little arc. I'm not gonna lie. I was impressed with the way that you were willing to call bullshit on T-Rail for having a serious conversation on the podcast and handling it like a clown. And you called him out in exactly the way that I wish that more people would, which is, I definitely earned some respect for you guys as content creators when I seen that.
Yeah, that's pretty much our whole platform is built on calling a spade a spade. We stick to the facts. We don't really care about the feelings. If the facts could go against the way I feel, I could dislike the facts, but I can't ignore the facts are the facts. So that's just how I call it. And the thing with Z-Real, I really don't know where that came from. I'm not going to get up here and trash him so it looked like I'm coming to the white man platform to trash the black man. But I didn't understand where his energy came from because he was the one that reached out to us. He hit me directly. So when I hit him back, I'm like, all right, cool. Maybe he had a heart, a change. I really didn't give a fuck. I left it at that. But once he started throwing darts, I'm like, oh, all right, all's fair in love and warfare. It's up.
Right, because the clip, like the one thing that you said that to me felt like just such an indictment of who he is as a person and what his attitude is and how pompous he is when he basically hit y'all up at one point, I don't know, 6 months ago or however many months ago, and said, I want to have you guys back on Fig. And your response was something along the lines of like, yeah, we could do that, but I would like to have you on our podcast as well. And he sent you a bunch of laughing emojis and was just like, oh, hell no.
That's what
That
made
blew my
me.
mind.
That's
when I was low key over it.
T-Rail.
Cause I'm like, I don't know this nigga. Maybe he's joking, maybe he playing.
Right.
But you don't know me to play like that. So I didn't understand that shit. But
I think he
then
was joking.
Nah.
bro, I don't know you like that.
He meant that?
See, this the crazy part. People think
What a jerk.
People think we came up here because of the T-Rail thing. But T-Rail hit me up because we was going in on y'all when y'all had did the shit with DW. So we gave our takes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we gave our takes on that. So he's basically doing the same thing you're doing. You know what I'm saying? In a sense. So people can't really be like, oh, you're up there teaming up with Adam against Dude when Dude was doing the same fucking thing.
This is like a 5 to 8 minute conversation in a podcast that'll probably be like 3-4 hours. It's like, I feel like people have a hard time distinguishing between us talking about T-Rail for 5 minutes out of a very long podcast versus T-Rail literally doing like multiple hours about No Jumper and our hosts on a very consistent basis, watching entire 20-minute videos about us. Like, there's a huge like dissymmetry or asymmetry in terms of how much content we make about each other. Because I am curious about all that, but okay, I'm gonna be real. So much of what I've learned about podcasting basically came from me being embraced by DJ Vlad very early on, and him basically telling me all about how he does his thing and how he, treats his guests and everything about the game. And one thing he always said to me from super early on is, if I have somebody on my platform and then they start their own platform, I'm happy to go on their platform to basically return the favor and let it be like a mutual thing. Because
be a cool person.
I feel like so
Not
many
too
people
hard.
who've been left behind in the media game are basically like old fogies. No shots, Ebro, but you're kind of like the epitome of it, of like people who they have their spot, they want to hold on to their spot, and they're basically gatekeeping and not letting many other people come up the ladder. Whereas like my perspective that I kind of got from Vlad, or I guess it's just the inherent like nature of No Jumper, because it's like more of an underground focused podcast, is that like you could be a YouTuber with 10,000 subscribers or whatever.
Yeah.
And if we think like, oh, he's cool, he's got an interesting story, or he's got an interesting perspective, it's like we should have them on and even return the favor. When I hit you up, I wanted to make sure right off the bat that I was like, listen, I'll come on your shit. Like, I don't have a big head about that. Like, I'm perfectly happy to help other people out as well. But to see T-Rail send the laughing emojis, which I guess I didn't see it, I just heard you describe it, that to me was just like, oh my God, he so doesn't get it. And that's the same attitude that makes so many other people in that little content universe resentful of him, because his whole attitude is that he's way bigger and better than MacWop or the Apollo or whoever, because he feels like he gets more views, which is slowly not even really seeming like reality. Maybe at one point like 2 years ago he had enough momentum that he could kind of have that big-headed perspective, but I feel like that's kind of on the way out anyway.
Nah, for sure. Also, I think I want to make it clear that this isn't, you guys weren't invited on this pod out of spite or because of T-Rail in any capacity. And like both, that y'all have a relationship with me and y'all got a relationship with Flacco. You feel me? Being cool. We've been pushing for y'all. Both me and Flacco have been in the group chat and just been talking to bro and like for several months. It ain't got nothing to do with that.
No, but this is the thing. I didn't care if that was the reason. We understand how show business works. I don't mind being used as long as I could use you back for something. Because if you can't be used, you're useless. So if Adam would have saw that as a moment to, hey, I could take a shot at T-Rail and, this could go up because of the controversy, I wouldn't care if that was the reason. I mean, in retrospect, that was the reason he hit us up. We've been doing content for like
that's what I'm saying.
2 years. The one video we did about No Jumper, bam, in the inbox. So realistically, he was doing the same thing, because they'll call you a culture vulture. But then when someone from the culture is tapping in, trying to work, you like trying to shun them out. It looked like hate. You know what I'm saying? Especially when everybody else around you is like, yeah, cool, let's work.
But they're going to react to the culture vulture for, you feel me? Like on top of that, they're going to not fuck with someone from the culture, then do a reaction about the culture.
But that's what people in the culture got to understand. You can be from the culture and still be a vulture.
Right, because T-Rail to me is really kind of a culture vulture because he never got put on.
This nigga crazy.
I mean, I'm just being real. Like, he's doing like a whole Hoover themed podcast, and you never really like got initiated into that. Like I see the way Brick was accusing Loose Cannon of not having been put on. Loose Cannon doesn't want to divulge who put him on. I understand, whatever. But I mean, I feel like
Wait, you said he's doing groovy cosplay over there?
I mean, you can call it what you want to call it, but it's definitely like I feel like he's like a non-participant in a lot of the shit that he's talking about, the same way that I am.
I just don't understand. See, this what a lot of people that watches this type of stuff, they pick sides based on the favoritism. That's why I go into, we stick to the facts. I never reached out to T-Rail. We never tried to get back on Fig. We did shout them out because we see they in the culture, they doing their thing. Hey, shout out to y'all, black man. But when you see somebody else coming up, where's all the hate and the resentment come from? I don't understand that shit.
What about when MacWop called you Kevin Hart?
Everybody call me Kevin Hart. if I had a dollar for every day
That's
somebody
regular.
called me Kevin
I
Hart,
can go out the state and they gonna call him Kevin Hart.
every country, every state, it don't matter where I'm at. So that's regular.
Well, you'll beat up Kevin Hart, let's be real. Pretty sure you'll beat
You
him.
think? He seems
Shout out
like
to
he
Kev,
might do like
cuz.
martial arts training for fun.
No, I think this fool is fucking
Dang,
Sure
you got it?
putting tips
Oh,
on
okay.
Kevin, bro.
Yeah, shout out to Kevin though, cuz we got to get some work done.
Shouts to Kevin Cub.
Yeah, and I'm against all that bullshit that Cat Williams put on him. I felt like he did him dirty.
Cat Williams was doing the most in the interview, but he made it iconic.
Yeah, for sure.
Did
I don't
Cat
think-
really do
Did
the
he do
most?
him dirty?
I mean, I feel like when you say that Kevin Hart doesn't have any real fans, but then meanwhile Kevin Hart can like fill arenas, it's like what are we talking
He's
about?
more successful than Cat.
I don't think he
Yeah,
was saying he
significantly.
didn't have fans. I think he was saying like he got that special package where they push the button on him because he's saying, you know, as a comic, when you come up, we can remember when you was doing the local shows that was selling out. Kev just popped up on the scene and was boom. He was Kev from the jump, from his perspective.
But
Not saying that's a fact.
When
That's
you
what I
be
got
in
out of
the
that.
building.
He in the building.
All good, man. Hey, if you're gonna be Brick Baby's replacement, then it only makes sense that you be an hour late. Yeah, you want to kind of guide him over? You want to do this seat right here? Yeah.
What's happening, bro?
My brother,
What's good, bro?
Munchie,
Everything
my
straight?
boy.
Everything good? What's happening? Hey, in front of me.
I can't even. I check bro. Over here.
Hey, I thought Munchie said, "Fuck this shit. It's too federal." Cuz. I thought he was. I thought
many
Munchie
Crips
just
over
left
there.
niggas. Cuz.
No, Adam, that's facts though, because you came on my platform. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you did one with them.
No. You
Oh,
came
I came
my
on
shit.
yours. Right.
Yeah, like, you know what I'm saying? That was good looking.
You can put you over there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I heard something about 16K live viewers. I don't know really too much. You feel me? I'm just-
Okay, it's going up. It's
So,
it's
yeah,
going up.
Just a regular day at the office for us.
It's
You feel
going
me?
up.
Real players maneuvering. That's it.
Yeah.
I came for the topics, man. What's the deal?
Yeah.
What's
well,
happening?
All right, that's a good idea. Let's Adam, they're coming to the set right now. Who is texting me weird cryptic things that I don't understand? Okay. Yeah.
But what's the beef with you and T-Rail today? Let me ask that, cause I see both of y'all taking shots. Still to this day, are y'all secretly cool behind the scenes, or is really like fuck?
we haven't spoken. We haven't spoken privately or anything like that. He did unblock me maybe like a month or two ago, and Heather unblocked me. And yeah, I mean, I don't really feel like super strong feelings against them. I feel like when I am critical of them, it's really more of me just being like, you know, offering my real opinion on shit that's going on in the culture and everything. Because Munchie is a hood hopper. He was just with T-Rail yesterday. I saw
Hey,
that.
but guess what? Off camera, I told him, I said, hey, I don't talk about kids though, bro. Like, but that'd be hard for me to say, cause you know I disrespect the dead though. But kids they don't know their dad is a blood or a crip. They didn't pick that, or they don't know Adam is an asshole. You know what I'm saying? So the kids is innocent. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe in talking about the kids. But you know, see, that's smack the T-Rail, they go for it. But
So he's making a reference to when T-Rail made that comment about Parker, I'm assuming.
Yeah, he said that he was going to kick my kid in the ass when she got older, which to me really did kind of push it over the line. Because if you go back and watch that clip, it's like, yo, he was so mad and so emotional. And I had people be like, oh, no, that was play. That was content. I'm like, motherfucker, did you watch that clip? He was so upset that he basically like stormed into a podcast that he wasn't even on just to say that he was going to kick my daughter in the ass when she got older. And, you know, it's like there's certain things that I just don't respect or that I look at and I'm like, damn, that just drew a line in the sand because I've been around your kids. I would never, ever say anything about your kids. You know, they ain't involved in all this. And that to me, no matter how bad I was beefing with any of you guys, that's just not a line that I would take. And
even with the disrespect, you never threw no shot back at the kids. You kept it.
Yeah, because if you can use your mouth, if you can actually use words, then you don't need to fucking dabble into that shit. And, you know, especially even like the dissing dead people and all that stuff. That's stuff that only comes out when you want to offend the person so bad, but you're not going to be able to offend them so bad by actually critiquing them and their life and where they're at.
Or you can't get to them and do something to them.
So what did he say? He was trolling or what?
He thinks he's like a genius because he was like, well, I didn't say that I was going to kick a 4-year-old in the ass. I said when she gets older, I'm going to kick her in the ass. Which
Yeah,
is
he's-
like, oh, wow, this is
That's
an
kind of the
incredible
point I
line in the
made.
sand you've drawn here. Yeah.
He did the Kill Bill threat. Remember,
that
like
right?
remember in the first scene in Kill Bill, she was like, says to the kid, like, if you grow up and you want smoke, I'll be there. Like,
So where do you draw the line with trolling? Because to me, I thought you didn't have no line, but you say you drawing the line at the kids.
I mean, I think there's a reason why I don't really have serious problems. As much as people think of me as a troll or think of me as somebody who's stirring up problems and stuff, it's like I can't really think of a hood or a neighborhood in LA that is such a big deal for me because I don't take it to dissing your neighborhood. I don't diss your dead loved ones. I don't diss your family members. If I'm saying something about somebody, it's basically going to be a criticism of them as a person, and that's kind of where I leave it. And I feel like that's good because then you can fix things with somebody if it hasn't got to that point, you know?
Kids are a borderline. Put it like that. Like,
Yeah, kids.
I think
Kids
would
is
be
all the
out,
way
bro.
out.
Yeah, kids are
I
not.
think kids. I don't think kids should be
100% they
in
out.
there, bro.
Yeah, they out. That's to me a line.
If you start dissing somebody's kids, it says
do
way
that.
more about you than them,
100%.
from my perspective.
100 million
Yeah, you
percent.
go to grandmas and shit, bro. Leave the kids alone. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No, for real.
Granny.
Keep the kids
Said
not keep it
granny.
on the adults. Like,
If I see your granny, I'm kicking that
It's
bitch
up.
right in her
we
sleeve.
That's
grew up on
crazy.
mama jokes. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, a mama joke is one thing.
Yeah, keep it on the ancestors, bro. Like, leave the kids out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least we could assume that if you're a hoe, there's a good chance your mom might be a hoe because she raised you. But your kid, there's at least a chance that they're going to escape your hoe ass bloodline and be better than you.
Hey, so
Yeah.
when you just did the whole little thing, somebody came to mind when you thought of that? I was listening in on it right here though.
I was not thinking anybody in particular, although it did feel like Jalise and Suspect were just getting into some of that
Oh, yeah.
conversation. They were getting into like the bloodline. She was saying like, I could tell you were raised by your mom. I'm like, oh my God.
That was like that being a diss is maniacal.
That's
Like,
wild.
You were raised in a good home. You had both parents.
Yeah, that's
And then,
crazy
like,
work.
He was kind of saying the inverted version of that to her, which is crazy.
Which is fucked up.
Which
That's
is fucked up because she was his draft pick. She's on the podcast because Suspect said to me, hey, there's this YouTuber girl named Jalise, and she's not huge or anything, but she's really, she's interesting, and she would be a good interview, so we interview her.
That's not a diss. If you had a mom and a dad, that's not a diss. To me.
No.
He ain't took the 8 Mile
Someone trying
approach.
to make that a diss is crazy,
Crazy,
though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That Jalisa?
Yeah.
She typed though. She could hold her ground.
She's
You like
dark.
her?
I guess she basically saying like you not street because you had both parents
Exactly.
type
Yeah,
shit.
that's what she's
That's
trying
what
to,
she was trying to get
That's
at.
what she's trying to insinuate, for sure.
What if both
Like,
of your parents fucked up though?
Because there's
Exactly.
niggas who be out there that got mom and dad.
Most
They
their
still went the
parents
wrong
might be
way, though.
gang members.
Yeah.
Y'all seen Cameron Terrell, the white boy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
From 90s, yeah.
So both parents, like, what that mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? It's about the outside influences.
Apparently they respect him, too. Cameron Terrell.
I
They
know.
was using that. They was using that.
Apparently they still, I don't know.
Who-
I've talked to people like,
The dudes in that jurisdiction?
yeah.
that was
Apparently
They
they,
still respect him.
yeah.
You probably
He's
put in
on
some
good
more work
accord.
after
He had a
that.
We asked
farm,
on
he had
it.
the car, the money.
I interviewed a dude named Casper from over there, and he said that the homies fuck with bro.
Damn.
Because he had bread.
Yeah, I guess. But so when that story originally came out, I was like, oh, the kid cooperated. Like they gotta hate this fool. But I guess that's not exactly what happened. So I
But
don't know.
think about how much of an internet celebrity that kid could be right now if he was just doing podcasts or doing social media. But I don't think he has any social media.
We need the Milk 9
He went back to
interview.
jail. He went back to jail for another case after that.
For real?
Yeah.
Oh, hell no. I thought he must have cleaned his life up.
No, they respect him because he had the bread. You know what I'm saying?
He's
You know, you got the party crips, the party bloods. They gonna have all the little females. You got the homie that got the car and everybody walking
had
so
the
they get in
Benz,
their
yeah.
car.
yeah.
Everybody serve their purpose. You know what I'm saying? Everybody ain't killers around here.
You think he's still hanging out in the section and
No,
shit? He
not
really
in the
around
90s.
them?
It's
No.
No, hell no.
I think they're going to his house in Palos Verdes.
No, it's. I
and
think
big
it's
chilling.
But
like,
imagine how his parents must feel about him even spending time with the people that basically, I want to say got him involved in that situation, but you know, that he got involved in that situation with. If you were his parents, like him being completely off social media makes me feel like he changed his shit up.
Don't
but-
get in the car.
Mom, I'm from
Don't
the
get in
set,
Hey,
Mom. Mom.
Adam, you know he was driving, right? What you mean got him in
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
He drove
No, I
to the
know.
seat. You feel me?
But it's not like he would have had the idea to spin on this dude if it wasn't for the people he was around, you know? But maybe.
He's pushing lines.
Nah, you can't blame that. He got to take accountability for his own actions.
How did he
For
get-
real.
He,
How did he,
he
come
did
out
that
of
shit
jail?
because he wanted to.
How did he end up there though? Do y'all know that?
Kicking it.
Forget the
Sports.
story.
Did he Google
Sports.
Google the 90s?
He Googled the 90s.
Hey, you YouTube was out, right?
This seems like a very popular hood.
It's a very popular in the neighborhood garden.
You know how many niggas want to be from 20s because of Snoop or from Insane because of
For sure. Yeah.
what's my boy name? Baby Boy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Trey D?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, come on, bro. I don't know who was his influence, but
Well, I mean, everybody, like a lot of people being a white boy from West LA, I can tell you that we definitely, everybody was like, ooh, like, I know he was from 90s, but everyone was like, oh, rolling 60s. Like, seemed like a super cool thing when we were kids.
Munchie,
in
what
West LA.
was your outlook on going on Back and Fit? Because I ain't seen it, but from what I heard, T-Rail and Smack are like celebrating Brick Baby getting locked up. Like, this is
I know when I was
it's a
there,
little
I
party
don't
for
do-
them.
I don't do celebrating people going to jail. That's weak.
Yeah, that's some hell ass shit.
No,
huh?
no. I see a lot of people clip the Trap Kitchen Money thing, like just deeming her a snitch off the rip, and it seemed like she was kind of like talking like, I just cook tacos and burn some hoes. Like she ain't saying I'm a madam or like with no currency or nothing like that. But you know, your man's he gonna go after anything attached to Big U. So everybody must go with him. But I was kind of like speaking up for her, kind of sorted out. But I don't like to celebrate people going to jail though. That shit whack, bro.
It's a whole lot of people doing that right now.
Exactly.
A lot of members
That shit
doing a
is
lot of
weak.
celebrating
They got
for the
snitch
content.
potential, bro.
That shit crazy to me.
Anybody celebrate somebody go to jail, they got snitch potential.
Facts.
How'd you feel about your boy Wack and Lovejoy basically like exposing this indictment before it came down?
Lovejoy was an outcast when Loose and 600, Loose and Wack was hanging out, but now Loose out the equation, now they back buddies. 600 should try to, reevaluate things where he stand with the exposures, cause but man, I don't know why everybody want to be investigators though. You could cover it, touch on the subject, but like solve the case is crazy before the indictment drop.
So do you think that what they're doing is federal activity in your eyes?
It's not street activity. That ain't what, like, if you come from that walk of life, that ain't what we do. Gang banger, gang member, or street person. That ain't cool to try to solve a crime or what's it called? Public, when you kind of tank the jury. Public
opinion.
Public opinion.
Yeah.
Like,
But I guess the question is it different when you're basically just reporting on stuff that from your perspective is already public knowledge? Because every time I tried to make that argument to Wack or whoever, it's basically like, nah, the victim's mom made a TikTok. The victim's mom said this or did this. And it's like or once the indictment comes and everybody can just like read the indictment, even that doesn't necessarily feel like 100% in line with what a street dude would do. But it's also like you're not bringing anything to the table. But going into it before the indictment definitely rubbed a few people
when
a
you got a
different
big
way.
voice like Wack 100 or Adam 22, you could say the sky is pink, and they go like some people will believe it. So Wack could say something like his DNA is under his nails, and they never said that in an indictment. When the indictment come out, a lot of people believe it already, and they deeming him guilty. They just now everybody against Big U. It says inconclusive. It don't say nothing about no positive DNA.
This is how I view it. If you're covering what's out there already in the media and you're just covering the facts, you in the clear. Once you get to try to piece in details together and trying to solve the case of, well, maybe this happened and that happened, I think that's where you crossing the line as media, especially if you're from the
federal,
streets.
when
But
you-
somebody like a non-affiliate or something, I expect them to do that. They're not living by any code. But I'm talking to the street podcasters that I'm seeing like,
Right.
well, maybe he did this, and did you think of this angle? And okay, that's police shit. Because now you're trying to solve the case when you're supposed to be reporting the facts.
And I think that's where people go viral though, is the opinion part, right?
Right.
Like it's not really the facts, because you got a million motherfuckers reporting on the facts. My opinion is what differentiates me from, whoever it is out there reporting on that. So most people, I would say, are really spewing more opinion than fact. And if you do have a platform like bro just said, they're going to believe that. And that's what they're banking on.
Facts. Well, there's two opinions going around about Brick that I think are really fucked up. One, I do think, like in retrospect, all the times, anytime people would bring up that AK case with Brick,
Yeah.
you feel me? And he'd be like, bro, it's still an active investigation. Like, charges haven't been filed because it's still an active investigation. Like, stop talking about this shit. And he pleaded on several occasions with several different people not to bring it up. Not me or Adam, you feel me? Not me and Adam never brought that shit up, but other people were bringing that shit up a lot. I think that's kind of fucked up in retrospect. Also, I think it's fucked up. My bad, Munchie.
No, go do it. No.
I think it's fucked up that people are trying to put a snitch label on Brick because there's no evidence
None.
to suggest that Brick is cooperating in any capacity. And since I'm cooking, let me add a little bit more sriracha on this
Get
motherfucker.
cooking.
Brick did not get fucking stabbed.
Chef
Stop
Lush.
fucking lying and trying to get views off the homie, trying to say he got stabbed just to say that. It's not even cool to fucking play about that.
Right.
So yeah, all three of those things.
Because, I mean, that's the one thing that we
W.
all
Lush.
feel kind of lucky about is that when you look at this indictment and you look at the stuff that Big U's being charged with, it's like with Luce, you definitely have more reason to be worried because he's directly looped in with some of the gnarlier things that Big U's being charged with. Brick shit, they arrested him at the same time. They put him on that whiteboard with him. But as far as what we know right now, he wasn't involved with any of the crazier shit. His shit is more of a straight up and down, like guns and narcotics case, which realistically, any of us over the past couple of years probably kind of could have guessed that was coming down the pipeline after his house got raided.
Hey,
you know?
Los wanted to prove to the world that he was a rolling 60 Crip so bad that he told on himself everywhere he went.
That shit
And
crazy
now
as
he's in
fuck.
jail and he's still calling everybody.
Yo.
That's
I
the
wouldn't be
wildest
calling
part to
none of
me.
y'all.
So what y'all think about that? Like, y'all know them. They in the feds. They facing this indictment and they're still calling
They
in.
for it, nigga.
No, that's what I'm saying. They're still calling
that
in.
who else is? I
So
thought it was just Lil.
if
It's
no,
just
Brick.
Lil.
I just heard Brick call in
Brick did
today.
it once just to clarify that he didn't get stabbed.
But that was real short. That was
Yeah.
like 3 minutes. Whereas
Right.
Yeah,
I
he
feel
was-
like Luce has done a lot. He's talking to damn homie. He's talking to like whatever. He's pulling up on anything. Just
Party
having,
line loose, huh?
I hope he's already spoken to a lawyer and that the lawyer has basically told him, hey, it's cool. You can say whatever you want on these podcasts, which I don't really think that a lawyer would have said that to him.
He didn't speak to nobody.
Personally, I think that he's saying too much. He's doing a little too much because, I mean, man, like your lawyer is just going to tell you to be quiet. They're definitely not going to tell you like, hey, go talk to as many different podcasts as possible before you even get out.
Is
Fuck
that
fuck
content for
fuck
y'all?
the
though?
lawyer telling you to be quiet. The phone gonna tell you the phone's is recorded.
Yeah,
If
it
you don't,
literally
if you don't
says-
know by now,
Yeah.
niggas still thinking there's a lot of niggas that in caught cases in jail in the county, whether in prison, from talking about shit too much, and they use these damn calls in your case. Like
This
people
is
act like
Global
that shit
Tel.
can't
You
happen.
were receiving a call from an inmate in California. You're on a recorded line.
You
Blah,
familiar
blah,
with
blah.
the process, huh, bro?
Yeah.
Right. Man
I,
Central.
I got a library, so much money on the homie's books. You feel me? Like
So
shit.
as the owner of the platform, is that content for you? Like if Brick call in right now, nigga, I'm in here going up. I'm woo wop. Are you gonna let that play, or you gonna be like, cut it out type shit?
Especially given the situation that we're in right now, if he started to say stuff that was a little over the line, which I didn't actually see the clip of him talking in the news, but I was looking at the comments and it said that he said, we don't get stabbed. We're the ones doing shit to people, which does not seem like a wise thing to say. I wasn't around for him saying that, but I mean, I don't know. Like, yeah, I guess when it's a live phone call, it's kind of
that what bro
different.
said?
Didn't-
I don't know. I just saw somebody in the
that's
comments
Adam.
suggesting he might have said that.
Stop this cap. I gotta call cap. It's
What?
you gonna for sure use it as content.
Well,
the reason I say that because wasn't I just seen a clip of what was that loose girl or something called you?
What'd
And
she say?
She was telling you she was gonna call you every time he called and all that.
Yeah. She was saying that.
He said
Adam said, I don't give a fuck, cuz content. I'm going up.
It is
Hey,
what
she
it-
seem a little happy, like she getting her moment.
I know what you said.
She got her
yeah,
channel
it's like,
back. She like, give my phone back. Nah, for real, she's
I'm not
excited.
shitting on that because he was using her channel.
She the
That's-
star now.
The thing is a lot.
Sharice is cool, man.
This clout shit is
People
crazy.
feel- people
The channel said Sharice Mills. Now it didn't say Sharice Mills and Loose Cannon. Like he didn't hijack the shit. She got her shit back. She happy.
see the
Man.
clout.
She
The
breathing
clout.
hard,
The,
walking up to the car building. Like this
the
girl.
clout addiction is crazy. It don't matter what form it come from, but people don't understand. It's not gonna hit them, and God forbid that happen to them. But until somebody gets smacked, when you get hit with that time, then it become real. It become realer. It should be real right now. But the fact that niggas is still calling in and doing that, I don't believe you taking it serious right now.
Hey, bro. Hey, so you don't think when Loose Cannon hang the phone up, he like, yeah, I think it's an act on the phone. He's stressed out.
I think
You're
I think
supposed to be.
No,
It is
no,
very
no,
good.
no,
See, but
no,
look,
no,
stressed out,
no,
yeah.
This what it
No,
might
I
be.
agree.
Why
Yeah.
But
you
look,
being
Munchie,
the
they
entertainer
still
instead of focusing on your case.
they still kind of fresh in. So you feeling like, well, you thinking in your mind they ain't really got nothing on me. That's what niggas want to think. A lot of these niggas not getting their transcripts immediately when they hit jail. Now these niggas they even asking for their paperwork. They just getting there and just whatever the people tell them. A lot of these niggas run with that shit. So I don't think it's actually sunk in yet until you go to that first preliminary or that court date. Then they get to telling you football numbers, and now you looking crazy.
And do you think the high of just kind of being a celebrity outside is still not worn off at that point, right? Like they calling in, making calls, people probably talking about them. Do you think that has attributed to as well being like not necessarily feeling like I'm locked up.
Because somebody like Luce, I'm gonna be real, like he's been out here trying to go viral for the last however many years, and now it's happening on a level that is so much crazier than probably his wildest dreams in terms of being the main character, being talked about. So you know that as much as, yeah, it sucks that you're sitting down and you're locked up right now and you're probably gonna have to spend all this money on legal bills and everything else, you might stay in there for a long ass time. It's like, no, you're famous too, and you're riding this out, and you're seeing the numbers go crazy. And for somebody like him, it's probably kind of hard to like take those two things and detangle them, because this is kind of what he wanted for all these years, even if it's happening in a way that comes with some bad side effects or whatever.
It's like Tay Cage checking his YouTube metrics the day after he dropped the race while he's on the run.
We've seen a lot of rappers really kind of fall in
Cowboy came
with
up
this.
under the mobile home and got up on Lowe's. And then,
Under the mobile.
He had the final act.
yeah, Cowboy
out of control.
No, Cowboy went he got cracking and came back.
Yeah.
Where
Cowboy
you get the
did that.
mobile home from, yeah? Come on.
The fact that story is real is still
Right.
That's even more crazy. Like you
But
said,
then,
it's crazy
but
they
then he
got.
had a cowboy hat on, swinging on.
I thought he
No,
made
he
that
didn't
up.
have
That
that.
really happened?
No, he didn't have
that
that
happened.
on.
You didn't.
Nah.
There's a video.
No, I just seen him like run up on him. I know he came from under the mobile home, nigga.
No, he was up under the thing,
fixing a
trying to hook,
truck.
like something on.
He's changing
And
tires.
he heard somebody say, "Is that Luz?" And he came from up under the vehicle, like, "Hold on." And then he got cracking and came back. And then he went to jail the next day. So Luz had a good week. Like if that's what he's looking for, the clout.
Absolutely wild week for sure. But also, like, you guys keep talking about the content, like, oh, will you exploit it for content? Think about this. Do you think it's good for the content, Brick not being on the podcast?
Not
Sucks.
in the long run, for sure.
No,
Sucks.
not for y'all podcast, because y'all built him into the main character, and the audience that you built is strictly off of this type of stuff. So from a business aspect, I understand why he does what he does, because the second he tries to switch, you see the chat. What the fuck is this? We don't want to hear politics. We want to hear gang shit. That's what you built the platform on. So now it's kind of like a necessary evil. You're stuck with that.
You know what it is that I've been in this situation so many times where you have something happen that is bad for your life, terrible, negative, awful. Nobody would want this, but it comes with a ton of benefits from the sense that the podcast starts doing better. When X dies, No Jumper's lit. No Jumper has the biggest day that has ever had in the history of this channel on the day that X died. So somehow I have to balance the fact that every news reporter wants to talk to me, every podcast wants to interview me, etc., and my boy's dead and I get to watch the video on the internet. When the guy pulls up at No Jumper and puts the fucking gun in my face and almost kills me, all of a sudden I'm on Logan Paul's podcast. All of a sudden, you know, I do a clip talking about it, gets 1 million views, etc. And so it's like I'm kind of used to like dealing with this balancing act where you have something happen that is objectively shitty, like, well, no pun intended, that like Brick Baby getting locked up, and then at the same time it's like, oh, everybody wants to hear about it and we basically have to create content about it because we're kind of just beholden to the audience to make content about whatever the most interesting shit is going on.
Yeah, the
at any
negativity
given
gonna spread
time.
faster.
I don't think everything is content though, but people let shit fly because, you know, Rockstar Girl got the recording, like she took the opportunity, and then I don't think that his house was really surrounded, but you know, Sharice was fake recording a standoff. So if it, but if it was real, that'd be weird.
Yeah, like in retrospect, that might not have been real.
No, it
Yeah,
wasn't.
yeah.
And then you got Brick Baby, the famous. I'm about to crash. Everybody
Crash
thought
out.
the camera should have been cut before that, but it kept going. So that people let stuff go on a little longer. But
Munchie, this what people don't realize. You can't put your moral stances on other people. So the second you realize everybody don't think like you, you'll stop getting mad at shit like this.
I
So
realize
our
that.
platform, we cutting that shit. Ain't nobody calling in from the feds. When you come on for an interview, we ain't asking you no federal shit. We're gonna stick to your music or whatever you're doing. But everybody's not thinking that. Some people really don't give a fuck. Adam just happened to be one of them. So to continuously get mad at Adam when he doesn't come from this world, he don't owe this world no type of loyalty. What are you expecting? It's a job for him.
My
You
whole
don't-
thing
you know
is
what I'm
that
saying?
if we edit that kind of stuff out when it happens on live stream, then we're basically in a situation where everybody else is going to go up off that content, and then we're going to just have people come into our channel looking for it, and it's not there. Like the Kill Squad shit, that was obviously the super viral clip. People think we're getting rich off that shit. That clip was demonetized from day one. It got 1 million views. We made like 50 bucks. And that's happened over and over. The time that Wack fucking tried to fucking strangle Flacco on the podcast, that got like 1 million views. I looked at it a couple months ago. $50. It's like, you know, it's like
the suspect in Kelpie.
right. Well, that actually we got monetized because we edited the fuck out of it. But you know, like
Suspect got an anger problem. You need to go to anger management.
He's angry.
that is,
He
you
got
know,
an
that was a
anger
wild
He just
day.
caught a viral moment today.
He
Another
definitely
one?
did.
Yeah,
He
nigga,
fired
watch
somebody?
exploded. Cuz
Nah,
that shit
him and
was crazy.
Jalise, they were having a huge argument.
But that was today.
Yeah,
That was
that was
today.
today.
They
That was
got
an
like a
argument.
sister-brother relationship type. huh?
Something, but he had 2 watches on, and so he's arguing with her, and he starts banging his wrist together, and one of the watches blows up and explodes. It reminded me of the Ace
Exploded.
Yeah.
Matter of fact,
exploded.
Hold on, what kind of watch explode? What
I don't
kind
know
of watch is that?
exactly.
Shout out to
but if you
Suspect,
see any
cuz.
diamonds on the
Nah,
ground,
He out there. Where you buy that shit from? That exploded. That's disturbing. Nigga, don't sit by me, nigga. You see how 4X just broke his what's that shit called? His
What?
bracelet.
Oh,
He broke
did
his
he?
bracelet. Nah, he's into aggressive around.
I
these
think
motherfuckers.
you
still
just karma for making fun of Sharp's watch so much. Sharp's Jay-Z watch.
Oh yeah, exactly. And that's what I was thinking. I think Sharp has powers. I think Sharp is sitting at home with a voodoo doll of Suspect, and he's poking at the
Poking
wrist,
the watch.
and he's trying to make something happen because that clip was a gift to Sharp.
Yeah, for sure.
That being said, I
tried to tell him, church.
I haven't talked to Forrest probably in like a week and a half or some shit, but he is coming home soon. Let's just say that is going to be an explosive appearance because who knows what I mean.
Was Rhea Burgess?
He's mega against talking about anything federal, so I feel like he probably ain't gonna have much to say about the Brick Baby thing, but definitely he's gonna have something interesting to say. I'm sure.
He was on 49th Avenue, cuz nigga, free the homie, cuz for the crib, nigga. Vernon Avenue is gonna be that.
That's the whole clip.
there it is. 4 Extra speaks on Brick Baby.
That's it.
Okay, I have an important question about Lush, but just let me do this real quick. I just wanted to take a quick break to remind you about the Everything 420 app. Just search E420 in the App Store because your setup deserves an upgrade. One of my favorite things from Everything 420, they're mystery boxes. They are so fun because there's always a surprise inside and you can get more bang for your buck. And they also have the $4.20 store. It's like a stoner dollar store loaded with budget-friendly essentials. They only sell legit Delta products with COAs for authenticity, and ordering is insanely easy. You just open up the app, browse, tap to order, and that's it. No complicated checkout and no weird steps. Download the E420 app now and use code NOJUMPER at checkout for an exclusive discount. Okay, what I was going to say, Loose Cannon. I'm going to call Sharice in a second, get her opinion on some of what we've been talking about, but
Did you know his middle name was Ashley?
I did not know that. That's very
That
interesting.
nigga name is Truman Ashley Williams. That shit crazy. Ashley though.
I'm going to take note of that.
There's
but,
dudes named Ashley and Courtney.
Yeah, you could be a badass.
No,
Ashley, right?
Yeah.
I heard of some
Courtney
Tracy,
of this
Stacey's and Courtney,
podcast,
but not
formerly,
Ashley.
yeah.
Stacy? Yeah, you're right.
Stacy,
yeah,
Chris
Stacy
Fake
from the
Dad.
wood.
Yeah,
From the wood.
Stacy
From
from
the
the
wood.
Wood, Stacy Ogman.
But Ashley though, so he's little Ash Bash essentially.
Okay. Loose Cannon is locked up. Most of what we can tell that he's being accused of is stuff that's really like him aiding and abetting Big U. Now, he don't fuck with Big U. He has not fucked with Big U for a couple years now. What are the odds that Loose Cannon is really going to sit down and do whatever kind of time they're trying to throw at him to protect someone who he does not fuck with, does not want anything to do with, that he has publicly declared to be his op? I'm not saying that Loose Cannon got the snitch gene in him,
That's what it sounds like.
but I mean, when I look at the situation, it's like, you know, how much time am I really willing to do for somebody that I don't fuck with?
And it's interesting you brought that up because I want to ask Sharice this too, because when they had a live stream, right? Sharice and Luce, and they were talking, and she kept saying to him, like, you got to think about yourself, baby. Think about yourself.
That's
like
what snitches do.
You do so much for these other people. I know you got a big heart, but they don't give a fuck about you. You got to think about yourself. To me, like when y'all hear that, does that sound like it's like encouraging?
I mean,
None of that
Girl
matters
told
to
that
me.
YSL dude to do that. Remember on that phone call?
None of that matters to me. It all boils down to who you are as a person. If you gonna stand down and know whatever's going on, and you choose to be a stand-up man and take the time, a lot of people nowadays is different. But I don't put that on nobody. I done seen the hardest niggas tell on niggas, so I can't put no jacket on nobody. It be the niggas you least expect, and they be the ones turning the niggas you thought was gonna turn be the niggas that be solid. So
That's pretty normal for a female to say. I mean, I'm under the assumption that 100 out of 100% of females are gonna tell in that
But
situation.
is that what? But just so we're on the same level here, when you hear that, does that make it sound like she's encouraging him to?
Yes.
Most
Yeah.
females
Most
are
females
gonna
will
do
do
that. That's
that,
what I'm
though.
telling you. They're
Yeah.
gonna tell you, "Oh, think about your family, think about this." But what you gotta understand is, once you choose that side of the fence, It doesn't matter if that's your op. It don't matter if you didn't do it. None of that shit matters. You took that oath. You knew that was a possibility. So it ain't no telling because, oh, I'm doing time for him and he don't really fuck with me. It's too bad. That's the oath that you took.
What if at some point it becomes clear, and I'm not saying that this is the case, but it's something that a lot of people have suggested. What if at some point it becomes clear that Big U was working with them people?
Hey, first, you got to know what aiding and abetting mean.
Okay.
Because what you described, that's not aiding and abetting. When somebody going a weed dispensary and lay it down with a gun, you committed it. You didn't aid.
You're right. Okay. Yeah.
That's not aiding and abetting.
That's real shit. Yeah.
That's an important thing to clarify.
No,
you
aiding
were
and
part of
abetting
that,
is
but-
they shoplifting and you blocking it, trying to obstruct the view. That's aiding and abetting.
Sounds like you've done this before.
No, I don't shoplift. Hey, but I'm saying like that's not aiding and abetting. I know
You're
you
right,
want him to
you're
come
right,
home,
yeah.
but you know.
Yeah, I'm not gonna discuss the details of what Luce got going on because his shit's still open. But I will say this: even if somebody tells on you, if you made that oath, you're not to tell on them because that still makes you a rat. Still, like I'm not gonna be a rat because he ratted. I'm not a rat.
Hey, bro, before it hit the indictment, he told the same story on this platform.
No, I know. I
So
see.
you could talk about that. He said the story first before even.
You know what's funny about that story in particular is that he came on this podcast, he told that story. I'm sitting there just kind of mystified because this is me realizing for the first time of like, oh, Big U still has 1 foot in the streets on a level that I might not have considered. But then he goes on Academics' podcast, probably Whack set that up or whatever, and Axe seemingly like understood how serious that situation was and asked a shitload of follow-up questions, basically digging into that story. And then the other one that has come to be part of this indictment is the story about them allegedly extorting Rick Ross and Meek Mill for $50K while they were in the club or whatever, which is another one where I was just sitting there doing the interview like, are you fucking serious?
That
Like,
was cap.
But that's such a stupid thing to try to get them on because your witnesses are not going to cooperate. You know what I mean? Like, there's no way, even if that did happen to Meek Mill, there's no way he's going to admit to that in a million years. Either way, he looks like a bitch. Like, you feel me? If he admits to it, or he's like he looks bad either way.
You think so? I don't think he looked bad either way.
He
We
look-
don't know if it really happened.
He looked bad. He
I
looked
don't
good.
believe it happened.
He
Meek-
looked good.
No, I'm saying we don't know if
now,
it really
he looked
happened.
good.
Meek
Right.
came out and denied it though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the best thing he could possibly. There's no way he'll look bad if he says it's true though.
Before he denied it, the
On the
Dream
str-
Chasers did too, though. Before that, like months ago, last year.
Yeah, I don't think it is true, but I'm just saying it's gonna make him look. If he did admit to it, it makes him look weak in a street sense. Like, oh, you have to check in when you go places. You don't really got it like that, and it makes him look weak on a street sense again. Oh, you're a fucking rat. You're helping cooperate. Da, da, da. So he would never admit to it. That's essentially career suicide for Meek Mill.
Meek Mill definitely could never admit it if it's true, and if it's not true, then he's also going to deny it. Although
Yeah.
at this point, it is seeming less likely that Luce just came on here and made that story up
It
out
is
of thin
It
air.
don't sound realistic. You just tapped him on the shoulder. His security just like, all right.
I didn't believe it when I heard it. I thought
That
it was
just
all
sounds
cap
like some superhero gangster shit.
to keep it
Yeah,
100.
exactly.
Because we thought Luce Cannon was doing the big homie CC move. Go on a podcast and just make up a bunch of bullshit, and some of it's going to stick. Some of the clips are going to go up. Other podcasts going to want to have you on, etc. And now it's like, oh, you were serious.
What's the big
Okay.
homie CC move?
You know, he just going on every podcast saying
And
that
lie
every
about who his
celebrity's
bodyguard?
gay, and he was a bodyguard
Oh,
for this person,
okay.
and he saw this person get robbed.
Everything
and-
was content, man. They took the Lando Brown route.
yeah.
Yeah.
But he was giving Luce's. He said Luce was the truth. Remember? He said Luce is the boogeyman. He was saying that in the beginning, but now, you know what I'm
Big
saying?
homie CC was saying that, huh?
Right. He said it on Camp Capone.
Shit, I hate to
And
admit
he
it,
was
but
lying in.
Whack and Brick really, or Whack and Luce really kind of like exposed the big homie CC thing because he didn't have any energy when they seen him in Vegas, and then completely switched his energy
And how
up
could
as
you
soon as he
tell
went
though?
on
Because
another.
both of them seem kind of vague on both sides.
They both had the same energy to me.
Right. It seemed like nobody
It
pressed
looked
play on
it looked like
nobody.
it was a play to me.
He was alone. And Whack and them, they had a lot of people with him. And I know Whack's at the point where I don't think he's trying to just beat up everybody and torch his name by getting into a huge fight at a trade show. But for sure, in that moment, if they wanted to fuck Big Homie up, it was going down. For sure. They had a whole bunch of people with them that were serious people that aren't really on camera and shit. I believe that Big Homie was the liar in that situation.
I think
That's
they
my
both
opinion.
didn't want to do nothing to each other, honestly. And then, you know,
Do we want to listen to what
Yeah. And honestly, honey, I thought about it. As much as you may want to help the families of all those that's involved with the situation, I don't know if it's really the best thing because you really should be disassociating yourself with these people. You really should. I understand the intention was good. Baby, you got to listen to me because sometimes you don't listen. the intention was good to want to help these families, but you gotta think for yourself right now. And I don't think if they were in the same position or thought of it, they would do that for you. Real talk. And we need to separate ourselves from Big U anyways, and Brick Baby and all these other motherfuckers that probably don't really give two shits about you. I'm serious.
Let's do a fuck Big U shirt. Or fuck
So instead of
goes to
free
merch
Big U,
right away.
fuck Big U.
She recording that?
Yeah.
Big U.
Big useless. Okay, all right, honey. You know, I do what you tell me to, cause I'm your wife and I gotta listen. But I just want you to hear me. It doesn't look good because of course you're not cool with the nigga, but that doesn't mean you gotta help him. And that is one thing people don't realize with you is no matter what, you would still help your enemy. But ain't nobody right now, you gotta think for yourself. You gotta think for yourself.
Try to tell y'all.
Okay, because all these motherfuckers probably telling, all these motherfuckers probably turning against you. They are not having your best interest at heart. I need you to listen to me.
Yeah, I have to really think about the son of the mother that died, Ray Tom Williams.
Exactly, because it's making you.
Oh Lord,
Wait,
we gotta think about the sun.
That's a crazy.
You a gay member? You're not supposed to think about the sun.
She don't have his best interest in mind.
And that's exactly what I'm about to say. If that was me, I would have hung up on my bitch.
She wants
bitch,
him
what the
back
fuck
home.
you sound like?
Tell
You
her
trying
to
to
take
record
care of the baby.
Yeah, for one, you talking
Hold the house
too much.
down.
Hey, help me with some clarity.
For one, she
Who
talking
she
too
talking
much.
about? Help who? The co-defendants?
No,
Help herself.
Help himself. She basically telling her to
she
rap.
said, stop thinking about everybody else. Who's everybody else?
yeah,
Then
all the
everybody else on the
codependents.
case.
Everybody
Like,
on the
She
case.
literally said, "Big U,
Her
Brick." She literally said, like she said the name.
Don't none of her co-defendants like him though. They all want to do something to him. When he get down here to MDC, he gonna be in trouble.
Yeah,
Well, and that-
Brick,
and that's-
Brick's
I
the
low-key
closest
think
friend
she
he got in
enjoys
that
the.
indictment.
She's enjoying like
She-
creating the
she
content
want the
right
clout,
now.
She is
Yeah.
special.
Yeah,
Hey,
she
look,
a
that's
clout
what it seemed
motherfucker.
like.
She gonna
One,
get a
for
TV
one,
deal
you
out of all this.
you out of pocket recording my shit. For two, I would have hung up on the bitch. For three, because 9 times out of 10, you're insinuating that I know more than what I'm denying. So now you're making it look more than what it is.
Yeah.
By even just having that type of conversation.
They're a match made in heaven, bro. Like they perfect for each other.
We should all be so lucky to
That's
find one like her.
crazy.
Yeah.
That's
No, she is insinuating that you guilty. Just tell him, babe. Just like what the fuck?
Wow.
Bitch, get the fuck off the phone.
She's a public figure too, right? She's like been on reality shows. And
She a
all
public
that.
figure?
You know,
I
she,
have
she
no
used to be a
idea.
singer. I ain't never heard none of her music and shit, but
yeah, she's a singer.
She got like a little, like some little, like amateur porn.
What you think about it, Adam? You think that was wise to record a federal call to have played on the fucking pod?
I think they should be saying less, generally speaking. For sure, like, if I was locked up in the feds facing this exact same situation, the last thing I would think about would be like, oh, I need to get content out right now. I need to help spread my narrative. No, it's like, that now is a time where it's perfectly fine to be quiet. And, I mean, like, maybe if you're making content for your channel so it could maybe make money so that you could, like, help yourself out in terms of your legal situation or whatever is one thing. But I don't understand the value that Loose Cannon gets from doing an interview with Damn Homie at a time like this. It just
Damn
doesn't
homie's
really-
crazy. Kids, you had a right to remain silent. If you catch a case, shut the fuck up and let your lawyer do all the talking.
Let's press.
Or just don't even
Charisse.
get in the position anyway. Like the shit is dead anyway.
Charisse, you're on the press list.
Shawty's telling me about the lambs.
She clearing her throat, getting cute already. Watch.
Hello? Hello? Hey, are you in the car or something? It doesn't sound like you're by the phone.
Yeah, you on my Bluetooth. I just disconnected. Are you good?
Okay, yeah, we're on the podcast right now. We just figured, we've been talking about you, and I don't want to be talking behind your back. I feel like we should have the conversation with you. So I guess like my main question is there a strategy in terms of content, in terms of like how much Luce is saying publicly? What are your thoughts on that and the potential that it could get him in more trouble?
Well, first of all, he's not speaking on anything that's already not being said. He's not speaking on anything that's not in the public. And he's not giving his strategy on how he's going to beat this case either in public. But what I will say is that everyone is forming their opinions off of hearsay. And there is no real hardcore evidence that, these incidents that they are charging him for has anything to do with what he said on a podcast. Second of all, I thought you were locked up, Adam. What's going on?
Nah, that was cap. Yeah, that was cap. But for the record, the feds, when they did come, they only wanted one thing, and I feel like this will be of special interest to you. They wanted the cease and desist from Big U in regards to Loose Cannon's first appearance on No Jumper, in which Loose basically implicated Big U in the murder of the late great Nipsey Hussle.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. And did you give them the cease and desist?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, well, there you have it. So, with that being said, I'm sure they're going to do their due diligence to see what that's about. But obviously, if, Big U, is innocent, I don't know why he would want to cease and desist, but that's his business, not ours. But what I can tell you is my husband does not deal with Big U. He does not like Big U. He has not spoken to him in years. So, all of these implications and allegations are false. I will say that. And second of all, if he didn't like Nipsey, that's his business. You know what I'm saying? My husband, he does have a big mouth from time to time when he talks about certain things. But at the end of the day, he never said anything when there was an open case. Now that there's something open, I'm sure he won't say a thing in regards to that's concerned. But nonetheless, what my husband is saying and what he's talking to you guys on these podcasts are nothing that's a secret. It's things that have been said even in the public prior to him bringing it up. A lot of people in the hood knew that Big U did not like, Nipsey, and they had a little thing going on. He had contracts, all that stuff, and I'm not even from the West Coast, and I've heard that before. So, he just said things that people wanted to say that didn't have the balls to say it. That's all.
Charisse, what's up? It's Lush. How you doing?
What's up, Lesh?
I got a question. When I saw your convo with Luce when you were basically telling him to think for himself, what is that?
Absolutely.
What do you mean by that? Like, think about yourself in this situation. What do you mean by that?
Tell on Brick Baby.
What I meant by that was because, I came up with an idea to him about, helping the families with anything they need by selling merch on our sites. And, he's like, okay, well, maybe despite of all the shit that's going on, I think, we should help all the families. And like, so Big U, Brick Baby, you name it. And then I said, honey, you know what? I thought about it. I don't think they'll do that for you. Possibly Big Baby's wife because she's sweet. I talk to her from time to time. But Big U, heck no. So when I told him think for himself, don't even give it a rat's ass about nobody else but him. You know what I'm saying? It's just not. It's not all right. And truth be told, we're trying to separate ourselves from this situation to begin with. So why even go and help them? And we got to consider the family of Rayshawn and all that. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, that's what they was talking about.
That's what he meant by that.
That make a little bit more sense.
Hey, this is Andre. Is he lawyered up or is it?
He's lawyered up.
Okay.
Our lawyer bill is over $200,000. So
Okay.
Adam, I'm gonna need you to sell me some money, all right?
No,
Yeah,
not at
I
all.
got you on 200K for sure.
Okay, that's cool. I know you do. With all these podcasts that you got my husband's name in, I'm sure y'all making some money.
Little son.
But
Okay, but this was my question. Is like, to me, this feels like a situation where Loose Cannon could probably sit down with the federal agents and say, Big U did this, 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 and this, and he could probably walk out that door tomorrow. Would you encourage him to do so?
Heck no. My husband is not a snitch when it comes to things like this. He'll tell his stories and tell things online that won't pertain to an open case or shit, but he wouldn't want to put nobody in no jail. I could tell you that right now. And that's one main reason why I'm sure he won't get bail, because he's not going to go and open his mouth. Everyone else, who knows what they're doing? You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, as long as we, this is so. Oh, hold on. We got Cannon is calling me right now. Would you guys like to hold?
Of course. Why not?
That nigga crazy.
She crazy for doing all this motherfucking
Her
talking.
response is
about to be
cool,
funky
but this
next
one you
week.
need to do the
She gonna be
least
on
talk.
Plug
Right, shut the
Oh,
fuck
no.
up, period. Who they lawyer?
Sharice gonna be on Plug Talk.
Never that.
No,
Nah.
that'll do numbers.
I'm manager though. I'll get her on all kinds of Zeus shows. and
No,
shit.
no, no, right here.
This little
Yeah,
munchie
right
fuck,
here.
This little munchie fucked me up when he's all shoot your shot.
No, for real. You know when niggas go to jail, it'll be over. We know what goes on.
You are live with Adam Lush on No Jumper. Hello.
And Andre.
Oh,
Loose, what's cracking, bro?
Loose Cannon.
what's up with it, King? How you doing?
Not much, man. We tapped in right now. We got the Viral Way on here. We got Lush, and we got the one and only Munchie B.
Andre.
What up? What up with everybody?
Chilling, man. Yeah, we were just having conversations, and we were kind of, I mean, I guess first question is just how are you doing in there? What's your state of mind as you're locked up?
Nah, the state of mind is good because at the end of the day, it's like, let the truth be known. Like, I don't fuck with the nigga. You know what I'm saying? So everything else is false.
Okay. Do you what's your media strategy in terms of talking on podcasts, doing live streams, etc., while you're in federal custody?
No, it's not that. It's just I'm doing the same thing that I was doing outside. You know what I'm saying? Nothing changed. At the end of the day, it's like I don't have to. I have no parts of what happened, what's going on, or anything like that. But I ain't gonna say anything. A lot of people rolled over and turned on the nigga, and it is what it is.
Who turned on you already?
No, I'm talking about on Big Useless.
Oh, people are already telling on him.
Yeah. So it's like I'm just sitting in here right now, just going through the process.
Damn.
Is everybody telling loose, or do you know specifically who's been telling?
Yeah, everybody got out. The only people that's still in here is what me breaking him.
Have you had any conversations that were basically like, we'll let you out right now, you just got to tell us this, this, and this?
Hell no, it ain't no conversation.
So they consider you to be such a crucial part of this case that they're not even proposing a deal.
No, I haven't. No, it's not that. It's not that at all.
Safety
It's
valve.
just the point of it is it's just not gonna happen. Just put it that way.
The feds know that you're so solid that they wouldn't even ask you to talk.
No, it's not gonna happen.
So did you catch word that I just revealed it like an hour ago on this podcast, but basically the feds came to my house and the one and only thing that they were interested in was the cease and desist from Big U because of your appearance on the podcast with Wack, in which you basically said that Big U had knowledge of the Nipsey situation before it happened.
No, see, the thing is, it's like, I'm going to say it like this, because he's going through something. It's just why send a cease and desist if it's not true. That's all I have to say.
And that's what a lot of people are
'Cause
suggesting,
it's
yeah.
defamatory though.
Yeah, even if it's not true, it is
Right.
It's a defamatory statement
Oh,
for sure. Absolutely, I could understand him not wanting that out there, even if it wasn't true, to keep it a stack.
Yeah, that makes sense.
What'd you say, Les?
I was saying,
I can't hear you.
it's a defamatory statement regardless, so I could see him not wanting that out, even if it wasn't true.
Yeah. But if you wanted to prove somebody that was a liar, right? You telling them pull it out. I mean, put it out, right? Why stop it?
Yeah, I don't know.
No. But if we talking right, that's facts, right? Why stop something that you're saying is a lie?
Right. I mean, hey, I guess he really wanted to stop that narrative, I guess.
When a lie linger too long, it become the
you can't
truth, bro.
stop it, no.
Yeah, I'm not his defense attorney, but I could think of a few.
Like nobody want to lie out there about them, so that's why you would do it, cease and desist. If you feel it ain't
Well,
true.
that's like that's like career-ending information. You know what I mean? Like, or statement. If people associate him with the death of somebody so beloved, that fucks off
But
his
no,
business, right?
But everybody is getting misconstrued. Nobody's saying that he has something to do with it. He just acknowledged. I mean, no, it's just like if somebody on a somebody that know me, right, and they basically be like, "Yeah, I'm either gonna get that nigga because of wookie woo," and I be like, "Well, shit, go and get your man." You get what I'm saying? That's just how it
Snitching
is.
down.
My statement is, Nipsey wasn't his brother. Nipsey wasn't like his son. He keeps claiming that and putting that energy in the air when he didn't fuck with Nipsey and Nipsey didn't fuck with him.
He said
when the
Nipsey just
marathon-
flew him out before
when-
they
when-
passed. They patched it up.
No, they didn't.
They was in
patch
New
it
York
up
together or
because-
something like that.
Yeah, they went to New York for a video shoot, but it was still animosity because it was still a situation that happened after that. Why he didn't go and support Black Sam at the Marathon Burgers then? If everything was patched up.
No, for sure that ain't patched up. We saw that in the Black Sam interview for sure.
Cause Nipsey is Big You little homie essentially from 60s. Black Sam is not from rolling 60s. That's just Nipsey's brother.
No, Black
So
Sam,
he don't have to support
Black-
Black Sam like he will support Nipsey, his little homie, his younger homie.
Good point.
That's not the same thing.
No, yes it is because the marathon continues. The Marathon Burgers, anything that marathon is based off of Nipsey. Like that's what he stood for. That's what he pushed. That's what he wanted to do. That's his thing. The
Hey, if you
marathon.
pass away tomorrow, Adam not fucking with your twin brother, bro. so that marathon ain't gonna continue. 'Cause he messed with you, not your brother.
No, but the thing is, if somebody's pushing the narrative, right, and it's in all good honors of Nipsey. If I have my brother, not my twin brother, but if I have my brother
You don't like your
on
twin,
the
though. He said no.
situation or whatever like that, I would have Adam. I hope what Adam would still support. If something happened to Brick or whatever like that, I'm pretty sure Brick's wife or whatever like that, Adam would still support that. It's different.
That is true. If me and Brick were beefing, and then we got cool right before he died, and then his girl opens up Brick Burger, for sure
You're going to
I'm
the-
at the Brick Burger. I'm turning up the Brick Burger.
Yeah.
I'm chasing Rockstar across the street.
So since Crib Mac been in jail, have you checked on Mama Bear?
We've been talking. Yeah. I helped him out around Christmas time and all that
Shouts
kind
to
of shit.
Mama
yeah.
Bear. We love
All
Mama
right,
Bear.
all right.
And Granny Bear.
Definitely, man. If he was out, he would probably be in this Rico too.
Busting all these assholes.
JK.
huh?
I got no comment on the Rico. Nothing to do with the
There is
Rico.
nothing
No
to
comment.
make fun of, Adam.
Oh, that was a Crip Mac joke. My bad.
You know it's free loose. It's free
But
loose.
at
Free
the end of the
free all the
day, it's
guys.
like, everybody is gonna support everybody. Only the real is gonna stand. You get what I'm saying? Like everybody that was on that indictment rolled over. Everybody out of jail. Everybody was making
What?
statements.
So you and Brick are the only ones who didn't have anything to say.
We're the only one that's still in jail, right?
I didn't know everybody
damn
was
near,
released. I
yeah.
didn't know
Of
they
the
were
ones
all
we know.
released.
It was 4 already in jail
No,
though when
everybody
she
else is
landed.
out.
Damn, everybody being out is bugged out.
Loose, activate your patience, man. Stay off that phone.
Hey, how do you feel about people celebrating people going to jail?
Ooh. Yeah, the ops were
What
throwing
did
a
I say?
party.
Okay, so think about this, right? Because I never ever celebrated that. I took a stance on that before.
No, not you. I'm talking about how you feel about others celebrating.
I don't fuck with it. Not at all.
So you don't fuck with 600 and whack celebrating people going to jail?
I don't fuck with nobody celebrating a nigga going to jail, but I don't think Wack and 600 take that stance. I just think they just don't fuck with Big U.
I ain't heard him laugh this much.
You think Wack's been celebrating much? You really
Yeah.
think he's been celebrating
It,
Adam?
it might be a little muted, but yeah, it's damn near a ticker tape parade
it's like
over
a
there.
passive aggressive celebration.
The 100 side, oh yeah.
On his side
I
turning
don't
up.
think they celebrate, but at the end of the day, it's like it's the best outcome for him. But other people have been affected by certain situations he's done. But I don't want him to go to jail. I'd rather if we beef him, we handle this shit on the street.
Why is
That's
Cuz on
it.
the phone saying?
Yeah, I don't know if you should say
Hey, hang
that.
up on. Hey, hang up, cuz. Hang up. Like,
It's too late, bro.
hang up, bro. Y'all, you doing
That's
crazy
what
shit
I'm
now, cuz.
saying.
Hang
It's
up.
Like, I don't want him to go to jail. You get what I'm saying? Like,
Shitty burger.
That's just kind of weird for somebody to say. I want
Y'all niggas crazy,
my enemy to go to
cuz.
jail.
Y'all letting this nigga incriminate himself.
No
Hang
street,
up, cuz.
no street dudes say that, Adam.
I know, but nigga, don't do it while we on here, cause it look like we condoning it, cuz. We're not with
Yeah,
that, bro.
Luce, the
Hang that
viral
shit
way
up,
wants to
bro.
make it clear that they think you're incriminating yourself and that you should stop.
Who's the
Hey,
far away?
long as you
Podcast
self-sufficient, I don't know
Columbia.
Yeah,
nobody
we
else.
don't got nothing to do with what he doing.
Oh,
I just don't want to watch him do that,
Yeah,
bro.
shout out to them too.
Hey, Luce, hang up, bro. Let your lawyer talk.
He ain't got one yet.
You said what?
I said hang up and let your lawyer talk, bro. Like, they gonna use this for content. Don't do that shit, man.
Yeah, but the thing is not saying anything that I haven't.
Nah,
said.
bro, but
Y'all acting
you in
like
some
I'm
real
talking about
shit,
a
bro. And I'm gonna tell you some real shit. Activate your patience, like bro said. All this circus, don't do that, bro. You in facing some real life shit. This the internet. Don't do that. They gonna laugh at you. None of these niggas gonna put money on your books. None of these niggas gonna come visit you. They're gonna laugh at you when this phone call hang up, cuz. Don't. The fame ain't worth that shit.
Everything will go. Even the females. The females, they go bounce on you.
That's not bad advice.
He already got one.
What females you talking about, my nigga?
Man, that's how I go.
What you talking about? Because you got his wife right here. So what you talking about?
Hey, if you his wife and you care about him, stop letting him do
What
this.
you talking about?
I'm talking about the
Listen, my
majority
husband
y'all.
knows what he's gonna do.
Hey,
At the
Hey,
end of
hey, look,
the day.
niggas gonna do what they want,
Hey,
but I'm gonna
Sheree,
give you
Munchie,
some
we
real
know,
advice,
we know how that
cuz.
shit go when
He
they
been
go-
to the
when they
pen
go
before.
down.
He know.
Calling in from the
I know he
don't.
know.
That's
Look,
out.
Sharice. Long as you keep the visits coming, and pen to paper, some pictures, you know, some you go do what you do. That's just how I go.
I'm just need y'all to put a little respect on people's names and don't try to be disrespectful here.
No, that's
All right?
that's to the gender. That's
Before we just really cut the line off and that'll be that.
Hey, respect
she
his.
cutting it off.
Hey, look, respect his freedom. Stop letting him do this to himself.
Okay, and respect his woman and respect him too.
No, it
If
ain't
he
just
does
you.
Respect his freedom. If he chooses to do that, he's a grown ass man. He's gonna do what he wanna do.
Yeah, but you
Who
supposed to
his
care about
Hey,
him and
hey.
not let him do that shit.
Hey, look, Sharice. Sharice, females that got on me during my bid, and they bounced back at the end of the last month. It happened like that.
60 seconds.
Oh shit.
Okay, well y'all
60
got 60
seconds
seconds
is
to make. What
crazy.
else y'all want to say?
Yeah, but at the end of
What
the
else
day,
y'all want to say?
no,
Free,
but at
free
the end
loose
of the
cannon.
Free
much love.
loose.
Much love to the homie loose.
Hey, you got the right to remain silent, cuz. Exercise that.
Hey, Luce, are you banging Sweetie in there too? Are people fucking with the Sweetie movement?
Sweetie!
yeah, sweetie.
Yeah! That's right.
Everybody-
We needed that.
We need everybody in the feds banging Sweetie gang.
Cannon.com and purchase that merch. It's brucecannon.com.
That's right.
Hey, hold your head, my guy. And Sharice, let us know when you're in LA. We could tap in, do a podcast or something. We get whatever.
Thank you, Sharice, for real.
I'm sure I'm gonna send you my Zelle, Adam.
She on the freeway
I
right
bet.
now.
Bet.
She on the freeway right now. You heard her on the Bluetooth. She en route.
All right, much love. Appreciate you guys. Oh, that was good.
She on the 15
I think
freeway.
we got some clarity there. He don't feel like he's doing anything that hasn't already been done.
Hey, bro.
Yeah, but that DC niggas think they know smarter than the system to that gavel bang.
Hey, viral family. Hey, check it out.
That shit
Hey,
out.
viral family.
No. If he not taking it serious, you can't.
No,
care more
Munchie,
than
look, I get it. If he want to make content out of himself, I don't give a fuck.
I don't play
do
with
it.
my freedom.
But look, don't do it at my expense where it look like I'm condoning that. That's out.
It ain't gonna look like that, bro. It ain't
That's
gonna look
out.
like that,
We
bro.
don't condone that shit. So if he want to call Adam every day, I don't give a fuck. Just
Hey,
don't do it while
If a
we on here.
nigga, if a
cuz.
nigga dumb enough, if the nigga dumb enough to do it, he gonna do it. But if I'm here, I'm gonna just say my piece and then that's on him. 'Cause
No,
like
that
you
was
said-
good though. You
like
actually saying
like-
that
like
to
you
him
said
is
it.
like that was good. That was a conversation that I think needed to be had.
Cause it sound like nigga think this shit a game or something. So either your lawyer telling you, "Hey, we good," which I can't see no lawyer telling you
Yeah,
to call
right.
a fucking
Have one, bro.
podcast, or the reality ain't set in. Like I done been in jail. 'Cause I done seen niggas think this shit a game. They facing life. I'm getting out to nigga. No, you're not. Then
Did
the
y'all-
gavel bang,
y'all-
and you see the life leave them niggas' eyes.
Bro,
and
he
like,
haven't
oh, this
retained no
real.
lawyer, bro.
Did y'all catch the moment where he like second thought it when you first said that to him?
Yeah,
Like,
'cause you-
Nah, he said
because
he
y'all gonna
said
keep
thank
hyping
you,
him
but
up.
he get it, but he not getting it because you think you're speaking in code or you're saying nothing like it don't apply. They're listening to everything. You under a fucking Fed case. They're gonna pay attention to every last phone call he has.
So we about to be in this paperwork. They about to
Nah, that's
Nah,
out.
you will
man.
be the
Yeah.
paperwork, nigga.
They about to
My boy
they about to transcribe all that. They gonna get me saying she's gonna get on and get hit. And all that's gonna be in the paperwork.
All right.
is that why you said that?
Hell yeah. nigga.
That lawyer gotta be
You're
pulling his
maniacal.
hair out. Like, why you keep calling these fucking podcasts, nigga?
That's just
lawyer
more
probably-
billable
Shut the
hours
fuck
for them.
up.
The lawyer
That's more
probably
like
don't
talk
even
all you want.
look-
I got more shit to clean
These
up.
niggas-
You gonna keep billing me?
Hey,
But see, look, the culture gonna blame Adam for this when these niggas are voluntarily
this one.
doing it.
not on this
Now
one.
you
Stop
see.
fucking
But this
doing
is-
it.
not on
This
this
is
one.
always what it's like, bro.
This is what I'm saying. Stop doing it. He couldn't exploit your stupid ass.
It wouldn't be me.
Yeah.
Niggas want to get exploited.
Okay.
This why I be like, fuck niggas, cause like, God, like, You know what? I'm gonna be quiet.
They got cut
I'm
five.
gonna start tripping.
Hey, bro, that's a special case, bro.
That shit is crazy, my
Everybody
nigga.
not doing that.
Sweetie.
You can't say niggas, bro. That's a special case right there.
Yeah, and we can kind of move on to the other topics that we got. I just have a question for Munchie, and I guess you guys to an extent too. When I was talking to Wack about the allegations about Big U, he said this motherfucker got out of prison and thinks it's still 1987, which is basically saying that this whole idea of shaking people down and trying to tax everybody and charge everybody, et cetera, that's like an old school thing that you don't really see as much in this day and age. Is that still something that in Los Angeles you see with any level of consistency?
It happens on all levels. The Hispanics shake the corn ladies down and shit.
Okay.
Okay. And then Wackness self-admitted extortion all on camera. I don't know how he ain't indicted. He didn't admitted doing it with T.I. He in the De La Hoyas and shit. I don't know, man. But, you know, I mean, 1980, I don't know what he mean. Like, what you talking about?
He's just saying that whole, you know, thing where you try to like tax everybody and charge everybody.
But he said
for
he chased
protection, et
Future through
cetera.
the airport for Trick. He said that. He said it's about some money. And then he threw the phone at him, and Birdman said, I'm going to take care of it. He say this shit, so he living in the 90s and 80s too, though, right?
You don't think that's small level though?
Small level.
No. What I'm saying is like they like to focus on the small level street corner bullshit. When you got USA ID stealing millions, nobody talking about it. Billions, nobody talking about it.
Man,
Ain't that the same thing?
the real
On a bigger level?
though?
No, that's what I'm saying.
There's a lot of government corruption, but you know, for
Adam,
most
like,
of
I
us,
ain't talking about that shit.
we're
Wait,
pretty
are you-
oblivious to all
I
that.
ain't talking about that shit. Pop's already got that party.
Yeah, he's endorsing Doge right now. You didn't catch that.
I'm
This
just
is
saying,
a
shout out
low-key.
Elon,
This is
cuz.
a Doge brand deal.
Why y'all not talking about that shit? Them niggas stealing billions. I feel like I'm
The
getting
most jankiest nigga in America is
extorted
Trump,
by the
bro.
government, nigga.
He got 34 felonies, got found guilty, and he the president. So, you know, this is how the world is. I don't know how you do that.
Adam, you friends with Bill Clinton?
I haven't seen him since '95.
Oh, you know Clinton?
He was
Man,
at Cuz
I met him a
house.
couple times when I was elementary. No, I never went to his
You
house.
don't go
You
to
ever,
Cuz house?
you ever seen the girl that gave him head?
Monica Lewinsky? No, I would love to have her on. That would be crazy.
That's an
And
epic
that'd be
interview.
legendary. If you
That's
can get
fire.
Hillary on,
Even
that's
my
legendary.
parents turned against Hillary Clinton later on.
Where's Monica Lewinsky at this day?
Yeah,
these
Monica-
days?
She's still around. She still does media from
Why she-
time to time.
Oh,
Giving
okay.
goaded top. as
I mean,
we
you
speak.
can't have like a more toxic name than that. Like everything you go to do for the rest of your life is like, oh, you're
Okay.
Monica Lewinsky.
We got to come with the Monica Lewinsky freestyle. Talking
You
about
got fingered
females
with.
giving top.
She got fingered with a cigar.
Is that right?
That's what he did.
Oh, that's
yeah. He didn't
mafia.
fuck her. He put a cigar in. That's why he was able to go on TV and say, I did not have sexual relationships with that woman. And then it became a debate. Is sticking a cigar in someone's vagina a sexual
Well, she
relation?
No, he got
I
head,
would
though.
say yes. Yeah, and he got
She had
shot,
sexual
too.
relations
That's-
with the Cohiba.
Getting head is
That's
sexual.
right.
Very sexual.
That's yeah. Hell yeah. Clinton is crazy, man. Shout out him.
What? Yeah,
He's
that-
the last of a dying breed.
He was definitely
shout
one of
Kyle.
the more gangster presidents we've had, despite incarcerating.
Now I'm about to say, don't shout Kyle.
He got
just
head,
booked,
he
nigga.
got
just
head
like-
under the desk, bro.
Yeah,
Had
for-
her under the desk.
I'm all in favor of head under the desk.
That's bracket.
But mass incarceration
Yeah,
of
he was getting
minorities
niggas booked.
kind of janky.
yeah, that's tough.
I feel like Trump's past that part of his life where he was just trying to fuck everything, and I feel like Obama was too bitch made to be getting some top.
Trump is a
Oval
gang
Office.
banger. He targeting specific gangs like MS, who like zero in on one gang. Trump is a member. He's no better
Trump
than
is a
me
member. It's
and the
crazy.
homies from Long Beach, bro. That nigga is a gang member.
Well, MS is technically an international terrorist organization.
No.
Because, That's what when you talk about him zeroing in on them.
I don't want to hear.
that's-
You got Crips in Europe, bro. That don't mean nothing. So
There's
why-
entire prisons built in El Salvador. To
That's
house
interesting you
MS.
say that because I heard you guys in a clip from your podcast say they do this to the Crips, but they have never indicted the Klan. So I actually asked ChatGPT,
that ain't true.
has the Klan ever been
Y'all take-
federally indicted? It turns out the Crips and the Klan have a lot in common because they're not a top-down organization.
The whole point was
I'm glad you said
the
blood-
whole
blood
point
gotta-
was see people is too simple-minded because we know to get to down to detail they've been indicted about things, but a lot of
individual
things,
chapters,
they're-
much like this.
Yeah, they haven't been really charged as much, but you don't get Ricos as much as they do on us that you do on those type of groups when it comes to that.
And somebody
that's-
for
that-
and somebody
last
for
year
instance
they
like
came down
Big
on
U.
the Perkawoods, the Aryan Brotherhood. They did a whole little thing end of last year.
Nah, but this what we getting at is,
That greatly
like he said,
affected this
certain
podcast as
chapters.
well.
They're not trying to target the whole organization. Why? They took the hoods off and put on other uniforms.
Or they're not taking
No,
down,
they
for
amongst
instance,
us,
like
and
the
they just
president.
No, this is what I
or
mean.
somebody that's
They're
a
now the
politician.
politicians, some police officers, some judge. Like they got smart. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but they're not low. Motherfuckers know what time it
And
is.
they're not
Yeah,
on podcasts
they're not
calling
low.
in from the feds talking about this is what we doing.
Also, the
either,
Klan
so.
is just so old school. I feel like they've been like destroyed financially,
Allegedly.
and they don't really
Nah.
have like the same kind of impact. Like if this was the 1800s, we would be talking about the Klan like the biggest fucking thing
still-
in
But
America,
that's
right?
see, you thinking with the white hoods. I'm
See,
talking
but it's
about
still
Hey,
it's
hey,
it's
hey.
still shit going on down south. They
Yeah.
still out there doing shit that's not nothing going on. And what was that place we was talking about with the sundown and all that shit?
Sundown Town?
Yeah, all that
No,
all
but
that
that's
is
the
still
thing.
going on.
They got
There's
some
for
out
sure.
here.
Hey, look, Adam.
There's
If a white boy go to jail, they will come together and get him a lawyer. They did it with the Trayvon Martin case. Like that's a Klansman without the hood. Like, and they got a big ass support system. That GoFundMe go up.
Wasn't that a Mexican dude? George
Nah,
Zimmerman?
No, Zimmerman.
He was
He
Zimmerman's
was
a white
Hispanic,
boy.
right?
He was Hispanic.
I
yeah.
thought he was,
Was
half
he?
and half. I
Man,
thought he was
for-
half
for the-
and
for
half.
the-
Even in that,
He was branded as a white boy.
He was in
They
that.
actually- a lot of them identify as
Yeah.
white though.
Yeah,
He's a white pastor.
On that census, they be putting white on that
No,
motherfucker.
And even if the Klan has been indicted, you're never gonna see somebody like a Big U within that community get indicted. It's gonna be a no-name person.
Yeah,
for the most
David
part.
Duke's not going to catch the Klan indictment.
You're not gonna see
That's
that.
what we
It's gonna
get
be a
George
lower level
Zimmerman
person.
is German and Peruvian.
I told you
That's
it was
white.
half and half.
That's like
So he
pretty
mixed.
white.
He exotic.
man, he go to jail. He running with the whites, bro.
That's pretty
Facts.
white. Better habla español. You feel me? Or else, yeah.
Adam trying
So
to
he's from
debunk his
Raza?
homies, cuz.
Yeah, Adam trying to
Adam
debunk
up
the
here trying to
Klan.
debunk his
No, I
homies.
was
The
looking
Klan
at,
gotta
because I
know
was
that
thinking,
you
I'm
know what
like,
we
is that
saying.
true? Like, it would make sense that the feds would crack down on the KKK at some point, but they don't really, like, they have all these individual branches, and it's kind of like the Crips, where it's like the Rolling 60 indictment has nothing to do with y'all.
No, I
Same
just think
thing
the
with-
Klan is super antiquated. There's still very much so white supremacy and white supremacist organizations and gangs and shit. I just don't think it's necessary. I think the KKK
Maybe you
is
should
like,
just say white supremacy because they got little chapters just like we got Bloods, Crips, Insane.
I think
That's the
That's
whole,
what
that's
you're
the
getting at.
whole
That's the
point.
umbrella.
If
That's
you-
the- yeah,
Nah,
that's
but
the-
I'm saying it. But without they saying all of that, you should better catch that. But even at the end of the day, we see what's going on from Atlanta to out here
Jersey.
to Jersey to everywhere. We see Ricos
Philly.
getting put on us back to back to back. We getting spanked right now.
it seemed like they got a challenge though. It seemed like the feds got a challenge, and especially with these rappers, like they just having fun. With
Yeah,
this
they
shit.
sweeping.
That's
right
all
now.
I'm
It's a
saying.
sweep.
Yeah.
You got to admit, though, that, like, hip-hop these days is a lot different than the way it was 20 years ago, where it's like, if you would have taken everybody on death row and put all their lyrics on a whiteboard in front of the cops, I don't think there would have been anywhere near as much to go on as they have in this sort of day and age, where podcasts and rap is so full of so much federal ass shit and rappers telling on each other that I don't know if 20 years ago there would have been an equivalent to a Young Thug or
But it
a
wasn't no
Dirk
podcast.
who was really airing shit out.
Well,
And that's
even
just the
in
music.
music. Yeah, he's
No,
talking about
nobody's
music.
pointing at like Lil Durk
And that's
interviews
still-
with Thug
that's still
interviews and saying
allegedly,
like, oh,
though.
look at what they said in this interview. This one is why it's kind of unique. This is like the podcast Rico because there is so much corroborating evidence from podcasts.
Not for sure. And if you look at it, like there's never really before this era, before these past like several years, whatever, rappers like you would barely know. You would know someone if they were a Blood or a Crip, but besides DJ Quick talking about Treetop, but there was nobody that was really a prominent star rapper where you knew what specific hood he was from, unless you were like from the city for real. You know?
Nah, you wouldn't know the Crips, you wouldn't know the Bloods though. Like it just,
Like people don't.
But what changed though?
People don't talk about like
Media outlets
No,
covering
the
it.
Crip
No,
thing-
not even
My
just
bad.
that.
and the rappers
the
talking
Crip
about
thing,
it.
No,
like,
not
their
even
music.
just that.
It's easy on the ears. Like you seeing blue, like oh, it got blue, and you see red, like oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, but
Like,
it's
yeah,
deeper
we
than
knew
that,
that
though.
Snoop was a Crip, but most people didn't know he was from 20s. You feel me? Like they
yeah,
just
yeah.
knew he was a Crip. They-
anytime.
they-
Dog
But
Pound,
even the gangster
Crip
rappers
on the
were
radio?
making like party songs, hit songs. When they started investing in the private prisons, that's when they started driving it. That's what changed.
Oh,
When
yeah,
they had
so
that, yeah.
are you referring to
see,
that-
Bone Thugs talked about this shit a while ago, but this was before the internet and it going viral. So when the record companies and labels and different people on the higher up started investing in the private prisons for niggas to go to jail, that's when they, oh yeah, we got to drive this gangster rap
But
shit
how do
all the
they
way up to
control
the
the extent to which rappers are incriminating themselves? I feel like that shit comes from rappers looking at it's from the bottom down. They look at Chief Keef.
Nope.
All these generations of grown ass rappers looked at Chief Keef and said, "We want to be like him."
It's not- it's not- it's
So
not
it
100%.
does, but you have to think about the infrastructure that pushes it. So, yes, there are rappers that are incriminating themselves, but because there's platforms and media outlets that have came and said, okay, this is what we're going to look into. 10, 15 years ago, you didn't have as many media platforms covering black men, black women, rappers doing this shit. You didn't have people going taking tours of hood 20 years ago. So this is something that's changed, which has now became the new market for music. And then when you look at the streams and things of that nature that is not really making money no more, what's making money? Going on some platform and talking about yourself. Your personality more is now your driving income force compared to what I'm rapping about in music.
To
They
me,
care about
that's
your
just
story.
that's the rappers following the incentives. Like people who want to understand why Break and Loose are basically incriminating themselves on podcasts and shit is more or less just them realizing I can court more attention the more real I keep it or the more I hype up drama and beef.
But that's not
That's how you do it.
but that's no different because the label's controlling what the music is putting out. So if you're not putting out self-destructive music, we're not pushing you to the front. You can have a say so and say if you're not talking about gangbanging shit, I'm not putting you on my show. And most of them niggas is gonna feel like this is the only thing they can talk about. So in a sense, it's being pushed out, and they're falling victim to that by themselves. But back then, you didn't have to. You was able to be yourself as an artist. Nowadays, you have to push out whatever the label's choosing to push. And if the rapper chooses to bubble off of the street shit, then they win. But if he crashes out, they still win. So yes, it's a double-edged sword for niggas that's rapping now. That's why the underground rappers that we know that rap about conscious stuff don't get pushed out as much.
Hey, they get rich and they join gangs.
Munchie, that's why they do it. Because if I'm part of a gang, I'm gonna get a bigger bag.
Oh, you guys are referring also to that letter, right? That one letter, that document that was circulated in the early 90s.
I don't know. Well,
It's
I'm
not, it's
talking
not even
about
just a
them
letter.
actually
But
coming
y'all
out
know-
It's
saying
not
it.
even just a letter. You seen?
But y'all know that letter I'm talking about.
I know what
had-
you're talking about.
Yeah.
They had Meek on there. He was doing an interview, or he was on something he was talking about it, basically saying this is the only music they want from him, and basically he can't put out nothing else, so he chooses to talk about it on platforms because they're not going to push him in the music doing
So is
that.
Meek Mill saying that he really would like to rap like Black Thought from the Roots? if
Hell
had it,
no,
like-
he wanna
Not Black
talk shit and
Thought, but
rap
Meek talk
flashy.
about actually about real shit also.
But
he
his
just-
most
he
successful
just-
song is him talking about real shit. So I don't really understand that.
And we do have to give some accountability
Dreams
to
of
ourselves.
Nightmare is his most, like, you feel me, successful song, and that's
used
like
to be a
that's
used
conscious?
to.
I mean, it's a pretty conscious.
Man, that shit ain't conscious.
It kind of is.
I mean,
it is.
Dreams
It's
and nightmares being
thought-provoking.
conscious is
It's
crazy.
thought provoking for sure. It's not just a regular, you know what I'm saying?
These
like,
days they care
you're
about
right,
your
it's not the
backstory,
most-
bro. If your backstory is dope and your raps is mediocre, you'll be all right.
And we all seen people whose backstory evaporated with like one chain snatching, and then their whole career evaporates.
Done.
Because realistically, it's like the audience is in on the joke. They know that they want real shit. They want to watch real drama, real murder mysteries, etc. Which is probably why we have 5 times as many viewers right now as we typically would.
One of your rapper buddies just got a chain snatched, but I ain't gonna say his name if you ain't heard about it. He's one of your friends too. Any a crib. Can you guess?
No,
That's a pretty broad
let's
spectrum.
air it out.
Yeah.
Let's
Nah,
get the
nah,
old
nah,
Munchie.
nah,
Air it out.
No, I ain't gonna air it out.
Why you had to throw that in there, Munchie?
I
It's
just
talking
want
about
to
Andy
see
and
if
Chris.
I thought you were gonna go
Yeah, you had to.
I want to guess.
Nah, no, but you could have left that part out.
Huh?
I said you could have left that part out. You should just left it at rapper.
Which one? The Crip?
Yeah, leave that
A
shit at
Is
rapper.
too wide. Like,
Nah, leave that
his
shit at
buddy.
rapper.
He don't got that many Crip rapper friends.
He
got a
though.
lot.
No, he don't, bro. These niggas ain't rap. BO3 is not a rapper. Crip Mac not a rapper, bro.
Yeah, they are, but
Nah, they
No, they
rap.
not.
They got rap songs now.
they make raps. It might not be like
Right.
what they're primarily.
Crip
famous
Mac
for,
is an
but
MC.
Saying that I rap and I'm a rapper is two things.
I'm the Hobgoblin.
Nah, you can't give everybody the rapper title. You know what I'm saying? That's disrespecting the rappers.
Hey, and just in case people think we have no limits, I did say no to allowing AOF Nino to come onto this podcast with the Nightingale sign. So
Oh,
there is a
What?
level in which we do not want to take part in the
The Nightingale?
bullshit.
That's some Stockton shit.
Yeah, AOF Nino drove all the way to
the
Stockton to
block-
take EBK J-Bo's street sign.
Oh yeah, I heard what AOF said up here about me.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, he been
that's
tapping
a
in
op,
too,
yeah.
though.
Oh, you trying to tap in with you?
Yeah, he follow, he DM me.
How's that going?
I ain't responding. I ain't follow back.
Was that?
Oh, shit.
Was that before or after the sweep?
That he wanted to pull up actually the week that Break and Loose were together, and I had to say no thanks.
See, what make you want to pull up on a pod and bring your op street sign? Like, hey, we took this. We
Probably
drilled
because he knows it would have gone viral.
See, exactly.
No,
They're
that
trying
might
to
Put
get
that
to
shit
a
on the
bag.
table.
That might
Imagine how
start a
big
trend.
and heavy
This
that
is
shit is.
crazy.
That might start. How did he get it down though? Who know how to do that?
Imagine he had got pulled. I know, that's how I was wondering. Did he just know exactly what kind of screwdriver you needed, or did he have somebody loosen it up
Did
before
he get a
got there?
custom Nightingale sign made? Did he like, go to the
Yo,
sign
but
shop?
imagine getting pulled over on the drive back to LA and the cops charging you with stealing the street sign.
Oh, so
Oh, yeah.
he's supposed to double back. Or you just like playing with that shit?
Nah, I saw it the same way everybody did, but he wanted to pull up, and I was like, but he don't get along with Brick anyway, so they would have.
Oh, you don't?
Nah, they fell out
Mm.
because they were together a lot when Brick was first coming here.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, he was helping him with his career and shit.
Brick's like, I'll notice Brick will like get into it with someone, but then they're always cool afterwards.
Yeah,
Brick forgiving, bro.
He is.
Yeah.
He's a good guy.
It'd be serious for like 3 days or something. Like, you know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Like, Brick.
Free Brick, man. Fuck this shit.
Okay, let me do this. Then we're gonna do the donations. Then we can get into the actual topics because I just wanted to say one last shout out to Everything 420, your one-stop shop for vapes, smoking accessories, and the best legal THC products. Everything 420. You see the giant inflatable joint in the background. I love how fast and easy it is to order from these guys. You just open up the app, pick out what you need, and it's on the way to your door with no stress and no hassle. So hit the link in the description, download the E420 app, and don't forget to use code NOJUMPER at checkout to save. All right, Donnie, can you maximize the donation window and we can sort of run through these because I know a lot of people want to have their voices heard right now.
Well, real quick, Munchie, I was curious, where are you in because I'm a little out the loop. Where are you in Spider Loci right now?
Nowhere.
Good question.
Nowhere.
Nowhere.
He where you at? I'm right here.
I'm saying like so like there you guys haven't been talking, no
I
reconciliation.
ain't dealing with that dude. Hell no.
Okay.
No, hell no.
So
It's over.
So are you and Alex still doing the pod and he's kicked off? Or,
Mhm.
like
Left off bad and bougie.
he got left off of Bad and Bougie. Okay.
Bad and
It's
okay.
a wrap, like them
games.
condoms he don't wear. It's a wrap.
So
Wait, he don't want. Oh.
are you guys gonna have another co-host come on or?
It's been a revolving seat. Like, you know
I
what I'm
noticed
saying?
that. I noticed that.
Yeah, we like, you know what I'm saying?
You can just go to the top, Donnie.
Young and ODM, name, it was
Oh, some of those
I
are
fuck
from
with ODM
yesterday.
and I fuck with Neem. I
Nah,
fuck
that's
with
from
all
today,
those.
right?
Kenzo was
Yeah.
on the BMF
Kenzo,
indictment.
Yeah, this is all from this live stream. All right, for the record, we're only reading donations $5 and up. So, for instance, this one, Eduardo Herrera. Don't forget, Adam 22's dad was pardoned by Bill Clinton. That also Clinton.
For real?
Yeah, that is true. But $2. Fuck you.
You got
Anyway,
criminals in your family?
I'm off of this. Call me Pill Clinton.
my dad had a Fed case for mail fraud when I was in elementary school. Yes.
Okay, he's a scammer.
Well, I guess that
They fall
would
up
be
under that.
a general
White collar crime.
version of that. Yeah,
Okay.
sure. Okay. Berto, $5. Almighty Suspect is the new Ace Hood. How dare you? I can't possibly wrap my head around that sort of statement. Most official RVD sent $10. Said, on God, Wag begged Big U to spare him in the garage. Wag called out his government name. The video was on YouTube right after it happened. Find it. Now, at this point, I assume most people have heard the Big U version that the feds had him on wiretap saying whatever. And then there's the whack version. You can believe whatever version of that you want to believe, but I believe Brick was there too. Brick has his own version of events in terms of that story.
Correct.
So maybe we'll get to hear that.
You should try to get AD up here from 60s.
Uh,
AD was an arm reaching.
that would be great, actually. I
I
like
got
him.
his
Yeah.
line. We hit him later.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let's do that. That's a great idea. Spare Peso said new single released on Friday featuring Jada Mag, beat by DJ Flip, engineered by YBNCC. Shout out to him.
Shout out to my dog Spare Peso.
Shout out Spare Peso. Con said Brick and Lou's gone because of crime ties. Last week they were just there. Now we got these guys. I guess it's suspects watch the way time flies.
Is that a rap?
That was a bar.
Yeah.
Yeah, hey, he rapped. He rapped.
This is
spitting.
That was a
wow,
bar.
He was spitting, no
I'll
cap.
record that, bro.
I
Let
didn't
that
realize what I was reading until we got to the end of that. And then Spare Peso sent $50. So shout out to him. Massive shout out. Best podcast in the universe. That means a lot, bro.
It's my dog.
Yeah. So there is a fake MacWap in the comments threatening the viral way, which I definitely don't believe that's the real MacWap.
No,
Real MacWap probably would handle his issue in a different way.
Shout out to MacWap,
That was a
man.
fake brick, man.
Okay.
He in Egypt right
Oh,
now.
yeah.
no, this one's a rap too from ConCon, $5. They
Okay.
took Big U, aka Big Draws, and they snatched Brick. That's a big loss. Now he's sitting withdrawals, going through withdrawals. Can I get a Uno? Hashtag free Brick. That was great.
Yo, that's
He
hilarious.
did a Lush One style intro.
I'm not
he
seems like a good rapper. The way
Yeah,
he just tied all that together. That's pretty impressive, man.
My son is nice with it.
The Omens Den said, motherfuckers ask Adam the same tired questions about him saying something gay. If you black, you know white boys be joking like that since high school. Stop asking about it.
I mean, it's not that serious.
I don't
They
know
could ask
shit,
about
nigga.
it.
They ain't joke with us.
Well, I didn't go to school with white boys.
You didn't.
No, hell no.
You went to school with Dejan.
No, the fuck I didn't. No.
You guys are from the same city.
And you know who?
I heard he went to Inglewood High, but he's
Yeah.
younger than me too, though.
I know, I'm
And
just
I went
kidding.
to Morningside.
But you know who benefited more from the Rolling 60s takedown than anybody else? Big Swift.
Oh yeah.
Because everybody was just trying to talk about him and the Dejan thing up until this shit happened.
Yeah, it definitely took a little bit of the fire off.
But
of
that's
that,
just
man.
how I go in the content thing. It's gonna be yesterday's news tomorrow.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It was the rock star, then there was the cowboy and what's his name? Lowe's.
Yeah.
Then after that, it's Big U, the indictment, and then
Then-
we
then
forgot the
it's-
Big Swift. Yeah, Big Swift got straddled.
I've definitely had that happen where I was getting destroyed on the internet one day and then something way more interesting happened the next day and I was like, phew, okay.
Nah, but this is
Saved by the bell.
This one's gonna linger for months. I ain't
Yeah,
gonna
because we're
lie.
going to keep having updates.
It's kind of
forever,
overshadowed
yeah.
the Diddy indictment. Yeah, I mean, not indictment, but the Diddy thing.
Yeah, we don't give a fuck about this.
Wait till they find out about the brick parties.
Oh, that's crazy. That might be a thing, nigga. No brick.
Just him and Conrad.
No brick.
no brick is
No
crazy.
brick.
No brick. Buka buka. No,
No shitty.
a brick party just consists of him passing out. That's a brick party.
You just take fucking
You
lean
just
to the
take-
face.
Yeah, he just sips syrup and
All right.
passes out.
Kid Murray said, free brick, but if he harmed innocent people, lock him up. Old man Adam, double this 5 and put it on his commissary. Man, after YouTube takes their cut, that 5 ain't even
Yeah.
really 5.
Sorry, Kid Murray.
Yeah. But Frank Johnson, the God, sent $5 and just said, bussy, which I agree. I completely agree. Okay.
We're not gonna read this $5 one either because we're not gonna read it. Are we?
Free big brick baby, keep sweetie. He a follower, just doing as Big U says and telling on himself on the internet in the process. L criminal. Okay. Shout out to you. the FBI donated said if you can't do the time, don't do the crime. Okay. LB Confidential sent $10. Said, Adam, these dudes would be a great replacement for your federally indicted LA hood boogers.
Yo.
Long
That's
Beach
crazy.
dudes are smarter and more articulate. Time for the job offer. I warned you last night. Yo, that's great. We were rewriting the.
Is that Brandon?
Hey, remember?
That ain't Brandon.
Yeah,
Good.
Brandon
that's him?
That ain't
hell
Brandon.
no.
Good.
That ain't him. It look
Hey,
like
shout
him.
out
It look
Ruckus.
like
Good.
Brandon. That ain't him.
That ain't
No
Ruckus.
cap.
But
That's a fake
that's a
Ruckus.
good narrative for Long Beach because we've been trying to analyze this weird narrative for years now, and he's saying no, smart and articulate. That's the new Long Beach
But if you
narrative.
know Long Beach,
Yeah.
you know like the poly kids be athletes. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, facts.
They got.
Great
We used to
athletes.
go ride there. They got a very nice football field.
Adam know about Long Beach because I used to live there.
Yep. Messiah Promotion sends $5. Said the Viral Way podcast hashtag Long Beach Stand Up. Yup. Once you're done this episode, go tune into their back catalog. They got all kinds of shit on their channel. Tay React sent $5. Shout out Lush, free brick baby. That's right. That's right. B Tyler 562 Viral Gang. Shout out Messiah, realist in any room. Man,
Shout
you,
out Gutter, man.
you guys got some good support going here.
That was kind of mean.
Oh, well, just saying they're the realest.
Because we're all not the realists then, except for him.
Shit, we're all in a realist competition at any
Hey,
given
if it
time,
don't
right?
apply, let it fly. Hey, you feel me?
That's true. That's true.
Yo Ma sent $5. Said, "Damn, so y'all don't want to make y'all bones. Y'all want a fair exchange and ain't even on they level yet.
What that mean?
He throwing you an oop.
That ain't no fucking alley oop. Disrespect ain't no alley oop. Don't throw me no alley oops that way.
I don't even
That's
understand what he's
I
trying
didn't
to
get
say.
He's talking about the
everything
T-Rail
is
shit.
content.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Oh, you and T-Rail got smoked?
Nah, he
yeah,
got
what-
smoked.
Oh.
This is the one thing that really stood out to me as funny is that T-Rail hits them to have them come on back on Fig. Their response was, yeah, we'll fuck with you, but we'd like to have you on our platform as well. His response was a bunch of laughing emojis and said, hell
Oh,
no.
that's disrespectful.
That's
That's what I'm saying. Like, I
grimy.
don't know you, cuz. Like, what the fuck?
It's like we all doing
crying,
content
laughing.
here. Like, I mean, that would be granted. I know, yeah, driving all the way down there, whatever. It takes some time out of your day. But if you really want to be in the game, putting people on, you should probably be open to the idea of going on their podcast as
I
well,
don't know,
right?
guys. Sounds kind of fade worthy if we're being honest here.
Ooh. Nah, he's fade proof though. He's handicapped.
that's
He
true.
can't fade nobody. Yeah,
Damn.
you gotta
Lush,
have
what
to
you
take
on?
that fade.
Lush ain't talking
Yeah, what you on, look?
Lush ain't talking about nothing about no fade.
was
Hey,
still
hey,
pushing,
Lush,
though.
leave that to Adam. You still got that Flacco fade waiting for you.
I know. Did you get out with Flacco?
That was a
Flacco.
long time ago.
Okay,
guys.
don't be talking about
That-
fades till you line
Suspect
up
took
with
Flacco's
Flacco.
fade.
Yeah, I had a whole other arc after that.
Nah,
that
Flacco wanted.
dummy.
Flacco got up and wanted it right there.
Yeah,
Well-
they said Flacco beat you to the door, bro.
He did beat me to the
Yo,
door.
that was one. We never saw that side of him before.
He
that.
did.
said, "I need
it was
that."
just, I was honestly more beyond turning down. It was more just
Being
I was-
professional.
I mean, I was gonna say more that, but thank you. I was more thinking I was just dumbfounded. I was just awestruck. I could
you
not
stunned.
believe. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I could not believe what I was seeing.
You gotta ask
Flacco
fast
stood,
as buttons,
Flacco stood
bro.
on business, cuz.
He did.
That was the ultimate situation where you could tell that people got in his ear because you had done content like the night before, and then this was like the next day, and he just had such a different attitude. You could tell people that got on his bumper. Just like, you got to stand on business.
It was for sure AD in them. It was from he was on Community the night before.
Put the battery in his back.
They put the battery. They supplied him with the Duracell, and this fool like that day.
But it sounded like he was begging his last name like a hood. He said whatever his
yeah,
last
exactly.
name, and my
Jala.
dad gave me this last name, and I ain't playing with it. Gotta
begging Jala.
Yeah, Jala gang.
That's what set up. That's what made.
Out of everything
Flacco-
that offended that nigga, that was crazy though.
For sure. Niggas have called him every name in the book. Don't play with his name,
That's
bro.
what got him jerking over here. That was the moment because everyone was like not fucking with Flacco.
Flacco
What
jerking
you
is crazy.
say to get him that trigger?
I don't really remember.
You
I
said
guess.
he was a pedophile, bro.
Yeah, and I want to hear
guess
Come on,
Lux
bro.
say it.
Everybody
didn't
want to
say
get
it.
amnesia.
That's
I didn't
crazy.
say
Oh,
he was
yeah,
a
that's
pedophile.
fake.
You said it was a PDF.
That
or
is
something.
complete cap.
Well,
But there was a lot
That
of
is-
stuff going around of like, oh,
So wait, if
does
it's cap,
Flacco
what'd you
have some
say?
shit from back in the day?
It was something that belongs on Megan's Law. You said something in that.
No.
That area.
No,
the
no.
same way
that's
you
out,
put some
bro.
stitching shit on Suspect, and that's why he had to fade you.
Again, not
no.
true.
Wait, I thought it
that's true.
was.
That last thing you said
Okay,
is true.
okay, yeah.
But everything else, not true. Because no, there is a bunch of people. There's a bunch of rumors in the Reddit or whatever, blah 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 blah. blah. And all I said was tomorrow is gonna be different. Y'all are gonna find some shit out. Da 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 da. da. And people told him, oh, Lush is insinuating this and this and that because there was a bunch of things going out.
So you never said that out your
I
mouth.
never out my mouth said Flacco's a PDF.
You didn't
Flacco
insinuate?
never once.
Insinuated?
Hey, so
Did you
Never
insinuate?
once.
So if
I
I talk
lightly
about,
insinuated it with the post.
yeah, that's a
yeah,
fade.
Insinuating the
It's
same
over
thing.
with.
I lightly insinuated
Yeah, that's a
it.
fade. That's over
But
with.
no, it was like a loose insinuation.
A loose insinuation of a
A
pedophile
very-
is crazy.
No.
what you talking about? Loose cannon?
I'm going to loosely have to slap the shit out of
Loose
you.
Loose cannon insinuated some things, and I was right snitching.
Yeah, well, not like
You
that.
insinuated that he had something to do with somebody unaliving. 30 minutes later, that
Yeah.
was insinuating. You know what I'm saying?
I've never seen. I feel like loose is damn near like an example of like hiding in plain sight. Like if you're stealing from fucking Walmart, going to the fucking cash register with all the stolen items in your hand.
But
and just
do
walking
you
by.
think the judge go take in consideration that they know like he not working with a full deck of cards?
They have to.
No, honestly,
They have to. They have
Imagine
to.
he ends up trying to make that argument. Like,
Yeah.
I'm
He should.
special
I'm
needs.
sped.
I can't be held accountable for the things that I've been doing.
No, he got a speech impediment, all kind of shit, so he could use that.
He should just say to the judge, "Sweetie," just once.
The judge is a sweetie.
You're in contempt of court.
Sweetie gang is crazy. We got to keep banging that.
Sweetie gang.
Tay React said, "Why he keep putting his feet on the table? I know you don't do that shit at home." Ooh, personally, I don't. I didn't even think about it. I don't give a fuck.
All right,
Yeah.
moms.
There's
Me-
been worse on that table. I'm
I'm
pretty
putting
sure.
dirty ass toothpicks on the table. To me, it don't really.
Out of everything she could have said, that's what she chose.
We
to
table
use
K.
her words about.
Is okay. And then Yo Ma said T-Rail threw an olive branch and y'all hit him with some entitlement. You new generation ninja emojis out y'all shit.
What olive branch?
Go
This is not an olive branch, you weird ass motherfuckers. That's not an olive branch.
Go to Google and look up what an olive branch is.
Well, inviting you guys on the podcast is kind of extending an olive branch, to be fair.
But
No.
then laughing in his face at the idea of going on his shit. That's some shit where it's like, you know, if Shannon Sharp asked you to be on his podcast and you're like, yeah, but I'm gonna need you to come on my shit too, and Shannon Sharp wanted to be like, motherfucker, hell no. I get it. You're T-Rel. You ain't Shannon Sharp.
Yeah.
You know,
It's,
let's
a,
be
and
real.
it's
There's
a
levels.
very rude and shitty
And it's not
response
an
that I
olive
don't
branch
fuck
if you
with,
don't follow through.
But
Ain't
that
no
as it may-
buts, nigga.
No, him reaching out initially is the olive branch.
That's not a.
That-
No,
no.
this is where the confusion is. If you reached out and said, damn, I like y'all. I want to have you on my show. Why is the narrative in the public that we're begging to get on your show?
Yeah, that's wrong.
We just following through with your olive branch.
Okay.
It didn't go through. It didn't work out. We didn't give a fuck. I never even exposed the messages or DMs or nothing until now.
Okay.
Because you begging for T-Rail. I don't give a fuck about T-Rail.
Okay, now
Y'all look at that nigga like that. I don't look at these niggas like that.
And
I
Black
don't
Lives
care how
Matter,
many
bro.
followers
And
you got.
the
cuz.
whole thing that it was actually about too, this just reminded me, is that so he did a reaction to Dochi's viral clip where she said that her biggest red flag when it comes to dating is a straight man, which a lot of people at that moment when we're watching Dochi and her come up, we're kind of wondering, you seem a little woke, but you also seem cool and you're with TDE, so we're not thinking that you like the bad woke. And then you say some shit like that and we're like, what? Like you in a room full of straight men every single day when you're recording that TDE, right? Every single boss man over there, shout out besides
And she
Isaiah
got
Rashad,
one hell of a
they
BBL.
all straight as an arrow. They all doing their thing. And in that moment, we're like, oh, so you have some kind of grudge against straight white men, or not white, but straight men in hip hop? Like
That's how you internalized it. Yeah.
If she had said white, then we would really be having problems. Hey, I'm calling Clinton if she said white. But, you know, so he calls attention to that. To me, a completely legitimate concern. And if you're like tuned into Twitter, not really a concern that's any different than the concern that have been all kinds of viral clips of tweets of people talking about how they felt like that was a lame thing for her to say. And I don't feel like she's even responded to it, which makes me feel like she don't really want to stand on that shit. But T-Rail watches that clip on stream, and his reaction is to say, oh, y'all really don't fuck with gay people, which I understand why that was offensive to you, because it sucks to make a nuanced argument and then have the reaction from people basically be like the dumbest possible interpretation of what you said imaginable. And I'm going to be real with you, many such cases. T-Rail stayed doing that because his brain does not necessarily operate at the same level as some other people. How the fuck are people trying to put the retard card on loose cannon when we got a retarded zest monster right over there?
Because that's like, imagine like how woke, like that's really gonna do a lot of virtue signaling. If you're getting on someone's helmet that's gay, and you feel me, like
that was my
It just
point.
sound
Was
like
you're
she
trying to
attracted
get the
bisexual men, bro. That's
trying to
what
get the
it sound
LGBT community to rally against this. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what type of shit you on? You know that's
like. I wouldn't
serious.
even rebuttal that shit. I let her have it. It's just like she like what she like. She like bisexual men.
Nah, but that wasn't it.
It wasn't even about that.
Listen,
Yeah.
her,
gay retarded
listen,
person.
You're wondering now who she
one of
dating now.
one of her dudes she was dating
He ain't gonna go plug
was
now.
down low, and she found out, and it fucked her up.
Oh, word.
So to say a red flag is a straight heterosexual man made no sense in context to your red flag would have been a down low man, because that's what one of her biggest songs was about, was her catching her dude being down low.
And
so
that-
I pointed out, like, how does that make sense? And you're bisexual. So why is that a problem if you're bisexual? So you don't even like a certain part of your community that you're a part of. None of what she said made sense.
And not even that. It's like they asked her what her preference was when it came to dating. So if I'm bisexual or if I'm gay, I'm not straight. So my preference is not straight man, point blank. So they should have never came up in the conversation anyway. Your red flag would have been within what your preference was, and she went completely outside of that to ostracize straight men. In my opinion.
She was actually like, I hate to say it, guys, like, because I totally agree with like the meat and potatoes and ideology and everything y'all are saying. But in this instance, to keep it a stack, Shorty was clearly joking, and people made a big deal about it.
She wasn't joking, bro.
That was my next
Listen,
question. Was it
She
like
was
some
for
shock value
show-
shit?
She was
No.
What made you
joking,
feel like
bro.
she was joking, Lush?
She was the whole tone of it. You feel me? The whole tone of it.
Like if I had said to you, like, what's a red flag with girls, and you were to say, like, if they got titties, that
Yeah, yeah.
basically be you saying all these girls are red flags, which if that's what she meant, then that is a joke that a lot of people did not give her credit for.
Yeah,
I think we all kind of took it as like,
she was basically saying
Yeah,
she
yeah.
liked girls.
This would have
That's
joke.
what it is.
No, that's
That's
not.
the
This
joke.
would have joke
That's
went
not
out the
what she
window.
said.
She's already self-identified as a feminist. So if you know anything about the feminist movement in the black community, that's a part of the reason we did the red pill shit, because it's turned into just hate men. So the interviewer even said, "Oh, I thought you were gonna say men in general," because she was already familiar with her background.
Right.
So where's the joke? Where was the knock knock? Like, I don't get it.
Well, I mean, like, it's just a. I'm not gonna say it was a hilarious room shaker or anything. She's not Patrice O'Neal, but like.
Did you laugh at it?
No, I didn't laugh at it, but it's obvious she was like not being. She was being sarcastic. She
because
wasn't saying
what
it,
I am cautious of here is, are we holding her to a harsher standard than we would hold, you know, a regular dude who was a rapper who made a similar joke? Because we do. I think there's something that subconsciously happens to people where they hold women, especially black women, to a higher standard and take everything that they might say as not being a joke and go with the worst possible interpretation of that. So I am cautious of that I don't want us to be dogpiling her over some shit that really was.
see,
just
but
a
Men,
joke.
hold on,
this
men
is
have
what
been
now,
canceled for being
this
men
what-
have been canceled
Kevin
for
Gates
spewing
always saying some weird shit, bro.
homophobic rhetoric.
Kevin Gates is
Kevin
hella
Gates,
weird.
Kevin Gates says the weirdest shit ever, and we've all decided we like Kevin Gates, so we all give Kevin Gates the pass
Okay,
of
what
like,
about my
okay,
boy
you
from
fine.
Hawthorne? Is it Tyler the Creator?
Yeah.
He said, "I'm with the." I'm
The
like,
Funk
He's in
Master
that
Flex
community, though.
freestyle.
He really doing
Yeah.
it.
he see.
He
But we
bookers.
just had
Bookers.
Big Boy Dave Blunts. That's his name.
Yeah.
He was getting killed, and not to the biggest extent, but he was getting killed for saying that the F word,
Yeah.
right? So if a straight dude was to come out and say a red flag is gay men, we still be talking about it right now. He would probably be
can't-
demonetized. People be trying to cancel him. All types of shit be going on.
Well, we
With Doechii though, it's celebrated because it's a woman doing it.
We
In my
see-
opinion,
It was-
So
it
there's
was-
no
it-
sexism.
it
No
was-
Baby got canceled, bro, and then he had to ask permission from he got the
Oh,
graces
Dub Baby.
of the
Dub
LG
Baby.
Dub Baby,
Right.
my
Look
bad.
how
Yeah,
long he
baby.
got
Yeah.
canceled.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
was just his opinion, right?
But the LGBT had to give him his you know what I'm saying?
Well, I
his
felt
blessings
bad
to
for
get
him.
back.
Well, he got taken completely out of context. First of all, he wasn't even like saying it the way they made it.
But look
I
at the
think it doesn't
backlash.
matter,
though.
though, yeah.
Look at
The
the
backlash was
severity of the
serious.
backlash.
You're making an
Yeah, the
excuse for
backlash
one and
was
not for
not
the
fair.
other.
But
But
you
also
can say whatever about
The
men.
baby had got to the level that he was getting to do all this mainstream type shit where it's like, oh, okay, you do a song with Dua Lipa.
Yeah.
You don't get those kind of opportunities unless you're willing to bow down and kiss the ring of the gay community,
100%.
the Jews, the people in power in the community,
Or at
etc.
least not offend them.
If you get into that category of being offensive to those people, it will massively throttle your opportunities. And most rappers, they're too controversial to get those kind of opportunities.
Well, we
He
talking
was
about a
for a
nigga that
while.
shoot people in Target.
He lost all of that at a certain point.
Right. Just
Yeah,
off of one
100%.
comment. So
And this woman just won a Grammy, and
But-
she's saying these things about straight men.
But what she said,
I gotta hear
all
this
she
shit.
said is a male, a dude, a straight man is a red flag.
Yeah, but
She didn't like attack. She didn't say. She doesn't have like an offensive word for them or whatever. You feel me? Like
It's
Hey,
the platform, though,
Hey, could
right?
it be
It's
she
the
just
reach.
trying to say the niggas be trying to act too tough, and she just put it on steroids? No.
But
not
this is
at
the
all?
thing.
mean,
When you say
kinda.
red flag, that leaves it up to for
Kinda.
interpretation of the person. So I could think a red flag means you acting too tough. I could think
Right.
a red flag means homophobic or violent. Whatever I believe a red flag to be is what I'm going to put on what a red flag is.
Because some of them
So-
dudes that's super homophobic, it's some dude be kind of wrong with them. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I just think it's like you said, it's a bitch that used to fuck with dudes. It's a woman that used to fuck with dudes, got hurt, found out her dude was down low, don't fuck with men anymore or whatever. Now she
no, they
She
said she's
embraced it. She said she
bisexual.
like-
yeah.
But I'm saying if that's
but
the
it's just-
case,
Shorty made a joke like what's a red flag? Straight men, aka I'm trying to grub some box right now. That's it. It's not that
no,
deep.
That's
no,
not how
this
she
is
said
over
it.
your head
not
because
a good
your
public
community
defender.
doesn't have to deal with
'Cause that-
the effects from.
I'm not a part of
from
the
that.
white community, bro.
No, I'm just saying whatever your community.
it don't
It's
matter.
different
Hey, how do you
undertones.
You
identify,
can
bro?
code switch.
Yeah, you can
Facts.
code switch.
I
And
fucks
it's very,
with-
very
Listen,
true what he's
this
saying.
is the
though,
difference.
I fucks with the black and browns.
The undertones of the effects of that feminism, what I'm talking about on our community, is not the same for yours. So you're not catching certain shit. You're like, oh, it's a joke. You're not paying attention to the
no,
agendas
no,
and
I
shit.
understand like
I'm catching
the
it.
undertones.
They,
And
It's
you-
not about
so-
it's not about the
Within our
undertone.
community,
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
women
I
already
mean,
grow
that
up
literally
with a
is-
disdain for men because of the single mother situation.
Right.
Where these women, and not all of them, but a lot of single mothers have had a sour situation with the father or whoever it is. So in the black community, because that's what we're speaking on, because the Doechii, people already have a disdain for black men because of that.
So
So,
you-
when you have somebody with a platform like Doechii, that's her putting a battery in black women's back that's already been laying dormant, if that makes sense.
I got
So,
a
so,
question.
so y'all
do-
feel like black masculinity is being threatened? in most-
Masculinity
I was about to ask
across
you
the
that.
board.
Is that,
But, yeah.
is that the agenda? A woman that's like feminist, like to demasculate men? Is that what, is it?
They think it's equality. What the real agenda was to split the family up and take the power away from men, turn women against men. Which, if we look online, it's working, 100%. You got black women calling black men bullet bags. Bitch, you black. You got a black son. Call a nigga a bullet bag. I'm gonna call the cops so they can smoke your ass.
I've never heard that one.
You're not black, nigga. This is my point. You're
What's
dealing
that
with
shit
shit
called,
that's
though?
Yeah,
not
Black
I've
women who
heard
hate
that.
black men. It's like a whole community out there online that like we've talked about it a little bit, and then that community will like repost the clips of us talking about it, and they can't believe that we're actually talking about them. But like, there's a whole little weird like niche movement of black women who are anti-black men.
They just
And I
got
get it.
dogged out.
Even if she's just making a joke, you're Doechii, you're winning Grammys, you're on TDE, you're super mainstream. You have to understand what you're saying. And even if you don't want to be a role model, you signed up for it already. So you have to be very wary of the words you choose because it's going to send out a ripple effect, especially in our community where we argue over minuscule things that happen on social media.
No, okay, that makes a lot of sense. So how, hypothetically, how could we teach her? What do you feel like would have been a way to phrase that? Because or are you? Like,
It's not
against-
even
is it
about.
okay
It's
for
not
her to
about.
not wanna fuck
It's not
dudes?
about teaching her, but that's why he gave his opinion about it. And if we're saying, if y'all feel like we too pressed about it, why are other people so pressed about the opinion we chose to give about it? It wasn't like we just disdained her. It was separate what she said from the person, and we spoke on specifically what she was doing and what we felt about it. And other people had their opinions about it.
And
And you
Did
just
we
said,
give a
is it
fuck
not
about
okay?
it?
Yeah.
Is it not okay for her to fuck dudes or not to want to fuck dudes?
Correct.
It's okay, but it's a difference from being not wanting to do it and then vocalizing it. That's like you. You don't want to fuck dudes. I don't know.
I do not want to fuck
But-
dudes.
We don't know.
But if you came out
So
on a
many
big
jokes I wanna make.
platform, if you came out on a big platform and vocalized it, be a whole different story.
For sure.
Hey, I
So
don't
that's
like
the
that
thing.
single mother narrative. Like, you know what I'm saying?
For sure.
I know
You're right.
single dads and good dads too, though. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, for sure. But again, that's less popularized than the single mother.
Right. That's right.
But see, I don't want to get too political because it's a hip hop show.
Yeah.
But just
Talk your
study,
shit.
study where feminism came from. Study who funds it.
Yeah, get out
Study
my
how
house.
black women got involved in it in the first place, and why they're the only ones still out there waving the flag, while the white women went back home. You don't hear white women online really pushing like we hate white men.
I've never seen Susan B. Anthony make a single tweet. Keep it a stack.
That's what I'm saying. So we dealing with two different
Yeah.
problems. To you, it's a joke. To me,
No, I'm sorry.
I'm
I'm
studying
sorry.
this shit.
I'm sorry. I got it. You know, bro. I
No,
got
no,
it.
no. I ain't taking
it
it serious.
It's
They gonna
not-
say, "Are you too serious, viral?"
But no, look, it's a lofty subject. It is. It is. I get it.
My thing is like, oh, you don't fuck with straight men? Well, guess what? You're gonna have the vast majority of hip hop listeners taking a stance against you, which is, I feel like, the same thing, kind of at no fault of her own, but kind of the same thing that happened to Meg Thee Stallion, where it's like she's pretty popular, she gets all these crazy opportunities, she's getting brand deals from all the biggest companies. It felt like she had way more of an opportunity to embrace the straight male aspect of hip hop in the way that
But this was before the internet, and they,
this is
spitting.
that was a
wow, that
bar.
was-
He was spitting. No
I'll
cap.
record that, bro.
I
Let
didn't
that
realize what I was reading until we got to the end of that. And then Spare Peso sent $50.
Battery. They supplied him with the Duracell, and this fool like
Thing is a
straight
straight,
man.
a straight standard
that's it.
companies. It felt like she had way more of an opportunity. So shout out Spare Peso again, promoting his new single featuring Jay the Mag, beat by DJ Flip. Bello44 sent $5. Said, Adam, how you feel about Ack running a 3-hour stream about how your platform is the police when he has his own federal pod with loose cannon? I didn't see that, so I don't know exactly what he was saying. But from my perspective, Ack just making content. I know he don't actually think that we really got them fools
was
caught up in
just-
everything.
But he do content with all the snitches. Troy Ave, 6ix9ine.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm missing one. Didn't she just say it? She messed with, yeah, that's crazy.
why you didn't say that when he was right here?
Who?
He wasn't here.
Man,
When
I don't
you
know that
was
nigga. Oh.
No, not you.
Oh.
I'm saying Act. He was right here in the room.
Yeah.
Why you didn't say that shit?
I don't know. I didn't even hear what he said. So I
Man, he
don't
be
really
bringing
know.
all the snitches over. All the Oh, Snoopy badass. Like all the snitches be over there.
Yo, Urban Gorilla. Oh, shout out to him. He said, salute to my Indians in the building, Viral Way, and Manchester Munchie.
That's
Oh, ain't good. I got the
Shout out
Indian on
to
my
him.
neck.
Shout out Urban.
Yoma sent $5. Said, inconclusive DNA, but the driver whose DNA was excluded put you at the scene. This ain't good. Munch.
Stop trying to solve the Kanika Jenkins case, okay? Whoever that is.
Oh, shit. Okay.
They being a fucking detective.
True Lies sent $5. Said, Wack been trying to line up Brick for months, trying to say he helped Dirk line up Rondo. Wack, you the trick, not the brick. Yeah, Wack has been kind of grasping at anything possible to try to put on Brick for all those years. Shit, you and Gro, we just missed a few, right? Or is that
47.
That was a bunch of
okay.
$2.
Gerald Broflovsky sent $5. Said, Adam ain't lying. I got 10 different recommended videos reacting to No Jumper clips. Crazy blood.
Clearly not a South Park fan.
Crazy what?
It do happen. He said crazy blood. I think he was saying blood like the way you would say blood. Flawless P sent $10. Said, what's up with all these extra tough street dudes acting like it's someone else's responsibility to censor another grown man. We don't give a fuck about keeping it solid. Crash out so the trap can make another fire doc.
That's what I'm saying. These niggas is crazy. That's how they really feel, though.
Hey,
Oh, God.
but you said I probably heard you. It ain't on the interviewer though. You ain't gotta answer them dumbass questions.
No, I said that I was speaking strictly for Brick, his co-host, and he's saying this my boy. We hang out with the fan. That's what I was keying in on.
Right.
If you come on the internet want to snitch on yourself, you a dumb fuck and got whatever you got coming.
Right. Agreed.
Real talk. The Stop. Shout out my boy Danny from The Stop. One of the best YouTube channels out there. I watch him every day. He said, stay safe, y'all. Danny said he gonna get an AI voice if he ever starts doing street content because he wants to stay out of this shit.
Yo, you Cali bloggers is wild, son.
Man, I told him he better get a blick because he got all the No Jumper or all the Joe Budden podcasts potentially running down on him.
We got Danny's back.
Yeah. Danny, you got to at least keep the
You
box
got beef with
cutter
Joe
on
Budden,
you.
huh?
Nah,
you got smoke for him?
No. We love Joe Budden, but Danny, you got to keep that box cutter on you, man. BX Ready. Did Adam know it was wrong for them to speak on open crimes, though? He seems so smart, so why didn't he stop anybody? If he cared, you're letting your mans do that. Listen, I'm not going to hold my homies' hands through life. If they want to air themselves out a little bit, it is what it is. Also, I'd like to say that the only person that I'm, like, close with in this whole thing is Brick. Big U, I've been around him, like, one time. Loose Cannon, that was his third time on the podcast, I think. You know, we weren't even really cool for like a couple months there, right prior to this. Like us doing that podcast together was like us getting cool again because we were out after the Jay Reed situation. I wasn't really fucking with him.
Right. Then he gets arrested within 6 hours.
Yeah, it is kind of poetic, huh? All right, and then Flawless P sent $5. I'm waiting for Munchie B to go the Stevie Wonder route with the pew pew on these Long Beach N-words so shit can get really federal.
What's the pew pew? I don't get it.
What are you talking about? Crazy, cuz.
He's saying that at some point you're gonna blick them down at the
Stevie Wonder with the pew pew.
These niggas is crazy, cuz.
Hey, this shit get great. You want me in there, huh?
No, definitely. We gotta
He
keep
gonna run
Munchie
content
free.
on you, Munch.
Gotta keep all the real ones free. Don't kill me. I'm just a vibe. Sent $5. Said these dudes have a lot to say when Luce and his wife is off the phone, but they all respectful now. I think we were pretty consistent.
Man, I brung his
I
school
told
picture
her to
up
get
here.
off the phone, nigga.
Yeah, she started to get a little heated because we were joking around a little bit too much, right?
Yeah, she wasn't feeling
She
it.
had sex last night, bro.
She was mad. She was mad.
Hey, look,
She was mad.
with her
She was
rabbit.
mad. He said he was.
Hey, Adam,
She
you just
was
ain't
gonna
get
leave.
No time, bro. Like these females, they go straight. Just answer the phone and put money on my books, bro. That's all you can ask for. You see, he was quiet.
Who? Luce?
Luce, he was quiet. You know the deal.
She's
You
the
know
big
he-
dog now,
you know
you're
he-
saying?
She was on your platform talking about everybody she got hit by in front of him. Remember?
Wait, who's she name?
She was right here.
Munchie remembered
I was like, damn, and you ain't embarrassed? I'm like, sheesh.
Wait, Sharp interviewed her and she was
No,
talking about...
no. It was you.
I forget
Your
who
boy
she said
Wack,
she is
who
up
was
with.
hurt.
I think I asked her about a few things. Damn, we might need to revisit that.
You don't know.
interview.
She was faded. And you took full advantage.
Oh, shit. She is a baddie. I'm not going to lie. Shout out to Luce. You got a bad one. AI069. Shit by feds, politics, Luce a snitch. If they book Big U for his no jumper statement, he be walking that FCI Inglewood yard on the G on fucking Goofy.
Inglewood Yard.
Well, Inglewood with the E,
with
like
the E.
Chicago version,
Oh,
which is
okay.
I
Inglewood
extra
with the
don't
E.
understand what the fuck this guy's talking about, but
On phone him.
you might want to feed that statement into ChatGPT before you donate again. Just kidding. Okay, is that 600 Sun back there? I saw that.
They was spamming that shit. Yeah, they was.
We might need the 23 and 1 on
They
that.
calling it that,
Better tighten that beard up.
That's funny.
That's fucking hilarious.
Convo with
bro.
Upstate sent $10. Said, "Sweetie on 6-0, free them. Stop talking. Adam 22, go get the gag balls from the other room."
He the only nigga laughing. See? That's the white boy up there.
That's funny.
That's out.
Okay, that
Gag ball.
below 44 said the viral way do keep trying to MLK every situation. Like these ain't grown men who don't know what they doing. After a while, you come off too preachy. Damn. All right. What you
Ain't
gotta say
too
to that?
preachy, cuz you gotta realize these niggas represent the West and they think we all do that goofy shit when they looking from the outside looking in. So I'm trying to dispel that because we ain't on nothing.
Definitely Hotep adjacent.
Yeah, for sure.
That's overstood, but Lowe's already hung himself. He on the tour because he called somebody else after he hung up.
Are you serious?
No,
He probably got on Fig Nudity right after us.
everything. Call Cameron phone or something.
Pick up phone. Yo, all right. And then Danny from the Stop, I agree. He said, dude in black giving good advice in an entertaining way. I think that's, I agree. I think, you know, he ain't really like doing the annoying podcaster, don't talk about that route. JRich23 also showing love. Kevin Hart speaking facts. Combo with Upstate said call Whack. I'm gonna be speaking to Whack tomorrow on the podcast, so make sure you tune in for that. BX ready. I think it scrolled down a little bit. Keep going up.
Go up. It went.
Yeah. It
We
skips
got-
as soon as more donos come in.
We got hella more.
Keep
gang-
going up.
Yeah, we
Donnie,
skipped the
up
grid.
the other way. Yep. Keep going.
I think we here.
I hate when they do that. No, I think you gotta keep going up. Go up. Keep going.
Damn.
And we got hella super
all the way.
chats.
Y'all going up, cuz.
Damn, we gotta keep going up.
I like this little group right here.
Yeah, it's not bad,
I
right?
think he was right there.
Yeah, right. All right. Call Whack. We got that
On a
one.
homie.
BX Ray. So Adam knows they're exploiting themselves, but he allows it because it makes profit. So when y'all tell him that, he laughs. Y'all accept that. Okay. Listen, we all know what's going on.
Ain't nobody exploiting me.
We,
bro.
whatever content comes our way, we're gonna clip it and title it. And what the internet does with it, it is what it is. Travis Tillard, Lush, I emailed you a song called Hustler. Do you check your emails? Thanks.
I've not heard it yet, but shall see you, brother.
You're gonna get you your feature.
Don't
Don't
sound like
worry.
no lizard.
Uh,
Go check it out.
T.O. said, long live Nip the Crip and Draco the Ruler. That's facts. Pun's Old Teeth sent $5. Said, viral way, just say fuck Z-Rel. Pun's Old Teeth is crazy.
And they be on to you. That's crazy.
Damn, the streets are figuring that out. Pac TV sent $10. Said, shout out to Pac-Man from Clubhouse. Devil emoji show. I don't know Pac-Man, but for show. Brit the Beautiful said, Munchie, check your DMs on IG. B Team, love you, Mayor.
Good luck. I'm gonna check
You
it.
really got hoes, huh?
Feel them.
God damn.
Why you calling this donator a hoe?
Brit the Beautiful. It sounds like a hoe now. I mean, I'm sure she's a beautiful joint woman, whatever. Probably look just as good as Dochi. Dashboy Ant said $5. Rocking with y'all in NYC. Hashtag big SSF. Hashtag big no John Bro. Shout out to you.
Word of my deads.
Pac TV said $5. Said, Dame, I paid you 10. You skipped my comment. Can you shut up? Pac-Man from Clubhouse. I paid $15 for show. We just did that one. Thank you very much. Pac TV sent, keep going on. The white man beat another brother. I'm out $20 and the rat is winning. Thanks for scamming. We did not
Jesus
scam you.
Christ, Pac TV.
Shout out to you, though. Adam
love
interviewed
donating.
Burt Bronx, the black dude that was with Airsoft Fatty. Yes, I am very intrigued by Burt, but I looked up on YouTube and tried to find clips about him, and I didn't really see anything that crazy. That dude is fucking fascinating, though. So, for sure, I'm interested in Burt, but I don't really know what the fuck I was interviewing him
Airsoft
about.
fatty.
Steve Lou said, Brick said he ain't want to talk about the open case. Adam didn't stop. Brick walked out. Adam and Wax still kept talking about it. Yeah,
Brick's supposed to swap that phone, bro.
yeah. Drea the Virgo said, shout out Viral Man making being solid look easy episode. Shout out Munchie B for always bringing real. And shout out Gangland Neem, best YouTube creator in the come up. So what? She's
West
like a
LA.
manager that's like
Yeah,
tapped in with you and some other people,
you know,
right?
Yeah, she get it done. Shout out Dre the Virgo.
Okay.
Yeah, she
Have
get
you
it
have
done.
you seen Gangland Neem before?
Yeah, I never actually watched it, but I see those thumbnails in my recommended all the time.
Shout out
man.
Neem.
That's my dog.
Yeah, we just had a cam on. Straight
Real
to
West
beat.
LA.
For sure.
I'd like to have him on here one day.
Tiffet sent $5. So did she just say tell us why they called top? Sidebar, Viral Way podcast where the surf meets the turf. If you know, you know. For
The
sure.
beach. The city by the beach.
T.O. said, I ain't know Lush was transracial.
Ben.
Nah, that's fact. That's a
Ben.
Fendi fact.
Ben.
Transracial.
T.O. sent $10, said free Tory Lanez. That's debatable, but shout out to him.
Nah, free him.
Free
And he
him.
on the main line. He not PC or nothing.
Yeah, we can free
all right.
Tory Lanez.
You know most rappers go PC.
All right. Sergio sent $10. Shout out to Munchie B, Big Sergi from San Pedro.
Shout out.
Shout out San Pedro. I said it wrong the first time. Spare Peso said, thanks, y'all. Tell Almighty to use the cash I gave him to fix his watch.
Oh.
Man, you grimy. I'm
Come
going to tell
on,
him you said that,
Peso.
though.
He gonna use that go to anger management,
Peso,
bro. That's
come
more
on,
important.
bro.
Oh, shit. Now we got to scroll up a little bit more.
Damn, the
All right,
watch,
that's good. Brandon Upchurch, Adam, get it right, G. It's Glow World, Big Glow. For show. Glow World. Half a Brick sent $5. Said, how do we know that phone call from Family Wagon 600 have we real people?
Have we wheel people?
I don't know.
It's like a little
Oh.
kid mispronouncing
And then
something.
King Miles 88 said, Bush did 9/11.
Yeah.
Down to the 5 to 6 crazy.
Nigga was golfing.
You ever heard this
Nigga was
one
golfing
song
when
by
they had
everyone
some
technique?
No, but why did Bush knock down the towers?
Everybody get tapped in.
Jadakiss is like rare excursion into political
Why
rap.
is Jada gets as hard as it gets?
Adam, can you add a weekend show with Viral Wave and Munchie B? Shit, that's not the worst idea I ever heard.
Viral
Maybe-
Wave.
maybe we have
Oh,
to
well,
take
no way.
make some shit
Viral
happen.
wave. I like viral wave.
Keep going up. Keep going up.
Good idea.
Okay, you're right. P Dog said, "Yo, any minute the Fed's gonna bust in there and arrest everyone but Adam and shake his hand." David Blackskin says, "Shout out Trap News Network, Les Viral Way, Munchie Josh, and Yadameen, Jason Marshall, and Adam need Viral Way, Brandon Almighty, and Jaleese on the news." That does sound like a good episode. Maybe we can make that happen soon.
Like that.
Your Truth sent $10. Said, "What's your opinion on Wax saying he has a team he orchestrates to put information out that isn't on the net so they can use it as content?" Shit, that man do love his content. So I guess that basically is something that he has said. Yeah, okay. GLJ3 Brand said, "React to T-Rail crashing out." Has T-Rail crashed out? Is that
there a
something?
T-Rail
They was
crash
arguing
out?
with somebody that was over here.
Oh.
And he went over there and they was arguing. They talking about that.
Well,
Wait, what's up, boy name?
You seen what happened with with Shorty, the trap snacks or whatever Shorty.
Oh, he beefing with that chick. We do have that clip ready, so we can watch that at some point. LBC Messiah say safe young, all these ignorant motherfuckers. Okay.
Yeah.
Shout out Nikki.
T.O. said, why Whack running from the fade from Aaron the Plumber? Shit, if Aaron the Plumber right behind Jay Diggs. I don't know.
I just talked to Aaron.
And then, is that it? That the last one? Oh, all right, beautiful. All right, so we can get back to the topics. I'm gonna go take a 5-minute piss break. If anybody wants to donate, we will be reading all $5 or more donations. You guys talk about whatever you want to talk about. I'm gonna go take a piss break and be right the fuck back.
So I'm behind. So Aaron the plumber with the fade, huh?
Yeah,
way.
Cut lining up with anything
Who you
moving.
trying to squabble?
there's a lot going
I guess
on.
you want to get on what?
Yeah, I guess they got a little issue going on from the shit I seen.
I think it stems from.
About that.
I think it's.
Wax said he was gonna do his family and his mom's and shit. He started saying he was gonna get at his mom.
Oh, on that phone call.
Hey, you know how that's criminal threats, bro. These niggas is crazy.
I see he linked up with old boy from Sac.
Oh,
Mozzie Op. What's his name?
Cut did a whole
From
Cut
South
did a-
Sac. You know,
yeah.
nigga.
Cut did a whole music video.
What the fuck
Who,
is
Aaron
his
the
name?
Plumber? Are you talking about? You're
Not
talking
Aaron the
about-
Plumber.
Oh,
Cause-
Cash Money, Lavish D.
Yeah, Lavish
Yeah,
D.
lavish. Man, CML lavish.
Yeah, I don't know how the fuck he hooked up with Cub, but
Well, because he's from Stockton. That's right near there. You feel me? Like Stockton and Sac fuck with each other. Like they're close to each other and shit.
my nigga done faded his way to fame. That's crazy work.
Yeah, he won.
Yeah. Not Munchie though. The reason I asked that question about earlier about Spider Loke, you feel me? Did you see when I was talking about y'all pod and who was a better podcaster?
It's me.
gotta take a piss.
Did you see like my whole reasoning behind it and everything?
But you couldn't really get it out though, cause it seemed like it was an intimidation factor right there. Like Brick wanted to tell the truth, but 4X was right there. Like it's Crip here. You know what I'm saying? I'm
But,
like,
well-
oh, this shit crazy.
Well, my thing is like I obviously like am the biggest Draco fan ever. I love Draco and I'm a fucking huge and I fuck with hella fools from the neighborhood card. So obviously I should fuck with Spider Loke's podcasting off rip. You know what I'm saying?
Nah,
But I said you're so much of a better potter. You know what I mean? Like, and it's because like that fool be too drunk.
man. I mean, I get fed sometimes too, but you gotta let people talk. You know what I'm saying? Let them land their plane. You know what I'm saying? You gotta ask the good questions. You gotta get the interviewers, cause you acting like a weirdo. Nobody want to sit down with you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No,
But no. I checked that out though.
because it was like, bro, like I was like, I'm gonna give credit when it's due. You feel me? Like it's not about you gotta call it down the middle. And I hope for Spider Loke that he finds like his way again, because I do think he has potential and he's a talented dude. You know what I mean? But I know for me, shit, that alcohol could be a big hindrance. I haven't drank for a few weeks now, for a couple weeks.
I know when to kick back, man, because I do some little self checks and I ran it back and like, oh yeah, I was slurring and you know what I'm saying. So I try to correct it the next go around type shit. Like, you know, I done been faded right here. I embarrassed the fuck out of Ash Bash. Like, every day, but you gotta correct that shit, bro.
How you embarrass Hash Bash?
Man, I don't know, you have to run that back on every day. I was like, damn, she was like, oh, all
Oh,
right.
you was popping it. My boys popping peas. All right.
No, I spanked her down the pass, but I'm just, I forgot what I was just faded. I was just bringing up, I think I was bringing up smack or something. I forgot. It's been some time. That was last year though.
Oh, I forgot about that. That's a whole other side of her arc I forgot about. That's right.
No, that's all fun and games though. She cool people's man.
Messiah, you don't drink or smoke or nothing, huh?
Nah, I do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's not that much.
It depends. You know what I'm saying? You ain't ever brought nothing around, nigga.
What you mean? I stay.
Yeah,
I'm
but-
always putting in there. I
Nah,
stopped
it
drinking.
depends where I'm at. Like you said, I know myself too, so I like to keep a clear mind depending on what I'm doing. 9 times out of 10, I'm probably drinking with my bitch or something if I'm doing that. But Other than that, I need a clear head.
Who do you think would win? Who do you think would win in the fade? TF third versus.
We
Drake
ain't doing
Baby?
that. We ain't doing that with me, nigga.
Hey, you know what they gonna say? They
Yeah.
from the home team.
Hey, but the fact that he didn't answer makes me a little bit worried.
Ain't nothing worried. We ain't finna be gossiping about two niggas that can't speak for themselves.
Him
right
not
now.
answering kind of worried. I'm a little concerned. I gotta be honest.
Yo, you know what I'm pissed about?
They got all these celebrity fights.
This whole time, all right, just to give you guys a history lesson, when I fucking, the day of the Jay Reed fight, Luce came in and gave me like mad merch that he had made with his fucking logo or whatever. And then I never ended up wearing it because I was mad at him for the Jay Reed fight.
Wait, this is loose merch?
Yes, and then I go right now. I was thinking, I'm like, oh, it'd be mad funny if I came back with a fucking Loose Cannon hoodie on, and then I go get it, and it's all larges, and I can't really realistically rock a large. I'm really more of a XL kind of guy.
We're selling these on eBay for $500 right now.
Good luck.
And it is.
Right
It's like
now.
a No Jumper collab too, because it's got he put no. It's like an AI Frenchie smoking a blunt.
How is this a loose cannon? What? Can you explain to me? If it says loose cannon, I'm wearing it like for sure.
Whoever
Yeah.
wants them can rock them, because not really my.
What
Thank
that
you,
no?
sir.
What that no
This is
jumper
like a-
jacket that Lil Jon had on?
Lil Jon?
Yeah.
And the East Side Boys?
No, you mean Lil Jon?
I think Lil Jon had it on in the background when old boy's getting his ass beat.
You might as
Fred
well,
Durst.
put that on.
Yeah, we was,
Fred
me and
Durst,
Alex
sir.
was checking it out, and Alex like, oh, that jacket tight. I'm like, yeah, I'm about to get up on that jacket though.
Man, it would be so
see?
much tighter if it just said loose cannon.
Yeah, you guys want some Loose Cannon merchandise? we got it.
I don't want no sweetie
It's
hoodie.
extremely rare.
Oh,
Yeah.
I would for sure
that
wear
shit
It
say
just
sweetie?
said
Oh,
sweetie.
yeah, I don't want no sweetie hoodies.
I wish.
I'll give it to the homeless.
He's a
I'll
fashion
take it.
For
genius.
sure, give it to.
Yo, Munchie, you might not be able to see, but this is like
I
very
ain't
blood
wearing it.
approved.
No.
Nah, it looks cool as fuck for a blood to
It's
rock this.
definitely flaming for sure.
I'm gonna drop it off in the bounty
I
hunters
wear blue
tomorrow.
too though. I ain't wearing that though.
Nah, all
I
right.
can't support that, brother.
We gonna figure it out.
Yeah, no.
We gonna figure it out.
I'm gonna wear the loose
Hey.
cannon. I'm just pissed off it doesn't say loose cannon on it.
He's already clipping shit up.
All right. Yo, I mean, I guess I'm looking at the topic list, and the first three are all very much stuff we already covered. But the fourth one, Loose Cannon stole $40,000 from Black China's mom, Tokyo Tony. I'm gonna be honest with you, I have not followed this particular thread in this whole thing, but I guess we should watch her video where she's explaining Loose Cannon allegedly stealing $40K from her.
Cherise got a lot to say about this.
Check. Yeah, they've been going back and forth. I ain't watched any of it.
And they
Three
need to
back and
squabble.
forth.
So I think Tokyo will get down with it.
For real?
You don't think so?
That would be.
I don't
I'd
even
like
know
to
who it
see
is.
that.
Tokyo Tony.
China Mama, Black China Mama.
Shit, I didn't even know she had a mom.
Oh, that's crazy. See,
Aside from a
You thought she just spawned? Like,
absentee ballot.
You want to play this?
just materializes.
You definitely gonna have. Okay. She just said, "Loose Cannon robbed me of $40K. Karma's a bitch." All right, we gotta see her responding because I know Sharice fired back about this allegation.
Cherise has multiple videos.
She fired back.
Do-
It was
do
kinda
we have
petty,
that?
But Tokyo rebuttal to her rebuttal was cold.
So apparently, wait. So Luce used to.
Yeah, if you want to Google it.
Luce used to fuck with China too. I think.
Yeah, that was all under the same roof.
No
for
way.
those
How's
niggas.
he getting all this celebrity pussy over the
He's a
years?
con
man?
artist, bro. He not as slow as people think though. You know what I'm saying?
No, he's not.
He can't
He
be.
is. He
He
is
is talk
not.
funny. That's it.
Do you think of like Loose
He's
Cannon
nuts.
like the way that we talk about like King Von now? Like he's such a criminal
Hell
mastermind.
no.
Hell no, get the fuck out of here.
King Von.
Hey, you want me to keep it real with you, bro?
Yes.
He come from a long line of snitches, bro. You know, that ain't daddy is snitch and all this shit. So we gonna see how this case play out. Let's keep it real. And you ain't the most behaved because your dad was in the feds. You know what I'm saying?
You think? Wait, I don't want to watch a 12-minute clip. We gotta find some like short ass.
I ain't gonna lie. Cherise kind of looked like Lotto Auntie.
Nah, Sharice a bad one. I'm not gonna
I ain't
lie.
gonna lie.
We gotta find like an Instagram clip or a reel or some shit where she fucking goes off on this Tokyo Tony. Stealing Tokyo is crazy. I wonder if there's Japanese women who are like doing the inversion
Well,
of
it's
that.
kind of fucked up too because like the daughter's name is Black China. It's a whole other. it's a whole-
Everybody just stealing Asian culture.
No,
What
but
is
it's like
that?
a
Asian doll.
different country too. It's
Black
like
China.
The mom's named Tokyo and she's named China. Like,
Yeah,
it's
war.
kinda-
Yeah, because it's all just Asian shit
Yeah, exactly.
to
Like,
us. I hate that when people are like, "Oh, like that, she's Chinese, not Japanese." That's like saying like, "Oh, he's from Long Beach. He's not from LA."
Yeah, confused.
Like, bro, they're right. They're side by side.
Yeah, tell me I'm from
It's
the
different
IE.
though.
The
It's
people
different.
from the other side of the country,
It's
the
a
same.
big difference.
I agree. It's a
Big
big difference, but
Cities like
Mistake
Long
me
Beach,
from the
Inglewood,
IE or
Compton,
some
they
shit.
got
I'm
little man
mad from
complexes.
LA.
They don't like hearing the LA shit.
IE.
all
You feel
right.
me?
Yeah.
Like,
Nah, they
That
got
is
complexes
rap, huh?
with us.
No.
but I'm
I
not
could
from
admit,
there. You
Yeah.
feel
we got a
me?
low
Like,
man complex, and we from Inglewood, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying?
You know what's the number one thing I miss about Long Beach is I miss being able to go to the beach, run along the beach, and then they have all these huge stair sets along the beach, and I would like run up and down the stair sets as I was running along the beach, and it's the sickest workout. And there's no equivalent version of that. I asked ChatGPT the other day, are there any famous stair sets that people
Culver
use?
City.
about this.
Culver
Yeah,
City
yeah,
stairs.
Billbots.
Culver
Billbots
City.
Park.
got the
Go to
Culver
Culver
City.
City.
I ain't going to fucking Culver City. That's almost as far.
No, it's not.
Go
It's way
to
closer.
From right here?
Yeah, it's way closer.
Man, Long Beach.
They got
is
stairs
far,
in
bro.
Fullerton.
Yeah.
They got Fullerton stairs.
That is
That's
also
further
far,
too.
right?
No,
No,
I
that's
found out how
Anaheim.
big
Culver
Long
City
Beach
and
was
Santa
by
Monica.
accident one time. I
Cut
was
it
driving
off.
forever.
Remember, like,
trying to
Y'all
get
must
to
have
the
been on
east side of Long Beach.
PCH.
Hey, for
Yeah, he must
sure.
have riding down
Because the
PCH.
north side of Long Beach, border Compton, it's like this.
Yeah, right
Yeah.
off Greenleaf and then boom.
yeah.
Right.
Remember that rap battle I went to? That was like the very line between Long Beach and Compton. I was very confused when I was pulling up to that.
Yeah, which I think it was technically Carson where that was.
Yeah.
which
No,
is
it's easy to get confused with the north side of Long Beach and Compton.
Miss
And then
Long Beach.
Signal Hill is
I gotta
like
go.
Yeah, then you got Signal Hill, you got Bixby
Signal-
Knolls.
Yup.
Signal Hill and Bixby Knolls are both basically considered like
Los
Long Beach, though,
Altos.
right? Like people,
Yeah,
yeah.
we consider it still Long Beach.
yeah.
Long
Even
Beach
though
gotta
it's
be
a
like the
separate-
most diverse city though.
They got their own
Yeah.
police
They
and
got
all
the
that shit.
Asians, they got the blacks, the Samoans, the Hispanics.
Tongans.
The best airport
Tuck
ever.
is the
The Long
TFL,
Beach
the
airport.
Best airport ever.
Best airport ever.
Facts.
Why? Is it
Why you
like
say
real
that?
fast?
Because it's hella fast and they have bomb ass Asian food there. It'll be like there's sushi, there's poke, there's fucking Thai food.
You go
at the
from the
fucking
runway
airport.
to the parking lot in like 2 minutes.
Yeah, nobody there. It's a great airport. It's a great
said
airport.
nobody there?
Nobody there.
I
bro.
don't know nobody that flew out of Long Beach. I know
Yeah,
Burbank
I
and LAX.
feel like I ain't flown out
Shit,
of
I
Long
try
Beach
to
even
fly
when
to
I
Long
lived
Beach
there.
every
Because
chance
not
I
too many
get.
flights. They gonna close that airport down, low key.
For real?
Yeah. They were
Long
saying-
Beach?
Yeah, because there's barely any traffic. Not too many flights go there.
Nah, hell no, they ain't closing that down. You tweaking.
I hope they don't. 'cause
Fuck you mean, though?
I love that airport. I love that airport.
All right, you want to watch this clip? Let's see what Charisse had to say.
Talking on the net, nigga, do something. Rug on my hip, nigga, clutching my stomach. Baby got ass, come and do something.
So what? She just starts it off with
With a loose cannon.
with a loose cannon verse. That's a real bitch,
No,
huh?
she down.
I mean, it's probably.
Baby got ass,
yeah.
come and do something.
You definitely don't wanna
They
play the
don't
whole
want
thing.
beef, all they want to
that
do is
song.
tongue wrestle.
Yeah, nothing would be more poetic than loose cannon claiming the monetization.
I mean, maybe that's why this has 24 likes. It's a fake out. Yeah, I'm confused.
only
That
got 24
IBM hoodlum really trying to be the main character in all this shit, huh? He out here making a name for himself.
He really
IBM
is.
Hoodlum.
Oh, here we
Let's
go.
see account.
China mama don't have no money.
Oh, I love when
Everybody
she
knew
does
she
this
was
voice.
going broke, or not going, she is broke. You know, we not about to go play big bank, take little bank. We know this. We also knew Black China was going through something too around that time because she was suing the Kardashians and spent her every last dime thinking she was about to get them ends, and it backfired and she lost. So let's get real here. We're not gonna make this about China. I feel sorry for you because I know you tried to help your mama and you're on a great path to life. You know, I don't hold no judgment on you. You're a beautiful woman. What happened in my husband's past, my husband's path.
So to his wife, you big head red bitch, do something with yourself. Something like maybe get a job and stop looking me up and worrying about anything I'm doing because bitch, if you was watching, you would know better. Sorry, I don't put all my business out there, but bitch, let me tell you something. You still wear the same motherfucking dirty clothes that you recycle. You still get money from a nigga to get fucked, to get your hair done, nails done, and some more shit.
Like seriously, recycling clothes.
Oh, here we go. Oh, yeah, she's still going. All right.
Oh man, I can't even fit in my clothes that I used to wear because I gained weight from having a baby. I wish I could recycle some clothes right now. Okay, Miss Queen of Recycling Chains with fake diamonds in it. Let me not go there, okay? I'm trying not to go there, but you got me so hot.
Yeah, the Versace chain
You want
is
to
not
call me
gold.
out my name? Everybody know China Mama don't have.
All right. Yeah, I mean, we.
Tokyo
I don't know what the fuck she's talking about.
Yo, look at Loose in the back. It looks like a president in the back.
Tokyo 8 on that one though.
Wait, what?
Yeah, look at him.
That is amazing.
Nigga, prom picture back
Yeah,
Yeah, it looks
literally.
like it, huh? Holy shit.
you
James
can't-
Bond for Halloween.
It ain't no conjugals in the feds, bro. She about to be up out of here.
Is it hard to get a?
Are you campaigning or what? It sounds like you campaigning,
Just
girl.
get married.
Munchie does not fuck with Sharice.
Nah,
yeah.
Nah, you know, she trash, bro. But they good for each other though. They equally love the attention. They feed off each other. You know what I'm saying?
Do we have a reel of the Trap Kitchen mommy rebuttal? Because like she was released after getting wrapped up in this whole indictment, and then Trap Kitchen put out a whole statement about how they were separating her from the business, and then I guess back on Fig dissed her, and then I probably should have watched all this shit. But
I did.
okay,
So first of all, just being on the phone with Luce, he just said that this is per Luce, you know. So he said that everybody that pretty much that's on a part of this operation drawdown that's been released already is cooperating. That's per Luce Cannon. All
I
right.
feel like that's probably an over generalization.
Yeah.
I would assume.
Yeah, I would assume as well. But I mean, it's not necessarily outside of the realm of feasibility either. Now, with that being said, T-Rail and Smack have been cool with Trap Kitchen Money. They've been around her a grip of times, hung out with her, or at least bought food from her. And they've been cool, shouted each other out, blah 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 blah. When they spoke on it, and she was really offended. So I'm pretty sure we're gonna watch her response then, because she went bad on them. And basically was like, you guys.
I want to get her on the podcast.
You're supposed to be.
No. She was mad that they know that they F with her, and they sat back and let somebody talk bad about her.
Correct.
And the somebody is Whack.
Correct.
Whack went super bad on her. She like, y'all really know me. You know what I'm saying? It's really Smack that got a real cool relationship with her, it seemed like, but she was upset with a couple people for letting her, you know what I'm saying? For letting her, you know what I'm saying? Real and second chance, do it on a professional. Do it on a professional level to the part ways though. But they said they believe in second chances and so they just did what they supposed to do on a PR level type thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think it was a business move. Like we'll let you go now and then see after the case, however it pan out. If you beat it or whatever the case, then you come back type shit. But for the business, you involved in that, we can't have that on the business name. I think a lot of companies will do that shit.
But what she got is a complaint still.
Yeah.
Like she low on the totem pole. She gonna get a slap on her wrist, bro, like some federal probation or something.
But if they let her out, is she still fighting? She still fighting something, or is it over with for her?
No, I doubt it's over.
Well,
her charges were bullshit anyway.
Well,
if you look at what she charged
it was the
with.
transportation.
She can, like, come on, like that's some bullshit anyway. They got to change them laws anyway. Them laws is fucked up.
Everybody be getting caught up for just bringing bitches around, huh?
Well, that literally. So they're saying they're trying to call that federal human trafficking.
Tricking is against the law.
That's not trafficking.
No flying bitches out, bro.
If I fly a female out and she gets on the plane to come fuck me, or I'm driving bitches to wherever and they want to willingly go, that's not trafficking.
No, of course, but I'm just saying that's why just because it crosses this invisible line called Nevada, whatever, they gonna make it federal. Because before that, obviously they got rid of the pimping and pandering charge, and now it's only human trafficking, and they did that to kind of like take away from the mystique and cool factor of pimping, and try to put some smut on it and make it a sex charge.
No,
right?
it's a gang of charges under that umbrella though. They got supervision, pimping and pandering.
No, pimping and pandering in California is no longer a charge. It does not exist.
They got rid of other charges equivalent, just changed the name.
Correct, but they did that on purpose though. That's why they call it human trafficking.
Is that under the Mann Act?
The Mann Act is on federal shit. You in trouble with that?
No, I'm saying they used the Mann Act to take the boxer down. That's how that shit came about. You know, the black dude who was fucking all the white bitches.
Yeah.
That's what they made it for. That's why I'm like, the law is bullshit in itself.
You get
some janky shit anyway.
No, for sure it's janky. For sure it's janky. But regardless, she's still facing some pretty serious charges. And look, I don't know if y'all agree. I'm pretty sure my red pill homies will agree with this.
If you don't stop boxing us with this red pill shit.
No, he prefaced this shit by saying red pill. He prefaced this by saying he did.
I fuck with the red pill. Go ahead. Talk
with that.
Munchie's trying to make sure that he's down with the red pill. He doesn't like the idea of anything red.
I'm not a red pill. I don't know what it means.
If they gave you like a 2-minute review of what the red pill is, you'd probably be like, yeah, I can fuck with that.
I'm a good listener.
I think it matches up with your worldview.
Men's rights activists.
Kind of, yeah.
Like,
It's really just about seeing the truth, seeing the way the world really is, not the way that they script it out to be.
Yeah.
I'm a realist, so
Yeah, that's basically what it is.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Right. But go ahead, what you were saying?
No,
Les?
I mean like those type of charges, like every single time, are going to be disproportionately favoring a woman. You know what I'm saying? Like every single time. You know.
Hey, but everybody on an indictment ain't in the same amount of trouble, bro. Some people get on some punk ass shit, like, you know what I mean? Just because you tied to the big dog in this series with him, this person down here, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
She was literally hanging with hoes and cooking tacos.
No, this
bro.
is what I was finna say. If you hit a lick with a bitch, she finna tell.
Oh no, that I already made that understood. I said that earlier.
If you
Be
hit a lick with a
expected for a female to tell, and don't be surprised or mad or nothing because she's a female. You shouldn't even be doing dirt with her anyway. They're gonna tell.
I knew the red pill was
They're gonna tell.
but it don't
And
even.
it's not like her reputation's not going to be in the dirt the same way that if Loose Cannon tells on Big U, then that's obviously going to fuck his whole shit up.
Not
Nobody's
saying
ever
that
going to
she
look at him
told.
the same.
You're not saying that she told, but I mean in general, you expect a female to tell.
She's
In
very
2025, be surprised if nobody tell.
Right.
That's what you be surprised about.
Hey, but
Expect it
honestly,
from everybody.
expect everybody
nowadays.
pretty much.
Shit.
She's very adamant about the fact that I didn't tell, and people are gonna see the truth, and a lot of these other people talking about who told, they really the ones telling.
Because nobody want that jacket on them. Not even the
Hey,
female.
y'all know Monty B team though, huh? On Inglewood, she better not tell.
Oh, for real?
Hell no, she better not.
I didn't even know that.
No. She's straight though. I don't think she go. You know what I'm saying?
I think they went and apologized to her and some more shit.
No,
though.
no, they so
Smack
his
did.
response, no, T-Rail's response was like, "What, friend? You were never like our friend. We would
Business
just get
transactions.
we would just get food off of you. It's a business transaction." Yeah, like that was his
but I had to
response.
read him his rights on that though. That's what I'm saying. She mad because she expected more out of you. You know what I'm saying?
But to be fair, like having Whack on the line when you're doing a live stream and expecting you to be able to combat every different accusation and narrative that Whack puts out there, knowing that this is what he does, that he's one of the best in the game at putting out a million different theories and making it extremely hard for you to poke holes in them. That is kind of like a high bar to expect T-Rail and Smack to observe, because it's difficult for any of us. Yeah, I'm his fucking co-host. It's just me and him, and it's extremely difficult for me to combat every single thing he's throwing out there in real time.
That fool ain't lied on
But
me a lot.
this the thing though. Hang up the phone. If this my people's, you ain't making content on my people with no jacket like that. I'm gonna hang up the phone.
Yeah, Adam
It's
gonna
over
keep the
with.
line going. Crazy as
Yeah,
shit.
No, not Adam. I'm saying like whoever's
the
If you're
receiver.
calling in to call my people a snitch, nigga, I'm hanging up the phone. Especially if I haven't verified it. You're not getting that narrative off on my people
I don't
on
want
my
nobody calling
show.
Whack
That
around
shit
me, bro.
over with. Nigga, I'm hanging up.
Maybe
I'm
T-Rail.
not
Ain't no
finna
telling where
combat
that's gonna
shit,
go.
nigga. I'm hanging up.
Maybe T-Rail though also just didn't feel like he owed that bitch anything.
Yeah, if he's saying like, "Oh, we just got food from you one time," I mean, shit, that definitely is my
Nah, she
relationship with
told
a
me
lot
she
of people
catered
too. You know,
her-
But
his
they
kids
think you
party, bro.
you gave me some shirts one time. You expected me to
Oh
hold
wait,
you down.
she catered his
She
kids?
catered his kids party, bro.
Oh, T-Rail's, come on, man.
I mean,
that
is
is-
that
Come
that-
on.
that ain't that crazy? is
No,
it?
no. That's why I
Nah,
told
but
I
that's
said,
a
I
business
see you a little
transaction
closer
still.
to Smack on the motorcycle scene. You see her more out there. Like, they more closer, and T-Rail don't give a fuck.
But this is the thing, when you get in this podcast space and you come from the street background, you can't get wrapped up in content because there's certain rules to this shit. You can't just be calling people rats and snitches and throwing jackets with no facts. That's out, nigga. If I ain't seen it, it's over with.
that snitch thing is.
Yeah,
But a lot of
because
these-
you get hurt
Cool,
doing
right.
that if it's false. Now you got to prove it. Like if you in the pen, okay, you made the claim, you got X amount of time to prove that, or we finna fuck you off.
But
But a
now
lot
you
of
don't really
niggas
gotta
is-
prove
a lot
it.
of
I had to
niggas-
fight suspects.
A lot of niggas is jumping in the content world now that's coming from the streets and they're throwing all rules away. So they're probably not speaking out on that, still acting like they live in it, but in their mind, they probably don't give a fuck.
It's a lot of niggas right now that people or the social media has proclaimed a snitch, and we ain't never seen no paperwork just because of popular opinion.
Morals over money, people.
That's the new thing. Oh, he a
Yeah.
snitch. Where with the proof?
So
I
it's
don't
like-
know he a snitch. The fuck?
Yeah, as full seen Frank Lucas's paperwork. I never read Frank Lucas's paperwork.
Nah, I mean,
Man,
I
come
don't-
on, cut it out. Man, this motherfucker one of the most famous rats in history.
I'm just saying.
Knock it
Nobody
off.
made it, but that's to his point. He made a really good point. Like people, we haven't really read a lot of people are getting called rats.
the Me
And
Too
there's
movement.
no,
That was
like-
the Me Too
That was a
movement.
bad
Street
example.
niggas.
That was the worst example
Obviously, Frank Lucas is really a rat. We know that. I'm just saying though. Like,
ever. I'm saying somebody you know in real life though.
well, they were
This
look.
ain't just a celebrity.
They were trying to do that to Brick. They was trying to put that on everyone. There's all this with there's no substance to any rumor that Brick is cooperating.
I
in
don't
any
agree with
capacity.
that.
But
the
we
dude-
got
but
Big
the dude with
Meech.
the big voice put it out there. This a narrative game. If he throw it out there, he know it's false in it. Some people gonna believe it. You know what I'm saying? Because where do it say that Brick snitching out in the indictment?
There's
Nowhere.
There's nowhere to substantiate
They
that.
call an
whatsoever.
NBA YoungBoy a snitch now too, because he done got out so many times. That's, people just throwing it around there.
People don't even have understandings of the law, and they still
Right.
want to make fucking declarations like that. But that
And the
don't
same
even-
way he just mentioned that is the same way narratives keep floating.
Yeah.
It's the Me Too movement for street niggas.
That's what this is.
Okay.
That's a
You
fact.
on the board.
That's
You
a
on the
fact.
board.
That's a bar.
You on the board.
YSL Woody or whatever. He celebrated. He a celebrity now because he a snitch.
You know, she just alerted
They
me
got
to
Cub
it.
putting on eyelashes.
But
nigga. You seen that? That's
so
crazy.
T-Rail, I guess, is live right now, crashing out on you guys / me because of what we've already said in this podcast. Which, damn, he mad he not invited to the party. Like this fool is just out here
know
trying
that.
to
Nobody
figure
give
out
a
something.
fuck about T-Rail crashing out, nigga. The
We know,
fuck?
we know
You threw the
niggas.
shots
We knew
first,
niggas
nigga.
was gonna make
Yo,
content.
look how fucking indoctrinated into the Crips Donnie is. He types back on Fig. He spells it with 2 C's. What are you doing?
I had to train
Donnie.
myself.
Ain't no fun
Donnie,
when
you're
the
a
rapper got
wood.
the
Don't
gun
forget
up.
it. We ain't clicking on that
They be
shit.
smoking.
Hey, this the thing though.
That
Niggas
nigga-
didn't even
that
diss
nigga
Cub.
hot.
Nigga just said what happened factually. You mad about that? You actually dissing niggas. Oh, it's a lob. Okay, that was a lob, nigga. Taking it wrong with it.
Why is he crashing out?
He's sad. He mad he didn't
Niggas
get
be-
that
invited.
conversation.
Niggas be spooked.
Damn, that gotta hurt his feelings that we got like 8 times as many
And in this
viewers as
content
him.
game, it's like content over everything has got to, at some point, you got to have a limit on that. Because you can't keep disguising disrespect as a lob under the guise of content. It's like we grown men.
Right.
If you want to fuck with niggas, fuck with niggas. If not, then don't.
You just punch someone in the face. It's just content.
Just don't.
Right.
It's like-
Then don't be pointing out other people. Oh, he a vulture, and then turn around and do the same exact shit.
Yeah.
And his stream name right now is Keep My Name Out Your Mouth, Adam22.
Hey,
What are you gonna do?
hey,
What you gonna do? You gonna make me shut my mouth? Shut the fuck up, faggot.
Hey, Lowe's Cannon, real wife said she down to talk live. You want to holler at her? The real wife, the one he's still married to? No, no cap.
If you gonna call
They
her,
got
I'm
the
gonna
whole
listen to her.
family on this
Hey,
motherfucker.
what's
I'm gonna hear her out.
She said, "Let me get my
family
mouth
reunion.
Well, I put it
This
to
is
this and
insane.
niggas go,
Yeah.
My nigga crazy.
Damn, I've always heard about this girl, but we never actually spoke to her. But
He's still married to her and shit. She getting her. I guess they little divorce together. I guess.
shit, they gonna work it out.
This is probably a good time for her to do that, right? Opportune.
I mean, shit, she got
I could. Never mind.
Going live to crash out is crazy work.
that's crazy.
I thought it was all fun and
He
games.
can't
I thought
even
it
wait
was
till we
live.
get done. He got to do an impromptu emergency stream. We got to respond to him right now.
I thought it was all lives. What happened? I'm just throwing the live back.
Nah, we supposed to be the little bullshit platform that niggas don't know.
Shit.
We don't respond.
Gigi, what's the deal?
What's up? Who's this?
This Munchie.
You on live? You live on No Jumper with Adam22, Viral Way, Lush 1, and
Lush
Munchie.
one, Viral Ways, Adam 22, and Termaine actually just hung up, and you know, you know what I'm saying? Somebody told me to tap in with you.
Can you restart the chat? Because I feel
Okay, about what?
Or just scroll
About
down.
Tremaine?
Yeah, you know, just texted me and said you were trying to holler. You wasn't trying to holler.
Oh yeah, he was talking about the stolen the 40K from Black China. I mean, he did. He knows he did.
Wait, and how did you steal it?
He was messing with Black China, which I mean, I said that from the beginning. So at first he did the whole thing, which I mean, China knows. I had told her what was going on, that it was a play. He was trying to, get his way in good. So he was spending our money. And he had took all the money out of our safe and was tricking on her. So he was like buying her crab legs, paying for her gate to get fixed at her house. He paid for like all these tickets when they went to New York and Sacramento, all these crazy places. And so after he did that, he had his little, I don't know if it was manager or whatever, Rick Aaron, started like using China's name. Remember she was doing that. That was when she was doing that cooking show at that time. So he was like going over there trying to take charge of the cooking show. So he had swindled his way into talking her into letting him be her manager. So, and he started being cool with Tokyo, like her mom. So, I heard that, once they got comfortable with him, they started, he was at the house only when Dream wasn't there though, when she would leave.
Who was Dream?
And he was China's daughter.
Oh.
Wait, but
Kids wasn't there, but he would be going to her house and stuff like that and getting comfortable. So once he got in good with Tokyo, it was over after that.
So-
I heard
so
that he pulled a lick and took the money
Let me
from her.
just read between the lines. You're saying that Loose Cannon is basically like one of the greatest pussy getters of all time because he had Black China, Sharice Mills, and you. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what you look like, but you sound hot. Like all these different baddies, like he's been capable of putting them all under his spell.
Slaying Poon.
You can pull up her interview on Shay TV.
I'm gonna tell you one thing. Luce is very good at what he does. I'm gonna give that to him. He is very, very, very good at what he does.
Wow, what a legend!
He has the mouth of you wouldn't believe the lies, but the lies and just like he got all y'all tuned in with the lies and the manipulation. Hey, what you think he gonna do to female he want pussy from?
Damn.
Okay, which baby mama with the little shit in the drawers? Who was that?
Oh, it got quiet.
The washing his underwear or some shit. Was that you or that was Nikki?
Washing his underwear. Oh, I don't know about that.
That must be
Wasn't
some
washing
Nikki
no
shit.
underwear.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I don't know about that.
The son.
We are muted right now. Yeah,
That's the son.
He said
Damn.
that's a sign.
That's a sign. Hang that shit up, gang.
Hey, all right, we gonna tap in with you.
All right, man.
All right.
Nigga said the feds took the sound.
Pull up.
No, it was T-Rail.
Hey, that
T-Rail.
wire fucking up, cuz.
It was T-Rail.
Oh, you just fixed it?
As soon as they hung up with
Y'all didn't mix.
Look, I told you.
They didn't miss too much.
Hey, they
I
got the
think.
tapping that phone call,
So
nigga.
just so y'all know, it's been confirmed that Loose Cannon did not actually steal 40,000. It was just a reimbursement from previous tricking on Black China.
So he gave her 40K and then took the 40K back, and that's what is being alleged. That sounds kind of
No.
dope.
You
It's a
got to listen to
reimbursement.
Tokyo tell a story of how her shit got stolen, cause or whatever. But they got too many little, like how you flip back and forth to they little back and forth. You have to find it specifically or
So
whatever.
is she
whatever.
clout chasing?
Who her?
Yeah.
No,
No, I'm talking about old girl with the original story. Like who ran to the internet with it.
Tokyo?
Somebody take 40K.
Yeah, I
from
mean
me,
that is
I ain't running
that,
to the
that's for
internet.
sure cloud chasing.
She got to be clout chasing, right?
Hey,
For sure clout chasing.
That's a clout chase.
She got the little show Aunties with the what's
Just
Blueface
saying
mama
whatever
name?
on them.
Yeah, nigga just get online, just say anything. Nigga took 60K. What the fuck you doing on the
And
internet?
why are you gonna do that right when somebody get caught up? That's your first instinct is to go like on Instagram.
You
and
got
be
niggas
like,
driving past your house when you get locked up. So shit, I don't got. This shit crazy.
Internet making people lose their fucking mind.
Madness.
Yeah.
Should we watch a little bit of this Loose Cannon's real wife clip to hear what she's talking? Because you did this interview a while ago, right?
Not an interviewer. Alex
Oh.
did. I was just so you can see what she looked like.
Okay, yeah.
That title is fucking hilarious. by the
Loose
way.
Cannon's
I'm
real
just
wife.
referring to her as
Husband
real
right now.
wife.
He is currently my legal husband.
All right, so let's tell all the people out there that is tapped in, that are listening to Streets and Scholars online, on all the podcast platforms who are watching us visually, who are you currently married to right now?
I'm currently married to Tremaine Ashley Williams, aka Loose Cannon.
And how long have you been married to him?
We got married July 17th, 2020.
Okay, so we're going on 4 years of marriage.
Yes.
But is it fair to say that as of now, he's considered, you have an estranged relationship with him?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
And you are in the process of getting divorced?
Absolutely, yes.
All right, so take me
Not
back
the
to the
divorce
beginning.
paperwork.
When did you first meet Termaine? I'm going to call him Termaine. It's very difficult for me to call this dude Loose Cannon. And the reason why is because I grew up with a dude named Loose Cannon.
Correct.
And over the years, and you know a little bit about this too, this guy, Termaine, has taken on the identity to a certain degree of the real Loose Cannon.
What the fuck?
Yes, I found that out. I actually spoke to the real
That's
Loose
happening
Cannon,
on
so
their
I actually
podcast,
found
right?
out
No, but I'm tripping.
about the real Loose Cannon.
Wait, so it's like a
Okay.
CB4
when I
thing
filed
going
for
on?
divorce. Yes.
So right now, I'm going to refer to him as Termaine or the fake Loose Cannon.
Right.
I've never
So,
heard Alex talk.
I never
Take
heard
me
him
back to the
like
beginning.
want to hate
When
on
did
somebody.
you
Yeah.
even
Never.
first
No,
meet this dude?
So I met Tremaine in 2018. I met him in Riverside, California. he was doing like house parties, and one of my friends, radio bass, I was friends with his girlfriend at the time, Lauren, and we went to the house party that he had at the Riverside house. So that's how I had met him. He was throwing parties, and I had like a mobile strip club with strippers, so we decided to collab on a party together. So he was going to throw a party at the house, and I was going to bring the dancers, and we were going to collab on a party. That's how everything started.
Okay, so in 2018, if we do the timeline right, and you probably didn't know at the time, but he's still married to his second wife.
What are we watching right now? I'm lost. Like, what is he?
I like Alex Alonso getting in his journalist bag to uncover Luce's skeletons.
I've never seen Alex Alonso.
Like, is she going in on his name or like what the fuck? I
Still
don't
married. I'm
understand.
guessing he not trying to get a divorce.
Somebody said the roster, his little honor roll list. Oh yeah,
He do got a crazy roster.
Yeah.
Man, he's so good at getting hoes. He needs to stay out this whole street shit. He needs to just focus on the girls.
Yeah, Crippen ain't working
He's
for
got a skill.
Yeah, he ain't get that other stuff alone, bro.
Okay, so
what's next?
His brother's.
I was just mad.
Bro, his brother had a fake law firm. How you do that?
Okay, wait. So Munchie, let me ask
That's
you this,
crazy.
bro, because I'm mad confused. Because Brick was trying to ask him before, like who put you on? Are you really from 6-0? Who put you on? And he was very evasive and was acting like this is the one time he didn't want to talk. And he was like, you feel me? Like
That man ain't.
he's
from
like, oh,
there.
I'm not gonna. I don't have conversations like that on camera. So is Luce, per your understanding, from LA or is he from the IE?
He grew up in IE, right? He come up here 30 IE niggas deep. The whole IBM, he got a cold cult following, like from the IE, right?
Hey, don't do that, Lush, girl.
No, it's a legitimate question.
Lush, stop doing that, girl. You know,
Hey, cause
don't do that.
for
It's
me
a
to ask,
legitimate question.
That ain't
All that matters is the
I fuck with
FBI
you.
said he was 60s.
Yeah. Stop trying to cause that divisiveness.
hey,
nigga.
no,
You
no,
know
no, no.
cuz gonna go up on him.
I can't say because I'm from across the street. They rivals, but you gotta ask one of them. But you know, they all said he ain't.
That's what I'm saying. Go ask them. Why you asking he from over there?
Well, he's the most.
Brick already said he ain't. Shit, right?
I was just a little confused.
You
about
want Munchie from Inglewood to reiterate on Nate? Come on, don't do that.
It's a little confusing.
I think
That's
everybody
how-
already know that though, right? Like he deep with the
No,
IBM
but that's the
dudes. They
thing. I think that there is ambiguity there because I'm confused about it.
ambiguity.
Why you
break
didn't
it down?
ask?
Break it down. What that mean?
Why you didn't ask her?
No, for real.
Why
He been here, right?
I have asked him, and he's always
Did you
like, I'm
ask him
from-
on the pod?
I didn't ask him on the pod.
Why not?
Because Brick did.
Brick was.
No, why didn't you?
Because
if you,
Rick did.
If you was confused, why you didn't say, hey, Luce, you from the IE or why you didn't say that?
I'm pretty sure I've asked him that multiple times.
On the pod?
I mean,
To be
Because you
fair,
asking him on the pod.
that's what Brick
Well,
would
I
always
thought-
say. When I was like, damn, Luce was up here with 20 dudes today. He's like, yeah, they all from the IE.
Yeah,
but Brick from over there, so he can say that. But,
Yeah.
But
I'm
I'm-
just saying, why you asking Munchie
I
instead
think
of
that's a
asking
fair.
Luce?
I think it's a fair
I can
question.
answer
That ain't no
it. I
fucking
can
fair
answer it,
question.
but I think it's
Fair
more
question.
politically correct to ask them, but I could answer it. Everybody know the answer.
Okay,
you know
well,
what I mean?
look, you guys are acting like I wouldn't ask Luce this question on camera.
You would
It's
squabble
totally
Luce?
not true.
You wouldn't,
squabble him
cuz.
down?
That's what
I
I'm
would
getting at.
totally ask him.
You ain't
I would-
asking
I would
Luce
not
that on
squabble
camera.
him.
Why not?
That's a different
I'm not
thing.
trying to squabble
He's
him.
a potter.
But yeah, but that's not a fade. That's not on like my fade inquiry list. There's no incoming fade request from Luce at the moment.
Man,
He
the
But-
boogeyman
refused.
would've
He
got down
refused to
on
say
you,
who
cuz.
put him on though. That's all we know, bro.
all I'm
He
saying
said
is, I think
they don't want to be out there.
I
Like
think
that.
it's a very
don't wanna
fair
be out
question.
That's what he said.
Nah, we know what you're doing.
not private.
Munchie
I don't-
gonna
you
eat
know
it
what I'm
up because it's Munchie, but no, don't do that.
No, he eat himself up.
No, but
So,
he
like-
could have asked Luce while Luce was here.
Well, there's no need to when my co-host asked the same question.
But you said I'm confused. I'm still lost. So it's like, all right, I'm still lost.
No, the
You from
reason why I
IE or
brought it up right now, you're probably like, why did you bring this up? Is because she said I met Luce in Riverside.
Yeah.
Which is where the IE.
And he lived in Corona by Reggie Wright.
That's
So are you trying to throw IE smut on Luce? Like
No. Being from
No,
the IE ain't smut. But
no, I'm saying
being a claimer is though.
For if you from LA, it is. Not shout out to the IE, it's not because real niggas everywhere.
Right.
But if you're a LA native, to disrespect an LA native, you be like, oh, you IE ass nigga, you a Valley nigga. Like that's low key disrespect.
To be
you know what I'm
40
saying?
something and still claiming something you ain't from is smut. You know what I'm saying?
No, for
The nigga
sure.
like 42, bro.
The reason why I'm confused is because
Nah, he ain't 40, right? He's probably like late 30s.
Bro, he tell y'all he 32, but his twin brother 42. I don't know how that works. That's crazy. Y'all be just
Shout
letting-
out to the IE.
Y'all be
real
letting
niggas
fools have it
everywhere.
up here. He could be anything you want to be.
I was just getting at what was the overall purpose of that question. When
No,
he was
nothing-
here for a few pods,
you know that
I
nigga
never
ain't from
seen you
60s,
ask
bro.
that
He said
shit.
he wrote.
I've only potted with him once.
Yeah.
I potted with him once. That's the
That
only
was the
time.
one time you
That was
should
the
ask
only
him.
time.
He told Adam
But-
he got a song coming with Drake that never came out. What happened to Adam?
That is a good question. I was kind of wondering that as well. I should ask Drake. What if he shoots it down like the sharp thing?
Hey, no. But they a good couple though. Him and his girl now. They bounce off each other. She like a ghost producer. She called him a ghost producer. She made up a little title for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Shout out her though. She real supportive.
Nah, for sure. She holding it down. Wait, Munchie, we gotta ask you about this. Like, click on the Instagram post. Wack posted this. He said, "Munchie B, you can't see. You didn't see it coming. Watch this. You pulled off and boom, it happened. You wrecked your car. That's the last thing you remember. I know the truth." What is he talking about?
That was Wack. That was Wack who said that.
Oh, he rapping now? I don't get it. Well, I don't get it.
You pulled off and boom, it happened. You wrecked your car. That's the last thing you remember. I know the truth. He's implying that you had some kind of Mickey Street situation that involved your car getting wrecked. I don't know.
With a cryptic Draco reference at the end.
Yeah, I was
which one was the?
Because I know the truth. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. Hey, he notorious for saying who he don't know and little guys, but he be worried about this little guy a lot.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Go get your wife back, bro. Go get Kimberly back, bro. That's why he angry. He's disgruntled.
Kimberly's gone. We moved on to R&B. Well, he did.
Hey, if you a millionaire, you supposed to be meeting women in these important places, not on Clubhouse. Okay? Nigga, that's what niggas was doing in high school on a party line, nigga.
That's kind of dope if you like rob a dime piece off a Clubhouse.
No, that ain't dope. No. He's nearly 50. He's nearly 50.
Go ahead, Hunk.
He's nearly 50, finding the love of his life on Clubhouse.
But I mean, you're gonna find her where you're at, and he's on Clubhouse a little too much, so it makes sense. Be for real. She's a diamond in the rough because she's a baddie, and she was on Clubhouse. She got like 2-3 bodies like lifetime. He got some fresh work from there.
Shallow, right? Just because you're good looking don't make you a diamond in the rough. That.
She's the rose that grew from the concrete.
Look, you gotta ask.
It's amazing.
Ask these bitches what's a bad bitch. Then I bet you they definition be all toe up. Like what you talking about? Like man, she crazy as fuck.
I'll throw R&B in the baddie category for sure.
Yeah, to get hit. What else though?
I mean, she seems like a great partner, great wife. She got his back like nobody else on earth ever.
R&B seems solid. I ain't gonna lie. She do.
Man, Luce really picked a fucked up time to like turn on Wack though, because it would sure be nice to have Wack in his corner throughout all this, and instead he'd be going the other way. Wack's out here shaping narratives on a daily basis. I mean, it's just really an inopportune time that like a week before he gets indicted, he decides that he's done with the Wack 100 clout stimulus.
Wait, did Wack ever say if he knew the indictment was going to be that beforehand or when it happened or not?
Yeah, he said he texted Big U wife and told her.
Because the only reason I asked that is because like the way when Luce was going off and then Wack called into the pod that last week, you feel me?
Yeah.
And Wack it was the only time I seen Wack like extending an olive branch to the capacity he was.
I know.
He was essentially like, I don't want to say waving the white flag, but it was like, look, I don't want to beef with you. You're my brother. I love you. Like that was kind of the energy he had for Luce, right?
But it's kind of crazy to see Wack being like straight up and honest about the nature of their relationship, because he basically is like kind of talking about Luce like he was like a big youth flunky that really didn't have no motion until Wack came around or whatever. And that's all shit that Wack would have gone to war arguing prior to them falling out, and now Wack is calling it straight.
Yeah, before he would have been like, Luce wrote Rappers Delight.
Nah, for real.
Niggas 2 peas in a pod.
That's crazy.
Hey, man. I don't know, man. I didn't get the
He
little...
ghost wrote Me Against the World.
But you don't know what he's talking about with the car? Because it's like, it's got to be a long time ago that you were driving or crashing cars, I assume.
Mm-hmm. Oh, when I got shot, my car got shot up.
Maybe that's what he's pulling off. Watch this. You pulled off, and boom, it happened. You wrecked your car. That's the last thing you remember. I know that he's actually basically saying that he knows who shot you, because he can't read it. I know.
Hey, but bro,
stop reading that shit.
He's saying that he knows who shot you up.
All right.
Nigga, Wack being real
You
cryptic.
was scuba diving on your stomach with your ass cheeks out, bro, for the world to see. That's one.
Scuba diving.
Okay, you gave an openly gay man a puppy as a gift. Shout out Jason Lee. That's not Pyro, homie. That's 2. 3, everybody going to bed, but ain't nobody went to bed. What's going on? The plumber won it now, I heard. The plumber, Jay Diggs, he went back to Hawaii. He got tired of waiting. Bro, he can't talk about nothing. When have getting shot on 6 different occasions, not telling on the person, or just handling it my own way became a knock. or not sending nobody to jail like he do. You know that Greg Hunter over there got some bullets in it. All that. Nah, bro, knock it off, Cash. Like, for real, man. He getting too old for this shit, bro. For real, man. I'm concerned about you, bro.
Goddamn. All right.
What's the next topic?
Yeah, let's go to the topic.
I can stay on the for an hour though, since you
don't, because we got nothing to do with that shit.
You heard about little old Munchie, bro. Leave me alone, bro.
We've talked about a lot of the main
So
shit.
72K views on your little YouTube shit. Your shit trash.
Shit.
Come on, bro.
Y'all really put Almighty Watch as the topic?
yeah, I
Y'all
think we-
niggas crazy.
Nah, we ain't trying to rub it in.
No,
Almighty
to be
taste.
fair, to be fair,
Hey, cuz, right there.
to be fair, Cartier watches, you could take them apart.
Yeah.
And that is a Cartier skeleton.
But now you have something to think about when it comes to wearing two watches. Is don't clap your hands too hard because that shit might just explode.
just in the young homie's defense, Cartier, real Cartier watches, you take apart.
Don't try to big bro him.
So y'all was
The
here with
little
the
homie.
That's the,
No, I'm trying to figure
that's a respectful that young man is a respectful way of saying your younger friend instead of being like, hey, the little homie.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, they don't even wear no watch. Nigga, I didn't know this shit be blowing up and shit. Nah, for real. You gotta like do your research on that shit or why they do that shit. You said they click together?
He had two watches and he was going like, I'm assuming that's what made it.
Yeah, he was clapping them
Yeah.
together and shit. He was like yelling at her. Man, I still haven't seen like the whole thing to understand like how that argument started to come
It
together.
was heartbreaking to me.
What was heartbreaking?
I don't know. I was just like, I like that. I don't like
watch.
to see them arguing. It was like on some like gossipy, funny shit. Like but I fuck with them both, so I didn't like to see them arguing. And I want to see Jalise do more shit over here, so I don't want there to be conflict and shit.
I wonder if they hugged it out afterwards or if
I'm
it's
pretty
still
sure.
up.
She kind of like seemed like she was being chill at the end. She said, because he's like, let me take my W. You take your L and take it home, Jalise. She's like, all right, I'll take my L.
DC Baby Draco about to pull up on Almighty, do a hood vlog. Daily news, man. Daily news.
Watch exploded. That shit's crazy.
All right. I mean, there's like a lot of stuff that would have been the biggest stuff in hip hop in any other week, such as Sauce Walker getting shot and Say So the P getting killed, Yella Beezy getting charged with a murder of BO3. These are things that we would have probably been digging into so deep and like really concerned with if it wasn't for the fact that so much other shit happened at the same time.
NBA coming home.
Young Boy coming home is another good one for show.
Welcome home, Young Boy.
K-Flock beating a murder, but kind of not beating a murder because he's probably going to do like 20 years anyway. That would have been a really big deal, man. They forgot about his ass.
Shout out to K-Flock. He kept his stitch lip.
ASAP beat something. I didn't pay attention to that the court proceeding, but the ASAP dude.
Well, Rocky beat the murder like a couple weeks ago, yeah. Or not the murder, but the shooting case, yeah.
I didn't really pay attention, but the ASAP dude.
I mean, even the ASAP thing, like that was weirdly quiet. Like people just didn't really pay as much attention to that as you would have thought, given that you got like this very, very famous rapper facing 20 years at one point, you know?
Okay, is the Yo Gotti thing that's fake news? There ain't no indictment coming down on Yo Gotti, right?
Not that I heard of.
Yeah, okay, that's fake news. All right.
No, definitely. Did you meet Say So the P when he came through? You did that interview with Sharp.
I did not meet him. I did not get to meet Say So the P. But that was the whole lore behind that story is crazy. I guess Say So the P is from Memphis.
Right.
And he was out there fucking with him in Memphis, Sauce was, and I get allegedly over 200 bands.
Did he actually run off on him, or
Well, his
mom
family
came
has come
and
out
said-
and vehemently denied that allegation and said that he was not the type to run off on anybody. But at the same time, you didn't hear them questioning the narrative about like the dude basically like standing over them and then realizing it was Sauce Walker and then not shooting him.
That's what Rainwater said.
That is what Rainwater said, but you didn't really hear anybody say that wasn't true.
But that's another open case niggas talking about. Him and Wack was talking about that on Clubhouse. What's the deal with this open case shit? You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, but that would like
that was real descriptive.
It is very descriptive, but it like I could see that happening. I don't know if it's true or not, but I could see that being true. And also, I think a lot of the reason why his mom, Say So's mom, is tripping and stuff is because all the footage afterwards of Sauce Walker, like he was, and everybody deals with grief and trauma differently. So, and we've seen Sauce Walker go through it before because when Sauce Walker smoked the dude, and then he posted about it 10 minutes later in the self-defense thing, and he was on Instagram, like you could tell that dude does not really have too much.
I don't think
You
he
say
pulled the trigger
he
on
don't
that.
feel bothered at all, huh?
Yeah,
That's what it looked like.
he does not feel bothered at all. And in this instance,
He was pulling up a foe.
yeah, like
an hour later.
Up,
He was
you
in
know
the
what I mean?
trenches.
I feel like pouring up a foe is pretty much how Sauce Walker is going to celebrate any moment in his life, whether it's his homie dying or him not dying, etc. Anything is an excuse to po up. That being said, yeah, if your homie gets killed in front of you, you kind of owe it to the internet and the world to like your first time on camera to not look like you are too happy.
Yeah.
You know, like that video definitely came off like very weird. Like you don't seem like that's really at the forefront of your brain at this moment.
He was more juiced about some drink.
Oh, I feel like he was just happy because he got shot and he was fine and didn't die, which is, you know, that's got to feel pretty good. But then
That's
watching your
crazy.
homie die in front of you is going to be pretty rough.
It don't sound scripted though, cause why would you leave somebody else alive before he could tell on you? You know what I'm saying? That sounds like some movie shit. Like he stood over him, he noticed it wasn't him, then he just left him there.
I don't know how much of a plan they had to get away with it because they've already identified who the dudes are. You want to click that link?
That does sound like a Tarantino script, though. I'm
Right.
not gonna lie. Like, oh, it's you. Oh, we gonna give you a pass this time.
It sounds like a good ending to a movie.
Yeah, because look at these fools. This is that guy on the left is at least one of the dudes who got identified in this whole shit. Yo, and that's them getting out of the car to go do this drill. Oh, they switching seats right here or what?
God damn, they got niggas in 4K. Kid.
That's not the
Bro, don't be a criminal. It's not worth it.
That eye in the sky ain't no joke.
I mean, this is like the
gotta be a boomer.
the shit with Ronnie. They had like, you know, amazing food. They caught those fools the next day.
Did they both get caught? 'Cause the other one was masked up.
No.
That's some Minority Report shit.
Nah, they just did some bozo shit. It's broad daylight.
But the video where they showed him drawing down on him, they don't stand over nobody.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, I think that story was false.
Cuz try to make it sound like some movie shit.
Right.
Well,
Yeah.
they could have realized that it was Sauce Walker.
No, you still
I
supposed
love
to
how you say Walker.
Oh yes, Walker.
Waka.
True.
Waka Waka.
No hard
Buka
R on
Buka.
the
You know, in reality, you ain't supposed to leave nobody around, though. So I doubt that.
I didn't see the video of him on the internet celebrating though. I didn't see that shit.
Nah, it wasn't him celebrating. It just he was. You talking about the video? He was standing next to the dude, right?
No, after he got hit up, they said he got back on the net drinking.
You want to see the video? We got it right here.
That video.
Sauce Walker
when
and Say So Peace shot and released
Was
it.
that in a hospital, by the way? Where the fuck?
I don't
is
know.
that?
They were like a
Look
trap
like
house.
That's a weird trap house.
The only logical explanation I can give is he wanted to show the dudes who shot him, like, yeah, fuck y'all, I'm still up type shit.
Yeah. Watch this.
Like, yeah, I ain't down type shit.
Yo, it looks like they're in a hostel. Yo, you got to put the audio on.
I'm still dripping.
Slow mo, citrus dude.
It's Scarface. This one of my Islamic brothers right here.
That's not that bad though. It's not that bad.
Two of them.
Two.
Yeah.
What the fuck
this nigga did it.
That's what I'm saying.
Look at
dog.
those beds.
What a sus environment.
That's like the cheapest bed you could get.
I with my brother right here, Wallahi.
Salam alaikum. Special delivery, man.
That's literally what happened.
Blue cream, that's pineapple. That's act peach. Hold on. Come on, man. Citrus dude. Red cream.
Wallahi, thank you. You saved my soul.
Every flavor. Another citrus dude. Blue cream.
Thank you, Jesus. I love you, bro. Thank you. I love you. You know I was gonna call you Wallahi.
Man. The first cup of drink after you get shot twice in the leg has got to be a pretty good feeling cup of drink. So I can't blame him for being at least a little bit relieved, but
Bro been shot like 4-5 times, right?
Yes.
Different occasions?
Yes.
he definitely moves around like a regular ass dude and not a dude who has all this jewelry and fame and shit. You
Yeah,
know?
his mom, he like getting shot regular now.
He was out here last 4th of July and Bompton just begging it.
Yeah, you don't give a fuck.
It's on my Instagram. He just.
Honestly, though, like, man, if Sauce got killed, that'd be a fucking national tragedy. That's an incredibly influential, important figure in the history of rap music. I'm gonna be real, yeah.
So did Boosie strike again?
You hear that?
What the fuck
I
is that?
feel like it's Almighty screaming at the TV.
Probably playing that video.
You know that clip he had on Vlad? Talking about rappers getting killed in their hometown.
Yeah.
Strikes again, right? Yeah, Vlad finna re-upload that shit.
Well, yeah, this dude, I guess, is from Memphis, but I'm gonna be real, and I fuck with like all the Sauce twins and like Sancho and all them different dudes and Peso. I wasn't really familiar with this dude. With Say So the P.
I wasn't super familiar either, but
They said the mama came out trying to act like he was just a good boy. All the shit he talked about in this rap.
Yeah, they
I
always
know.
say
Everybody
that,
gonna say that shit.
It felt like she was damn near trying to like put it on. I don't know, put it on Sauce, but like making it seem like it was a setup. You feel me? Like
That's usually how it go though. If you get
right?
shot with
Right.
somebody and you live, they're gonna blame you. They're gonna be like, "Why you're not dead?"
Yeah.
Nah, facts.
That's usually how that shit go.
Yeah.
Nah, that's facts.
I don't think there is a stupid rumor like, Sauce took an insurance policy out on this guy.
It's crazy.
yeah.
Internet.
Yeah, I don't like conspiracy theories, bro.
I mean, when you see Sauce Walker, he has an army of different dudes that are assigned to the Sauce Factory that, like, realistically, for every peso, there seems like there's 5 or 10 of them that maybe are not the most serious aspiring rappers, but they're definitely out here in the streets doing whatever they're doing. So shout out to Sauce Walker. I feel like we honestly ran through all the good topics. I think we should hit the donations and then wrap this shit because we did almost 4 hours, and I feel like it was a great podcast, and I appreciate everybody who was watching this shit. That being said, we're going to get into all the donos right now. If you want to get last-minute ones in, $5 and up, we're reading them on camera. Scroll up, and we shall dig in here.
We got a cool amount.
The people support, and they want to have their words heard. You can keep
Talk your
going,
shit.
keep going. keep
Tapping in,
going.
not tapping out.
I think you're going too far now because I remember that one.
Oh yeah, okay. We read this shit. Let's go down a little bit more.
I got a fan base.
Okay.
Yeah, T-Rail crashing out was the last one.
That was the last one we read. All right, keep going down.
Gotta have some mediation going on, man.
Free Koopa said, "Free Brick Baby, my dog. Much love from Dirty Jers." For show. I mean, honestly, like if there's one thing that this whole fucking ridiculous encounter has showed me, Remo. Okay, FBI Agent 4 said Remo outside in the white van right now.
Facts.
Shout out to Officer Remo. He hates that narrative though. He's very against that being put out there. But okay, you remember when we first started like doing the pod consistently, and it felt like the opinion of Brick Baby was kind of mixed.
Yeah.
Where like, you know, a lot of people were kind of not into his style of podcasting or our dynamic or whatever, and now you're really getting to see like how much they've grown to appreciate him and shit, which is it's good to at least see how much of an impact he ended up making on the fans, even if it's from a very negative situation.
I feel like Brick fulfills in like several niches simultaneously and has like not only knowledge on the gang shit, the street shit firsthand, but the industry shit as well, and is also really funny and entertaining. Is like he's like not far from age from us, like so he gets all of our references, but he
Yeah.
still has like young energy that like people way younger than us fuck with. So I don't know. I think Brick is like I said, he was Kobe over here, man. We need the homie back home.
So you think the hate is, you know, once you had certain co-hosts that left, people, it's hard to replace the people that they already fell in love with. So it's that buffer period of getting used to the new guy.
Yeah, he was crucial to us kind of like rebuilding the whole dynamic after certain people left for sure. But I mean, one thing about Brick is like I always felt like to really appeal to the No Jumper fan base on any given show, it kind of needs to be like a mix of like a more nerdy style person as well as like street type people like that, because that's kind of like both the audiences. Is you have like underground rap fans who really are not in the streets or whatever, and then you have like dudes who really want to hear about the street shit. And Brick, to his credit, been through everything you could pretty much go through on a street level, and then also like is kind of a nerd in terms of his own personal interests, and he's spent enough time around white people and shit that
He knows the Lil Peep song.
Yeah, you know, he's not. He does have like massive gaps in his like cultural understanding from being locked up, which is kind of like there's all this like No Jumper history that he'll just be like, damn, I was locked up for that, and he just has no idea what we're talking about. But I do feel like it's good to see how much the fans have like grown to care about him since he's been out. But hey, according to his family and shit, very good chance that he's going to be out in the very near future. So
Very good chance.
keep your fingers crossed. Princeton said, ask Munchie B his thoughts on no-fap/semen retention. We need that Munchie wisdom. Basically, do you?
I know these fools are probably into that.
Yeah, for sure they know about it. Do you feel like? Do you go without masturbation as an opportunity to enhance your mind and make you more of a weapon when you're out there in the world, or do you just jerk off freely?
Are you just gooning?
You're a gooner?
I get pussy. No, cause I used to be a jailbird, bro. So I you know what I'm saying? I'm happy I don't have to, you know what I'm saying, do that. You know what a fifi is?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, like, you know what I'm saying?
I
Them
got one
days
in my
is
pocket
over.
right
Like,
now.
hell no. Hey, no. Like
Hell
juvenile
no.
hard camp, those fifis and they eat all that jailbird shit. Them days over. So I'm out here in 3D.
You seen they making the fifis with hella ass now? Like
That's what Sharp got?
These niggas.
The BBL feces?
BBL feet, BBL feet.
Yo, if we had one, we got to do that remix. Half a brick sent $5. Do you think the phone call about Big U having DNA under his nails was really the family or a Clubhouse 304? I do not have information on that.
No, read it correctly. DNA underestimated.
Yeah, it's like some autocorrect going on with that donation.
For sure, LAUSD.
That could have easily been a Tubi actor.
That's a product to LAUSD, I promise you.
And then Arturo said, have legal scholar Alex Alonso on to speak about the big unit. I was thinking about hitting him up to have him and Munchie on together or some shit.
Hey, no, that's what he do. He break that shit down.
That would be dope. I would like to tap in with Alex. I looked at my phone and I do not have his phone number, so I got to figure it out.
Number.
Okay, for sure. Harold Shaw said, I used to run with Long Beach Messiah back in 08, 09. Low boys days. Glad to be low key, a hothead. Glad to witness major growth. Keep grinding, big dog. So
Shout
that's
out
dope.
Harold, man.
That's dope. You guys got some history out here, huh?
The low boys.
What are you guys? Late 20s or early 30s?
Yeah.
I'm trying to guess. Nah?
Viral's not.
I'm like, I don't know.
You don't want to air it out?
Leave my age
He's trying to Michael
undisclosed
Jackson
right now.
and keep his age out of it.
Fans back there writing that shit down.
He said,
I think my co-host was on y'all podcast. Mariah. Was on
Mariah, she been there.
Shout out Mariah.
Yeah.
Real one. Okay. Hillux driver sent 20, said Munchie's safety valve is crazy. Viral and Munchie would be a good one. Woman on a case equals fucked. I like how conservative he's being with his words here.
But they didn't catch when I said safety values on the phone.
Yeah, what was that? What's safety valve mean?
You little former snitch, you trying to get up out of here. You know, package deal with the
safety
feds.
valve.
Oh, okay.
The escape hatch.
Shit.
Downward departures and all that. They got little ways to get up out the feds, snitch ways.
Okay.
Downward departure.
Big Ox Englewood said, I'm scared to even watch this show. It's so federally.
Shut up.
Yeah. Who's getting caught up because of this right here? I don't know about that. Spare Peso again said, he said, would 50 Cent make it as a rapper in 2025?
If he was that same dude coming out right now, fuck yeah, he would.
Yeah.
He would be like the hottest shit right now.
The competition is a little bit crazy because 50 got so much credit for just like
He came out and dissed everybody. He for sure would go viral.
And he did.
He might have been bigger coming out.
50 Cent would have been bigger right now. Nobody hit the scene
the
like
game needs hit makers, period.
Remember How to Rob? Shit, he came out dissing back then. You feel me?
Even when
Image
Wankster
shot
came
9
out, when
times.
he came out, 50 hit the scene. You heard that in everybody car.
But to
50
be
would be
fair,
on songs with Boss Man D-Lo and Vaughn.
50 got shot and then was able to profit off of having like this crazy gangster image, which when you think about it now is like people get shot and it's not exactly like a W for their career, right?
But that's what Yuckmouth was trying to say when he dissed me. I got shot 9 times. That boy need a hug.
But his tongue is inflamed, and then like that, his little delivery, that make him kind of special though, because you know what I'm saying?
Changed, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. He started sounding a lot better once he got
Yeah, but
better.
imagine.
But I think they found out even his backstory too. I think a lot of that played with it, as far as helping him propel.
At the time, he was way more gangster than most of the rappers who were out on the scene at that time. So it stood out so much for anyone who lived through it that the level of respect 50 was getting at that time was just like
saying,
absurd.
imagine Trap doing a documentary on 50 though.
Man,
back when he first hit the scene.
The Supreme Team.
He has done some
right. That would have been crazy.
I like Trap. I like Trap.
You remember he had the DVD that with his CD.
Yeah.
That shit would have been crazy.
When that Power of the Dollar tape came out at the same time of like just all this like everything he was doing and like all the beefs he's getting to do with Jay-Z, getting to like just dissing everybody. Nobody was fucking with 50.
Damn, bro. Trap Lord Oz has got a lot of fucking views off 50 over the years, but the biggest one, 7 months ago, almost 5 million views, 50 Cent's 20-year plot to destroy Diddy, which that is indeed what happened with that. Man.
Very vengeful soul.
And he's still reveling in it.
50 Cent.
Yeah, no. That who's like, I feel like 50 taught me the game as a young dude because I was like 17 growing up, just being so in awe of him, and I felt like I was just studying his moves for a long ass time.
I'd like to see him and Bangam Smurf get back together.
Oh shit!
Wow!
Shout out to Bangam, cuz.
But 50 is always like the
Brought it
last
back.
person to patch up an old beef.
Yeah, he ain't never.
He's like, nah, we're gonna let that simmer
The
for all
last
the
thing
time.
that 50 Cent's gonna do is patch it up with Bangam.
I know because he went over there with Ross and all
Yeah.
that, but I fuck with Bangam.
Yeah, nah, we interviewed him a couple years ago. Yeah. Donnie Rue said B Team, Elite Team.
Well, B-Team.
Shout out to all the roosters out there. Smoking Booth said my new single Northwest Hose now out on all platforms, or NWES Hose. I don't know exactly what that
Northwest,
is.
East South.
The show. And then John sent $5. Thank you, John. Nikki B sent $10. Said LBC Messiah, LBC Messiah. You better keep sending those donations on this stream.
Viral.
Damn, they viral.
Bring that to the viral way.
Brandon Upchurch, $5. Clarity. Adam said the biggest female artist men fuck with is Sexy Red. Gorilla that goat. Just saying. I mean, there's a lot of truth to that too. I feel like Glorilla got a very big male fan base.
I want to see Glorilla Sexy Red tape collab.
Glorilla the most improved.
Yeah,
she
nice.
going crazy.
She done stepped it up.
Ice Spice coming back. She got thick again.
Yes,
and I'm here for that.
Yeah, she back on the ride.
Yes,
that's really all I'm here for.
The Mr. movement was successful. Make Ice Spice thick again, and she answered our prayers.
For sure. Jay Reezy, $5. Adam, did Big U set Nip up? We do not know. I'm gonna assume no, but shit.
That case was a big case. That man would have been locked up a long time ago.
Yeah, I mean, if it does kind of seem like, okay, if Big U set him up, do we really think Eric Holder has been holding his tongue all these years? I don't know. I got at least some doubts.
But we do, by all accounts, that investigation was started when that occurred, when Nipsey was murdered. That was the beginning of this Operation Draw.
Well, I think 2021 is when they started the wiretaps and shit, right?
Right, but the entire, like, they started trying to look into, like, on a federal level, the 60s and all that was when that happened.
For sure. Bricks sent $5. Said send Brick a Fifi L on the head, homies.
He got to make it himself.
He got to make it himself. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I don't think they're letting us send.
I don't think
Fifi
they
in.
want. I don't think he wants to touch Fifi's that we made.
You don't want to import one. Trap House TV said I bought some Fire Cannon merch after the phone call. That's dope.
Yeah.
Shit, we got some right here for you as well. I think.
I'm pretty sure that he made it.
And then Glock the Talk sent $5. Said Munchie looked like Frozone from the movie Incredibles. I ain't seen it, but
that's annoying.
It's a great reference.
That's cool, yeah. And then Clubhouse Ear Hustler sent $5. Said Wax said Rockstar was supposed to get off on Black Sam and then spin back. Yet when Tiny Draws slapped Wack, he didn't get off and ran to his car.
Right.
What are they saying exactly?
They're saying Tiny Jaws got off on him and he broke. And then he's saying what Rockstar should have did. He shouldn't be talking. That's what they trying to say.
Well, Rockstar got off easy too. Everybody stopped talking about him as soon as this shit happened.
Yesterday's news type shit.
Yeah, facts. All right, well, yo, shout out to everybody tuning in for the stream. We had a great 4-hour podcast. We got to shout out to the Viral Way. I think you guys are great co-hosts. Yeah. You guys killed it. Everybody should definitely check their shit out. Make sure they see a spike in subscribers and everything after this so that they know that y'all appreciated them. And then obviously the mayor.
Oh yeah, Rich at Heart _TV, man. Go subscribe for sure.
Munchie B. Yeah, we got one more dono. It's $5 from Bryson SBG. What's y'all opinions? G Unit, Dipset, or the Locks?
G Unit.
Dipset
for sure.
G Unit and Dipset.
Dipset.
It depends what era you counting them in.
I love the Locks so much, but I don't think that they really had the same.
We're not talking about the Uncle Murder era. We talking about
not Uncle Murder.
No, we ain't talking about Uncle Murder.
I mean, G Unit for sure is hot, but the Locks been in the game for a long time.
When I think of the Locks, I think late 90s, and then when I think of D Block, that was more like early, mid 2000s when they really had like a resurgence.
The Locks would have had a better run if they would have put J Hood out.
I mean, he was the only addition, but then he dragged.
But he was the young nigga.
But then
he
he dragged the fucking D Block chain down the block.
That's how
they did cut dirty though, so I didn't really blame him
way
for
more
doing
radio
that.
hits.
I'll say this off rip: the best rapper out of any of these guys is Jadakiss by a significant margin. He's the best lyricist, best rapper.
Bar for bar, he murdered Banks.
Wait. You think that was
murdering
Cam?
Banks?
Yes, Jada's better than Cam.
Jada better
I
than
said,
Cam.
is he
And I
murdering Banks bar for
Look,
bar?
I like Cam better personally, but Jadakiss is
Jadakiss
overall better
murdering.
You know what,
MC.
but
We think
Jadakiss never made an album like Purple Haze.
Jadakiss voice
Jada
is
got
an instrument.
classic.
I love Jada, but Purple Haze
Once
is
they
a
did the
classic project.
And I'll agree.
Front
that
to back.
Purple Haze
The
is
Locks
a better-
versus Dipset, Jadakiss dismantled
fucked
that
up
whole
all
He
camp
did.
by itself.
He did. But now, and here's the other thing about Dipset. If you ask any old head in New York right now, Jim Jones, Jimmy is the truth. They all fuck with Jimmy. Every person that's over 35 years old in New York City.
But Jewels
Loves
is
Jim.
harder than Jimmy.
Jadakiss
Jewels was harder.
Jewels can get on something right now and it will kill him on the track.
It's crazy how much revisionist history has changed because if you were outside in 2007, there's no way Joel Santana wasn't like the hottest rapper.
Nah, he was
What
going
kind of
crazy.
crazy you made in school,
even
bro?
And he
that
was
tape-
young
even
too. He
that
had
tape-
he had that young audience, you know. Like
Yes, he did.
Like Jim felt like an old head.
Wayne
even
would
during
never
the
do a
original
whole
Dipset
tape with
come up.
Jim. Wayne did a whole tape with Jewel.
Yeah, exactly. And if it wasn't for like extracurriculars and him getting caught up in a bunch of shit, Jewels would be one of the most respected, probably. You
Yeah,
know?
he was supposed to be out of here.
He was supposed to be. Yeah, he got caught with a fucking Glocky at the airport.
Oh, that was funny. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
You see,
I guess it is kind of easy to forget that
it's
shit,
Ralph
though.
Lauren, cuz.
Yo, scroll up again. I feel bad if I don't read these last couple. Jackie Moon said, will we ever get to sit down with Adam and T-Rail? I mean, shit, I don't know. I'd probably rather just watch them drown slowly, but it is what it is. No Safe Surface said, Yellow Beezy got picked up for Mode 3. Who knows? Big U might get caught up for Nip eventually. Yeah, you know,
Man, why everybody pushing for that shit?
we just got to wait and see what happens,
Somebody already
man.
doing life for it.
Justice. They want
Niggas need
justice.
niggas need
justice?
YouTube videos to watch. That's what it be.
Right. They want another documentary.
Shit, yeah. I mean, I'm not trying to like switch up on Big U. I was always cool with him. He made me didn't like me so much during the WAG 100 podcast era, but I'm not gonna sit here and just act like he's the biggest demon of all time. Although my conversation with SGK, if you're on the fence and you watch that when that comes out, you might have to take a moment to be like, all right, this dude was maybe not the best dude ever, man, because that was an emotional podcast, like the most emotional shit I did in a minute.
Let it out, loved one.
Shit, OG Suicide, the ghost of OG Suicide was in the room, bro. Damn.
Let it out, loved one.
Let it out. All right, yo, we're gonna be back live tomorrow at noon with a very special guest that you guys are gonna see. Nah, he did not want to take a seat with the person that we are doing content with tomorrow.
Oh,
so.
yeah, I'll pass.
Yeah, he's passing on that one.
It's gonna be a banger.
Drop comments. Let us know if you want to see Munchie back up here. If you want to see us do more collabs with the Viral Way, we're gonna go on their podcast at some point. Maybe Lush One will even roll up with me.
Yeah, I'm already.
Let's get it.
Let's get it. All right. Shout out to everybody who watched this. We love you all. Appreciate all the donations more than you could ever know. Like, comment, and subscribe. I'm not gonna lie. This is definitely the biggest episode we probably maybe ever did, or at least in a long ass time. So appreciate all the support, even if it was done under the auspice of some very negative shit. Yeah, we got 135K on this podcast already.
No way.
That's retarded. All right, appreciate y'all. Much love. Free Brick, free Loose, free
right.
Big Yusufer.
Yeah,
Let's
free the
go.
homies. Come
Long
on, man.
Beach.
Shit. We got Almighty up in here, man. You feel me? Six Figure says, Big Hubby says, whatever you want to call me. You feel me? Hella Keller to give me the channel block. You pay me to find all that good old stuff. You feel me? We got Almighty Zay up in here. You feel me? One of them ones. No crap. You feel me? We got Creep the Guap Fiend. Bitch, you know what it is, nigga. No cap. Bitch.
Yes, sir.
You know what it is, bitch. You feel me? My nigga Remo.
Come
Feel
on,
me?
man,
Not
we
the
chillin'.
cop. A real one. Nigga, he be
Free
with them
Adam.
folks. He be
Free
with folks
Adam.
with him. No
They
cap.
saying Adam ass locked up.
That's crazy.
Why the blogs running with Adam locked up this
That's
morning,
all
man?
in the Rico, nigga. You was a underboss.
Come on,
Man,
man.
that had me fucked. They had to put me higher up on the list. If you fans is watching, bitch, put me higher up on the motherfucking tree. Niggas crazy. No cap.
There's a whole lot going on out here in these no jumper streets, man.
Facts. Yeah, this shit
I don't
crazy
even
right
know where
now.
to start.
Free
so
my nigga Brick.
Nah, free Brick for sure. And yeah, let's start with the rumors that Brick Baby got stabbed up while he was locked up.
I didn't see none of that.
It's a whole bunch.
I just seen it yesterday.
It keeps popping up that he got hit up while he was locked up and shit. They just talking about Big, you got that nigga. I'm like, bruh, niggas just be making up narratives out of nowhere. If you go on Instagram, it's like 3 to 4 blog pages talking about Brick Baby just got stabbed up. They said Adam locked up right now. They said, because, you know, Adam made a post saying the feds knocked on his door. Then Wack made a post today saying that the feds spin back to Adam's career. I didn't even talk to Adam today, so.
I wouldn't know. That's wild work.
But yeah,
Hey, if it's
but
shit
the
for
Brick
that nigga-
Baby shit, for real, super cat, he ain't stabbed up or nothing. I talked to his wife yesterday. He good. Big Baby good. He in good spirits too.
Who be starting that shit? Who be starting that shit?
Nigga, just clickbait. Niggas on the internet just be on stream just making up shit. Like how I'm gonna get niggas in here.
And they know that shit was gonna sound believable.
Man,
too.
what? They knew it, cause like, nigga, I had,
what
I'm
the
like,
fuck?
man, who the fuck keeps saying Brick Baby got stabbed up?
It's so crazy when
nigga gonna defend himself. He in jail.
It's so crazy when I seen all this shit. I was at home. I'm like, oh, everybody going to jail and shit. That shit crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't even.
Hey, free them niggas, bro.
And the crazy part about it is that shit that the shit that had happened outside was a part of the
a part of the
Rico.
Yeah.
Was
Well,
it
loose
that case?
cannon.
Yeah.
Yeah, that definitely was added to the court documents and shit where they refer to that. And let me get on Flacco ass, man. Flacco, you doing a whole bunch of clickbait capping and shit. I'm on your head, bro. Flacco made a whole video like Whack 100 checks no jumper host about what was it? About the loose cannon call. All right, so for one,
What happened?
loose cannon. All right, so I think it was, I don't know if it was Friday or Wednesday. The last stream we had, one of the last streams we had, maybe Friday or Monday this week. Loose cannon wife hit me saying that loose cannon want to call in. All right, cool. Loose cannon called my phone, or she called my phone and then tap loose cannon in on that shit. But the reason he wanted to call was just to like talk about what's going on and to clear up the shit with Tokyo Tony. But Flacco clickbait ass, he on that shit just clickbaiting it like the first thing Remo asked him about is extorting Tokyo Tony. It's like, nigga, he literally text saying that's what he wanted to talk about. So Flacco got a whole narrative trying to flip it and shit. But I'm on your ass because the thing is, Flacco said this is the best thing that ever happened to him is this Big U Rico indictment. He's been making 5 videos per day trying to monetize off this shit.
He making the bag.
Bro, go look at how many videos Flacco got on that shit.
He made 40 bands already.
That's what he's saying. So he out here
posted it.
bragging. Don't be out here fucking trying to manipulate shit for me so you can make your money and shit. Get your money, but leave me out of it, nigga. I'm gonna keep coming for your head. My boy said this the best shit that ever happened to him. Big U getting locked up.
Which is crazy. Which is a part of one of your co-hosts or the nigga you call your friend being in jail too. It's a crazy thing to say. Yeah, nigga.
He said it off the record, but I'm exposing it since he want to lie.
Oh shit.
Yeah, nigga. Yeah, nigga.
No. Not at all.
He has more Big View videos talking about. He has more videos about this shit than any content creator out right now. Gang, yeah, and then the thing is, he's quick to deny.
Safe, nigga.
And I haven't heard him say anything negative about Big U either. Usually he's quick to say, fuck them gang members and
Nigga
stuff.
scared.
He's scared. Don't be scared now. Keep that same energy you be having for all them niggas and shit.
Nigga gotta realize that just because Big U in jail don't mean that his reach is in jail.
No, that's a fact.
That's a fact. But it's just Flacco, if you're gonna make this content, keep the same energy. You be saying how you hate gang members, extortion, all this type of shit. I haven't heard you say anything bad about Big U. You're just monetizing off the situation. So yeah, just leave my name out of the cap because he like clipped the thing is he like clipped the part of it where he tried to flip it and like Flacco he do like get your money my boy, but when it comes to me nigga I'm gonna be on your head.
Yeah, I didn't see that shit while I worked.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Flacco just knows certain names in the title gonna get him paid.
Yeah, and then he got the nerve to say, yeah, I did it like that because I know it was gonna I had to flip it like that to keep the retention rate of not people tuning in. I was like, bro, hell no. Stop. Like, that nigga basically saying I lied on you to get the views.
Funny,
that nigga crazy as hell. He lies all the time, but it's different. Don't do it to me, gang, because I know your whole formula. So like I'm gonna expose you every fucking time, nigga.
You feel me? New up and coming beef, nigga. Remo and Flock.
Nah, Flock on my mans, bro. It's all content, but just chill out.
I'm here to see it, nigga. No
chill
cap.
out.
Yeah, making 50 videos about that shit.
Man,
What do
yeah,
you
and you
expect?
saying this
It's Flacco. I don't expect nothing less.
Yeah, nah, 100%. But it just when I know you're trying to meet your quota of 5 videos per day about this shit, and then I'm watching the video where you're already shading me because like they already was in the comments like he made a post saying the Avengers came together and he left my name out of it. So everyone was like, why didn't you put Remo's name? It's like if Vlad could put my name, academics could put my name. Flacco, why you ain't put my name? Don't be hating, Flacco.
So you think he did that purposely?
Yeah, not purposely, but even I didn't notice it until the fans kept hitting me.
Look,
yeah, all of them was just here.
In Flacco defense,
Y'all
to
should've
play
shouted out
devil's
my
advocate,
yeah.
no jumper left you out that motherfucker too.
The
When it was
thumbnail.
Go to the comedy. I mean, not go to the comedy. Go to the podcast, nigga. You was not on that bitch.
On the thumbnail, but
I'm just saying,
if you go
in his
look,
defense,
I'm never on any of the thumbnails.
I'm just
but
saying.
when it
You
came
was
to
sitting there and they left your name out too.
Not off the post where they announced it. I was
I'm
like,
just saying, on
nah,
the YouTube video I watched, I didn't even know he was there till I clicked it.
Nah, I feel that.
Because the video
But-
said, nigga, the go-to podcast, nigga, or the 4. No, it said the 5, the 5 or the 4. Again, it wasn't him. And it had a thumbnail, and he was sitting right there.
Yeah.
So in his defense, you feel
that's
me?
why I was saying, like, you think
They
he
left
did
you
that
out, too.
intentionally, or you think
I
he
didn't
just
notice
was
it
off?
until people in the comments was just hitting me like,
I ain't gonna lie,
hey,
I didn't notice it
Ringo,
either
why?
because the first shit that I seen was the academics and then the Vlad, and I seen your name on both, so I was just kind of
Vlad acknowledged me and Adam posted even academics, so I'm just looking at Flacco like,
I think the only sitting in the front on guard.
To be 100, I'm really trolling. Like, I really could give no fuck, but I'm just really on Flacco head because Flacco. I was talking to him last night. I'm like, nigga, I'm gonna be on your head tomorrow morning, nigga. But like, nah, it's all fun and games. I really don't give no fuck.
Yeah, I seen that shit too. I seen it like on the Instagram or something. It said like academics, I think Adam, Vlad, and it was and Traveler Ross.
Yeah,
and then that was
Traveler Ross.
That's all the names I've seen.
Nah, yeah, that was definitely a legendary moment. What we was missing was Say Cheese.
Yeah. Gillian Wallow.
Yeah, facts.
Yeah, nah, for sure. But like,
I ain't gonna lie, yeah,
we was trying to. I'm gonna put it out there. We was literally.
Sean really one of them ones.
Yeah, no, 100%. Like, what? I'm gonna put this out there because I think academics already talked about it. But for the last 2 years, I have been trying to do an end of the year award show with Say Cheese, academics, Sean Cotton. Like, everyone was gonna come up. We've been talking about it. I had a group chat with all of us. We've been talking about it, and for some reason, every year we can't get it fucking done. But since we just did this podcast right here, I'm gonna get with everybody and try to get this done this year so we can get the award show. Cause I think that'd be big for the culture if everybody came together at the end of the year to announce, like, you know, who had the best album, you know what I'm saying, best song of the year, and all that type of shit. Talk about the Drake and Kendrick beef. But like, if we could do that again, that'd be dope for the people. The people want to see that shit. But yeah, Flacco, I'm on your head, nigga. Tight shit. That nigga Flacco funny as hell. So what the fuck else been going on? What y'all been seeing? It's been a lot with the whole Rico shit.
Hell yeah, shit. I ain't gonna lie. I don't really be paying attention to it too much, bro, because I know I be having to look at it when I get up here.
But do you be getting calls? Because it's still a point where niggas, not even calls, niggas been sending me DMs like, yo, what's good at No Jumper? Like,
I ain't gonna lie. Niggas know not to call me because I don't got nothing to say. Nothing. I don't got nothing to say. I tell niggas, y'all know as much as me. We watching the same shit. We both watch the same videos on YouTube. You niggas know exactly what I know. Don't call me.
Stop answering calls, nigga. My shit was blowing.
I know you booming. I know you booming.
Gang. Like, it got to the point to where homies start talking about I'm acting funny just because I'm so tired of talking about this shit. I'm not picking up nobody call about it.
Yeah, tight shit.
I want to talk about the same nigga. I don't have no information that you don't. Whatever you watching on YouTube is the same shit I know. Just because I know these niggas do not mean that I know more than what you do, nigga. If you can watch the same videos on YouTube that I can.
And even if I did, I'm not in the mood. Yeah, you feel me?
All right, let me ask y'all this. How do y'all feel about, because Adam made a post last night saying that the feds came knocking on his door and he was going to reveal what the feds wanted. What do you think?
If he trolling or not with him, I don't be knowing, bro. With him, you literally could never know, so I have no clue.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I thought he was trolling. When I seen him say, like, the feds knocked on my door, Adam, I ain't gonna lie. I thought he was playing. I ain't know if he was
too
like.
much, so I have no clue with him. You never know. He played too much. So it's like you literally never know. With that nigga, you damn near gotta show the police in the video. Cause nigga, I never know with you. I have no clue.
Nah, I feel it.
I have no clue.
Police, what's the word?
I didn't even know.
Yeah, I don't think he trolling though. But we will find out. Make sure y'all tune into the Tuesday show that's actually being live today at 4 p.m. So y'all tune in.
That though, I actually am curious about because it's like what. I mean, I know it's so many things they can ask the nigga, like kind of, but then too, it's like, what really could you ask him for when a lot of the shit is public anyway? They said 30 to 40% of the shit that they got on the Rico shit came from them watching podcast shit.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so it's like, what more could you even want from Adam?
Probably get him to confirm some of the shit that he sat there and heard.
Right.
You know how the police do. They know, but they still
or camera footage from inside the building, maybe.
Nah, is Adam bogus if he comply? Should Adam comply?
He already said he would.
Yeah, but how do you feel about that?
He already said he would, so I don't expect nothing less. I mean, there's nothing.
I mean, I just don't feel like
Adam said he was gonna cooperate.
Yeah,
he said he would.
I just don't feel like Adam fall up under that, up under that that
But
shit,
I-
that
Not a-
umbrella
not a
to
good
have
nigga.
to
So, like, I mean, I can't
withhold
be mad at
information
him.
But
from
I-
the police. Like, you feel me?
I really feel like it's niggas' fault. Like it's our fault at the end of the
Getting
day.
up there and saying
Like
that
it's
shit.
our fault for going up there. Like if you in a podcast with a nigga be like, "Did you shoot John yesterday?" It's up to you to be like, "Yeah, I popped that nigga." And, you know, I feel like niggas be too hungry for a viral moment or too hungry for some attention. You know what I'm saying? Especially if a nigga numbers not doing good, nigga be like, "Well, if I say this, no jumper gonna post it. Everybody gonna post it."
Nah, facts. 'Cause
So
when Adam was asking X4 them questions, that nigga went on mute. And
he-
like, what? I don't got shit to say. He didn't even say I don't got shit to say. He just looked at the nigga like he lost his damn
Yeah,
mind.
you feel
Like,
me? And
so-
that's I feel like it's just the way you want to handle yourself. If you feel me, if you were gonna get up there and do all of that, yeah. Don't be mad when a nigga when the police come knocking on Adam's door and he be like, shit, he told me yeah. I mean, you can't be mad at the nigga. You said it, nigga. If you would have said no, Adam would have been like, he said he didn't know nothing about it. Cause just cause a nigga cooperate, it ain't like Adam going to go. It ain't like he working with him. It ain't like he going to go dig it up. You know what I'm saying? He just asking the nigga a question. And I feel like if you choose to answer the question, don't be mad at the nigga for telling another nigga that yeah, he answered the question. You feel me? Like nigga, you can't be mad at that nigga. At the end of the day, bro, that nigga's a podcaster. You know what I'm
it's on
saying? Like
camera.
niggas is this is a nigga job. Like content is a nigga job. So it's like nigga, when the feds come knocking, nigga, you expect this nigga to do life for you or whatever the case may be? Like, bro, he's not gonna do that. Nigga, this nigga not your homie, he's your boss. That's where niggas be getting it fucked up. Nigga, like what? That's with any job on planet Earth, nigga. The boss is never gonna cover your ass. Like, what the fuck? Unless that's your boy. But it's like, nigga, you can't put Adam in that same environment. Like, I would never. That's like doing a crime with him. Like, nigga, you're retarded. You're the retard, not him. You the dummy.
Well, one of the things that was said on the No Jumper podcast that was actually included in the indictment, the RICO charge, was so Loose Cannon came on the Adam and Wax show and he said a lot of shit. But one of the things that stood out was he broke down a situation where apparently they was running a play on Meek Mill and they had Meek Mill held hostage in the club, and Lou said like he put his hand around Meek Mill's neck and told him to get Ross on the phone. And they wanted Ross to have $50K in order for Meek to leave the club. It was this part that was said on No Jumper was actually included in the paperwork. You can read the transcript where it says like it break down exactly what Loose Cannon said in the paperwork. So I guess Meek Mill seen what's going on, and Meek Mill actually responded, and he denied that he even met Loose Cannon, and he said he don't even know who he is. So this is what Meek Mill had to say about Loose Cannon. He said, "This guy must be using a story to confuse this indictment because I've never seen him before. I would have put him to God's test on the spot. I never even met Buddy. I don't negotiate with fake thugs. Ask him what chain because on my chains, some shit. Like watches all 300K up vibes." So this is Meek Mill responding, basically denying that he even met Loose Cannon. He's saying that shit all cap, and he said, "What watch or what chain?" The thing is, I don't even think Loose Cannon even mentioned the chain. Did he? I don't remember Loose Cannon even mentioning the chain.
That's
No,
how you
I just
know.
heard he held him
Look at
hostage.
you, telling on yourself, stupid. He didn't even say nothing about Jane. You dummy. Look, Meek Mill. Look, I feel like Meek Mill was kind of like a what's the people names that I use? The Game is an example, and kind of like Bow Wow. Like they was legends before they got on the internet and started fucking their name up. The Game was like a goat until he started doing all this dumbass interviews, crying, nigga pleading out for Eminem to say something to him, want to beg Dr. Dre for shit. You know what I'm saying? Like Meek Mill was a nigga when Dreams and Nightmares came out. And then nigga Twitter has fucked his name up in the last 5 years. Like, get the fuck off the internet, bro. You be talking too much, man.
Yeah.
No cap. I believe him, nigga. I think that they held your ass hostage, nigga. No cap. Fuck you, man. I think they held that nigga by his ankles, nigga, and said, call Rick Ross.
I kind of believe it too, cause
Fuck
like
you,
why
mean?
bring in the chain situation when the nigga ain't really say a chain? So I think that was just him trying to deflect and like make it seem like it wasn't something what it was. But I don't know. If Loose Cannon just get on these podcasts and just making up a whole bunch of just random ass lies, then he done took the cake. Cause like there's no way that he just made this situation up. They're using it in the RICO, and then if it's cap, it's like nigga, you just getting yourself in hot water for what? Like at this point, right?
I feel like what did he gain from that? Like what did he gain from lying on him? Cause like, do they don't beef for nothing, right? Like, well, now they probably
Shit, they do now.
Yeah, but I'm saying like before this. So like, what would a nigga like? That's like me waking up and being like, bro, I just held that nigga Eminem hostage. Like, nigga, what? Nigga, you feel me? Like that's a random ass lie. Like, you feel me? So it's like,
Super random.
like, you feel me? Like, what did he gain from that? So
Yeah, I think niggas is dumb to get up here in that podcast and say that though. Like, nigga, what's the nigga the stipulations on how long you can get charged for some shit like that? Like, you
Oh,
niggas are
Loose Cannon said
stupid.
that on a podcast?
Bro, this nigga said it on the podcast. Like, he broke this down on
Bro,
the
I
Adam
just
and
told
Wax
you
show.
they said 30 to 40% of the information they
bro.
got came from podcasts.
Yeah,
Bro, why do niggas be doing that?
Yeah, let's find the clip. We can watch the clip. Like, he literally said it on the Adam and Wax show. Shit is crazy.
Oh, the club, when you sweated them in the club?
Yeah.
Dude, and Meek and Rick have no idea that Draw sent you at him.
No, yeah, they sent that because I called Ross. I'm like, Ross,
Boy, this shit getting crazy.
drop off the 50,000, and we're gonna let Meek live on crib. So Ross dropped off the 50,000, and so me and the homies we go back. He stopped answering the phone. He stopped picking up and shit like that. And we were like, "What you doing?" Like 2 days later, he called me. He was like, "Oh, nephew, where you at?" And I'm like, "Nigga, where my money at?" And he was like, "Oh, I needed it for bills. I needed it for." I'm like, "What?" Like, cause that's some weird shit. And then he stopped answering the phone because I'm trying to pull up on him. Like, bro, you got to come and see me. And then it's like we were doing a TV show like a while back, right? And I'm on a phone. He FaceTime me, so he FaceTime me and stuff like that. He was like, "Nipsey just got killed." I'm like, sick, so I didn't hear that. So I hang up with him. I called Nipsey, and I'm like, "Nipsey, what's up?" He was like, "Oh, what's up with it?"
Nipsey answered.
Nipsey answered. He answered the phone, and I was like, "I love you, cuz," or whatever like that.
Did you tell him the call you just got, or you didn't even mention it?
I didn't mention it, and that's what fucked me up because my cousin is Nipsey baby mama. You get what I'm saying? So it was like I could have probably stopped it, or it had it.
Stop what? Fuck you mean? That fuck you talking about?
No, because listen. So after I talked to Nipsey, and I was like, "Yeah, I love you, cuz," or whatever like that. I see you later, or whatever. So I hung up the phone. I thought Big U gave wrong information. 30 minutes later, the homies blowing me up like they just killed Nipsey, and so I'm like,
Wait. You get a call from Big U telling you Nipsey just got killed.
Yeah.
You panic, call Nip. Nip answer the phone.
Yeah, and
you
we
like
were just talking on regular. So
Regular.
it's like at the end of the day, I didn't even think about it because
You don't even warn him that you got that call from dude.
No, because their relationship was so fucked up. It'd be like they be hot one minute, then they be cold the next minute, and then they be lukewarm. Like you
And
just
30
never knew.
minutes after you get out the phone with Nip, he get killed.
Yeah, I got it.
So
all
you
on
think
the
he hit
TV
you a little too early?
Yep, he hit me a little bit too early because the homie Shitty double back 3 times. You get what I'm saying? And first he shot him, boom, go into the alley, came back and shot him, boom. It wasn't good enough, and then he came back and he shot him again. But now it's like
how did he know?
Yeah, no, but
that's crazy.
It's deep.
I don't never remember
He sound like a
I
blade.
don't remember. that
He
shit
sound like
came
a
through.
blade, blood. I ain't even finna entertain, dude. Like it's just irritating. Like I can't even believe he got on the podcast and said what he said. Like, what is you talking about? You got a call 30 minutes before he passed, and then like what? Then they had static, and it's like I don't know. I'm a Nipsey Hussle fan, so I don't know.
Look, that ain't even the worst monologue that we've seen from Luce yet. That ain't the worst.
Yeah,
it
Luce.
get worse.
He's a clown.
It get worse.
That's one of the worst
He
ones,
needed
though.
to be
That right
indicted.
there.
That was the
He
first.
needed to be indicted.
Yeah,
that was one of the
How
first.
about that?
I ain't gonna lie, like if it is true, he just told.
Yeah.
That's
all
what he
agree?
did.
We
He
can
just
agree on
he
that?
just narrated
That's
without
like-
narrating. He just
like,
narrated, so he finna
That
go
nigga
narrate.
just put a whole. He might as well bring out the whiteboard and the chalk and leave the investigation.
He might as
with
well
that
pull
one.
out the pictures and everything.
That one was crazy.
Like that.
Hey, that was some shit right
Bro,
there.
and he do that every time he get up here, bro.
Clown.
Every time he get up here, bro. That's
I don't know, bro. Personally, I don't know, bro. Personally, I don't know what he did in the streets or whatever the case may be.
I
but
love this guy. He's hilarious to me.
He's not hilarious. He's a
That's
clown.
niggas hilarious. You don't think he funny?
Dude
Pull
is
up
a
a better
clown.
clip. This nigga talking about Sweetie.
Dude
This
is a
nigga
clown, talk about
hilarious. What are you
Yeah,
talking
he
about?
called me 30 minutes before the whoopty woo woo, whatever the case may be. What are you? And then 30 minutes, I feel like it's my fault because they be so up and down. So if they be so up and down, I would have been like, Nip, whoopty woo woo, Big U said whoopty woo woo. Like, I would have just, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. He just
But
weird.
I mean, ain't they all from the same hood?
But the road, who don't backdoor? Like, every gang backdoors each other. That's
Yeah, I'm
regular.
not saying that, but I mean, like, sometimes, like, niggas don't want to be in the politics.
Okay, but he's in the politics. He's on a podcast in the politics.
Yeah, he's
You
wrong.
talking about at that time.
I'm talking about
You
at
talking
that
about at
time.
that
Like when a nigga.
So what was he doing? Like,
Because you got to remember, ain't Big U his cousin?
It's his man's, his big homie, whatever.
Oh,
at that
okay.
time.
But, like, you feel me? Like, so,
he
like.
just said the dude that was convicted for Nipsey's homicide was his partner.
They all partners.
They all
partners. But then Nipsey just beat up the dude like a couple of days before that.
Yeah, but that happens every day in the hood. Like,
I don't
homies.
think
What
so.
does that
I didn't
mean?
hear
though?
nothing
I don't
about
think
that.
so. He didn't beat him up now.
Well, there's another clip that's circulating. I don't know if we have it pulled up, but Loose Cannon, basically he did another podcast, and I think it was Cam Capone, or it might have been another podcast, but he said that him and Big U were at the Roscoe's when P&B Rock got killed. He said they was
Jesus
in the building,
Christ.
and they witnessed what happened.
Why the fuck is you just? I would be so mad at this nigga.
Let's see if we can find that clip.
Implying me at murder locations randomly.
You heard what I just? I don't know if y'all seen that clip.
What are you doing?
There's a video
Wasn't that like some
surfacing.
random family that killed bro though. That killed P&B. It was like a
some-
random mom and dad and a son, right? That killed P&B.
Nah, they
But
was from
according
over
to
there,
Loose
though.
Cannon,
Yeah, but
They was from
according to
over
Loose
there.
Cannon, he was there.
He
Him
was
and
there
Big
with Big
was
U.
you. So just him
According
and
to-
Big U was just everyday place at all the homicides.
That's the crazy one. Is like, all right, so y'all just place yourself at the crime
I don't
scene,
know.
or you just place both y'all at the crime scene.
He placed himself at all the crime scenes,
Hey,
basically.
these
That
niggas.
nigga cooked.
He could have at least
he's
put it
cooked
in a
and
song
That
so he could say
nigga's
allegedly.
cooked.
Cooked and booked.
He's fucking cooked.
Yeah, let's see if we can find that clip. But
Y'all niggas smart.
so how do y'all think it's
Oh, he
true?
in jail too?
Yeah.
Oh.
What you mean, Rico, nigga? They got up here and said this, and niggas are cooked.
Messed up
And for them
because
niggas.
at the end of the day, it was me and Big Useless in there when it happened. So when it happened, I wish I could have just told him like, bro, just give up the jury and we get it back to you later. But it just happened so fast and he wasn't cooperating. And that's when they took it off of him by force. You get what I'm saying? Give it up and then check in with the real people. So we're gonna find a jury and we're gonna get it because we know all the pawn shops, we know all the people that's gonna melt it down and everything like that. So as soon as it comes on their table, we got it. Okay, get it, go in that back room, make that phone call, put them on the phone. I felt
Bro, y'all don't think this nigga funny as fuck.
No, dude is a blade. He said he didn't cooperate. What do you mean?
Nigga hilarious, bro.
I ain't gonna lie,
It's not what he say, bro. It's how he say it. This nigga is hilarious, bro. Do you hear him?
He's hilarious because he's a clown.
Fuck him. I don't, whatever it is, whatever reason that
Keep
he's
it 100
funny,
though. He really a clown.
He's fucking
Would you do this though?
hilarious.
Would you do this though?
It don't matter if I would do it.
It's
That's
only
not what I'm
hilarious
saying.
because you're like, okay, I wouldn't do this, but he's doing it, so it's hilarious.
Hold on. Not why. How you gonna tell me why I think it's funny?
Why is it funny?
Winning.
Why is it
What
funny?
you talking about right now? You can't tell me why I think something funny.
us. Let me know.
Then tell me why it's funny.
Delusion.
Hold on.
Sweetie! Sweetie!
There you go.
I'm
Run it back. Run it back.
It's,
Fucking funny.
it's not funny.
Run it back.
Dude is a blade.
For real,
Dude
I
is a
think they
clown.
trolling us. Let me know. Sweetie!
Hold on.
Sweetie! Sweetie! You soft. I'm
The blank ass stare in his face. Y'all gotta look him in the eye when he say it. Look at him, bro. He fucking hilarious, bro. When I tell you something wrong with that nigga, bro, he really funny as fuck to me, bro. That nigga autistic. No, that nigga autistic. I'm not believing none of that shit. He fucking hilarious. That
I ain't
nigga
gonna
is
lie.
hilarious.
I don't know who let that nigga do
Who
that,
gave
bro.
this nigga a fucking mic and said stand in front of the camera, bro? That nigga is fucking hilarious, bro.
That nigga told the story like he was in the hood in the back alley.
Bro, he funny. Like, that's just a little dumb nigga
And
you
then
put on the
whoopty-whoop.
hood, bro. He funny as fuck to me. I love Loose Cannon, bro. He hilarious. Like, that nigga's funny as fuck.
What's your thoughts on all this, Creep? I know, because everybody, you know, Wack was sitting next to him while a lot of this shit was being said.
Salute to
That's a
Loose
whole bunch
Cannon,
of niggas
that's
just
my
been like, yo,
motherfucking dog.
Wack had the niggas doing all type of shit, letting the niggas say all this while he was sitting next to him. How do you feel about people saying that
I
narrative?
mean, I don't agree with that nigga getting online and spilling all of that business. I mean, ultimately,
Yeah.
that's what led the nigga where he at now. You feel me? But a lot of that shit, like, some of that shit you'll look at and think that this nigga was lying about. Half of that shit you will look at and think the nigga was lying about, and half of that shit was true as a motherfucker.
That's,
Like,
he
you
kind
feel
of like an Orlando Brown.
Yeah,
but he
like-
got a little more wits about
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Fact.
You get what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
he not
yeah.
smoked out nothing, but all his gears are not there.
Yeah, no.
It's
Fact.
definitely not
But
all
that
there.
nigga,
So it's like, it makes you not want to believe him, but when you actually see, like, he actually been in a lot of these places where you
Man,
see
was
videos,
really
you be
doing
like, Loose
that
Cannon was
shit.
there.
Yeah.
Loose Cannon was there. Loose Cannon, you be
Yeah.
like, oh, this nigga actually telling the
Yeah.
truth. He's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
It's
Not
how
his
he said it.
screws
It's
is
not what he
his
said.
screws.
Yeah, I can't blame. I don't blame Wack at all. It's like, nigga, he probably didn't even know Luce was finna be saying all this shit that the nigga saying. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
But even Wack is looking at him like he like, what did you own? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's not, his screws is there. They're intact.
I don't think
you
Wack knew
can't-
that nigga's finna be doing
They're
all
there.
that.
They're intact.
If you
Wack,
think Loose Cannon screws is intact,
they're
like,
intact. He probably just wrote the yellow bus on the way to school. You know what
That
I'm
mean your
saying? Or,
screws
you know what I'm
not
saying?
intact.
Whatever. No, he just might have not
if
been
you wrote
intact
the yellow bus, how the fuck
intellectually.
is your screws
This
intact?
Wack right now. Hey, Wack, we live. We live on No Jumper.
Just be saying shit.
Hold on, Wack just called me. He probably gonna call
No,
back in.
dude, screws is intact. He just not intact when it comes to the street gangsterism. He's not a gangster for real. Like, he might portray the image, or he might get active, or he might get it popping, whatever the case may be. But he not on that.
you
So
think
look,
he had a
Loose?
4.0.
Mhm.
You think he
I
had a
seen what he did
4.0.
outside of No Jumper. You
crazy.
talking about
it
that
ain't
one?
even. It ain't. I mean, it
I
ain't
think
even
it's
just
the- I
that.
think it's the reverse.
Yeah. That
Alright.
He be
nigga Loose
outside,
really
but
like
he's
that. Like,
slow.
for sure, like
The
that.
opposite, Jaleese. You gotta take.
Okay,
your
well, I'm
emotions
not
out of
from
shit and
LA.
just-
I'm not in no LA
just watch it.
politics. So if I'm offending anybody from LA, I do apologize. But dude is a clown.
I mean, you gotta
He's a
keep
loose
in mind
cannon.
a nigga not in the middle of a RICO just because he was lying about all of that shit.
No, he was
They
telling the
gotta
truth.
go actually find evidence and proof that this shit happened. You
He
get
was
what I'm
telling
saying?
the truth, so they
the
pinged
nigga
his
is on
phone.
bullshit. You feel me?
They pinged his phone. He was there at the Roscoe's. They pinged his phone. He tapped in with Big U 30 minutes before Nipsey passed. I mean, it all coincides. So obviously, there's some type of substantial evidence.
You can't go to jail for that though. None of that. None of what you just said is a crime.
Yeah, like you
Being
gotta
there when
prove
PNG
that he
died,
had
not a crime, and getting
participation.
caught
But
and all that
conspiracy
shit.
is a
Hella
crime.
motherfuckers in that
But
restaurant.
just getting caught and
Conspiracy
saying
is a
somebody
crime,
was gonna
though.
die is not a crime.
But conspiracy is a crime.
But that's not conspiracy.
Engaging in a criminal gang activity is a crime.
But that's not conspiracy. Just getting a phone call and say you heard Wooty Whoop dead, and then you call him and he's not dead.
That's not a crime.
Yeah, he didn't say that they called him and
Conspiracy is
said
you
we're
talking
gonna
to a
go
nigga
kill
on
a
the phone
nigga
about murdering
you feel
somebody.
me?
Then that's conspiracy.
Yeah.
But it was Conspiracy to already.
commit. That's not conspiracy. Just call
But
and
he
be like,
said
you heard
the
Wooty
dude
Whoop
went
dead?
back 3 times though.
That's just what he heard. We all heard that. That's not conspiracy. These are just all things we all heard. I heard the same shit. We all heard
Yeah,
that.
speculation. Like
Speculation.
that nigga.
Yeah, I heard like Nip said he ain't done yet or something like that.
We all heard shit. If that's the case, we all should be gone.
And then I think he was just, to be honest, I think he was just mis-explaining what we really seen on the video. We seen the nigga come back.
I was like,
we
seen him come back.
We seen him come back and do his thing. I think he was just mis-explaining how the video went.
And because I don't remember the nigga come back 3 different times,
nah,
running
yeah,
into
yeah,
an
that's what I'm
alley.
saying. I think it was twice.
I seen
Yeah, it
2.
was twice. He didn't
but
come
like,
back 3 times.
I didn't see all that.
I think it
So
was 2.
this video right here is going not viral, but it's been resurfacing and shit where they was like, yeah, Brick was saying too much back in the day too.
This nigga on neighborhood crip, you rap niggas getting put off on 6-0. We running a straight, real crip program. Neighborhood. Y'all could play and y'all could play like y'all motherfuckers don't know what's going on. I'm gonna put out a list of rappers, cuz on 6-0 crip. You gonna make me do it. I don't even want nothing from y'all. Y'all from Road to 60, y'all gotta check in. It's report time. Point blank, period. Nigga, I'm finna have Big U post this shit. Everybody you think you can finna run to, cut finna post it, nigga. This 60s, we come together with shit, nigga. 6-0 ain't.
Man.
So that goes into the extortion shit they was talking about, basically. Like,
Come on,
implement
man.
yourself in that.
Look, but I think what it is, bro, this is pre-podcast Brick. This fresh out the county Brick, right?
Yeah.
So niggas still be having jail mentality, and niggas also can't see the future, and niggas don't be thinking that in 2 years I'm gonna be on a podcast with 4 million subscribers, and there's gonna be more eyes on me than ever been.
And then, if I'm
You
not
know what
mistaken,
saying?
they said Big U phone was tapped, right?
Yeah,
They said
yeah.
his phone was tapped, so they was
It's whack right
catching
here.
a lot of the conversations.
Yo,
Dude,
whack.
phone been tapped.
What's up, man? I just called my attorney, try to get him down there so Adam don't be doing no telling, bro.
Man, they saying Adam locked up all on the blogs. What's going on?
They came and got him this morning, bro. They doubled back. They came by and we try and have him out because he's supposed to go live today, right?
Yeah, he's supposed to go live at 4 p.m. And the crazy thing is, Adam texted me.
They're going to have him out by like 2:30. If we can get him out by 2:30, he can still make it to the building.
Adam texts me every day, and I ain't heard from him today.
Listen, bro. I sent Alex Kessel down there. He said he gonna have him out by 2:30, right? He ain't got no nothing. He's not, he ain't no flight risk or nothing. I didn't need to, I said, Alex, just use whatever, he said, nah, he got everything he needs for this portfolio. So he should be free by 2:30, and that means he should make it back. What time he supposed to go live today?
He's supposed to go live 4 o'clock.
Yeah, he gonna make it.
Hey, Wack.
He might be.
Hey, Wack,
He
why?
might be a little late, a little behind, but they gonna pull it.
Something.
What up?
What? Why 2:30 and why not 2 o'clock?
Well, no, he just said 2:30 at the latest. So I'm telling them, shit. I'm telling them ASAP. I don't want bro to sit in there a second. He don't have to, but they own him about something, bro. I don't know what the fuck they own him about, but they own him about something. And I don't know if they was trying to get something out of him, but I'm pretty sure come 4 o'clock, he gonna be here. My attorney assured me. They assured me that they're gonna definitely have him at 2:30 at the latest. So he'll be here at 4 o'clock. I'm pretty sure he's gonna have a lot to say. This shit gonna whatever the fuck comes out of Adam out today, I'm sure it's gonna shake the motherfucking internet, bro. For them to go fucking with him, that means it's some shit.
Oh yeah, you know something. You must know something, Wack.
He don't do nothing, bro.
Yeah, because that's the thing a lot of people confused about. Because Adam made a post last night saying that the feds came knocking at his door. We seen him make a post and he said he's gonna be in a red Nike tech. Yeah, all right, but my thing is, what do you even think the feds could even want with Adam? Like, where does Adam even play in? But besides having people on his podcast, what would they even want from him?
Think about it. It ain't about people on the podcast because that's contractual work. A lot of times it's just on the muscle. Like we looked at Vlad, it comes down to maybe they think he has something. You know what I'm saying? Maybe some footage, but with Brick, baby, a lot of his shit be live. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Maybe it's something in the times Lou sat down with us, because remember, our shit ain't live. Right? And, I got this no edit thing unless it's like some smoking or some dumb shit in there they got to do for you guys to get monetized. But, I don't know. Like, Adam don't do nothing, bro. Adam don't do nothing. Adam, look, bro, Adam sit his ass in there, eat his fucking rabbit food, and be surfing the fucking internet, looking and bringing himself, up to speed on current events. So, that's all he do. He don't do shit.
Yeah.
Adam don't do shit. Or fuck with his dog when he's there. That's it, bro. Or interview. So, when he goes out with Brick, or Brick goes out with him, rather, it's always like y'all went to Chicago with work. You know what I'm saying? Adam gonna do his shit, back to his room, go eat. Half the time, the people doing extracurricular activities, they finna go to the club. Adam go back to the room. You know that, right? So, I don't know, bro, but whatever it is, he definitely will be sprung today. 2:30 at the latest. That give him enough time to get back. So I'm knowing Adam, he ain't gonna give a fuck about nothing. Whatever he got on, he coming in with. He don't give a fuck because he ain't finna. He gonna talk about it. So we gonna see. He gonna shake the neck today. Everybody, if you listening, 4 o'clock. My word.
No,
Adam
interrogation
will be free My legal's on it. Shout out Alex Kessel. My legal is on it. He will be free.
I believe that.
And 4 o'clock, y'all need to tune in because whatever the fuck he's talking about is gonna be crazy.
All right, well, everybody
Hey,
gonna
yo,
be tuned in.
Remo,
What's the word?
I need you to set up, bro, how we can do my shit remote, bro. I'm gonna need to fall back for a couple weeks, see what's going on, bro. Me and R&B over here, you know, we over in the mountains chilling out, my nigga.
Ah,
so
man,
get back
they
with me
got
later
you
on.
even out there. Hey, all right, well, we'll figure it out.
Get back with me later on.
I'll hit you when I get offline.
Yeah, ain't no coming in tomorrow for whack, my nigga. That's out. But Adam gonna be there today, and we need to figure out what the fuck going on around here. They snatching Adam.
That's crazy, right?
Remo, you and Flacco might be next.
Remo ain't got nothing to do with nothing. I don't know nothing. I ain't seen
Adam
nothing.
don't either, Remo. You know, you are down. You're down deeper than me. You are a partnership. You know, you really part of the no jumper structure. So, you know,
He trying to put me in. He talking about this nigga.
part of this shit.
You are a look, Remo.
rolling.
My word, Remo. If I get the word, I'm gonna send the team to get you. You got my word.
I'm gonna send the team to get
I bet you better come through, Wack.
That's
All right, look.
so when your mama catch you and your cousin doing something stupid and they just catch you, he was doing it with me.
Man, that nigga Wack is crazy as a mother, man.
Wack is
well, shit. Free Adam if Adam is locked up. I ain't heard from him today, but goddamn.
All right.
There's a lot going on out here.
Nigga said free Adam.
Free Adam.
That's crazy.
Ain't that
Think
something?
that nigga Adam got fades in there?
Mm-hmm. A whole lot of them.
On God?
Who you think Adam
gonna
got
run
run
him.
phase with?
In the PC unit.
And Adam gonna run
hella
him.
fades in the 24-hour lockdown.
Stop playing with
by
Adam.
itself.
Josh,
Not
you gonna
the
let them play with Adam?
I don't think Adam got no fades
Remo,
in
you
there.
gonna let him play with Adam?
Man, play with
Jill?
it. He gonna
Let
walk
him know
in
Adam
there,
running
bro.
all the
They
fades.
gonna be like, you, Adam Grand Mason, we're sending you to SAG. Fuck is you talking about?
Adam
You're not
running all
about
the
to have no
fades.
choice. He gonna have to sign the paper to be able to walk GP, and then he gonna die. You're not gonna do that.
He's not gonna die. Everybody
The
want
fuck?
to. Everybody want to interview with Adam. He's not gonna die. Everybody wants an interview. Everybody wants an interview. They're gonna be giving them.
I feel like he'd go in that motherfucker and niggas would be trying to like.
He
niggas
gonna be that
low-key
boy.
fucking
People trying
with
to
him.
pitch
Yeah.
themselves together.
Come
Yeah,
on.
yeah. I feel like niggas
Come
would be fucking with
on.
him.
Let's be for real.
I
But
don't
I
know.
feel like he'd just have to lie to everybody. Like he had to be in that motherfucker like, yup, you get an interview. That nigga had to go in that bitch pulling the Oprah Winfrey.
You get an
Cause
interview.
if he
You
tell a
get an
nigga no,
interview.
he might go to bed. Adam going to bed.
First niggas is gonna want to see that paperwork and be like, how you even in here? From the niggas doing interview to you telling. Fuck you mean? Niggas gonna need to see that paperwork, nigga.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
what the
yeah,
fuck
that's-
is gonna
yeah,
need
that
to
shit's
happen.
gonna be out.
I don't know about you niggas. My cousin just got out the feds, nigga, like 3 weeks ago.
They don't check paperwork in the feds though.
They're waiting for your shit to come down.
They don't check paperwork in the feds.
You want me to call my cousin who just got out the
I know
feds
for a
12
fact
days
because
ago?
there was an informant in the feds and nobody knew
Do
it was
you
an
want me to call
informant
my
until I
cousin
did a
who just got
YouTube
out the
video
feds?
and covered the story on him
Do
being an
you
informant.
fuck what you seen on YouTube? Do you want me to
It's
call
not
my
about what I seen on YouTube. It's
Do you
what I
want me
did
to
on
call
YouTube
my
that
cousin?
unraveled the fact that
Yes or
somebody
no?
wasn't
You want
informant.
me to call
You
the
can
nigga
call
who
whoever
just
you
got
want to
out the
call.
feds?
Everybody's situation and
Who you know who just
circumstances
got
are
out the
different.
feds?
What are you talking about? I know like 10 people in the
Who you know who
feds.
just, I'm talking about out right now.
My cousin is just got out the feds. Just got out the feds. My
Call
cousin
him.
did. Oh, matter of fact, let me call him.
Call him.
Call him is crazy.
So you just can't get no
Call him.
paperwork in the feds.
Hold on.
Wait, you
We
guys
gonna
have the same
call him.
cousin?
So you can't get no paperwork
Hold
in
on.
the feds.
Pause.
None.
Pause. You
I
can
don't
walk
know.
mainline and be
I
a snitch
couldn't
in the
tell.
feds.
You can't get no
You can walk
paperwork in the
mainline
feds.
and be a snitch in the
None.
feds.
So you can't get no
But
paperwork
you're
in the
telling me
feds
that
is what you're
you can
saying.
be a snitch and not walk mainline in
That's
the
not
feds.
what I said. I said you
So
can
what are
get
you saying?
paperwork in the feds.
Okay,
Can you
but
not?
who's asking for
Can
paperwork?
you not?
Who's asking for paperwork?
Niggas
Answer
in
the
jail?
question, yes or no.
Who's asking for paperwork
Yes or no?
though? Answer my
Yes or
question.
no?
Who's
Can you get
asking for
paperwork in the feds or not?
Who's asking for
Can you
paperwork?
get paperwork in the feds
Ain't
or
nobody
not?
worried about no paperwork in the
All right,
feds.
then, that's
Do
what
your
I thought.
homework.
Yes, you
Okay.
can.
Hold on.
That's what I thought.
Call your cousin
They
and I'm
check
gonna call
paperwork
mine.
in the feds. Yes, they do.
Okay. Call your cousin and I'm
I
gonna call
thought that
mine.
was
We're
like
gonna
a
see.
thing to do in jail. That's all. Niggas ain't got shit but time.
What we
Why would I
talking
not
about?
check your paperwork?
Nigga, they're gonna check your
Especially if you a viral nigga. Like maybe if you like a
Now,
nobody.
it might not work the same way as in state.
But I'm
they're gonna
confused.
get
But
your
why
paper.
wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they check?
Just 'cause
Why
you're
wouldn't
in
they
the
check?
Bro, there was
That shit seemed kind of worse
Yeah.
to me. Like
Sounds stupid.
Everyone should call their cousin.
It's not how that works.
I would assume like niggas going to the feds is snitching way more than a nigga going to regular jail. So
Come
like,
on, because they're
goddamn.
checking paperwork in the state. They're not checking paperwork in the feds. That's a fact.
But why not? not though?
Because it's way more lenient in the feds. The population is like it's
Let her
too,
talk herself in the hole. She don't even know what she
talk
talking
myself in the hole. Have you been to the feds?
about. She don't even know what she talking about.
Have you been to the feds? No, but my baby daddy's in the feds right now.
All right, then. My cousin, I'm just with my cousin last night.
But my baby daddy's in the feds right now. My cousin
So
just
what?
got out the
My
feds.
cousin out.
My cousin was in the cell with Big Meech.
And call him.
They
You
were
still
all
ain't
in the
call
feds.
nobody.
Hold on, I just asked him for it.
What you talking about?
I just
Still
asked him
ain't
for
call
a number
nobody.
though. Hold on, you ain't called nobody.
I don't need to. You was with me
You
last
just
night.
said you just said you was gonna
He
call
was
your
with me
cousin.
last night.
So the debate was
Nigga,
you was gonna
what
call
the
your
fuck?
cousin and I was gonna call my cousin. So
He
you
was
call
with me
your
last
cousin
night.
first, and I'm gonna call mine.
Nigga still in the house with me
So this what we gonna do. So this what we gonna do.
Fucking nigga
So
talking
this
about.
what we gonna do.
Fuck, call him phone.
You gonna call
When
your
the last time
cousin?
you see your baby daddy?
What are you talking about? I just talked to him a week
When
ago.
the last time you seen him?
I just talked to him a week
Hey,
ago.
hold on. Let's do this. Hey, so look.
I only got like 4-5 minutes to talk.
All right, look. You live. Brick, you live. They can hear you. All right.
Shit, I ain't saying nothing. Hey, no, it just is what it is. Free to know, you already know what it is. Free to break. And nigga not tripping. We right here live from the Fed. And ain't shit happening with the brick, gang. We do shit to people. We the people. We ain't, you know what I mean? We ain't going for none of that. I heard there's some shit going viral talking about a nigga that did something to a nigga, man. 6-7. Nigga ain't out the way, man. Come on, man. The nigga ain't touched me.
Man, come on, man. You already know. They on there. It's a whole bunch of rumors flying around. They said you got hit up in there, all type of shit.
Man, I'm that guy, dude. Like, not like that, though, bro. But you know what I mean? Unfortunately, this is where I grew up at, gang. So this like second nature to a nigga. But it's all gravy. We right.
This call is from a federal prison.
It ain't what a nigga think it is. A nigga be back soon. They probably gonna give a nigga a bail soon. But you know what I mean? They go on the way.
That's love. Glad to hear from you. Glad that you can talk to the people and let them know that you're safe. Cause there's been rumors going around, all type of shit.
And I'm on the main line, nigga. Ain't on none of that other shit. So nigga, it is what it is. Free to break. I'm finna be right here to you.
Please ask me.
I can't really talk too much on the phone about nothing crazy. You already know.
100%.
Free me. Yeah.
It's just free brick. The people wanted to hear your voice, man.
Snitches walk on the yard in the field.
Don't load up.
They can.
They give a nigga 10 minutes a day. Nigga trying to handle the important shit first before a nigga got on the internet. But you already know I called you while you was right there. So
Yeah, I didn't.
That's what it is.
You was just calling me on some regular shit. This wasn't even a call just to be on live. I just happened to be on live, to be honest.
You already know. It's all love. Everything. Say who are right there.
Shit, we got Creep in here. We got Zay, Almighty, Jaleese in here, Josh in here.
Rick. Hey, gangland, man. You already know. Sus, Josh, Jaleese, Creep. You already know. It's gang in this bitch.
Come on, man.
Free that nigga.
Man, everybody make sure y'all go to Brick YouTube. Y'all go run up Brick Music. Everybody go stream everything. Y'all go stream all his music. Everybody just tap in.
It's gonna be something up on there tomorrow, 10 minutes with the break, man. I had put something together, man, but I just had to make sure that it wasn't, you know what I mean?
Yeah, nah,
Out
fine.
of bounds, so the lawyer gotta listen to it first, man. But you already know it's all good. And you know what I mean? You know it's no jumper till we die. Y'all stay out of everybody's business on that motherfucker for sure.
Man.
I'm telling you that for sure. You know what I'm saying? That's their main thing, bro.
Yeah, nah, I feel that. I 100% feel that. You know it's love, bro.
I keep running it up. It's love.
Yeah, I'm gonna call. Well, you call me when I get off stream. We'll holler and shit.
I'm gonna hit you later on. I'm gonna hit you this afternoon. I'm gonna call straight through though.
All right, love.
All right, bet. Okay.
You ain't ask that nigga.
Man, I ain't know what. I heard y'all going crazy, but yeah.
Ask that nigga.
Rick, yeah.
Man. You supposed to ask that.
Can we ask my cousin?
Supposed to ask that nigga.
Damn.
Can we ask him?
Yeah. But
Look at
yeah,
that.
y'all heard it here. Brick straight. He's safe. So you get to debunk all the rumors that he got stabbed and shit. Y'all just heard it out the horse's mouth. But yeah, what y'all had going on? What y'all was trying to prove?
Hold on.
I'm already over.
Honestly,
Cousin,
I'm already over.
can I put it on speaker?
Yeah, might as well.
Cousin, this is Jaleese. I'm on No Jumper Live News right now with a lot of people. So basically, didn't you just get out the feds? Wasn't your celly Big Meech?
You said what?
Didn't you just get out the feds? Cousin, you on? Yeah, can you hear me? Hello.
Going in and out.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Didn't you just get out the feds? He don't want to answer.
And that nigga answering that shit like the right way. Hey.
Cousin,
That nigga said you going in and out.
Can you hear me now?
You said what?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me though, clearly?
No, I can hear you now.
Okay, listen, didn't you just get off the feds, cousin?
Yeah, I did. About 18 months ago, yeah.
Okay, so we on a No Jumper Live News. You know what I'm saying? We got everybody in here. Josh, Almighty Suspect, Remo, me, a couple of others. We want to know, so when you in the feds, do they check paperwork?
Yeah, they check paperwork.
Thank you. Get off the phone.
Pause.
Call that nigga.
Game over. But do they always check
Get off the phone. Thank you. Conversation over. Hang up. Hang up. We don't need nothing else. We don't need nothing else. That was all I needed. That was all I needed. Thank you, cuzzo.
Nah, hey, I got one question for him.
We don't need nothing else.
That nigga said he was Big Me something.
Thank you, cuzzo. Thank you, cuzzo. Good looking.
Okay, listen, cousin.
Fuck you mean?
Is it mandatory that they check paperwork though?
I didn't say that.
Yeah, he didn't say that.
I'm a gang member, you feel me? So anybody on gang time, nigga, where I was at, nigga, the homies, we checking all paperwork.
Thank you.
Ain't no niggas on the line with us, sitting with us, programming with us. If niggas ain't checked their paperwork.
Good looking,
Oh, so you couldn't even walk the main line without the paperwork. Oh,
She don't know what she talking about over here.
What's over with?
Good look, I'm going to get my water. Thank you.
You just.
W sus L Jalise. Talk what you know, not what you think.
Okay, look.
Stupid.
What did you sell these with Big Meats, cousin?
What's wrong with you? What the fuck you talking about?
Like 2 weeks.
So, hold on, cousin. Tell him how you would sell these with Big Meats.
Yeah, I was selling for like 2 weeks, you know, like, I just got there, you feel me? And they got that nigga up out of there, like.
And wasn't you in there? And wasn't you in there with Pooh Shiesty?
Yeah, that's why I just left around, like, when I was in Victorville.
All right, yeah.
You knew Big Meats was snitching?
Remo said, did you know Big Meats for snitching? You checking paperwork.
No, nigga, that nigga was programming. Niggas was fucking with that nigga. So,
Word.
Like, you feel me? Like, go fucking with the homies. So, shit.
He from Bakersfield.
Word.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a whole bunch of shit with Big Meats. They saying the nigga told 50 Cent been going around airing that nigga out.
I've been seeing that shit. I be like, damn, that's crazy. Cause you feel me?
Shut up. Listen. Don't mind him, but yeah. So okay, you was in there with Big Meech. It wasn't no narration
of him being a snitch.
Of him being a snitch or anything. None of that, right?
Arguments, gang.
No.
He was programming.
So
everywhere he was going, he was programming.
Word.
Okay, and Pooh Shiesty went Muslim, so he didn't have to politic.
And that shit don't hide you from the politics. Niggas still be involved, man. Niggas just be doing shit when they in jail, man.
Right. All right, cousin. While I let you, I'm gonna come see you soon. We just, you let Almighty win the debate for now.
You let me cook.
But it's not mandatory to check paperwork.
Now
though.
you putting some man.
Y'all just from Bakersfield.
In the feds, get off the phone. Next topic.
Next topic.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Niggas is checking your paperwork. You got 30 days to get your paperwork.
Thank you. Shut up, Jalise. Next topic.
You know what?
Thank you.
All right, cousin. I'll let you.
Fuck out of here.
All right, bye.
I don't even know why you do this.
You know what?
I don't never
I'm not
talk
finna
nothing
do
I don't know, Jalise. I would never talk something I don't know. I'm with my cousin every day. The nigga just got out the place from robbing a bank.
All right.
You don't know what you talking
All right.
about up here. You just was mad and thought you had a W.
All right,
Stupid.
All right, so let's get into the next topic. So
Listen.
I'm pretty sure Jalise is gonna be happy about this.
I love, yes.
Oh, the slime.
My comment went viral.
Take this one?
Who comment went viral?
They done freed the slime.
Who comment went viral on that? I think mine did.
All right, so NBA YoungBoy has been released from prison and he is in a halfway house in Arizona. There was a helicopter video where people was posting saying it was him. I'm not too sure. I even posted it. They saying it was him getting released. But
you see his man's walking through the airport with the pilots?
All right, so that probably definitely was him, 100%, right?
You gotta tap in, nigga.
Yeah,
one of his man's, I forgot his name. It's NBA something. He was walking with like 3 pilots, nigga, through the airport. I didn't see him get on nothing.
Yeah,
he was walking with 3 pilots.
So
And then his brother confirmed that he was free too.
Yeah, OG3. Yeah, nah, I seen that.
We saying if it was him.
They were saying it was him on the helicopter.
I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie. When I heard the news, I threw something on the barbecue. It done freed the slime.
Oh, word.
This nigga
So,
love
had a barbecue
that nigga. They done freed that man. You know what I'm saying?
Get this nigga bid. People
Yeah, hey, I ain't gonna lie, y'all niggas ever get cut here, y'all gotta call me.
Call me too. Hold on, call me
Trail up there, y'all gotta call me, man. That nigga.
That to the women, buddy.
Hold on.
Bro, I just wanna say what's up. You know what I'm saying? Like that's big bro.
You sure?
That's big bro.
That's big bro.
That's big bro. Crazy.
Nah, young boy
I'm surprised he didn't call me. You know what I'm saying? He usually call me when he get out, but
call tap
yeah,
he ain't say I'm out.
Yeah. You feel me? He ain't
He
tap
probably
in
gonna
though.
get back up with you. He got a lot going on, you know.
He busy and shit.
But
you know
one
what I'm saying?
thing is though, so
niggas need napkins.
Famous Richard's in the feds too. And, you know, he kind of like contemplating, like he's trying to figure out how NBA Youngboy got out of jail. So he got on IG and he said, Famous Richard said he probably the reason Lil Durk locked up. So, yeah, let me see the whole quote of what Famous Richard had to say about Youngboy getting released. So he said, look, NBA Youngboy telling this his third time getting released from the feds within 4 years on all new charges. On King David, you can't do 10 months off a 23-month sentence. What the fuck? My first offer was 5 years for a pipe. That's the police put on. That's the police put on. Wait, hold on. He said, police put me on, dude. Most definitely 12. He probably the reason Smirk locked up.
He won't say that's a good.
See, look, bro.
Famous Richard reaching right now.
Look, bro. If we didn't watch what Famous Richard been posting, Famous Richard has a public attorney. No shit on. I ain't trying to shit on you, Richard. But nigga, you got a public defender as your federal attorney.
And your name is
Young
Richard.
boy has a different kind of level of money, gang.
I ain't gonna.
The feds is where they send niggas who are doing crimes that affect the economy. Money. When you have money, you can get out of shit. Nigga, you have ways to pay good lawyers, and you can do kind of things like this.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. No troll. That nigga Famous Richard been blowing the homie up. I got niggas in New York. My nigga Skiff. I don't know if y'all ever heard of Y'all ever heard of Skiff? Oh, he be with like the Holly TV nigga, the dark skin nigga, skinny nigga. Yeah, but they made that little Don Julio little song shit. Yeah, so like them niggas, Skiff and all them niggas, that's my boy. And like, yeah, the Famous Richard nigga, he's a clown. He been begging that nigga for help his whole career. So you know what I'm saying?
He
like
has a
I'm
public attorney.
Yeah, the nigga got a public defender trying to compare $5,000 nigga to $1 million nigga. No disrespect. No dick suck. Yeah, no dick suck. You feel me? No dick suck. No troll. But like, nigga, you know what I'm saying?
Young boy.
Y'all in two different tax brackets. You know what I'm saying? And don't say the homie snitching no more, bro.
And look, they offered you 5 years for that gun because you on camera harassing Jewish people. You already know that's the fastest way to get through under the jail is publicly harassing Jewish people. Stupid. Nigga, young boy ain't said shit about no Jews. He just be getting high, nigga, taking pictures laid out with a million Xanax like this and shit.
Hey, brother, why you do that? Why you do that zesty pose?
He didn't do that on the floor.
Don't do that. He wasn't.
Nah, that
doing
nigga
didn't do that on the floor.
Nah, the homie be on the K2.
So he didn't do that with 32 Xanax.
No, he wasn't doing that.
Bro,
he didn't do it. How
he
you do
was
it?
just laid out like regular.
So he didn't have his leg.
Like the pillow.
He did it more player than that.
1,000.
He did it with the pillow.
Nah, he did it a little more. He did it a little more.
My kitty posted and said, "I'm getting too high, guys."
No, he just laid there.
You talking about it?
This is my cat posting. It said Kentrell did too many Xanax. This is y'all fucking goat.
No, yeah.
I ain't gonna lie. I ain't doing no young boy disrespect.
This is.
Hey, just like that. I ain't doing no young boy disrespect. Hey, just like that. I'm standing on that.
The nigga cat got an Instagram and said, "My daddy's high off Xanax today, guys."
Hey, bro.
Get the fuck out of here.
Hey, bro. He be bored. Nigga, he on house arrest.
He bored.
Bro, look, man.
He has nothing.
I ain't gonna lie.
He's
that nigga hit the.
Hey, when they let my nigga do a show, I'm buying VIP.
Nigga's crazy. Hey, look,
it's on me.
I fuck with young boy music.
You invited.
He be doing bullshit out there, nigga. He get high and do bullshit.
Young boy is the greatest artist of this generation.
Somebody say, eyeliner on. What the fuck is they talking about?
Come on, you mean he painted his nails with eyeliner?
Bro, he a rock star, bro. He like that.
He's an emo rock star.
You know what I'm saying? He can do shit like that. You know what I'm saying? When you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's levels to this shit.
He doesn't have to be he's a gangster.
Nah, but look, check it out.
It don't matter who it is.
All right, look, let me ask you a question. Okay, pause.
My daughter paint her nails.
He talking about slanging that iron and he painting his nails.
You watch football?
I'm confused.
Oh, okay, but yeah, Ryan Williams. Would you consider him gay? He paint his nails and he be putting like the Alabama and shit on there.
That nigga is confused.
I mean, just because you, my nigga YB did all black.
I'm
I don't
not
really
trying to
think
watch
that's,
no grown ass man do the same shit that my
You
daughters
ain't gotta
do.
pay attention.
It's
No
crazy.
disrespect.
It's
You know what I'm
crazy.
saying?
It's crazy.
You don't gotta pay
It's
attention to what YB
crazy.
do.
Thank you.
YB got a code.
So what you
Hey,
do?
Slime, these
we
niggas hating.
tuned in.
A lot of gay niggas had codes.
Hey, Slime, these niggas hating, man.
A lot of gay niggas
I'm a
had
part
codes.
of the
nigga.
code.
Slime,
Hey.
Slime,
There's
these
a whole
niggas
lot of
hating.
gay codes
Like
out
I
there. nigga.
said, YB better, NBA better. I don't care about nothing y'all
Yeah,
talking
nah,
about.
that nigga probably the greatest nigga to touch a mic.
He's the
I wanna
greatest
make good
rapper
music.
of this
Greatest
generation,
though? It's
bro.
He the greatest nigga to touch
The
a mic.
greatest rapper of this generation,
All
bro.
the dick eating up here. We gotta pass out bins. We gotta pass out bins and
I'm gonna be
napkins.
glazing.
Pass
I'm
me
gonna
the
be
napkins,
glazing.
nigga.
I'm gonna be
This
glazing.
generation.
fucking
Nigga, he the
napkins.
greatest nigga to touch a mic.
Hold on.
Oh, you're crazy, gang. This nigga.
Shit,
Wipe your fucking mouth.
I ain't gonna lie, nigga.
Giving out napkins.
Greatest
What am I
nigga to
dead?
touch. Greatest
We
nigga
giving
to touch
out
a
napkins.
mic,
Wipe
nigga,
your
all
fucking
time.
mouth.
Hey, all
Stop
time.
eating up
Greatest
my lap.
nigga to touch a mic all time.
said
Nigga.
of all time.
And
All
YB
time.
still
Nigga,
better.
all time. Nigga, niggas ain't fucking with
YB
that.
is great, but of all time,
No, he for sure great.
Hey,
All
better.
time is
Niggas
crazy as
niggas
hell.
ain't fucking with him.
Who's better?
Who got 8 platinum albums,
All
nigga?
right, if you saying all time, I want to hear your top 5 list. Then.
all time.
Nigga, YB, Kentrell, Golden, nigga, Lil Top, nigga.
Oh yeah, you a
Nigga,
fan.
what? Nigga, 38. Nigga, it's over with. Nigga,
Nevada.
This nigga said die line.
it's over with.
Nevada Blanco. Hold
These
on.
niggas crazy. Look,
Better
I'm
than
so
ever.
YB, bro, but y'all doing too much.
It's over with.
Y'all
Unplanned
doing
Death.
too much.
Hey, it's
What you
over
talking
with.
about?
Y'all niggas
It's-
crazy.
Hey, we can go days.
Niggas talking about I'm blazing. Niggas in the comments talking about I'm blazing.
Y'all blazing hard.
Bro,
Hard as fuck.
every album,
Hey,
every
hard
mixtape
as
he
fuck.
drop, it don't
Hey,
matter,
nigga, call it
bro.
what you want.
Iconic.
Hey, call it what you want. Nigga, you the greatest nigga to touch a mic.
Look,
Nigga, call it what you
Young Boy
want.
is a
bro.
concert
Now I'm
right
finna fuck
now.
y'all up. Now I'm finna fuck y'all up. Just cause you identify with that nigga mama hating him and shit and you feel the love, that don't make him the greatest.
Are
Just
you
cause you
see-
over here dick eating this shit, that don't mean he the greatest.
Are
Just
you-
cause your homie cut his hair and take pictures
Oh,
and stand
my
like this,
God.
it don't mean he the greatest.
Are you
I ain't
using
gonna lie.
past
Bro, he
trauma?
on some.
Are
Bro,
you using
what?
past trauma?
Nigga, you
Stop
can't
it.
name.
Are you using
Hey, I'm
past
not even on
trauma?
no
Just cause
police
niggas
shit.
identify
But that
with
nigga-
him,
past
don't mean he the
trauma?
greatest.
Man, that nigga the coldest
He
nigga.
not the greatest.
Past
Bro,
trauma.
you
Not
can't name a
everybody
nigga.
mama-
Good.
You
All
can't
time
name a
is
nigga.
great.
You
He
can't
is
name a
the
nigga in
greatest.
the industry
Good.
that's done what he's done at that age, nigga.
Not everybody
Name a
mama
nigga in the
love
industry
him.
that's done what he's done
Not
at his
everybody
age.
mama love
Name
him.
one nigga. Name one nigga touching a mic that's done what he's done at his age. Nigga, don't do that, bro. Like what? That nigga the greatest nigga touching my. I don't even know all the shit he done did.
And he's
He
only
doing- he's still
23,
doing
24.
shit. Nigga get out of jail every week. Nigga go.
Hey, and when he get out, and when he drop a tape this time, it's gonna be
I fuck with
iconic.
YB, bro. I
You don't,
fuck with-
obviously.
Bro, he the GOAT. Nigga,
No,
I
you
got
don't.
YB on my
You
playlist,
don't.
but to say he's the
You
greatest
don't.
of all time,
You got Lil Durk
you
more than
niggas
YB.
delusional. I don't
You got
play
Lil
any
Durk
Durk.
more than YB.
You know me.
Yeah, nah.
You got Lil Durk
he
more
don't.
than YB.
He got
You
Lil
do
Durk.
not
more
play
than
at
YB.
Yeah,
all.
you don't play Dirt. You don't
No
play
Durk. I don't have not one Durk
Well, at least
song.
you
Like,
know
you don't,
better.
you don't like Dirk?
I'm not a
I fuck
political
with
choosing
Durk.
side ass nigga.
Yeah.
And I take people personality out they art too. Like if you a weirdo and you make great songs, I'm still gonna be like, that shit's still hard, he weird.
Yeah.
I'm not one of those. But just to call this nigga the greatest of all time.
Let me,
is
all right,
delusional.
since y'all said this before we switch topics, the greatest of all time. All right, if he drop an EP or something, what he doing first week right now since he out of jail?
Come on
Oh,
now.
YB since
200,000.
fresh out.
Over
Yeah,
200,000.
How much?
Nah, he not doing 200,000.
Over 200,000 units for sure.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie. Look,
That's
I fuck with YB. I'm gonna keep it.
That's
I'm gonna keep it
delusional.
gangster.
That's a high class
He might do
delusion.
like he might do like over 50K. I give him over
What?
50K.
You're not a YB fan.
I think he might do 100.
All right,
You're not a YB fan. I'm
To
gonna
say,
be
hold on.
like,
To say that he's the
maybe
greatest of all time, and you just put my man's at 50.
But look, check it out. This what I'm saying, bro. The nigga drops every day. He don't promote no music. He just be doing whatever he want to do. He don't even take rap serious at this point. So I mean, like, if he had the same push as the Playboy Cardis, if he had the same push as all these niggas that's doing Rolling Loud and out of jail and could stay out of trouble and could do all the shows and shit like that, bro, YB will be the biggest nigga walking earth right now, and that's a fact. Nigga is just. He just a dumbass. You know what I'm saying? Behind the drugs, behind the jail.
I don't think he's the greatest.
Bro,
You
top
gotta
10
give
is
him top
crazy.
10,
Nah, I
but
give him
not
top
greatest.
10.
Top 10 is crazy.
He's not even top 5 right now.
I don't give him top
Are
5.
you
no.
serious?
He's not top 5.
Who's top 5? Name
He's
top
that
five.
top five?
No.
Nah.
This the last thing that we can switch.
I-
Name
I-
top
Top
five.
five.
Name
All right,
five rappers
Top
better.
five.
If we
In
going
Gen
overall,
Z. In Gen Z.
see, that's the
No,
thing.
Gen
You're
Z.
saying Gen Z,
Because that's
and
the
he's saying of all
generation.
time.
No,
Jalise
no,
loves
that's the
semantics.
generation.
No
Gen Z is the
semantics.
generation.
Hold on,
What are you
hold on.
talking about?
No
What are you
semantics.
talking
That's
about?
Gen Z.
Gen Z is the generation.
You're right. That's from
what-
97.
and that's what-
Gen Z is from
okay,
97.
And that's where
Gen Z is from 97, so that's
Okay,
very
so
bad.
start there. there.
Go ahead,
So start
27.
there. So start there.
But he said greatest of all time. It don't even matter.
It ain't no all time. You can't put him in the same category as
just said greatest
Eminem.
of all time,
You can't put him in the same category as Eminem,
So
Kanye
he's not
West,
the greatest of
Jay-Z,
all time?
Lil
He
Wayne.
said
You can't
that.
do
I
that.
ain't gonna lie.
You cannot
I
do
ain't gonna lie. I
that.
could put him
We're
in
two different generations.
10 minutes
No,
ago, they both
no,
said greatest of all time.
no,
I ain't gonna lie. She
I
said.
did not say that.
She said
I did not say
generational.
that.
I heard her say generation.
What generation is that?
Gen Z.
So 27?
So
He not
who's
bigger
topping
than Travis
YB and
Scott.
Gen Z
He not
right
bigger
now?
than Travis Scott.
Okay, Remo.
He not
Who's
bigger than
topping
Travis
Gen Z
Scott.
right now? And who's topping
I mean,
NBA Youngboy and Gen Z?
Cardi.
Stop.
He's not bigger than
Who?
Travis Scott.
Cardi.
How old is he?
That's one. That's one.
Let's go.
That's
I
one.
can go Cardi. I go Travis Scott.
Cardi is kind of pop emo
Oh.
rock.
Oh my God, more semantics.
Oh,
yeah.
shit.
Go ahead, Travis Scott.
Right.
Travis Scott,
Cardi,
Cardi.
more pop.
Wait, I want to hear
He
the
got
list.
hip hop black.
Wait, I want to hear the
He
list.
got rap black. Fuck his baby mama.
I wanna
Fuck his
hear
baby
the
mama.
list.
He got rap black.
Hold on, one mic, one
Fuck
mic.
his baby mama got to do with anything. Who the fuck?
How can we take
his
it
baby mama
serious?
rap for him?
His baby mama is Iggy Azalea. What are
His
you
baby
talking
mama,
about?
Iggy Azalea is a rapper.
Next.
And she's
Next.
nobody.
Next.
She's
Who's
nobody.
topping-
Baby mama
Who's
has to do
topping
with
NBA
him.
Youngboy when it comes to this hip hop
What the
shit?
fuck
Who's topping
does
NBA
Iggy
Youngboy
Azalea
and
have
Gen
to
Z?
do with Cardi's
Now, if you want to
music?
say Kodak
Nothing.
Black, say that. If
Nothing.
you want to
She's
say
talking
Kodak
about
Black,
rap.
then say
Yeah,
that.
nothing.
I give Kodak Black
What are you
too.
talking about?
How are we taking serious if his baby mama is
Bye.
Iggy Azalea?
I ain't gonna lie.
Bye. Bye.
I said, how do we
Bye.
take Youngboy serious? He
Bye.
has 10 baby mamas.
Who gives a fuck?
Exactly.
He can have 20.
Who gives a fuck
Who gives
about
a
Cardi
fuck?
baby
Who
mama?
gives
That's
a
the
fuck?
point.
Who gives
Yeah,
a
you
fuck?
did just say
Who
that.
gives a
You did just
fuck?
say that.
Fuck. Thank
What are
you.
you talking
I'm
about?
so glad you said that.
Oh my
Who
God.
give a
Oh
fuck?
my God.
Who give a fuck about
What
niggas'
is you
baby
talking
mama?
about?
Dummy.
Bro,
I ain't gonna lie.
What are we talking about?
Like
I
I
ain't gonna
said,
lie. In the
though,
discussion,
ain't nobody
I
fucking
got
with
YB over
though.
Jay-Z.
We
Like
don't
I
care
said,
about
though.
niggas' baby mamas.
Oh well, fuck.
What the fuck?
I got YB over Jay
Who
Z.
cares about niggas' baby mamas?
Mic drop.
What that got to do with them rapping?
Fuck is you talking about? Top 5 and Gen Z. Let's talk about that.
Rod
though.
Wave.
Semantics.
Fuck is you talking about?
Rob Wave. Facts.
Rod Wave.
All right, well look, we're gonna get into the next topic, but yeah,
I still got
they
YB.
said YB better, goddamn. That's crazy. All right, so look, Sauce Walker surveillance footage leaked, debunking rumors that the killer stood over Sauce Walker and let him live. Say So P mom and cousin also revealed they believe Say So P was set up.
I don't know why that nigga even made that up. Like, why would you
The nigga
make it up
Rainwater?
that a nigga that a nigga stood over him?
I don't know
What
where
the fuck was
Rainwater got
about?
that at, where he got that from. That nigga
I won.
just,
It was in it too.
it was on Clubhouse with Wack.
I just
Yeah.
heard the little.
Don't Clubhouse or what?
It was on
Yeah, I
Clubhouse.
don't know. I mean, even Wax said it. I don't know why. he
Nah,
would make
Rainwater's
that
the
shit.
one who definitely said it though.
A good story.
All right, hey, go back. All right, so I'm trying to figure
Wait,
out.
so which one is
Sauce
Sauce
Walker, the dude to the left? All right, because I think that's Sauce Walker right there, where you're hovering them out. Is that him? Because that dude looked like he got shot in the leg, and that nigga hit the ground. So if watch that guy. To me, I think that's Sauce Walker. If you ask me. Like, didn't he get hit or something? Like, why he just fall
Yeah,
like
low
that?
key do look like he got hit in the leg.
But then why is he on the same side where the shooter's at?
Right? Shooter.
Somebody ran off top right corner. Niggas hopped in the car. But yeah, I can't really make out who's who. They saying Say So P in a white shirt. I see that Say So P.
Right there behind the door.
Sosa Man might be the other dude that just ran off that you see dashing all the way top right corner. I think that's Sauce Walker right there on the left side that just got hit in the
Why
shot.
is he so far behind them?
That I don't know, but it's just like that can't be one of the shooters because he didn't. That guy that fell, he didn't hop in the car with them and leave.
Must have been out of the car coming back.
It's just like an active crime right now.
This is the surveillance video from Say So P and Sauce Walker getting shot, and this is the video that just leaked.
This nigga, this is an actual
So which
crime.
one is Sauce Walker? The one in the back?
We think so.
We don't
I
have
would
a-
just assume that's Sauce Walker because not like he hopped in the car in the
So
white
there's
car
no
and dipped
clarity.
out. Nah, there's no clarity of what's going on, but the video just leaked online and everybody been just trying to break down. But that's definitely Say So P in the white shirt behind the black Escalade. But I think that's Sauce Walker to the left.
So why was they aiming for what's his name?
Say So P. So apparently, all right. So the rumor has it that so Say So P. He's from Memphis. They saying that the nigga ran off on a plug out there for like 200,000 and shit.
And then he was trolling them.
And he was trolling. He made a video where he was like kind of like boasting like niggas can't come to Memphis
Yeah.
and shit. Me and Sauce Walker,
On
we
the
in
way,
Memphis. We
yeah.
pulling up everywhere, all type of shit.
And then my whole thing is, I can't really say it's a setup. I think like in every city, like say, all right, I'm from the IE, right? So I'm from Ontario. So if a major artist was like, oh yeah, I'm coming to Ontario, 9 times out of 10, I'm gonna have an idea of what hotel they going to, cause I know where the nicer areas are and shit like that. I think same scenario right here. Niggas probably just knew where they was at based off of them saying they was in Memphis. Like you only gonna go to certain hotels as an artist. You ain't going to no fucking Motel 6. You feel me? So I think them niggas just found low based
Found a
off
location.
of that. Nigga,
They
pulled
got
up and got
because
their
it
man.
wasn't a thing where because a lot of people are speculation was before this video happened. There was on Say So P and Sauce Walker Live. Niggas had at least about 100,000. Like I seen Say So P with like a big 40 piece on his shoulder. You know, Sauce Walker always got money on him. So they were trying to say that niggas probably, you know what I'm saying, seen them niggas had cash and wanted to rob them. But from the video, it don't look like it was a robbery. It looked like niggas just came to get their man and just had to handle their business and got up out of there. So it don't look like a robbery gone wrong or anything like that. It looked like niggas came to do what they had to do and get up out the situation.
It looks like their target was Say So.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. That's what they're
Their
saying.
target was not Sauce Walker.
And Rainwater went on Clubhouse with Wack, and he said that niggas stood over Sauce Walker and let him live because they really wanted Say So P. From the video, it don't look like anybody got stood over, so it look like it debunked that. But some more shit that's been going on. So fans are kind of concerned with how Sauce Walker been like, I guess acting after his his former artist passed away. He's been doing a whole bunch of promos and shit. So let's see if we can pull up any of the promo videos that Sauce Walker dropped. Because people are saying like, they're not buying him being upset that his artist just got killed. They're like, yo, he should be showing a little more sympathy or be a little more empathetic to the fact that you just lost one of your former artists. So y'all let me know what y'all think about the videos he been dropping in. Because I even Say So P mom, she had after we watched the videos, she took to the internet and gave her side of what she believed happened. But
I think the ad was a little distasteful.
This one?
Yeah, you can go to that one. All these just been in Memphis right here.
So PTSL Business Plant Mafia, TSL Memphis. Spin me. My blood wanted me to come to the Superior store before he died. And before I go home, he said, man, Sauce Walker gotta come to Superior, nigga. You gotta do an interview with Wicked Films. And motherfucking me mic dropping all that whole ass shit. Gotta do that for the city of Memphis. You my brother, nigga. Sauce Walker, nigga, you gotta come do that. So I did that. And man, my brother Say So P, nigga. Came through the back door Superior and you.
This is not even the worst one. It was ones where
I'm talking about the
one in the hotel
with the food and shit. We're talking about you gotta come through to the whoopty whoop shit. I'm talking about that one. That one was crazy.
Hey, which one?
It ain't on his page, I don't think. Somebody else posted it.
That's when he was laying on the bed?
Nah, I didn't see that one either. So there's a lot of them, gang.
Yeah, he's been on a hell of a promo one. I know there's one on my page that I think we even watched the other day, but that one was super distasteful too, because it was just like, yo.
That's not really,
like
I don't think that's cool.
Your man just died and you already just moving like the nigga didn't die. You might have to scroll down a little bit. Scroll down some more.
That one. That was the one top right corner.
Top right corner.
Yep.
Oh yeah, here's
Right
another
there.
one.
Man, he's dead. You know what I'm talking man? I'm not here in Memphis, man. You know what I'm saying? It's the only way is my nigga PK. You know what I'm talking about? This shit don't stop. You gotta keep dripping sauce and peas, my brother. Say So P, man. Splash that mafia. All P, my brother. You know what I'm saying? My nigga wanted me to make sure I get some food from PK before I leave. You know what I'm talking about? Exquisite taste, Midtown and downtown is where it's going down. But come to Midtown so we can put you with the drip around. We talking about shrimp, lobster, pasta, lamb, and anything that goes hand. We talking about egg rolls that's gonna save your soul. You know what I'm talking about? Sauce and peas, my brother. Say So P, bitch. I got you, bro. You told me to come. Everywhere you told me to go, I gotta go there. And I love you, nigga.
We gonna make sure we keep your motherfucking name alive, man.
Shit, so, man.
Long live Say So the P, man.
Long
You know
live
what I'm
Say So
saying?
the
Hey, and you told me, man, you was gonna bring my boy to see me. And get what? He made it happen, man. You heard me?
He said that.
I appreciate that.
He been talking to me for months and put me on FaceTime with you, brother. So I had to do that. Name my brother.
I love y'all, man.
Please,
Keep y'all hands
please,
up,
And then,
I don't think this cool, bro.
I believe people grieve differently, but no way are you.
Nah,
I could see if he like got in the studio or like, you know what I'm saying, or he was just like, you know what I'm saying, doing his thing. But I don't like the Say So Death tour. If I gotta go everywhere where my brother said go, And he like, my brother told me before he got killed to come get some food from PK. Like,
Look.
come on, bro. He didn't tell you that. He didn't tell you that shit.
I feel like that's cool to do off camera. I think all those videos is cool if you don't mention him. You know what I'm saying? I'm not mad at you getting your money while you still there, but saying his name in every video as you doing it, that's where it rubbed me the wrong way a little bit.
I just kind of
That's
looked
all I'm
at it
saying.
like he honoring the nigga wishes, low
You know?
key.
No,
That's
I
how
get that.
Take it. Like,
but I
you know
get
what
that.
mean?
But the moment you pull out the camera every time and then you tag in the spot and it just seemed like, nigga, they clearly paying you this. You know what I'm saying? That's the only thing that's rubbing me the wrong way. If you do all these things without saying, oh yeah, you feel me? Like, all right, I'm here, I'm still in Memphis, I'm still alive, you know what I'm saying? And I'm just gonna do the little promo run. I'm not 100% mad at that. I'm mad at my brother say so said do this and say so said do that on camera. Then that's what's rubbing me.
He could have said long live say so, and it would have been.
And
cool.
I would have been cool with that. I wouldn't have been mad at that. But the whole my brother sent me here, that's rubbing me the wrong way. You
Well,
feel
all
me?
right, well, Say So P mom feels away too. She had actually took to the internet and gave her opinion on the situation and speaking on her son passing. I think it's actually in the Google Doc. If you could pull it up, it's not on my page. Yeah, click that link. Say So mom and cousin revealed she believes he was set up. See if that's the link that.
No,
that's not it.
No, that was.
All right, well, go to Say Cheese page. It's on Say Cheese. Or it's on my page too. Actually, go right there. Hold on. Go up. Go down. Scroll down. Scroll down. Scroll. All right. Actually, no, that's not it. Go to Say Cheese page. I know I've seen it on Say Cheese.
Yeah, no, that's crazy.
All right, right there to the right. It's all. You can read this. I can't really see.
Yeah, this is the type of lies and shit that keep mothers losing our sons. My son never stole anything, never ran off with anything, didn't have to. Haters set him up, but not because he stole a dime. He would give you his last before he would steal anything. Please stop spreading rumors. Let me repeat that. He didn't have to take shit from anyone. Money wasn't a factor for it, and she tagged him. He was too loyal to the wrong people was his biggest downfall. Haters who are envious killed my baby, but I won't let y'all steal his legacy. People see him with the stack and say anything. That was his norm. I don't think that's really throwing those shots at Sauce. I'm not.
Yeah.
It's not screaming Sauce did it.
Yeah.
That's not screaming Sauce did it to me.
Yeah.
Now she's just basically protecting his legacy. She's basically saying like your perception of him is basically taken out of context, which is valid, because he doesn't look like the person that ran off with 200,000. You know what I'm saying? Like, he doesn't look like the person that needs to run off on the plug. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what his ethnicity or race is, but he doesn't look like he needs to do that.
Shit, that nigga from Memphis.
What is that? You could be from somewhere and not be a product of your environment.
What type of timing this nigga's on?
You could be from somewhere and not be a product of your environment.
I mean, I ain't trying to.
Race as to why he wouldn't do nothing is crazy.
I mean, I ain't trying to put no crimes together, but niggas always need extra bread.
Man, I don't think, man, it be the average Joe that walk up in a bank, nigga, and hit their ass for $1 million. Niggas that you would look at and think.
That. I don't want to put that on him, but I
like it'll be a nigga that you think like, man, he ain't on no type of timing. It'd be that nigga that walk in that bank and hand over that note. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think.
Yeah,
I just feel like you can't put it past.
History looks amazing.
Yeah, like you just can't put it past them.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Nah, but look, I think she perfectly fine in her right to post some shit like this. You feel me? Because a lot of niggas are saying that he died because he stole some money.
Yeah.
And I would expect her to say, no, the fuck he didn't. It's my son. Why would he need to do some shit like that?
Yeah, no.
And shit, it looked like he been had money for a while. So I don't think that. I don't think that's why. You gotta know, bro. When you in a scabby dog ass city, niggas is gonna do scabby dog ass shit when you got money. And it's gonna be all eyes on you when you got money, and you moving around with Sauce Walker in Memphis, and everybody know you is.
But
it might have just been a ticket on his head.
Could be that too.
So then he was doing some dirt in the street.
It might have not been he was doing some dirt.
Why you got a ticket on the nigga head?
Gotta do dirt tattoo.
Nah, he just got that bag and who he
I'm
with.
Tell you exactly how. Right? Look, nigga. My uncles and them was telling me a story how they was in the '80s, nigga. They didn't have no problem with this nigga, but he was moving so much work around they shit.
Yeah.
He need to leave because we can't eat. This nigga got all this shit sold up and we can't fucking eat. He gotta go, nigga. We finna drop 20 on his head, nigga, and he was gone. It don't gotta be
Yeah.
like, oh, he doing dirt to people. No, he just
Nah,
you
yeah,
feel me?
yeah,
Niggas can
I
have
give you
areas
that.
sold up,
Yeah.
and in a place like that, that's how niggas be eating.
Yeah, nah,
Tell the brother,
I
don't
get
mean
that
you
part
anything
too, though.
wrong to anybody. You could just be shining, or take
Yeah.
it out of drug dealing. You could just be shining. The nigga want to get you out the way. You don't gotta do shit to people for niggas want some money. On you. You can fucking
Nah,
nigga bitch,
100%.
and he want money on your
That's
head.
facts.
So
You feel me?
It
Like,
could
you
be a
don't-
territory thing
don't
where
gotta
niggas
do
got
nothing
shit
to
sold
people.
up, but
Hey.
it just looked crazy because niggas wasn't there to rob a nigga, and them niggas had
It's
hella
Memphis.
cash.
It's Memphis.
Yeah,
It's
They not here to
Memphis,
rob
yeah.
you. They here
It's
to
Memphis.
kill you.
yeah.
It's Memphis.
Memphis is a city full of hate. It's like the devil's playground.
That's crazy that Memphis be going up like that.
Look, he could have made a nigga mad. It'd be simple shit like, nigga, it was niggas that used to fuck with me. Then when I started rapping, niggas like, oh, let me get a feature? No, you wasn't fucking with me before. All the nigga I said, oh, yeah, we finna kill this nigga now. This is niggas.
Yeah.
I know you from the South, gang. You
Nah,
know
alright.
how,
I've
you
been
know
to
how
Memphis. I
niggas
know-
who got open gun laws and they got guns and they do stupid shit and they mad.
Yeah.
Broke
The
niggas,
only thing
niggas with
is
money,
though,
that's what they
to
do.
crash out broad daylight, it's something
It's
there.
Memphis, bro. No, it don't. Niggas shoot niggas for less.
For nothing.
Broad day. It's Memphis. Gang, you ever been?
Yeah, I've been to.
Then you
I've
should
been
know.
I've been to
Wingstop,
Memphis multiple
yo.
times.
You should know.
But
Nigga
that-
kill
just-
you for looking
you-
at you crazy at the gas station, broad
But
day.
it's different if you have an altercation with a one-on-one situation. But this is where it was like 4 or 5 niggas in the car. You got a getaway driver, broad daylight. It seemed like it's a little more something there than this just niggas hating.
But you gotta
maybe-
know how the
But I
streets
think-
work though.
Look, I think you're
Perspective.
underestimating how far
Niggas
niggas
will go.
who hate will go.
Yeah.
Facts.
You get what I'm
Facts.
saying?
But the level
it'll
of-
simply go from
Facts.
niggas just hating to coming to kill you. It's that simple.
That is-
You'll see a nigga.
yeah.
Look, Memphis niggas. I don't know if y'all been to Detroit, but a lot of my Detroit niggas tell me how they have club wars in the club of throwing money. You feel me? Niggas won't really be there. I'm finna outshine you in the club and throw more money. This nigga just embarrassed me in front of all the hoes.
Yeah.
This nigga threw 10,000
I'm finna
cash
smoke
more
this
than me.
nigga.
I'm finna put 20 on them tonight.
Yeah.
This is dumb niggas
Yeah.
who
Yeah.
got money. You don't really, I'm just saying, like, you don't really gotta have real smoke with a nigga to get him gone like that. Niggas who
Facts.
got money do shit like this all the time.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
dirty, mad niggas are ready to kill you. The car full. It don't matter. Nigga, and he was riding around Memphis shining. You feel
Yep.
me? That's all it takes, bro.
And
it's to shine and make the wrong nigga mad. That don't mean you did nothing to him. You could have fucked his bitch. You could have
Yep.
shined too hard in his vicinity. Nigga, I'm trying to tell you.
You coulda
That's
took
some
over his
next level
block
hating
I ain't
shit.
gonna
You
lie, I
feel
ain't
me?
gonna
The
lie,
broad
so-
daylight
yeah.
because the nigga
And-
shining.
And
I'm
I ain't
telling
gonna,
you.
That's
I
how
ain't
it
gonna
be,
lie, it's so
though.
crazy though because like we saying all that like it could have been some hating niggas, but in reality it could have been some niggas that didn't even give a fuck about bro. Like it could have been some niggas that
Cause
like
money was
another
on his
nigga
head.
mad. It could have been another nigga mad and he told some niggas like I'll give y'all 10K if y'all
That's
go
what I'm
whack
saying.
up.
And
And they
that-
probably don't give
that
a
still
fuck
leads
about
to
bro.
making the wrong nigga mad. Because
Yeah.
if he made the wrong nigga mad, old boy wouldn't have dropped on him.
Yeah,
You get what
that's
I'm
a
saying?
fact.
That's all it takes is for.
But I'm saying the shooters
to make a
though.
hater.
The shooters
Right.
probably was just on some crash dummy shit
nigga.
trying
That
to
was
get
on some
The
crash
only
dummy
thing is,
shit.
I just look at it like this. From the past shit I've been seeing going on in Memphis, like when you can go to the Big Juke situation where niggas broad daylight, it was something there. From the Young Dolph situation, it was something there. So for niggas just to 4 or 5 niggas come to a hotel, crash out, broad daylight, and a nigga ain't even try to get no cash out the situation, just a little fishy to me. But hey, it could just be niggas just hating on that
I ain't
nigga.
gonna
But
lie, that's everyday Memphis for you, gang. I ain't gonna lie. Like,
But if you look at the big
That's
cases that
everyday
just went
Memphis.
down with Memphis, like the Big Jig situation, niggas know what the fuck was going on. The Young Dolph situation, niggas was going on, know what's
But
going
they
on.
huge though. That's Dolph. You know, that's different. That's
Yeah, but it's
Dolph.
been a lot of shit that, like, if you know what's going on, it's been a lot of shit that was tied to that Young Dolph shit. Like, days later, niggas was getting hit up. And it was understandable why, like, niggas get whopped. So, this shit right here with the Say So P shit, niggas is still trying to put this together. Like, what the fuck? Like, where did this come from? But, yeah,
Let
RIP,
the
RIP,
police put that
bro, though,
together.
for real. I had met him in Vegas. He was a cool dude. And we was with Sauce Walker. Like, Sauce Walker seemed like you fuck with him. He bring him around a lot, but I don't know. This one right here is crazy. Cause broad daylight, 5 niggas hopping out of car.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Like I kind of agree with Almighty, even though we never agree. But
That's cab. You be up here agreeing with me all the
listen,
time. I
chill
just
out
be grilling
though.
your ass.
We barely agree. That's because we both Scorpios. But that's neither here
I
or
don't
there.
believe in star
You
magic.
know what I'm saying? Hey, but I do though. But anyways,
Well,
I do feel like it was a lot of hatred going on. I don't feel like it was nothing personal. It might have been personal, but me personally, I don't feel like it was like, oh, like it was just, they barely even touched Sauce Walker. You know what I'm saying? Like they came straight for Say So. So it's like it was something, and he's from Memphis. It was in Memphis. It's something more sinister, more political, more literal, more critical. You know what I'm saying? And it's like it's hard for people to decipher that when they're looking from the outside looking in. So it's like, you know what I'm saying, like I said, I kind of have to agree with Almighty in regards to this little situation, even though I never agree with him.
It's so bad right now, yo.
Anyways.
Should get over it.
All right, let's see what
Next.
other topics we got up on here. All right, what Charleston White had to say about Big U?
Let's go with this shit.
This nigga Charleston White comedy.
Did Flacco give us a timestamp or?
Bro, that nigga's hilarious.
I can't stand this nigga.
I love him.
Stand this nigga.
Shout out to Charleston White.
Hey, listen, let me just say this about Big U now. This was more of a political a political move that had something to do with the Olympics. So the Olympics is coming to LA in like a year or two. So you got to think about when the Olympics came to Atlanta in 95, 96. The city and the county get a bunch of federal funding to go clean up the city, to prepare for the Olympics to come. So remember, Atlanta had the Red Dogs. The Red Dog had the resources, the power, the authorization to go out and do whatever to clean up all the crack sellers, the drug dealers out of Atlanta before the Olympics came. This is kind of similar. There's no way that the politicians and these world leaders could let the Olympics come to LA and Big U and the Rolling 60s got a stronghold on the entertainment industry to nigga kidnap, to strong arm, to intimidate, to extort. So there's no way they was gonna let these people come to LA and they still have this free reign to do celebrities like this, homie. So no, they just cleaning up before the Olympics come.
Okay. I don't think you're wrong.
I agree
I
with
don't
him
think you're wrong at all.
1,000%.
I can't stand that nigga, but he's definitely right there.
Because that was all through the paperwork was extortion. This nigga was extorting NBA players, Shaq, Draymond Green, all type of niggas. So it's like, and like he said, it's too many big name, household names who was gonna come out here and have to deal with that type of shit.
Nah, and they want the Olympics to come around within the next 10 years or so when they come back, and they want to be able to keep that nigga. That's $1 billion revenue when the Olympics come to your city. Nigga, that'll fuck around, make or break your whole economy. So nah, they definitely want to get niggas up out of here for that. I think he 100% right.
I don't think, man, it's deeper than just the Olympics, nigga.
I feel like
They've
that's
been
pretty
fucking
deep.
following Big U since 2022.
Nah,
and this shit has nothing to do. I don't think they was like, yo, this nigga Big U be extorting niggas. We got the Olympics.
I don't
coming.
think it's that. I think he's wrong in that instance. I think he's right 100% as they are 100% trying to clean the streets
everything up.
because
That part, yeah,
the Olympics is
100%.
coming.
Yeah.
I don't think they was like, oh yeah, Olympics is coming. Big
U
we
like
I
that.
don't
Yeah,
think that. No.
If that's the case, that nigga would have been gone a long time ago. You know what I'm saying? Cause like they was saying they had wiretaps from them niggas from 2010 and shit. So like niggas been looking at Big U. But I don't know. I also seen a clip where he said that he got Brick Baby arrested. So, you know, Charleston White, he said a lot of shit.
I did
Yeah,
see
he
that.
say bullshit. Didn't the nigga say he think all Asian women should get raped? The nigga said some shit about Nipsey Hussle daughter, bro. I don't see how anybody could fuck with this nigga.
He did a video
He say
saying that
dumb
he raped a white woman.
That's what he do. He said the nigga say he raped women. I'm like, this nigga's a weirdo. Like, how do we fuck with this nigga, bro? He says the craziest shit, and it's like, just because you can sprinkle some right shit here and there amongst your bullshit, I still can't fuck with that, bro. You be saying shit about people kids, nigga. You was talking about fuck that baby with Give Money Lil Ronnie daughter when she just passed away. Like, this nigga, is he a bullshit ass nigga, bro? I don't fuck with nothing he do. And then his whole claim to fame was, I shot a white man and went to jail for a confine. No, you didn't. Nigga, your homie shot the white man and you snitched on him. Like, this nigga bunk. He's bunk.
Yeah, nah, that's crazy.
He's
seeing the video of him snitching at 16. We knew about it, but just to see him, like, oh,
his
you
whole
been.
claim to fame was I shot a white man.
Yeah.
Come to find out, nigga, your man shot the white
But
man.
that nigga, he knew that shit was gonna come out. That's why his whole stance is
switch
I
was the
snitch,
snitch
nigga.
shit.
Like, I don't give a fuck. I'll
He a
tell.
bullshit ass nigga. Yeah, no, he sucked, bro. I don't fuck with this nigga for real. But he right though. You feel me? They will come get y'all, nigga, when the Olympics come to your town. They definitely gonna clean the streets up, nigga. They need that for the economy. I ain't mad at that at all. He right, but he's still a bullshit ass nigga.
You think niggas out here happy Big U got booked? Because you think about some of these athletes,
shouldn't, bro. I'm not happy nobody.
I'm
go
not
to
saying
jail.
street niggas. I'm talking about the athletes that might have been dealing with this nigga, and because they said the nigga Shaq.
Niggas could probably breathe.
That's
But
what
you
I'm
know, I
saying.
ain't gonna lie, bro. If you know anything about Shaq in LA, nigga, Shaq been fucking with LA niggas, bro.
Yeah, he
Since 90s.
tapped in,
Nigga, Shaq
yeah.
used to fuck with the main streets,
Oh,
nigga.
God.
Yeah. On my mama, nigga. Shaq been tapped in, you feel me? He used to fuck with Del Dog, all kind of niggas. You know, so.
But I'm starting to see like Shaq wasn't tapped in because he wanted to be. That nigga was tapped in because the nigga had to be.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie. If you do your research on the shit with him and Del Dog, he had them niggas putting hands on niggas.
Word.
I ain't gonna lie. He had them niggas going to work.
Well, I
ain't
gotta
gonna
do my
lie.
homework
Shaq
on that.
had them niggas doing shit to niggas, bro. No cap. But it's probably a mix of both. You feel me? We finna get on your ass and pay you, but we is gonna do shit.
We gonna
for
protect you too.
That's
type
what I'm
shit.
saying. It's tit for tat. It depends on how far the relationship go. I think once one side abuse it, on either side didn't get bad. I think that's fine. Nigga, you rich. Nigga, you want to tap in with the city. Niggas is gonna try to do shit to you, so you tap in with the niggas you know. They protecting you, so they should be able to eat too. I'm not mad at that, but when one side go too far, like, oh, we protecting you, bitch ass nigga, so you gonna have to give us all this, it's going too far. Then when the other nigga be like, nigga, I'm a mob boss now, cause I pay these gang niggas to do whatever. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think it's a yin and yang where that shit cool, but once one side on either way go too far, then it become a problem.
How often you think rappers and shit are getting extorted out here in LA?
Shit, very.
Regular,
Very
especially in the prisons.
Yeah.
Very often, nigga.
It's real often. It's like on a
Very
regular basis. It's like traditional.
So you think this big you think is gonna slow down a lot of that shit?
Somebody else is gonna come pick
Yeah,
you up.
hell no. Fucking LA though, that the rappers getting extorted. That's everywhere.
That's
But in LA,
No,
it's super
big in
strong. 'Cause
LA though.
in LA,
Like, it's
everyone has to
really
travel out here. Like, trust me, all my out of town partners, they be coming out here. Niggas be wanting to leave their jury at the crib, all type of shit, cause y'all got the reputation of niggas is extorting shit out here in LA.
Since the 90s, bro. It's been like that, nigga. This the chain. I call it the chain snatching capital of America, nigga. On my mama, you'll come here and get your shit snatched. Fast. So everybody know that, and everybody know too. You gotta realize, right, bro, that yeah, other places got gang structures, but if you not GD folk or some shit like that, if nigga your structure not how it is here.
Yeah, facts.
You get what I'm saying? GDs and BDs got real structure. But if you like a Cripper blood, like, yeah, y'all got structure, but not how it is here.
That's
to where
a
nigga
fact.
it's 4 generations. These old niggas gonna tap in with everyone across the city to where nigga it'll be like you tap with the East Coast and then it'll be that's a whole section. You tap with the 6 and that's like 1,000 niggas. You know what I'm saying? It's different. And they got structure from prison, old niggas, young niggas. You go tap in with some New York niggas, you gonna be with 16-year-olds.
Yeah.
You feel me? You gonna be with kids.
Facts.
You gonna
Young
be
niggas.
with kids.
Oh my goodness.
And I'm not saying nothing wrong with that because the kids is doing shit to niggas.
Nah,
but
but
it's different as far as when you come here, like, nah, it's a whole structure with your tapping in. Like, nigga gonna move like an army when you tap in with the right niggas, but something can't get done to you. You get what I'm saying? So it's different when you come here.
I think that was a big part of Wack's persona where everyone thought Wack. I think that's why Wack was able to transcend into his media personality because for a moment, a lot of people thought Wack was on the same type of extortion shit Big U was on. I remember
They was
like, all
calling
right,
it the new Suge Knight for a minute.
100%, nigga. I was all right before the Adam and Wax show, nigga. I was trying to convince Adam to do the Adam and Wax show for months before he was even with it. And I could just look at it now like maybe he thought Wack was on some extortion shit, but comes to find out, Wack really just, you know what I'm saying, trying to transcend and get to the next level and do fucking media. And I think a lot of the people that, if you are on some extortion shit, after seeing all this shit with Big U, you might want to change how you operate and shit out here because they was giving fucking extortion money to the guy to give the Big U. Where it was that crazy where the nigga, he was extorting the nigga at the dispensary. The feds was giving him the money to give the Big U. So it was like, niggas got to get a whole different game plan in 2025. Cameras is everywhere. Nigga, all that extorting shit, y'all got to slow down because.
Yeah, that's a fact. Nah, because nigga, when I move around, I tap in with niggas, nigga. When I was moving around in New York, I was tapping with some niggas who was older. Like, you feel me, 30s, you feel me, early 30s, late 20s, because I don't want to walk.
But when you tap in, it's like you kind of throwing in a white flag to me.
I disagree. I think, nigga, I don't think there's nothing wrong with tapping in because I think regular civilians do the same thing. Josh, when you go to another city and you know somebody there, are you going to call them and say, what areas is cool, which ones is not? Give me restaurants to eat. Where can I get some weed? That's checking in.
Not wrong.
That's checking in. Everybody does it. As a female, if you traveling alone and you got homegirls in the state, you gonna call them, bitch. What's some good places to eat? If you're fucking social,
I never checked in.
You're gonna call them.
I always check TikTok.
Oh shit!
I check TikTok
That's
for the food. For the food,
Hey,
I check TikTok. I don't get
I ain't gonna lie. This how I feel.
I think. Look, I think a person is way better to ask who live there than TikTok as far as look. If you just asking for food, I'm talking about everything. A person can do all of that. Tell me what's cool, what's not to be. Plug me in with the rental place. But
I don't party. The rental place. If you're legit, you can go to Enterprise. You can go to Hertz. If you legit, you ain't gotta tap in with nobody to get a rental place.
You're taking one thing out of my entire list of things.
I mean, I think it's borderline stupid not to tap in with your people when you go somewhere, because you don't know. You don't never know what's going on in the city.
This how I feel.
You don't know where it's wars cracking off, where you don't need to be at a certain point in time.
You make it sound good.
This how I feel about the tapping in shit. I feel like ain't nothing wrong with tapping in, because when I went to Miami, I was tapping in with all my little Jacksonville niggas and all that. Like, you feel me?
That's because y'all feel like y'all have to. I don't have to tap in nowhere.
Hold on. Let me.
I don't have to tap in nowhere.
Can I finish what I'm saying?
Hey, blood, check this out. I'm finna go to Houston. I'm finna go to Miami. I'm finna go to New York. I'm not tapping in with nobody.
All right, but
you all right.
And
I'm not
type of shit done
maybe that's
well
why I'm not a gangster though.
Bad for plenty of people.
I'm not a gangster though.
Josh, you a gangster? And are you tapping?
Josh, are you tapping in or are you checking TikTok?
I think you're both right, but I do
Josh.
think no.
Josh, are you checking TikTok?
Josh likes to be friendly. Josh, tell the truth.
Josh, are you checking TikTok?
You are 100% tapping in, checking in with friends, associates.
That's if you have
from
friends.
the area.
Even if you checking TikTok, you still
that's
tapping.
what we saying. We not saying.
I'm not saying nothing wrong with that, but checking in.
Looking for new spots.
Everybody do that. You don't gotta be a gangster.
But what if you don't have
my
friends?
mama goes to Louisiana, she's gonna call her Louisiana.
Nah, but look, if you don't got friends, if you don't have friends, it ain't nobody to tap into.
Like TikTok.
Like
I'm saying if you do.
Yeah, if you got people tap in with your people.
I don't have that.
You don't have. That's not what we're saying.
You need to make more friends.
Thank you.
I don't want friends.
And this is what clearly. All I'm saying
you got TikTok
is
then.
When you go places, it's nothing wrong with tapping in. You don't gotta be a thug to nigga. I'm finna touch down, nigga, in a week. Tell me what's good over here.
Yeah.
Tell me where I should be, where I shouldn't. Nigga, who beefing with who over here? I like to know these things when I'm traveling. You feel me?
Yeah, my whole
where can I
thing.
get some weed at? Some
that means you finna be in the hood.
Good weed, not
Look,
I ain't finna be in the hood, blood.
No, because
so I don't know.
this shit don't be looking like the hood, and you
I'm
don't
finna
know
be in a
it.
prestigious neighborhood.
What I'm saying is,
I'm finna be in a prestigious neighborhoods.
When you first got here, can you tell what these hoods is or not when you driving through? Everything don't
Hell
look
nah.
like the hood.
When I first got to,
I'm still figuring shit out now.
You would think
that's like you
I
slide
ain't
through
from out here,
Burbank
though.
and think
No,
shit
it's
sweet, and there's some
fine.
power out here, my nigga.
Hey.
Oh, God.
And you only know that if you call and tap in with your loved ones.
I
You can't
came
watch
to LA.
TikTok for that.
What do you mean?
But
I came to LA without tapping in with nobody.
You don't need a house, Jalise.
I didn't have to tap in with
Where
nobody
you
when
be
I
at
came
in
to
LA?
LA. What are you talking
Where
about?
do
I
you
was
go
in
in LA?
Koreatown. I was in Marina
Jalise.
Del Rey, Playa Del Rey.
Where do you exactly?
Hey,
White
I
people
was in
places.
Hollywood for
White
sure,
people places.
for sure.
Exactly.
I'm not going
I mean,
to. I'm
what
not
I-
going to
You're not
South
gonna tap in.
Central.
Look,
I'm
Why
not
would
going
it hard to
to.
know what's going on in the area
I'm not
that you
going
gonna
to
be
Compton.
in?
Because I'm never gonna be in those areas.
No,
I mean, how I feel
Don't let
though.
me get
this
rich.
is what
I'm
I'm
going.
saying.
Hey, I'm from the Hamptons and Bel Air.
Look,
Like I
even
said,
the shit that you just named, like Koreatown, it's
Hey.
shit going on in Koreatown.
It is shit
For
going
surely.
on, but I stay out my way.
Big shit
Hey,
going on in
but I stay
Koreatown.
out the way though. It's a lot of shit going on.
Bullets
in
don't got
Koreatown, but I
names.
But listen, I stay out the way.
Bullets don't got names.
I
You
stay
get
out
shot
the
in
way.
drive-through.
I stay out the way.
What I'm
don't got
saying though,
names.
Let Zay get his shit out. He been trying to.
nah, what I'm saying though is like when it comes to the tapping in thing, I feel like there's nothing wrong with doing it. Like you feel me? Like I said, when I was in Florida or whatever, I tapped in with my Jacksonville niggas. Not on no like, oh I'm scared as fuck, gang, where y'all at? But like on some shit like, nigga, where the spots at? Who be where we at? What's up with it? So
What's
you feel
cracking
me?
out here?
Yeah, you feel me? So
Yeah,
but,
I think
but I feel like if a nigga hit your line and be like kind of like how you seen the baby when he was doing his little music video. If some niggas get up on you and be like, "Hey, bro, tap in," and you tap in, you kind of a
That's
buster.
not the kind
That's
of tap in we
different.
talking about.
That's
If
different.
a
That's
nigga
what I'm
hit
talking
you
about.
like bitch ass nigga tap in, that's not the tap in I'm talking about.
That's not what I'm talking about either.
Calling your people like, what's cracking here?
And
that's simple. That's tapping in.
I feel like that's what
Squares
she.
do it.
I feel like that's what
But
she
who
talking
is
about.
your
though.
people? What if you don't have people? I
If
came
you
to
don't
LA
have-
with no
if you
people.
don't have
Nah,
people,
if you don't
then
got
you can't
people,
I
it
came
don't,
to LA
it
with
don't,
no
it don't,
people.
yeah, it don't
You can't,
apply
but if
to
you
you.
did have people, you would.
That's
Why
a
would I
fact.
do that?
We not saying.
Jaleese,
Oh, that's a lie.
Almighty.
that's a lie.
That's a lie.
That's a
bro.
lie.
That's
I
a
might,
lie.
hey, if I'm bending a block, I might call somebody.
Thank you.
If I'm bending a block, though.
No,
I
bro.
might be like,
Right.
what is it? Get over
Civilians
here.
not gonna do that.
She came up here on bullshit.
So you want to argue with me?
Yeah.
Miss
Nah,
Lady,
bro.
sit
Let's
over
blame,
there.
hey, let's
Can I
blame
ask her a
Josh.
question?
Let's blame
Can I ask
Josh.
her a question?
I'm blaming Josh.
Can I ask her a question?
I'm blaming Josh.
Miss Lady, can I ask you a question? When you're traveling, if you're traveling with
But
a
where
man,
is she
let me
from?
ask her.
Let's
Shut
ask her. Where is
up.
she
Let me
from?
fucking ask
Hold
her.
on.
It doesn't matter.
Ask her first.
Oh,
Ask her first.
shut up.
Where's she from?
Give a fucking question
Where's she
out.
from?
Anyways,
Where's she
Miss
from?
Lady,
From a
Miss
city where the
Lady,
murder rate is
wherever
higher
you
than
travel,
LA
The
than
IE?
anywhere else.
wherever you travel,
San
right?
Bernardino.
If you have family there or friends or if you know people there, are you gonna call them and say, hey, what's good to eat? Where can I get this? Where can I shop at? Are you just gonna call and tap in?
If you know people.
You don't gotta be a thug. You don't gotta be tough.
If she don't know people,
you
she
know
can't.
people, but
If
what
she
about
don't know
everybody?
people, then she
already said
can.
If you
Shut
knew
up.
people, you still wouldn't. That's not what
Shut
I'm
up.
saying. If you don't know
know
people,
people,
how are
right?
you gonna call anybody?
Yeah.
I was gonna
Right?
say that if you
Hold
don't
on,
know
let her
nobody, how
talk.
you gonna
Let her
call?
talk.
Nobody,
Let her
nobody to
talk.
call.
Let her
If
talk.
you don't have a phone, how you gonna check TikTok?
Good, thank you.
So if you don't know anybody in LA, who are you gonna call?
You
If she don't
know
have a
plenty
phone,
of
how she
people
gonna check
out here.
TikTok?
But she's from the IE.
If she don't have a
Yeah,
phone,
but
how she gonna
you-
check TikTok?
I don't know
But
nobody.
you know this nigga.
Oh my God, I'm not calling all.
You know this nigga.
I'm
you
gonna
know
call
Flacco.
Almighty if we
you
wanna
know.
go eat Bossa Nova.
Ah, you crazy. Yeah, she came up here on argument time. She ain't even trying to reason with niggas today.
All right, well,
okay?
let's read some of these super
Hey,
chats.
Almighty, do you want to? Almighty,
Let's read some of
Almighty,
these
do you
super
want to
chats
eat
right
Bossa
here.
Nova?
All right,
We can go
so-
eat Bossa Nova.
Lonnie Maluki, Hawaii says, free Brick Baby or take Sharp in his place. Free Brick. That's crazy to take Sharp. Blizzy the Don said, whack first time going live was at the Brick got locked up. John Alamo Cruz said, suspect like this so fake and corny. Oh, I don't know what he's talking about. Jaleese, you don't know what you're talking about. The feds check paperwork the most because feds give you work on all your priors so they can see if you ever snitched.
Thank you.
Even if you snitched on the state case.
The fact that they paid $10 for
They
that
paid
shit.
$10.
Hey, hey,
This
I
is what they do.
contributed.
Motherfuckers just been yelling the whole. Motherfuckers just been yelling the whole podcast.
All right.
Wrong.
Rico Shore says, YBG didn't put no work in those 3 years he lived with Brick because how isn't he a part of this being Brick right-hand man during all this time? No cop, I'm just a journalist. Hockey sticks. Sticks in the chat. Yeah, y'all put sticks in the chat, man. Suspect trying so hard to be the main mic. Be quiet. You whine too much.
Hey, asked me to be the man, Mike Flacco gone.
Be quiet.
I thought you were doing good today.
Almighty be holding it down. That's why Almighty's still here.
A little.
Jaleese the only one who's mad.
A little too much with Jaleese. but I
Fuck all
thought,
that.
like,
We
you
on
started-
anything walking up here. Men, women, children,
Nah,
babies.
hey, hell
We
nah.
on everything walking
Hey,
up
nah,
here.
suspect did that today. Y'all
Fuck you,
crazy.
Almighty.
Yeah,
Suspect did
okay.
what?
He did that. No, I'm just saying, like,
Fuck you,
no,
man.
look, no, look.
Who?
He spanked you today.
No, he
But
did
look,
not.
this is what I'm saying.
Spanked you.
I'm saying, even if we take that out of the
Hold on.
equation, he had been just carrying.
Hold on,
You know what I'm
let's see.
saying?
We can't-
I ain't gonna
what are
lie,
you talking
gang. You
about?
gotta give him that.
Give me the Jaleese.
Yeah,
Hey,
you gotta give him
hey,
that.
tell no,
Man,
hey,
nigga.
tell no jumper to give me the Jaleese show, and I'm gonna
Fuck
carry
you,
it.
man.
Almighty wants to. He always has to do too much to get his point across. I don't have to do too much.
You didn't have no points. You lost.
I did have points because I called my cousin. You only got that.
And you were
point.
still wrong.
Okay,
I was
okay,
right.
I'll give you that.
You was wrong,
I'll
of
give you
course.
that. I'm
You
a
have to.
Scorpio, just
You
like
have to give me that,
I'll
'cause you
give
were
you that
wrong.
because I'm a Scorpio. So chill
That
the
part.
fuck
No,
out.
two.
So chill the
Two.
fuck out.
2-0. We 2-0.
What side of the
Shut the
bed
fuck
you
out.
woke up on
So
today,
shut the fuck
Jaleese?
out.
2-0. Been cooking her all
You
day.
came up here on bullshit.
No,
It's like you
Alright.
came in here with this
Oh,
energy for this
bullshit.
nigga.
But if
This
you
was
gonna argue with me, You gotta
premeditated.
be right.
Because Almighty always thinks he's right.
I
That's
be
his
right.
problem. You're not
Yo,
right
I'm
all
wrong
the
today.
time. Just
I be
like when
right.
you said the thing about NBA Youngboy, you're wrong.
I be right.
You're wrong. You're not always right.
That's an opinion.
That's
Next.
an opinion. That's an opinion.
All you
love
do is
Youngboy
have
because both
opinions.
y'all mamas don't
All
like
you
y'all.
do is have
Get over
opinions.
it.
Okay,
You
I'm
love
sorry.
Youngboy 'cause
I'm
both
sorry
y'all
that
mamas
your
don't
mom
like y'all.
raised you.
Move on.
I'm sorry that you were raised in a
Exactly.
two-parent
My
household.
point.
You're
I
raised in a
wasn't-
two-parent
I wasn't
household.
raised in a two-parent household.
You're raised in a
I wasn't.
two-parent.
I
Okay.
wasn't.
Okay.
I was. What you're talking about.
Okay.
Dummy.
Okay. Your mom
Nobody
left you.
wasn't.
Your mom left you.
Suspect 3-0.
What?
Suspect Creole. Suspect Creole. Another one. What DJ Khaled said? Another one.
Hey, how many people?
What DJ Khaled said?
Hey.
Another one.
How many people who went through trauma with their mothers, though?
Another one.
Just because Almighty grew up in like a prestigious household,
Another
and he has some type of culture behind him. He acts like this super gangbanger.
Another
yeah,
one.
all right.
Another one.
All right.
Cooked.
All right,
She's mad
you
now.
super gang member.
Who said he was gang member? I'm big old pimping. Cooked.
Pimping, or
Another
are you
one.
gangbanging? Are you
Another
pimping, or are
one.
you gangbanging?
Cooking.
I don't know. With the
She's
static you
mad
be having
now.
on
She's so
so much
mad.
static you be having on the internet. I don't know. Blood. Is you a gang
Cooked.
member or is you a pimp? Blood.
You're
I'm trying
mad.
I'm trying to make it make sense. Is you
You don't
a
act
pimp
like a
or is you a
gangbanger.
gang
Thank
member?
you.
Blood.
I ain't never-
Is you
I
a
ain't never
pimp or a
heard Tommy say
gang
no
member?
gang shit.
Blood.
Thank you.
Is
Never
you a
heard
pimp
me
or
say
a
no
gang
gang
member?
shit.
Blood. Is you a pimp or a gang member? Blood. You walking around with
The niggas who
chains,
cooking
though.
gangbang?
You walking
Right.
around with
You
niggas
saying blood all
chains,
day, do
though.
you gangbang?
walking around-
You
rocking
saying
around-
blood all day, do you
I'm
gangbang?
affiliated with him.
Yeah, fuck out of here. You ain't from
So you
nowhere.
don't
Shut
gangbang.
up. Stop saying blood. You ain't from
Yeah,
nothing.
where you
Shut up.
from? Where you
Shut
from?
up. You're from shit. Shut up. I'm affiliated. I'm affiliated. I'm from nowhere. I don't say blood.
Yes.
Clown.
But-
Clown.
Your mom raised you.
Clown.
Your mom
My
raised you.
boss.
Your mom raised you.
What your mama
raised
do?
you.
Thank you. Thank you. You're mad. You mad. You mad.
She
You
mad.
mad.
Oh, she
You
mad.
mad. You mad. You mad. You're mad. You're mad. You're mad. You're mad. I'm gonna call my mama.
Call your mom.
I'm gonna call her just
Call
to see
your
how
mom.
she doing. Can
That
you
you
do
have
that?
a beautiful
Can you do
relationship
that?
with.
Yeah.
That
Can you do that?
that you have a
Nah.
beautiful
Stay
relationship
gangster.
with.
I'm gonna call
That
my
you
mama
have
and
a
see how she
beautiful
doing
relationship
today.
with.
I'm gonna see how she's
Since
doing today.
That you have a beautiful
I'ma see how she
relationship.
doing
You
today.
gang member.
I'ma
You
see how she
gang
doing
member.
today.
Shut up, blood.
I'm gonna see how she doing today.
You probably went to a private school.
how she doing today.
You probably went to a private school.
Hey,
Stop playing with me.
What does it
Stop
matter?
playing with
Call
me.
you, see how you doing. What
What does
Stop
it
playing
matter
with me.
about?
How you a pimp, but your mom raised you, bitch?
Nah, I'm good. I just want to see what you was doing. How your day going? What you doing?
What's up with the B
I'm
word
talking
shit?
about, hey, check this out.
Relax
I'm
with
with
the
all
B word
that
shit.
though. I'm with all that though. I'm with
So I just wanted to
Hey,
call my mama. How you doing? That part. Cooking her. Tune into the show, mother. Love you.
And I adore your mother
Call
for
your
that.
mama.
I adore
Fuck
your
outta
mother
here.
for that.
End the show.
Hey, I adore your mother
End
for
the
that.
show.
Hey, I ain't got nothing against no
End
moms
the
that's
show.
actively involved
End
though.
the show. Fuck all
Hey,
that. She
hey, what
crossed
is you
the line.
talking about? No,
Talk
you
about
crossed
fake
the
gangster
line.
and shit.
What are you
Cooked her.
talking about? Oh,
Cooked
cause you're
her.
mad? You're mad? You're mad?
Who mad?
Who a real
I'm great. I
gangster,
can call my
though? You a
mama.
gangster?
You not a real gangster.
I'm not a gangster.
Then stop saying blood. Stop saying blood. Where you from? Where you from? Where you from? Then stop saying blood. Stop saying blood. How? You said you're
She fuck
affiliated.
with EBK?
You're not from nowhere. Where's she from?
She fuck with 2-1, EBK and them?
Where's she from?
Stop playing with me though.
Where you from?
I don't want her.
Where you from? You've been played with. You've been played with. You've been played with. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it? What are you? What are you?
Jalise, it's a podcast.
What are you gonna do about it?
Blood, I'm not playing with no LA niggas. No
What
white
are?
niggas,
don't
none of that.
Why you
I
throw
mean, what
me
if-
in it?
What are?
Why
What
you throw me in
what
it?
she want us to do?
What
Soccer?
are? Yeah,
Fuck
what
is you
want
talking
me to
about,
fight her?
nigga? I'm not playing with niggas
What was
though.
I supposed to
Blood.
do?
How
Beat
I
her
get
up?
brought into
I
it,
wish it
though?
was a nigga up here.
Thank you.
What? A
Are
nigga
you
what?
mad?
A
Are you
nigga
angry?
what?
Are you okay?
It's a podcast.
She's mad.
Next.
Cooked her. Suspect 4-0.
Next.
Dummy.
Yeah, don't even
Shut up.
argue with her.
Dummy.
Shut up.
Dum
Arguing
dum.
with a female.
Shut up.
Don't even
Dum
argue
dum.
with her.
Dumb dumb what?
That's pointless. You arguing with a female.
Dumb dumb
Man.
what? He been arguing with me. That's all he do is argue with me.
All right.
Every motherfucking
I don't
podcast he argue with me.
I don't want to do this, but are we going to get to anything else, or is this
Yeah,
gonna be the
can we
rest of the episode?
can we get her to shut up
This is
and
gonna be
move
the
on?
rest of the episode.
Can we move on?
That's the rest of the episode. We're gonna read the rest of these super chats
All right.
though. Look.
That's the rest? Are we not doing that?
Nah, I just don't be ending on that note, man. We ending on a fucking high note. Look, they said, yo, Ma, he is holding niggas down.
That is going
Holding chains
viral.
down, involved in gang. I don't know what the fuck. He is holding niggas down. Niggas chains though, involved in gang shit.
You owe
Yo,
me
Ma
an
donated
apology.
$2.
This don't got nothing to do with
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Almighty be having me fucked up.
All right, cool. We good.
I don't know, blood, in the Ed Hardy cut, whatever.
JJ 02125. He said you're welcome
I
for
don't
the
know you
content.
either.
He want to be
Almighty
sharp
though
so
be having
bad.
me fucked up though. Go ahead, Remo.
Are you done yet?
Reap Cash said, calm them down, Josh. Just calm them down. I think that might be the last super chat.
That's the last one right now.
Man, come on. They in here gang banging all type of
Yeah, the
shit.
gangbanging shit.
Man, what's
crazy.
going on? on? What's going on?
Shit, just suspect cooking.
She just need to get that off. Me and her gonna go to the boxing gym after this.
She said, no IE
Let her get
niggas
that
either,
shit,
nigga.
Like, goddamn.
Listen.
Why you niggas catching stray?
No, this don't
Damn.
got the IE. Okay, this ain't got nothing to do with the IE.
She said LAIE, nigga. I'm
Don't
from
beat
Long
me up
Beach.
after the podcast, bro. Hold on. Don't beat me up.
Nah, good energy. You know.
Listen, it's all good energy. It's just me and Almighty got it's just the egotistic characteristics.
I got something else going on.
I love Almighty though.
Yeah. All right, so look,
He gotta roll his weed up.
this been another episode of No Jumper News.
I won. I don't got to talk no more.
Yeah, you.
We gonna be back on Friday. Y'all make sure y'all tune in. Come on, y'all like, comment, subscribe. Also, Adam gonna be on a Wednesday show today. I mean, it's the Tuesday show, but they filming it if he out of jail. But y'all make sure y'all tune in at 4:00. Y'all check in and see what the fuck they got going on. Why the feds coming to Adam crib? I guess we all find out at 4:00. So make sure y'all tune in. No Jumper News. Shout out everybody in here. We got Creep, we got Zay, Almighty, Jaleese, Josh.
Suspect, you on the poll?
Another one. Oh, suspect one? That part.
Yeah, you on the poll.
Another W for Sus. Jaleese, take your L and go home.
All right, I'm gonna take my L.
Love you.
I'll be ready for
W
you next
Sus.
time though.
W Sus.
I'll be ready.
Things got really uncomfortable today at No Jumper. Like, watching this made me uncomfortable. This is the closest I've ever been to some real gangbanging, bro. This is some dangerous stuff we're dealing with here, people. So on your left, you have Jaleese, the queen of Stockton, and on your right, you got almighty suspect Kelpie's Destroyer. All right, so these two got into it, and it got really bad, bro. As you can already see from the preview, man, Jaleese ain't having it. Now, before we can discuss exactly what the argument is about or exactly where things led after this clip, let's rewind a little bit to talk about how things escalated so quickly, because all of this took place in a span of like 15 minutes. All of this began on some regular LA podcasts and stuff. They was talking about a subject that's way too gangster for me. I'm not qualified to discuss this, man. Even talking about this makes me hyperventilate, bro. All right, they was talking about paperwork being checked in the feds. Jaleese was saying that paperwork ain't really checked like that in the feds because she knows somebody who was a rat and they survived the fed and nobody checked his paperwork. Almighty Suspect is saying that checking paperwork for who snitched and who didn't snitch is protocol and mandatory.
Adam going to bed.
First niggas don't want to see that paperwork and be like, how you even in here? From the niggas interviewed to you telling. Fuck me, niggas need to see that paperwork, nigga.
Oh,
that's
yeah,
what
yeah,
the
that's-
fuck is gonna
yeah,
need
that's
to
what's
happen.
gonna be hot.
I don't know about you, niggas. Cousin just got out the feds, nigga, 3 weeks ago.
They don't check paperwork in the feds though.
They're waiting for your shit to come down.
They don't check paperwork in the feds.
You want me to call my cousin who just got out the
I know
feds
for a
12
fact
days
because
ago?
there was an informant in the feds and nobody knew
Do
it was
you
an
want me to
informant
call my
until I
cousin
did a
who just got
YouTube
out the
video
feds?
and covered the story on him
Do
being an
you
informant.
fuck what you seen on YouTube? Do you want me to
It's
call
not
my
about what I seen on YouTube. It's
Do
what
you
I
want me
did
to
on
call my
YouTube that
cousin?
unraveled the fact that
Yes or
somebody
no?
was an informant.
You want me to call
You
the
can
nigga
call
who just
whoever
got
you
out
want to
the
call.
feds?
Everybody's situation and
Who you know who just
circumstances
got
are
out the
different.
feds?
What are you talking about? I know like 10 people in the
Who you know who
feds.
I'm talking about out right now.
My cousin is just got out the feds. Just got out the feds. My
Call
cousin
him.
did. Oh, matter of fact, let me call him.
Call him.
Call him is crazy.
So you just can't get no
Call him.
paperwork in the feds.
Hold on.
Wait,
We gonna call him.
This was a mistake on Jaleese's part and a huge fumble. You see, Jaleese was playing on home court. She essentially dictated the terms, but she didn't utilize it to her advantage. If I'm calling my cousin to verify something with me, to confirm something, so I can win an argument, I'm texting my cousin first, bro. Like, hey, bro, when I say this, agree with this. When I say this. But Jaleese ain't use her home court advantage. She just called the cousin and asked the question. She ain't prep him first to have her back on air. So when she called the cousin who just got out of a bid, well, the cousin essentially said the opposite of what she said, and that caused Suspect to win the argument.
You hear me though, clearly.
No, I can hear you now.
Okay, listen, didn't you just get out the feds, cousin?
Yeah, I just about 18 months ago, yeah.
Okay, so we on a No Jumper live news. You know what I'm saying? We got everybody in here. Josh, Almighty Suspect, Remo, me, a couple of others. We want to know, so when you in the feds, do they check paperwork?
Yeah, they check paperwork.
Thank you. Get off the phone.
Pause.
Call that nigga.
Game over. But he ain't always check
Get off the phone. Thank you. Conversation over. Hang up. Hang up. We don't need nothing else. We don't need nothing else. That was all I needed. That was all I needed. Thank you, cuz.
It was a fumble, but credit to Jalise because she could have done the dishonest thing, which is you text the cousin, you set the terms, you call, and then you get the W. But because this was a fumble and because this was an L, the conversation, and this always happens on podcasts, where the conversation now goes from a conversation to a debate. It goes from having conversation to hear different viewpoints to debating to win. And once the conversation goes to a point where it's a debate to win, it never ends well. You know why? Because now things are combative. Now people will now have to operate disingenuously, right? Because if it's just a conversation, you have no real motivation to really lie about your viewpoints. But once it's a debate, now you have to lie, act disingenuous, pull out tricks, do anything you can do to try to win, which is why I always just want to keep the conversations and never try to get to the debate. Now, the people in the room sort of pour gasoline on this beef because they began to tell Jalise, oh, he cooked you today, man. Hey, yo, you lost the beef today, bro. Like, which is like, it's a podcast. It's not a debate. But when you put that in the atmosphere, what that says now is, oh, you need your get back. You got to get a W before the show is over. And that's just like a recipe for disaster, which it was.
Sticks in the chat. Yeah, y'all put sticks in the chat, man. Suspect trying so hard to be the main mic. Be quiet. You whine too much.
Hey, asked me to be the main mic. Flacco gone.
Be quiet.
I thought you were doing good today.
Almighty be holding it down. That's why Almighty's still here.
A little.
Jalise the only one who's mad.
A little too much with Jalise.
Fuck that. We on anything walking up here. Men, women, children, babies.
Hell
we on everything walking up here.
Suspect did that today. Y'all
Fuck
crazy.
Almighty.
He did that. No, I'm just saying like.
Fuck you, man.
Look. He spanked you today.
No, he did not.
Listen what I'm saying. I'm saying even if we take that out of the equation, he had been just carrying it. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie, you gotta give him that.
Give me the Jalise. Hey,
you gotta give him that.
Tell no jumper to give me the Jalise show, and I'm gonna carry you. Almighty wants to. He always has to do too much to get his point across. I don't have to do too much.
You didn't have no points. You lost.
I did have points because I called my cousin. You only got that.
And you were still wrong.
Okay,
I was right.
I'll give you that.
You was wrong.
I'll give you that. I'm a Scorpio, just like you.
You have to give me that.
I'll give you that because I'm a Scorpio. So chill the fuck out.
Two.
So chill the fuck out.
Creep, this is great podcasting, bitch. Shout out to Creep, bro. Yo, I feel like Creep learned the lesson from me, bro. This is great podcasting, bro. You feel me, man? The flames done settled a little bit, bro. It feels like it's about to be, you know, a little smooth sailing, bro. You threw a little, hey, yo, he got you today. And watch him go at it. Hey, yo, I'm taking credit, bro. Creep learned it from me, bro. From me, man, the art of instigating. That's my guy, bro. He learned it from me. I'ma take that, right? I'm gonna take credit for this crash out, man. So once that got said, now it's all gloves off, bro. Now they feel like they're battling each other opposed to trying to fit in and put on a show, right? So once now it's a battle, now it's all gloves off. Now this is where things begin to get super personal, all right? They start talking about NBA YoungBoy. And Suspect said something that I believe was a tad bit beneath the belt, right? Now, I love both of them, right? I love Suspect like a brother. I love Jalise like a sister. And because I love both of them, what Suspect said next, man, this is terrible.
Side of the bed you woke up on today, Jalise.
2-0. Been cooking her all day.
You came up here on bullshit.
Cooking her.
It's like you came in here with this energy for this nigga. This was premeditated.
You gotta be right.
Because Almighty always thinks he's right. That's his problem. You're not right all the time. Just like when you said the thing about NBA YoungBoy, you're wrong.
I be right.
You're wrong. You're not always right.
That's an opinion.
That's an opinion.
All you do is have opinions. All you do is have opinions.
Ooh. Now I know Suspect. Now y'all might have your opinion of Suspect. Suspect is not a bad guy. mood of, yo, we making content. He's making when y'all see Suspect animated and rah-rah, yo, he's not upset. He's not, just take my word for it, bro. He's not upset. He's not angry. Like, at most, if it's some passionate stuff, you could probably see him get a little bit heated. But right now, he's just making content, right? But what Jalise is, once you bring up the mom, both of y'all moms don't like y'all. To Jalise now is personal. The Suspect, man, this is content. You know, I'm just having, but certain things, bruh, you know, you got to be aware of certain traumas that exist. Bringing up, you get along with young boy because both of y'all moms don't like y'all. Nah, that's cold. That's cold. But I don't think Suspect meant any like hard, like he's trying to do content. You feel me? But once now they're on two different pages now. One person think this is personal, the other thing this is just content. This is when the fireworks really start coming.
Okay, I'm sorry that your mom raised you.
Move on.
I'm sorry that you're raising a two-parent household. You're raising a two-parent household. You're raising a two-parent. Okay. Your mom left you. Your mom left you.
Suspect 3-0. Suspect 3-0. Suspect 3-0. Another one. What DJ Khaled said? Another one.
Hey, how many people?
What DJ Khaled said?
Another one.
How many people who went through trauma with their mothers, though?
Another one.
Just because Almighty grew up in like a prestigious household,
Another
and
one.
he has some type of culture behind him. He acts like this super gangbanger.
Another
yeah,
one.
all right.
Another one.
All right.
Cooked.
All right,
She's mad
you
now.
super gang member.
Who said he was gang member? I'm big old pimping. Cooked.
Pimping, or
Another
are you
one.
gangbanging? Are you
Another
pimping, or
one.
are you gangbanging?
Cooking.
I don't know. With the
She's
static you
mad
be having
now.
on
She's so
so much
mad.
static you be having on the internet. I don't know. Blood. Is you a gang member or is you a pimp? Blood.
You're
I'm trying to make it make sense. Is you a pimp or is you a gang member? Blood?
I ain't gonna lie, bro. That's low-key hilarious, bro. Only in the black community, only in probably LA, where having two parents is a diss. Being raised by both your parents is a diss. In LA, being called nice is a diss. So I'm not surprised, all right? So, but again, that's cold. Now, this is where the personal attacks start coming in. This is where you start hearing Jalise talk about, yo, how you a gangbanger, blood, when you got raised by two parents. This has gone, they're no longer arguing about topics now. This is now personal attacks, right? It started off where they're debating young boy, they're debating topics, you know, feds. Now is, I'm going at you. And that's where I felt like things should have gotten shut down here. Cameras get turned off, or, hey, guys, yo, settle down. Let's just take, 60 seconds of silence. Because once a conversation gets to this point, there's really no stopping it now, bro. Once it goes to, that's why your mom don't like you, to use a fake gangster, this is when things go bad. But honestly, I feel like if the conversation would have been reeled in 10 minutes before, I feel like things could have gotten saved. Like, for example, when it got to this point that you're about to see, it should have been shut down here.
Blame Josh. I'm blaming Josh.
Can I ask her a question?
I'm blaming Josh.
Miss Lady, can I ask you a question? When you're traveling, if you're traveling with a man, let me ask her.
Let's ask her. Where is she from? Hold on.
It doesn't matter.
Ask her first. Ask her first.
Shut up.
Where's she from? Where's she from?
Anyways,
where's she
from a
Miss Lady, wherever.
If these two knew each other as well as, let's say, me and Suspect know each other, right? So Suspect could tell me this is water and off my back because, I've been podcasting with Suspect for a while now. But because these two are pretty much new, I know Suspect knew Jalise before any one of us knew Jalise, but they're essentially new when it comes to podding and working together. So once you let the conversation escalate from this point forward, like, you're asking for a recipe of disaster. And that's what we got. Because you know what happened now, bro? All right. Things built up, and eventually the lid got blew off. This is when things were this close to getting really violent.
Thank you.
You never heard me say no gang shit.
Is you a pimp or a gang member, blood? You walking around with niggas chains, though. You walking around with niggas chains, though.
You saying blood all day, do you gang bang? You saying blood all day, do you gang bang? Yeah, fuck out of here. You ain't from nowhere. Shut up. Stop saying blood. You ain't from nothing. Shut up. Shut up. You're some shit. Shut up. I'm affiliated.
don't-
I'm affiliated. I'm from nowhere. I don't say blood.
Yes.
Clown.
But-
Clown.
Your mom raised you.
Clown.
Your mom
My
raised you.
boss.
Your mom raised you.
What's your
mom
mama
raised
do?
you.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're
You're mad. You mad. You mad.
She
You
mad.
mad.
She
You
mad.
mad. You mad. You mad. You're mad. You're mad. You're mad. I'm gonna call my mama.
Call your mom.
I'm gonna call her just
Call
to see
your
how
mom.
she's doing. Can
that
you
you
do
have
that?
a beautiful
Can you
relationship
do that?
with.
Yeah.
That
Can you do that?
that you have a
Nah.
beautiful
Fake
relationship
gangster.
with.
I'm gonna call
That
my
you
mama
have
and
a
see how she's
beautiful
doing today.
relationship with.
I'm gonna see how she's doing
That
today.
you have a beautiful
I'ma see how
relationship.
she's doing
You
today.
gang member.
I'ma
You
see how
gang
she's doing
member.
today.
Shut up, blood.
I'm gonna see how she's doing today.
You probably went to a private school.
how she doing today.
You probably went to a private school.
Hey, Mom.
Stop playing with me.
What is it?
That's
Stop
why
playing
I'm
with
gonna
me.
call you, see how you.
Zay, you know you're wrong. Now, Zay is in the red shorts, red outfit. Zay's like my brother. Yeah, I think Zay one of the best dudes I've ever met. But Zay, you know you're wrong, bro. This was a one-on-one competition. All right, Zay, you on the sidelines, putting your feet on the court, tripping over Jaleese, throwing rocks when she shoot her shots. All right, you interfering with the You interfering with the basketball game, bro. It's one-on-one. Now, Jaleese right now, I'll be real, she's holding her own because right now it's 2v1. Right? It's Zay a suspect versus Jaleese. But, like, I would like to announce who won, but I can't even tell you what they're arguing about, right? It got to a point where suspect asked Jaleese, why you saying blood? And she said, I can say blood because I'm affiliated. And then it just went downhill. And this is where, I've never seen Jaleese behave like this, right? Which, I'll be real, I kind of like it, I kind of like the spicy Jaleese, right? I feel like this Jaleese will be a star or no jumper. I feel like this Jaleese got to start doing more interviews. This Jaleese in interviews getting on people's top will be amazing. On the co-host gets a little awkward because y'all got to work together again.
You doing what
Stop playing with me. How you a pimp, but your mom raised you, bitch?
I'm good. I just want to see what you was doing. How your day going? What you doing?
What's up with the B word shit?
Hey, check this
Let's
out.
relax
I'm
with
with
the
all
B-word
that
shit.
though. I'm with all that though.
Mama, so I just want to call my mama. How you doing? That part. Cooking her. Tune into the show, mother. Love you.
And I adore your mother
Call
for
your
that.
mama.
Mother
Outta here.
for that.
End the show.
Hey, I adore your mother
End
for
the
that.
show.
Hey, I ain't got nothing against no
End
moms
the
that's
show.
actively involved
End
though.
the show. Fuck all
Hey,
that. She
hey, what
crossed
is you
the line.
talking about? No,
Talking
you
about
crossed
fake
the
gangsters
line.
and shit.
What you
Cook her.
talking about? Oh, because you're
Cook her.
mad? You're mad? You're mad?
Who mad?
Who a real
I'm great.
gangster,
I can call my
though? You a
mama.
gangster?
You're not a real gangster.
I'm not a gangster.
Then stop saying blood. Stop saying blood. Where you from? Where you from? Where you from? Then stop saying blood. Stop saying blood. How? You said you're affiliated. You're not from nowhere. Where's she from?
She fuck with 2-1, EBK in them?
Where's she from?
Stop playing with me though.
Where are you from?
I don't hear.
Where are you from? You've been played with. You've been played with. You've been played with. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it? What are you? What are you?
Jaleese, it's a podcast.
What are you gonna do about it?
Let them not play with no LA niggas.
What are?
Jaleese, don't. Why you?
I mean, what
in
if-
it?
What are?
Why
What she
you so
what she want us to do?
What are?
What is you talking about, nigga? I'm not playing with niggas.
What do? Beat her up?
I wish it was a nigga.
Thank you.
What? A nigga?
Are
A
you
nigga
angry?
what?
Are you okay?
It's a podcast.
She's mad.
Next.
Cooked her. Suspect 4-0.
Next.
I've heard band for band before. I ain't never heard mother for mother. Them folks just had the first mother for mother conversation on a podcast. That's gangster. That is gangster. Now, Jaleese is at this point beyond coming down, right? They ended the stream shortly after this. But I'm glad to report they had a conversation afterwards, solved their issues. They're good again. Now, another part of this video that went viral was when suspect was clapping, his watch had an incident. I am broke. I can't afford no Cartier, bro. I'm a proud broke boy, but apparently people were trying to call his watch fake, but suspect actually provided the receipts to show that his watch is actually real. And people who saying it's fake just don't know watches.
It's real for niggas running their mouth. So the good thing about you feel me, quick to real for niggas running their mouth talking about my watch broke, my watch not broke, not the Cardi's come off and on for the band, you feel me, if you trying to change it, diamonds, regular, whatever. You finna put it on and put it apart for niggas. The diamonds. We're gonna take it apart again. Got me fucked up.
So the good thing about the Cartier Santos is that Cartier has made it very easy to change the bracelet and to adjust the links as well, due to the bracelet being so easily replaced and the pull down the bracelet, and there you go.
I'm sure a lot of y'all will still have y'all opinion on it. I just wanted to give you guys both sides. But let me know in the comment section, what do you guys think? But who do you guys think is in the wrong and who's in the right here? Who started it? Let me know. And if you're still watching, click on this video here somewhere on my screen to find out why Whack 100 said that Adam 22 was arrested by the feds 1 week after the Big U indictment. I'm gonna see you guys in this video somewhere on my screen. Out of here, folks. Peace.
Hi guys, Mr. Off Waffles here. In today's Call of Duty news update, we're getting a trailer for Shattered Veil at last tomorrow, and we maybe are not getting an intro cutscene at all for the map, maybe, but more on that in a second. And Call of Duty's asking me, how's the womb going, Milo? Yeah. We've got a lot to cover, so let's get started. To begin with, Call of Duty today, at long last, after several weeks of basically us waiting around for more teasers for Shattered Veil, they've finally given us confirmation through the COD pod that tomorrow we are getting a blog post for Black Ops 6's next Zombies update, and we're getting a trailer for it. They've also confirmed that Shattered Veil is going to be a similar size to Citadel, so they say it's going to be larger than Liberty Falls and the Tomb, which I think is good news. But I also got a tweet about this. Let me see if I can find it here. Here we go. So I tweeted in response to this news saying, okay, we're getting a trailer tomorrow. And also, by the way, the map is dropping April 2nd, not April 3rd. Verdansk is the 3rd. The Zombies map is the 2nd. And I'm making a news video, which is what I'm doing right now. And I'm withholding judgment until I see what the map looks like in the trailer, which is also what I'm doing right now. But Leviticus Fingal responded here and said, them saying that the map is more on the size of Citadel instead of the Tomb has me a lot less worried, and having double tap in a new fully sized round-based map makes me happy, even if we don't get an intro cutscene. And my response was to say, I actually feel like the physical size of maps is less and less an indicator of what their actual kind of depth is going to be compared to what it used to be like in the past. Like the Tomb, for instance, in terms of physical map size, doesn't feel especially small to me. It's on the smaller side of maps, maybe. But then at the same time, I mean, is it really? It's got a reasonable amount of space, but in terms of overall replayability for the community, it was very low, I think, compared to the previous maps in Black Ops 6. I think people seemed to be replaying Citadel for a lot longer than they were replaying the Tomb. At least that was the impression that I had just from chatting with you guys. And certainly that was my experience as well. I replayed the Tomb a lot less than I replayed Citadel. But I don't think that was down to map size. I think that was down to map design, map depth, like I said a moment ago, the side quests that were in the map, the secrets, the mysteries, the way that they progressed the story, things like that. Just the reasons to keep me coming back. And that doesn't completely correlate anymore with just the size of the space itself. And Mr. Fingal here then responded and said that's definitely true as well. I'm just hoping they truly understood the financial power of wide Richtofen and went all out on the map. I need at least one oiled up Easter egg for this to be above a 7 out of 10. And honestly, I agree. So let me know if you think that a larger map means a map that you'll replay more, or if there are other things they need to do with this map to make it replayable for us all. I think that the story right now is in a bit of a rough spot. It seems like COD Zombies Twitter, that kind of corner of Twitter, have kind of started to not hate on the story this year, but they've started to recognize the fact that it leaves some stuff to be desired over the last couple of weeks and months, seeing as it hasn't really felt like it's meaningfully progressed in a while. And so I'm very curious if they're going to take that in their stride and they're going to kind of come out guns blazing with this new mansion map, or if it's just going to sort of feel like another step in a direction that we already knew which direction we were stepping in when we finished up Liberty Falls. So they've got big boots to fill there. They've got big kind of changes that need to be made, or big aspirations for them to meet, I suppose, from the Zombies community side. But not only that, their actual comms strategy, I think, has been a little weird as well. And that brings me to this next tweet here, where I got asked how the womb is going. So to be absolutely clear, I love that they tweeted this. I think that this is hilarious. The responses are all like, That's crazy. Call of Duty UK, I don't know who you are, but keep doing what you're doing. This sort of stuff is absolutely insanely positive. I know it sounds goofy, but the fact that Call of Duty UK, not even the main account, is tweeting out memes like this, based on that one meme that's gone viral recently, and getting 79k likes, that's big. That is a big deal. And I feel like I've noticed a change to the COD UK socials recently, where they've started doing this sort of thing a bit more, and it is really positive. It's also wild as well, because over the past 2.5 months, Bungie, who make Destiny, have interacted with me as a creator more than Treyarch have done over the last 18 months, which is insane to say. Like, I think I was the most viewed zombies creator on the internet in Q4 last year. We got a crazy number of views in all the Black Ops 6 content. I got interacted with by the Call of Duty kind of machine, the Twitter accounts, etc., like twice, something like that. Whereas I've already been in this week in Destiny blog post. I've had devs come into my stream and gift me subs. I've had accounts tweeting at me saying, I'm so glad you're in the community now. Like, I've had a vast number of people on the Bungie side of things reaching out and getting involved. Call of Duty never does it. It's just never been interactive like that. And so even something as stupid as this shows that not only are they interacting with people that respond to their goofiness, but they're doing it in a personal way, because this is a response to the fact that I was saying to them like 2 months ago, I'm really hoping the tomb is the womb. Like, I was tweeting that kind of crazy stuff out, and they're acknowledging it, which is, it's just really positive. It's a step, a small step, but a step towards a little bit of community involvement in a way that I feel like has been sorely lacking for Black Ops 6. And also that now that I've been experimenting a bit with Destiny content, I've seen how amazingly greener the grass is elsewhere, and I'm like, damn, why doesn't Treyarch do any of this stuff? And this is a step in the right direction towards fixing that. So I want to be positive about it and give it a little round of applause. Obviously, it's sort of nice that they addressed me in it because I'm sort of talking to them here. But this isn't even the kind of crux of it all. It really comes down to things like this. It's the fact that their social strategy is being a little bit more loose. And I love it. I really want to give them thumbs up for that. And it's funny because that comes at a time where other game studios are kind of doing a similar thing. So Grums, who's an absolute wet wipe, like honestly, just not worth paying any attention to, tweeted some stuff out about Hassan, I guess, and Assassin's Creed and stuff like that. And of course, Elon Musk jumps in to say Hassan's a fraud. Sellout would be more accurate. Objectively, he's promoting a terrible game just for the money. And then Assassin's Creed responds saying, is that what the guy playing your Path of Exile 2 account told you? Which is so funny. And the proof is in the pudding here. It's got 600,000 likes. It's insane. I've never seen a game ratio Elon like this before. And it's even funnier because like I've seen responses to this tweet being like, oh my God, they're botting likes. And it's like, hold on. You're not making a good case for Elon either way here. Either 600,000 people thought that this was good enough to like and absolutely outratio Elon Musk, or Elon has done such a bad job removing bots from Twitter, which he promised to do, that they're able to bot this up to 600k. Like, it's a lose-lose. And then Grums jumps back in and tries to hit back with the fact that Ubisoft hasn't had a great track record recently. And then they just respond saying, okay, at least our game is out. Like, I thought this was so funny, to be honest. Like, regardless of what your opinion are of Ubisoft themselves and the new Assassin's Creed, which we reviewed favorably, we thought that the game was actually pretty decent. I just think that this is a funny turn of events on social media. So Call of Duty UK admin, keep cooking, and Assassin's Creed admin, keep cooking. I'm enjoying it. Now then, the fact that we're getting a blog post tomorrow and roadmap tomorrow is kind of cool, but one thing that I do think is a very unfortunate point for the marketing of this new Shattered Veil map is the fact that we have no intro cutscene, right? And I've been tweeting about this over the last few days because I've been convinced that we were going to be getting one this time around, because this is a really pivotal, important map, like I said, for the progression of the story, etc. And an intro cutscene, it's essential. Like, it's just essential. It's such an integral part of the hype building. Granted, if it's got an intro cutscene when the map comes out and they're just not showing it in advance, okay, fair enough. But what else are they going to do in lieu of that, right? Like, what are they doing to fill the gap marketing-wise? And I want to be clear, they put out these teasers, which was nice, and again, I want to be positive about this, because compared to just showing the interior of the map in a load of screenshots in the blog post only, This is better, right? It's in canon as opposed to exposition written by a developer that is authoritative about the narrative, which I detest. I really don't like it, and I've commented that in the past. So it's an improvement to go this route. That is a really good thing. And this is a fairly interesting teaser because, I mean, it says Mama, Papa, and me, but this is a scene of the kid dying, right? Like being on fire. So why does the kid know that they're gonna be on fire in the future? Are they having a premonition? Or was this even created by the kid at all? Is this like Richtofen drawing this in some kind of weird fever dream where he thinks he's his own child? Or is this a dark ether entity who is posing as his child and maybe doing stuff to try and haunt him? Who knows? Like, there's questions about here. I mean, even the sun is green. That's a little strange. Something is very off about this, right? And they even made Edwide Richtofen canon. Like, he's fairly wide in this drawing. So lots to like here, but it's not something that is going to get the masses excited about a map releasing, right? Like, if you think about how a mega viral the idea of Citadel was when they first teased it and they gave us that screenshot that kind of looked like DE, right? That went huge. Like, I had social media posts, I had shorts and things like that were getting millions of views just off the fact alone that people were like, oh, there might be some small thematic links to Der Eisendrache here. Whereas with Shattered Veil, I don't yet feel like they've done anything whatsoever across all of these teasers to actually bring in normies and make them excited about the zombies map. I don't think they've done anything at all. And so the question then, I guess, is let's be constructive. What could they do? Number one is a trailer, right? Absolutely number one is a trailer. And we're getting that tomorrow. So we'll see whether it's a bombastic, hype-filled epic trailer that really brings the masses on board. Let's hope so. If it's a minute and 14 seconds long, I'm going to be really disappointed. I'm just going to be disappointed. It's not about showing too much early, right? Because we know that the blog post, which the normies definitely will not be reading, will have more than a minute 14 of content in it. And it's going to show us screenshots of all the spaces and blah, blah, blah. So we know that they're not trying to just tactically not show it all too much early. That's not what's happening here. But instead, if they're doing a minute 14 trailer, they're just phoning it in, right? Like, that's just what it's going to feel like, at least, because there isn't a surrounding structure of marketing here to really make us excited and get us hyped. And I fear that this is sort of turning into the blueprint for Black Ops 6, which is that we started off this year with an insane zombies month. You remember that month of marketing we got where it was just zombies like every day? It was crazy. It was awesome. And it really got people excited for the game and for the mode, right? And then all of the post-launch stuff gradually, step by step, has just been a little bit more generic and a little bit less enticing for a broader audience. Like, it doesn't really feel like there's a lot of effort going in to pulling people back into zombies at this point. And I have to question why that's the case. Like, it's a really solid game. It's a really, really solid game. And I just feel like there's some element of detachment from the devs or from the marketing team or from Activision, maybe. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what it is that feels like it's the blocker and the barricade between bringing that really awesome game to the masses continuously through the year. But whatever it is, it feels like it's there. And it's a shame because, I mean, I'm sure the devs are working absolutely tirelessly to try and make this mansion map as amazing as possible. But if nobody's there to see it, then does that hard work matter? Do you know what I mean? And granted, maybe they're just working on Black Ops 7, but if that's the case, we're just falling into the same trap we fall into every single time, which is that the current game's post-launch support flounders because the team end up being crunched on 15 other projects, which is not good. It's not good for the devs, it's not good for the community, it's not good for sales, it's not good for anybody. So yeah, I'm just in a bit of a state of a little confusion, I would say, about all of this. But like I said in my other tweet that I've maybe still got open somewhere here, we're going to get onto that in a second. It was here somewhere. I'm going to basically withhold judgment until I see the trailer, and that's when we'll properly analyze stuff and talk about what people's kind of expectations are going into the map. So, another thing that's quite interesting is that PlayStation has formed a new studio called Dark Outlaw Games with Call of Duty Zombies lead Jason Blundell. This one's mixed, right? Because on the one hand, Jason Blundell did develop some of the greatest zombies experiences of all time. And my former friendship with him was something that I really thought was awesome at the time. I thought that the guy had a lot of really cool ideas, and I loved seeing those come to life in COD Zombies. However, he then did make Deviation Games, which raised something along the lines of, I don't know what it was, like tens of millions of dollars, and then it went nowhere? It seemed to just sort of fall apart. And so it's hard to know whether that was because of Jason in any capacity, or if that was somebody else in the development team. I mean, Jason just left, right? So it might have been him, but then they still didn't really succeed after he'd gone. So it's sort of impossible to know, but I think it's fair to say that Jason's track record since he was demoted from studio head and then kind of managed out of Call of Duty has been a little spotty, right? So I'm definitely going to be keeping my eyes peeled for what this studio has to offer. But at the same time, I'm keeping my expectations really in check. I'm not going to be visualizing that they're going to be making the next The Last of Us or something, because at the end of the day, game development is very difficult, and who knows, with a new studio, especially with how difficult the industry is right now to navigate, who knows what the kind of output will be. Fingers crossed it's not another Concord situation, but it's just going to have to be a wait-and-see scenario. So best of luck, Jason. Absolutely, to be clear, I will be waiting, but it won't be with bated breath. Let's put it that way, because I think that raising expectations uncritically, blindly, arbitrarily here is a recipe for upset. So I'm just going to keep my expectations nice and low, but I would love for them to make an amazing game. That would be great. Now, speaking of devs moving around, this was a really interesting post from Danny, and I believe this was sort of via Stanley557. So DICE has hired the guy who was partly responsible for the COD Zombies timeline. So there's this guy called Joseph Puralewski, and he is the guy that was the lore keeper at Treyarch. So there was Jason and Craig. This is like several years ago now. And then the third person in the storyline writing dynamic was Joseph here. And he was the guy that was responsible for the timeline, right? Making sure that the timeline made sense, that it kind of correlated all the information correctly, etc. And he's left. He's gone. And he's now working at DICE, who are making a new Battlefield game this year. And I mean, you can see that his writing credits are really quite extensive. So he's got a lot of stuff that he did in Cold War. Don't get me wrong, it wasn't just the old stuff. And I have to wonder, does losing talent like this mean that the Treyarch team is going to be kind of floundering a little bit for having those lore keepers who do know all the old context of the COD Zombies story? And then will they find it more difficult, for example, when they're bringing Premise back, to honor Premise in the right way? Like, I'm not saying by any means that the folks in charge of keeping track of the lore that are still there are going to do a bad job or anything along those lines, but I'm sure that when the person that wrote the timeline is gone, that's gotta be annoying, right? Even just to be able to lean across the desk and ask him a question, but now you can't, kind of thing. So fingers crossed they've got some good plans in place to fill this gap. But yeah, he's working on Battlefield now. So that's it for today's No Nonsense News. I've got a video coming up later this week about talented people, which if you are a creative, I'm gonna really need you to watch and respond to. I'm sort of doing some talent scouting right now, for reasons unknown. I will explain some other time. But I will be posting that video fairly soon, so keep an eye out for it. And the plan essentially over the next couple of weeks is going to be that we're going to do the Zombies map DLC next week, and we'll be making no-nonsense guides and doing all that sort of stuff as normal. We'll do our coverage, and then I'll shortly after be doing the Last Wish Destiny raid as a blind solve for the first time ever. And we'll then be doing a bunch more Destiny bits and pieces and some other stuff as well. I'm doing a lot of sort of research right now for some other projects, so there's a lot of cool stuff in the works. But yeah, Zombies content will be normal for the DLC because there'll be a new map out, so there'll actually be some new stuff to do. And if they then say, okay, the next Zombies update is just going to be another corporate tie-over with Transformers or something, then once again, I will not be covering Cranked Transformers Edition. Like, I just don't want to support those game modes right now. But we'll see. Maybe they'll surprise us with a game mode that's not a corporate thing, or who knows. Either way, normal Zombies content will resume when the map is out, and it will resume tomorrow when we get a trailer. So, hope you guys have all been well. I know it's been a pretty quiet month while I've been waiting for some interesting zombie stuff to talk about. It's just not been really a very busy time on the Zombies news front. So hopefully you've been doing okay, and I'll see you tomorrow for the trailer. Okay? Bye for now.
cool streams.
I mean, it apps.
Cool stream?
Hey, what's up?
Add my channel to it too.
Oh, you
Watch how crazy the viewers go. Crisp. That was good, right? You didn't even want to try to replicate it.
You see what we got?
Wait.
I'm gonna.
The world's fastest RC car.
Wait, Ricky, what's good?
Not as
That was better. That was better.
That was not as crisp as ours.
One more time?
Yo, my boy.
Now, why does that feel good?
It's him.
Yo,
Yo,
wait, where'd that pump? Are you using your shoulder?
Oh,
I don't know if it was.
it might be me.
It might be me.
Yo, chill.
It might just be you.
Ours was way louder than that.
It might just be
Ours
you.
was loud. Yeah, we doubled it. We doubled it.
Wait, can we pop Banks' chat up on the screen?
Yeah, put Banks' chat on the
Yo, you
screen.
see what we're about to do? We're gonna try to tape we're gonna try to tape the phone to the RC car.
Todd could sit in the back of that.
we might be able to.
Where should we take it to get space?
The drive. Let's clear the driveway.
Right here. Let's do this Evil Knievel jump right here.
Let me try that.
Here. I don't know how do you put it in reverse.
Uh-oh.
Down in the neighbor's driveway. Piss him off.
How do I do it in reverse?
I don't know. Can you reverse it?
Yeah, you can.
How?
It's this button. You like push it
Oh.
forward. Whoa! Thing's got a mind of its own.
Wait. There it goes.
Hit the ramp? Yeah.
What the? Wait, it might be too strong. We went to an RC car store.
I think it's too much power.
Wait.
On the ramp?
Wait, let's put the chat. Hold on, chat. We're gonna put you guys. This is what we've been fucking waiting for 5 hours.
Wait, it's good as the one in the pool.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Okay, we're gonna tape. Oh, into the launch pad. Okay, wait. We gotta tape. Should we tape the chat to this first?
Yeah.
Okay, how? Wait.
I think to the front.
Okay, to the front, to the grill, right?
Yeah.
So like this, right?
No, that's too crazy.
You think
the phone's just gonna break?
Okay, wait.
We gotta put it like right
here, probably right
there.
here in this crevice. All right, chat. Sit tight.
They're saying off the roof.
No, it won't be.
That'll be the finale.
Hold on.
Why is the chat Ome 5-ing?
Just
Oh shit.
Who's got the remote?
yeah, let go.
Get ready, chat. Get ready.
Joel's catching this bitch. He said what?
Does that work?
It's like maybe give it a little bit more reinforcement. Like on the bottom.
Yeah.
These pieces here and here on the sides. I think just another. Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
All right, chat. I don't know if you got. Hey, chill.
This POV looks crazy.
What?
This is
Okay, hold on.
When you actually shoot it, like it looks like a movie shit. All right, we're gonna send you off the fucking ramp, guys.
1 second.
Remo, please, you gotta catch it.
Me and Trevor are here to catch you guys.
Please.
Does it clear this?
This is my Android. This is my phone. I really hope.
There's no case on it either.
Should I put a case on it?
That's too late.
All right, chat. You guys buckled in? I'm pretty sure everybody has seatbelts. Oh, this is Lacey's phone. Fuck it. Let's go.
What?
All right.
Come on.
All right.
Count it down. 3, 2, 1.
Hello, chat. Hello, is chat there? I had to come grab my phone. Hello, chat. Okay, listen. I think we lost you guys. Something went terribly wrong. Something went very, very wrong here. The phone was not enforced enough and it had flown into the pool. And I think some of y'all drowned. I think we lost a good amount of y'all. It's out here. Lacey, switch your mind, ingest.
Yo, do we have a football helmet here?
I
should put somebody in pads to catch it.
Oh, wait. I'm pretty sure we do. Jason had one. Yeah, switch your mind.
We have a small one, but it doesn't fit anyone's head.
There's no way we don't have an actual.
I'm going in.
Oh my God! Wait, Lacey, you gotta save your chat.
It's right there, Lacey. It's right there.
I know.
I got his phone.
Get in there.
No.
Where's your key?
That's true.
Drew went to get it.
Wait, where's the helmet at, Gilbert?
This really cold, Adapt.
It's a child.
Adapt, this cold.
Bro, dude, just go. Your chat is drowning.
I know my chat's drowning.
Some of us are still down there.
How
They're
am I
saying.
gonna get that?
They're saying some of us. The thugs are in there. I got the reboot, bro. Get him.
Get the pole. It helped me.
Bro, just go in there, Lacey. You're there.
Adapt, I'm gonna get wet.
Bro, go, Lacey. Get it.
How? So you want me to put my whole body?
Bro,
Adapt,
bro,
no.
just go.
Adapt, no.
You have to. They're dying. Bro, you're right there. You're pissing me off.
Oh my god, I want to push you in so bad. What did the clip look inside?
I don't know. What did the clip look like, Cat? Now just reach. Just reach. Just scoop it. You're right there. His tattoo's fine, Chad. His tattoo's fine. Your tattoo's fine. You just rinse it up. Yes, it can. Are you going to tell me? I've covered in tattoos. Go grab it. Grab it.
Okay, ready? Count me down.
3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, count me down again. Count me down one more
Bro,
time.
3, 2, 1, go, please.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, come on. Let's just put it in rice.
Didn't even go on.
Oh my god.
Holy fuck, that was fucking freezing.
Yo, what did the clip look like?
Fine.
Yo, wait. Your phone's fine. How the fuck was... Yo, how long were y'all in there for? Look at this.
Yo, this angle is like insane.
Look at Banks. Yo, the fact that his Banks pulling the trigger is so funny. Oh, they did a 360. Oh my god.
A full backflip.
No, Ricky, did you see the angle? Show them this, bro. Look at this.
Oh, no,
Bro, it deadass did a 360. Look. Oh my god, are you up? Oh wait, I'm about to switch to your index. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way.
It's like a perfect backflip.
Wait, I'm about to switch to your ingest, Lacey. I can't believe his shit's on. Hold on, wait. We gotta. Wait, can y'all see us? I switch. What is this? Oh, their ears. Hold on. Oh my god, it worked. Where's the?
Hello?
Check.
Hello? Check. Mic check.
You know what you need? The air dryer.
Microwave.
I think we just try to run it back.
Let's try one more time.
We just try to sometime one of us has to catch it.
Who's catching that thing? It's flying at us.
I'll catch it. I got the
Here.
reflexes.
Listen,
Chat, you gotta bear with us. You gotta bear with us, Chat, for the audio.
You gotta trap it.
We gotta push it out to catch it. I'll catch it.
To try to catch it straight out. Wait, low key, I want two angles. I want one of it flying.
Yeah,
We need Betsy to tape it again. I need to go get a towel.
We need more tape. Hold on, Chat. The audio's gonna be a little.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Need to do is figure out how to get this on the floor and just take off from over there.
No, because it went mad far. It just flew.
Is the audio still bad?
I think so.
Wait, again, we don't have to go down the ramp. This one's fast enough.
Yeah, you don't even need it down. You need it from
This
over
can
there.
build up speed and go up.
Sorry.
This one's fast enough.
Oh.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. So we can.
Yeah.
Wait. Okay. So we don't need the.
All you need is a ramp.
Yes.
You don't need to go down.
So we just. Wait, what are we jumping? We point this up.
We're going up?
I think we should try to elevate.
Angle it as this. Perfect angle right here.
Elevate it. Let's put it adjacent to the room.
Here.
Adjacent to the pool. Adjacent to angles and adjacent angles. Would I just catch something in my peripheral?
No, I'm chilling. I'm filming.
That was a big one.
You should let the RC hit you right in your head.
I should try to let bounce off of me. No.
And only Saeed knows it goes.
Is it still live? What happened? It ended? Did it end? I gotta catch it. Of course you do. Catch it. Drummo, catch it.
Ready? Top it through back.
Whoa. That was I know, that was tough. Did you get that, Gilbert? Yeah, barely. Alright, wait, Cap. We're reconstructing this. This is the 2.0 version of our RCXD stunt. We realize we don't need a decline. We're gonna make an on-ramp and we're gonna shoot you guys. Wait, shoot him towards where? The fucking hill. The graphic does like a weird. The audio might be a little trippy, but it's okay. We're gonna make it work. But there's not enough room to build speed. We can build a ramp off the roof. But then we would have to bring all this. No, we only need to bring one to the roof. No, look, we have it right here. Yeah. Where are you gonna put the ramp, Beth? Oh, right here. That way. It's just going that way. Fuck it. Gonna go out and out. No, honestly, we could just the ramp could be right here. Where is it gonna launch it to the crib? Like right here. You can just catch it right here.
The ultimate Black Ops 1 Zombies iceberg? Let's go. Beware of the Six. This is talking about one of the first things you see upon spawning in Kino der Toten. On the wall, you can see the writing, Beware of the Six. And for a very long time, this puzzled the zombies community. What could this possibly mean? There were plenty of theories floating around, and two of the more popular theories was that one, it's talking about hellhounds. Hellhounds can spawn in on round 6. And we do know that hellhounds were originally Fluffy, Samantha's dog, and that was experiment number 6. So could Beware of the Six be talking about hellhounds? Probably not. Hellhounds can not only spawn in on round 6, they can also spawn in on round 5. And that would be a little weird if you're telling someone to beware of something that could not happen at that time. Another popular theory was that Beware of the Six could mean watch your back, beware of your 6 o'clock. A lot of people took this to mean beware of the zombies coming from behind you, or beware of the person that's supposed to have your 6, aka the other people in your game because maybe they're not doing their job. This one is kind of a far-fetch and I don't think it's true whatsoever. The true meaning of Beware of the Six is pretty simple. It actually just means beware of Nova 6, aka the Nova Crawlers. Now, of course, this is the simplest and the easiest explanation. Nova 6 was introduced with Black Ops 1. This was the first map, well, this and 5, that we see Nova 6 crawlers on, so it's pretty obvious that that's what it means. But what I find interesting is on Kino der Toten, you can find a piece of paper that has this written on it. We have listed both Tabin and Saren. I'm bad with pronunciations. Be wary of the Doctor. His involvement should be minimalized if you want to make it out alive. We are not sure how he achieved this time and place. Do what you must. And this was from the Illuminati to FSER, who I would assume to be faithful servant Edward Richtofen. Now, Tabin and Saren, again, pronunciations are not my strong suit, are both nerve agents that are used as chemical weapons, and could have a strong link to Nova 6 gas. Now, this piece of paper could always just be a stretch, but I still think it's a very interesting connection. And other than all of that, I really don't think there's too much else to the Beware of the Six. In my opinion, it's definitely just talking about Nova 6, or the Nova 6 crawlers. Bleeding Mannequin. This one is pretty simple. In Kino der Toten, in the dressing room, you can find a mannequin that seems to have this red little spot exactly where his heart should be. And if you were to take out your gun and shoot it, it's gonna start bleeding as if it actually did have a heart. Now, other than just being absolutely creepy, there's nothing really more to this, but the implication is definitely disturbing. Is this mannequin alive? Was someone's beating heart placed inside of the mannequin? Was someone shoved into it that was still alive, and you just ended that person's suffering? All of that we may never know, but it's still a creepy little Easter egg nonetheless. Bonfire Sale. The Bonfire Sale is a unique power-up that will make Pack-a-Punch only cost 1,000 points instead of the usual 5,000, and it was only ever seen on Black Ops 1 and Black Ops 4. In Black Ops 1 on the map 5, you can grab a Bonfire Sale by killing the Pentagon Thief before he can manage to take anybody's weapon. And on Black Ops 4 on the map Classified, you can obtain a Bonfire Sale after you have survived 3 rounds in Groom Lake. And on the map Alpha Omega, which I know is everyone's favorite, you can get it by entering 7225 in Rushmore's keypad. Now, the Bonfire Sale saw very limited use. It was only ever in a handful of maps, and that definitely does suck. I can kind of see why it's definitely not used in modern zombies, but for the more older maps, it's a shame that we never got to see really that much of it. Before we continue on with this beautiful iceberg, I do have to shout out my lovely Patreons. We got Brian Hahn, Person, Fat Lucky Potato, Icy Storm, B-Rad the Man, Giovanni Diaz, Bayall, G-Daddy Smackdown, Borg, Ty Mulan, Henry Heiberg, and Money Shot. Patreons get videos early and access to my top secret money laundering scheme. If you'd like to be a Patreon supporter, link is down there below in the description. Back to the video. Piggy. In the map 5, if you head down to the labs, in one of the rooms you can find a very much still alive pig. And it's pretty interesting because this is like one of the only instances where you can find something that's alive in zombies. Kinda weird, right? But you can find this pig sitting there squealing and struggling for his life. Now you can end his suffering and kill him, or you can leave him be and just suffer sitting here not being able to do anything. And for a pretty long time, all we really knew about the pigs were that they were being used as experiments. We didn't really know what for. Well, in the map Classified, we kind of got the answer. They were using pigs and Nova 6 gas to create the Nova 6 crawlers. Or at least their own version of it. There's a whole entire rabbit hole of information that you can go down, but to sum it up, it seems like the Pentagon was trying to recreate the Nova 6 crawlers that Group 935 made with Nova 6 gas and with pigs. Now you can either kill the pig or leave it alive. I don't think it really matters. For a long time, there were a bunch of theories that stated that if you killed the pig, the rounds got infinitely harder, which of course is just not true, but it's one of those old school zombie conspiracy theories right there along with jumping up and down, spinning 3 times, and you'll get the ray gun every time. Loading screen. This is talking about the Ascension loading screen. In the original Black Ops 1 version, you can see what appears to be a scientist working on something, 3 rockets stationed ready to go, an empty monkey cage, and a man that appears to be teleporting or traversing through some sort of space and time. Now, I would hope you would know about this, but if you look closely behind the 3 rockets, the shadow that they do create spells out 115, or 115, element 115. It's a nice little cute Easter egg that I would have hoped majority of you would know about. Blowing up the rocket. In Ascension, if you wish to get to Pack-a-Punch, you're going to have to launch the rocket. And in order to do so, you're going to want to activate all 3 lunar landers and take them back to spawn. After completing that and heading back to power, you will get the option to activate the rocket. And upon doing so, it will start to launch. Now, if you have something that goes boom, like hypothetically you have a ray gun, and you decide to shoot at the rocket, it will explode and come crashing down. And after doing that, Pack-a-Punch is open, but there's also going to be a little surprise. Heading down to the launch pad, you will find a nice, clean, and crisp double points. George Romero. George Romero is arguably one of the first big boss zombies that we ever have seen. Now, of course, you had the Hellhounds and the Nova Crawlers, and even the Pentagon Thief, but in my opinion, George Romero is definitely one of the OGs. Spawning in with you on round 1 and having a 250,000 health per player, so if you have 4 players, he's going to have 1,000,000 points of health. He is definitely not something that you can take care of on an early round. Following you slowly and constantly around the map, if you happen to shoot him and get him pissed off, he will get a little bit of a visual upgrade and start chasing you down. The only way to calm him down would be to use a VR11 or get him into a body of water. Now say you want to take on the daunting task of actually killing him. Well, number 1, it might take a while. And number 2, if you are able to actually successfully kill him, you will get a free perk and a death machine. But if you have done the Easter egg, that death machine becomes the Wonderwaff. And after taking a round off, he'll spawn back in and you're gonna have to deal with them all over again. Now, a couple things that you might not have known is there are actually a couple weapons that do a little bit better against George than others. Of course, you might know about these sniper rifles, which are amazing against George, but a couple other weapons that are really powerful against him would be the FAMAS with a 9.25 damage multiplier, you have the UG and Commando with a 4.75 damage multiplier, and the Galil and the FNFAL with a 3.5 damage multiplier. So if you can't get a sniper rifle, honestly the FAMAS is not a bad choice. Now, when you do use these weapons, you really have to shoot one bullet at a time, because after you shoot him, he kind of becomes like invincible for like a half second, and if you just go full auto, you're really just wasting ammo. And you might be thinking, well, I could just use the Matryoshka dolls. Well, those only do 5% of their normal damage to George. Those Matryoshka dolls are actually pretty powerful, and if they did their full damage, George would be taken care of pretty quick. But if you want my advice, stick with sniper rifles and just keep them in spawn. Shangri-La boss zombies. Now, Shangri-La has a variety of zombie bosses, but I believe this is just talking about the Shrieker and the Napalm. The Shrieker will only spawn in after round 4 and will appear every 1 to 3 rounds, having 2.5 times the amount of health of that of a normal zombie, but only being able to do about 10 damage per hit, so they're fairly weak when it comes to attack. But their claim to fame is that annoying shrieking ability that can kind of blind you and disorientate you. Honestly, any zombie attack that messes with my vision, I'm not a huge fan of. Now, the other boss zombie is going to be the Napalm zombie that has 4 times the health of a normal zombie and is multiplied by the number of players. And if you thought setting down a spike mortar is going to help you, well, you better think again, because the spike mortars do 0 damage to the Napalm zombie. I'm assuming they put that in there to make that one step in the Easter egg just a little bit easier. Now, Napalm zombies will only spawn in after round 5 and will spawn in 1 to every 2 rounds. And these guys are definitely very, very dangerous. If you are in their direct explosion zone, they're going to do 250 points of damage. Now, if you're a little bit a ways away, but you're still in that impact zone, they're going to do 100 points of damage. And if the Napalm zombie is either tiny or wet, it will only do a quarter of its normal damage. And after it explodes and leaves around a little fire, that fire will do 10 points of damage per hit to the player every 0.5 seconds. So that fire damage can really add up. So in my opinion, probably the best way to deal with this guy is hit him with the baby maker and then punt kick his ass as far away as humanly possible. Female zombie. Now, it might seem weird, but Shangri-La was pretty innovative. It actually was the first map to have a female zombie. And that's like really weird to think about. Like, you really wouldn't think that it took that long to have just a female zombie, something that really isn't that big of a deal. But that would be correct. Shangri-La was the first one. They're just your average normal zombie that spawns in, just happens to be a woman. And finally, we get a little bit of equality in zombies. I was tired of just shooting male zombies. It's called equality. I should be able to shoot female zombies just as much as the male zombie. Astronaut zombie. One of the most creepy boss zombies, in my opinion, has to be the astronaut. I mean, just listen to this thing walking. It's terrifying. Only available in Moon and on the remake, which is such a shame, the astronaut will have 4 times the health of a normal zombie, and you can go ahead and multiply that by the number of players, so its health is gonna scale pretty high. Now, the astronaut will do 50 points of damage per hit to the player, and if he's able to grab onto you, well, guess what? He's gonna teleport you, and you're gonna lose a random perk, and it always is like one of the ones I love. It's always either Jug or like Flopper or something. It's never like Mule Kick or anything like that. It's always the ones I care about. But if you are able to successfully kill him, a QED like explosion is going to go off and send you flying. Now, this won't damage you at all, but it will send everything around it flying. And one of the more interesting parts about the astronaut is the name. If you are playing solo, it's going to be a set of predetermined names. But if you are playing with more people, back in the Xbox 360 days, it would take someone from the hostess friends list and make that person the astronaut until you killed them, and then it would find a different name. And I loved that. The amount of times it would pick one of my friends' names and I would go out of my way to make sure I killed that was just too many times to count. Now, the lore explanation behind the astronaut was actually revealed in Black Ops 4. and it was said that the astronaut zombies were failed attempts by Dr. Schuster in sending astronauts to Griffin Station to act as test subjects to establish a link from Groom Lake. Which, I mean, we pretty much always guessed that they were just failed experiments of sending astronauts to the moon, but it's nice that we have some confirmation. The Hacker. The Hacker is honestly one of my favorite things in zombies. It just does so many things and really changes up how you play. Upon getting the Hacker and ending the round, you're gonna get 500 points, and if you continue to hold the Hacker without dropping it, you will get an extra 500 points, which will cap out at 2,500 points. So holding the Hacker for a couple rounds is just literally free money. But free money's not all it does. You are able to hack a lot of things. You can hack another player, which will transfer 500 points to that player, and it costs, of course, 500 points, and it takes 10 seconds. You can hack a barrier, which is only going to cost you 2 seconds. You're able to hack a door for 200 points, which takes a whopping 33 seconds, so that takes quite a long time. You are able to hack Pack-a-Punch, which will grant you 100 points and close the gate for 30 seconds. Makes it a little bit easier. You can hack a wall weapon for 3,000 points, which only takes 2 seconds, and it will swap the ammo prices. So the unupgraded ammo costs a lot more, but the upgraded ammo costs a lot less. You can hack a perk machine, which will basically refund the perk, and that only takes you 5 seconds. And you can hack a power-up, which is going to cost you 5,000 points, but that makes all power-ups become max ammos and makes the max ammo become a fire sale. You can also hack the mystery box for 600 points, taking 1.5 seconds, and it will allow the mystery box to be re-rolled, and you can re-hack it and get that 950 points back, essentially hitting the box twice for not too many points. And lastly, you can also hack the mystery box location for 1,200 points, which takes 5 seconds. And this will summon the mystery box to the hacked location for one single use. And this is very useful because once you do that, the mystery box will not go to that location. So if you want the mystery box to spawn in at a very specific location and kind of stay there for a while, you want to hack all the other locations and you will pretty much lock the mystery box into staying into one spot. So the Hacker definitely has many uses, and I'm honestly kind of surprised we really never saw more of it or more things like this. It's very, very useful and one of my favorite aspects of Moon. QED abilities. The QED on Moon has just so many abilities, and I feel like I've played Moon so many times, I still probably have not seen them all. The first and probably most common and default ability is just the explosion that will kill any zombies that are around it. Throwing one can also spawn in a bunch of guns. You can spawn in the ray gun or the upgraded ray gun. You can spawn in the China Beach, the M72 Anarchy, which is the Law, the Cobra, or the Spaz 24. And all of these guns will spawn in, spin in a circle, and just shoot. And do be careful because if you don't have PhD Flopper, some of these might down you. You can also revive a downed player, and tossing a QED out can also spawn any weapon that you can grab from the mystery box. Tossing one at a door will open the door for free. You can spawn in a grenade, a Simtex, and there is a chance that when you throw one, you can get teleported to a random location on the map. And of course, you can spawn in your Carpenter, Nuke, Insta-Kill, double points, and a perk bottle. And you can also spawn in the anti-perk bottle, which will take away a perk. That one is pretty easy to identify, just don't pick up the red ones. You can also spawn in bonus points and anti-bonus points, which does exactly what you think. You got your fire sale, your max ammo, and your anti-max ammo, so definitely stay away from that one, and you got your death machine. You also can spawn in more zombies, pack-a-punch any weapon that you are currently holding, or do the opposite and revert it back to its original version. Tossing one at a perk can give all the players that free perk. You can also toss a dud, which literally does nothing, and you can recall a excavator, which I have actually never done, and that is something that I need to play around with and see if that's possible. And again, this is one of those things that I'm very shocked we never got to see more of, because just the amount of things that this can do, and the amount of things that they could have made it do in like more recent games, really could have changed things up and just produced some very insane and wacky scenarios. DLC 4. Kino der Toten was originally supposed to be World at War's 4th DLC, but due to the fact that it would have released a little bit too close to Modern Warfare 2's release, Activision ended up saying, no, push it back, and that's exactly what they did, and Kino ended up being a launch map along with 5 in Black Ops 1. And I'm kinda glad they did because Kino, or Cinema as it was referred to for World at War, would have been a vastly different map, and honestly I think it really does thrive in Black Ops 1. But saying that, there are still a lot of things that ended up getting cut. Number 1, the Engineer Zombie. This was a boss zombie that would have appeared in Cinema, but since it got pushed back to Black Ops 1, they ended up saying, let's just throw him in Dead Ops Arcade. And you actually still can find instances of the Engineer Zombie in some World War Custom Zombies maps. And honestly, one of my favorite appearances happens to be in this Vanoss clip.
What the f is that? Kill it! Kill it! Shit! Run! 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 Oh my god, he's so fat! He's so fat! I'm dead! I'm dead! Oh my god! He's so big! Where is he?
We also have a cut chainsaw and a cut flamethrower that would have appeared in Cinema/Kino der Toten, and the Wunderwaffe would have been the wonder weapon instead of the Thunder Gun. But because Kino ended up getting pushed back, that means Ascension, which they were planning to be the launch map, ended up getting pushed back to being DLC 1. And it's pretty amazing to think just how different zombies might have been if they would have had Kino as DLC 4 instead of a main map launch. Something noise. I believe this is a reference to the dressing room in Kino der Toten. If you come right up to this zombie barrier and you just listen without any other distractions, you can hear what appears to be someone trapped in one of the cases. Now, we really never learned anything about this. There's been plenty of speculations and theories, such as it being a person, it being a zombie, it being a Nova Crawler, to many other ridiculous theories. But the simple truth of it is, something alive is trapped in there and is begging for help to get out. And just that thought alone is creepy enough. First, buildable. This is talking about the first ever buildable trap in zombies, which actually goes to 5. On 5 in the spawn area, you can actually find 2 traps that you can't activate yet. That's because you need to find a piece for each. The first piece can be found in the war room, and they're pretty hard to miss. And once you pick it up, you want to take it right back to the trap and just plug it in, and voila, now the trap is activated. If you want to grab the other one, all you have to do is head down to the labs and do the exact same thing. Pick it up and take it back to the trap, and now you can activate it. And you gotta hand it to Black Ops 1. This was pretty innovative for the time, especially when you look at like a lot of zombies that came after that. Lots of buildables were to come. Richtofen and Dempsey's portrait. In 5, if you head to the Pack-a-Punch room, on the wall you can see Richtofen's portrait. You might be like, that makes absolutely no sense, what is that doing here? But you might also not know that just behind this door, if you no-clip through it, you can find none other than Tank Dempsey's portrait. And for a very, very long time, we never had an explanation for why Richtofen's portrait was here. All we could do was guess. And the best guess was just that after Germany lost World War II, the Allies came in, took all of their scientists, technology, and pretty much anything we wanted, and hauled it back to their own respective countries and started doing experiments. And the theory was that someone liked this portrait, or Richtofen helped them in some way, and they decided to hang it up. But due to Black Ops 4 and Classified's intro cutscene, we actually did get an explanation. Richtofen hung it up himself. Matryoshka dolls. In Ascension, you can find 4 Matryoshka dolls of our main characters scattered around the map. And what's interesting about this is interacting with each doll with a different character will give you some unique dialogue. And this was extremely helpful back in the day, especially when you wanted to know more about the characters' relationships. With these dolls and interacting with them with each character, you kind of get a sense for what characters think of each other. And I really liked that, and this was actually a pretty cool way to flesh out each character.
Big Dempsey, you're so big! Ah, don't breathe on me. Oh, hi, Takeo. Stop tickling me! You ugly American. I will not work for you. Oh, the Emperor! Good day, Doctor. Hey, good looking. Your breath smells like death. Hey, what's up, Tack? You suck, Richtofen. Oh, hi, Dempsey. Oh, you look just like my sister. Your eyes are empty, Takeo. I hate you, Richtofen.
Dodging bullets. In Ascension, there's a unique feature that hopefully you would know about, but to be honest, a lot of people probably don't, and that is the soldier zombies can actually dodge your bullets. This is not the first time we've seen an instance where the zombies still remember some of their human forms. If you remember back to my previous iceberg, we talked about some of the zombies still doing things like karate stances and marching. And that continues with Ascension. The soldier zombies will instinctively dodge out of the way to make sure they don't get shot by the bullets. And that's why Ascension can be a little bit more difficult. And when I mean difficult, I don't mean like it's extremely hard, you know, just it's difficult to aim because the zombies like to duck, dodge, dip, dive, and dodge. And what's interesting is that only the soldier zombies do this, not the scientist zombies, which is just further evidence that the zombies still remember certain parts of their past life. Avenge Sevenfold Poster. In Call of the Dead in the Easter egg room, you can find this poster on the wall, and at first glance, it just looks like your stereotypical Russian propaganda poster. But upon closer inspection, you can actually notice that this is the members of Avenge Sevenfold. And if you were to actually translate this Russian word at the top, you translate it, and guess what it translates to? Avenged. BR11 Co-op. In solo, the BR11 might be one of the worst wonder weapons ever designed. Just absolutely useless solo. I mean, it does have some positives, but if you're trying to go to high rounds, it's not helpful at all. But if you are using the VR11 in co-op, that's an entirely different story. Fully pack-punched VR11 has this effect where if you shoot a teammate, not only are the zombies going to ignore them, but they also have insta-kill, and you can keep shooting them to keep stacking this effect. So you could technically have like a minute or two of insta-kill. It's pretty freaking awesome. And you double that with the zombies ignoring them, this is definitely one of the best wonder weapons of all time. And the proof is just looking at the difference between world records in solo and world records in co-op. For the longest time, solo Call of the Dead world records tended to be under 100, while the co-op ones were a little higher than that. So if you have never played Call of the Dead co-op, you are definitely missing out on one of the greatest and one of the most fun wonder weapons of all time. Shangri-La free perk. In Shangri-La, it is possible to get a free perk. All you have to do is utilize the monkeys. You know, the little guys that sit around spawn and just kind of dick around. The ones that you constantly shoot with your 1911 and just massacre every time you spawn in. Well, normally throughout the match, they kind of just sit there doing absolutely nothing. But once a power-up spawns in, they absolutely lose their shit and go bananas. Get it? Bananas? Monkeys? But once a power-up drop spawns in, the monkeys start screeching and will immediately start running and trying to steal it. If you are able to kill the monkeys before they hit you or steal the drop, you will be given 500 points. But if the monkey is able to either steal a drop or hit you, and you end up killing him, you're only going to get 10 points. And if the monkey actually hits you, you lose 50, so just don't let them do that. But what's interesting is once they steal the drop, they're going to try to take it all the way back to Pack-a-Punch. And while they're doing that, they're going to cycle the drop. So they will cycle through like Carpenter, Double Points, Fire Sale, Insta-Kill, Max Ammo, Nuke. And if you shoot the monkey and kill it, you're going to get whatever drop was currently loaded. But what makes this interesting is if they steal a max ammo, one of the possible drops that shows up is going to be the random perk bottle. And you better be quick because you only have about half a second to shoot that monkey before it switches to something else. And it's not like it's only a one-time thing, it's going to constantly be cycling and cycling over. So if you miss it and you hesitate or something, don't worry, it's not like the end of the world. But you do have to be on the ball and be very, very fast. In all my years of playing zombies, I've never actually been able to do this like in a real match. I've been able to do it when I'm like purposely trying to on early rounds for footage, and even then it's like sometimes. So you really got to be on the ball with this and paying attention if you want that free perk because it goes fast, man. Brock and Gary. Brock and Gary were two British explorers who were out to prove the existence of Agartha. And while trekking through the mountains, they ended up coming across Shangri-La. And upon discovering Shangri-La, they ended up immediately getting attacked by zombies.
The heat and humidity is just excruciating. According to the locals, the temple should be in this mountain range just up this river. Gary, do you hear that? A waterfall. We must be close. Hand me the binoculars. There is a structure up ahead. If this is truly a gateway to Agartha, my work will finally be validated.
Brock,
I don't think this place is abandoned. Don't be silly. This place has to be thousands of years old. I have found some unfinished carvings around the structures I can't make out. They do not look like... Wait, what is this? What the hell was that? Why is the sky dark? It's an eclipse. We must have... Run! What are those things? Zombies. We have to find another way. Zombies? What are you talking about? The writings must have been right. No! Don't touch that! Damn! Take a look around and try to find a way out. I got nothing. We will have to conserve our supplies. Take your shoes off and hand me your socks. I have been trapped in the temple structure for days. Gary is dead, and I don't see a way out of here. I can still hear the zombies outside. I fear this is my last recording, as the battery is about to die, and I will soon follow. One thing I can be certain of is that Glove...
And throughout the rest of the radios, you can hear their struggle and apparent multiple deaths throughout all of them. And as you go through the Easter egg, you end up preventing these deaths and help them live for just another moment. And you do this until the end of the Easter egg, where Brock and Gary finally find the altar with the focusing stone. And after attempting to remove it, they immediately are teleported back to the very beginning when they found the temple, which would indicate that they are stuck in an infinite time loop, forever repeating the same experiences over and over again.
I am now entering the antechamber. I see some sort of altar, and there is a rock suspended above it. This is just wonderful. An inscription. Rick Ta Fen. Richtofen. Gary, take an etching. The rock above the altar seems to be suspended in thin air. I'm going to remove it now. We've been in this jungle for days and haven't seen any sign of this hidden temple. We cannot give up. It has to be here. I can't shake this feeling like we're going in circles. We should get to higher ground and take a look. The heat and humidity is just excruciating. According to the locals, the temple should be in this mountain range just up this river. Gary, do you hear that? A waterfall. We must be close. Hand me the binoculars. There is a structure up ahead. If this is truly a gateway to Agatha, my work will finally be validated.
But it's not so bad, because eventually George Romero's assistant, Sally, would eventually get stuck in the same exact loop. And if you're wondering what happened to the Brock and Gary of the other dimensions, aka the one with Tetsubo Nishima, well, after discovering Shangri-La, their plane ends up crashing into the mountains as a result of a freak atmospheric attempt. So it seems like no matter what dimension, what universe Brock and Gary are in, only one thing is for certain. Death is the only way out for them. Biodome in real life. When you think of the real life biodome, you'd be pretty upset to discover that it's not actually on the moon. Instead, out of all places, it's in Missouri, and to be specific, the Missouri Botanical Garden. Here in the Missouri Botanical Garden, you can find what is called the Climatron, which is basically just a giant dome that houses tons of tropical plants. And putting this side by side with the biodome, you can definitely see that this is the inspiration, and even Jimmy Zielinski himself has kind of hinted at it. But what's really interesting is in the same botanical garden, we can find the buried hedge maze. So not only does the Missouri Botanical Garden hold moon, it also holds buried. And there is a much deeper connection than just surface level stuff here. And we're going to go into that, but that's much farther down the list. That's a little too advanced for this early. Kino's Ladder. This is a very old school Call of Duty Zombies conspiracy theory that fooled a lot of people, and even me back in the day. As you know, Kino der Toten does not have a main Easter egg, and this kind of rubbed people the wrong way. I mean, we kind of had the beginning of one in Derice, and to go to Kino and not really have like a big Easter egg was a pretty big shock. So the community doing what the community does kind of invented one. You have to remember, YouTube was not as big as it was today, and a lot of the social media sites that you use either weren't as big or just didn't exist. So when these lies would spread, it was very easy for people to believe them. And the biggest one was about the ladder on the stage in Kino. And the theory that I had heard constantly was that if you collect every single film reel and play it, that the ladder would drop on the stage and you could climb it and get to the top on the roof. And you know how when you turn on power, you get the shaking, and that kind of signifies the Nova Crawlers are spawning in? Well, the theory went that that was the boss zombie, and that you had to get onto the roof and fight the boss zombie to beat the Easter egg. And of course, this was completely false, but this did not stop majority of the community from believing in it. And for a long time, the hunt to find every film reel would begin, and of course, nothing would ever come of it. And even into Ascension's release, I still would hear people occasionally mention that you could get the ladder to drop down and get on the roof in Kino. Now, nowadays, this would be pretty hard to do, especially because there's videos of everything, but it was much easier to fool people back in the day, especially with things like this and Hitler's ghost. Bathroom quotes. Did you know on Kino der Toten that each of the characters actually has a unique quote if you go into the bathroom? And if you didn't know where the bathroom is, it's actually just right of spawn. And coming into this room with each character, you will get some unique dialogue.
And you thought I wouldn't find it. Perfect. I shall piss in style here.
Ah, a bathroom. Not a very interesting place, unless you're German.
Like me!
TV tower. In Kino der Toten, if you head into the alley and you look outside of this window, you can see a giant tower being constructed off in the distance. Well, what exactly is this tower? This is the Fernsehturm television tower. Yeah, good luck. It's German. That stuff is like impossible to pronounce. But it is basically the Berlin television tower that was constructed between 1965 and 1969 by the German Democratic Republic, aka East Germany, the commies, and was meant to be a fully functioning broadcasting facility and a giant middle finger to West Germany, like, hey, look what we did. But the thing that's very interesting is the construction didn't start until 1965, but Kino der Toten takes place in 1963. So either in the zombie universe, they were a couple years ahead, or this was just a major oversight, or they just really wanted something that kind of stands out, so that way you could figure out where exactly you were. So if you were ever wondering what this giant tower in the distance is, it's a symbol of communist power. Cut Wonderwaffe. I believe this is a reference to the numerous maps that the Wonderwaffe was going to appear in, but ultimately got cut. Kino der Toten and 5 were originally going to be having the Wonderwaffe. Kino der Toten is pretty obvious because, as you know, it was supposed to be DLC 4, so it would make a lot of sense for it to have the Wonderwaffe. 5 is a little bit more questionable. Now, we do know that these weapons were cut, but we also do have some cut audio from our characters talking about it.
Shocking, to say the least. Well, zap my ass and call me Dick. Oh, let there be light. Did somebody say juice? It's electric. I crossed the streams. What of it? Not bad. Not bad at all. Oh, I like this thing. It's all over now, baby blue. Boom friggin' toast.
Don't know what this is, but I'm looking forward to using it. Who says you can't capture lightning in a bottle? Ideas have endurance without death. Listen to the hum. A spark for the sparkless. Gotta get this thing to DARPA. Who ordered the deep-fried zombie? Take that, you undead communists. Worthy of Ben Franklin. I could get used to this. How do you like that?
Esta arma debe ser bocadillos. This weapon is an honor for Cuba. Muerte por la electrocución. Power like this belongs to the people. The walking worm food will feel the sting of my rabia nuclear. A weapon fit for a comandante en jefe. I can get used to this. Zap it up. Burned by the light of the revolution. This is why the revolution will triumph. Compliments of a socialist ideals. Look at the chain of pain!
The slugs will know pain. They will know agony. Just what I always wanted. Vengeance. I will bring down the lightning of democracy with this. I will lay waste to these hellions. This will end the Z-War. You've been fried. Shock therapy works every time. Electric sack attack. Smells like burnt toast. 130,000 miles per hour. 54,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A truly effective weapon.
Hell yes! Bring it, you nasty squags! Hey, zombies! You like waffles? The DG2. One slick piece of machinery. Wonder Waffle. Yeah, thing of beauty. The Waffle. Killing zombies made easy in one single step. Batteries included. Element 115. Concentrated to a single beam of pure badassery. Wait, how the hell do I know that? Welcome to the party, meat sacks! They've got zero chance against me and the Wonder Waffle! You see that? Holy shitballs! Time to fry, freak nuggets! Zzz, zap! Woohoo! Oh, great, it's the Wonderful Waffle! Hell, pigs, I am coming! Now, this gun makes Nikolai a very happy Cossack. This has more power than Moscow Electric Company. This almost as strong as the best Russian vodka. I have more for you. Taste the power of the Red Menace. Electrocution, just like the Gulag. What fun. Good times. Ha! You die like the dogs that you are. I think I saw his bones for a split second.
This will make for a fun time. I will shock them into submission. I finally get to turn with the Wunderwaffe. Behold, electric katana. It is on now, freak bags. The kamikaze strikes. Begone! The divine wind carries you away. Hadoken! Their bones are dust.
Ah! The Wunderwaffe DG2! Ah, I've missed you! This will be the shock of a lifetime. Oh, the element of power. The epitome of my genius. How many can I play this at once? Joy is the slaughtering of the meek with the Wunderwaffe. Listen, do you hear its joy? The doctor sends his regards. Shocking! Feels the power of the element. Mother, is that you? You mustn't tell anyone! Oh, what I wouldn't give to feel that kind of power.
Table glitch. This is a reference to the infamous table glitch in the starting room on 5. This glitch was so popular, you would randomly load up into lobbies and the people would be asking, hey, do you guys want to do the table glitch? I remember getting on it all the time with my friends. Now, it wasn't useful like whatsoever. You'd get into the teens and then you would run out of ammo and then someone would have to get off to go get more. But it was still a very fun glitch to do because it was just so easy. In order to do it, you want to come over here to this window and you want to rebuild the boards so that way you have these two outside ones only. The inside ones don't matter, but the outside ones can only be these two. And then you would be able to jump on one and jump on the other, and then you would be able to make your way to the table. And the zombies would all just gather up around the table and would never actually be able to hit you. Now, for people that can't go to high rounds, this is awesome. You can never die, but like, it's not useful for high rounds whatsoever. You need ammo. You need to get out and find a way to kill zombies to get to higher and higher rounds. So sitting on a table with an M14 is just not gonna cut it. The Pentagon Thief. I'm not sure if this is talking about anything specific, so let's just try to cover him as a whole. Back in Black Ops 1, we really didn't know too much about the Pentagon Thief, other than the fact that when he spawns in every couple rounds, he will chase people around and try to steal their guns. He will never injure them, just try to rob you. And if you're playing with multiple people, whoever he is chasing will be the only one able to see him. Everybody else will be able to hear him and see those floating red numbers. If you can manage to kill him before he takes anybody's weapon, congratulations, you get a max ammo and a bonfire sale, making Pack-a-Punch only 1,000. If he is able to take a weapon and you still manage to kill him, you get a fire sale and a max ammo. But if he can't survive long enough to take your weapon and disappear, he is only going to leave a max ammo down in the labs. And what a lot of people might not know is his health. Depending on Thief's health is actually pretty interesting. It's going to be whatever round you're on times 2000, with a maximum HP of 60,000, which is around like the health of a zombie on round 52-53. And depending on how many players are in the game, his health will also be determined by that. So the less players, the less health he has. And for a long time, that's all we really knew about him. We knew these creepy sounds that he would make when he's chasing you. On his bag that he carries around, in Illuminati code, the words "living dead" can be decoded, and he also has a ton of tattoos. And we really never got any more information about him until Black Ops 4, where we did learn that the Pentagon Thief is Yuri Zavoitsky from the Ascension group. You remember him, the guy that was working with Gersh at Ascension, whose mind ended up getting corrupted by Samantha, and he eventually became the Pentagon Thief. And there's no better show of this than in the classified intro. So after the events of 5, Yuri ended up getting captured and was held in custody and interrogated for many years. And during his interrogation by Cornelius Purnell in Alpha Omega, he actually kinda gives us a reason why he just takes the weapons. It's just because he was trying to obey Samantha. He says,
I swear, I tell you what I know.
We've only scratched the surface. The night of November 6, 1963, you gained access to the Pentagon. How?
I do not know. I just appear. I do what she say. I just appear.
Who is she?
The girl. The little girl. She was in my head, in Yuri's head for so long. Sly a dead ma.
Why did she send you? Who was she targeting?
I do not know.
You lie. Tell me who she was targeting.
People who tried to stop her. She sent me to stop them. I obey. Try to stop them. I take weapon. Get out of my head. I can feel you.
which shows that he was just trying to take their weapons to stop them, but he's still crazy after all these years. But after many years of Cornelius Purnell brutally interrogating him on trying to find a way to get to Agartha, he ended up torturing Yuri to death, and that is where his story ends. Red phones. In Ascension, around the map, you can find 3 red phones, and upon doing 3 random tasks around those phones, it will start ringing. And who's going to pick up on the other side? Well, it's the cast from 5. And this is a very unique Easter egg because it gives us a time for both of these maps. The maps of 5 and Ascension are taking place at the same time. The first phone can be found in the spawn room, and to activate this one, you either need to activate the music Easter egg, or if you're playing solo, you have to get 10 kills around it. And eventually, you will hear the phone ring, and upon picking it up, you'll hear Kennedy. The next one is going to be in the Mule Kick room, and this phone will ring during a fire sale, and upon picking it up, you will hear Nixon. And the last and final red phone is going to be near PhD Flopper. And to get this one, you will have to receive the ray gun from the mystery box, and upon picking it up, you will hear Fidel Castro. Ascension cut perks. Ascension had plenty of cut perks, and the interesting thing is, I feel like a lot of these perks were eventually just molded into PhD Flopper. We have the first one, which is Boom Juice, and there are some quotes for this, and according to the quotes, it seems like this would have allowed you to make an explosion. Very similar to PhD Flopper.
Boom Juice! Hell yeah, that drink is made just for me!
This has texture like oil painting. Like a kamikaze on a hot day.
The drink that makes you go boom!
There's also another one called DPT Boom, which could have been an earlier version of Boom Juice, because there are some quotes for it that are very similar to the Boom Juice one.
DTP Boom! Yeah! This drink is pretty good, but it's so hard to swallow. Ah, now this is satisfying.
I go boom now!
The next one is Prone Aid, and this one seems to involve going prone at some point, either affecting your jump speed or going to prone, something around that. Again, you can see how this one was molded into PhD Flopper.
Ah, yeah, that's good stuff!
Hey, that's a little bit like beer. I think this was rotten.
With this, I can go down even quicker.
We also have Tough Brew. We really aren't sure exactly what this was going to be, but we do have some quotes for it.
Tough brew! That's what I'm talking about! This drink goes down like glue. A drink for a true warrior.
Oh, yeah. Maybe this will toughen me up.
And we also have Candelier, which would have probably behaved very similar to Bandolier by probably giving you some more ammo. And the last one is Damage-Aid. We do have a mini-map icon for this perk, and Damage-Aid appears to be very similar to Double Tap. And just by the picture alone, it looks very similar to Stopping Power. So my best guess is that your bullets would have been able to go through and hit more zombies than just like the first couple. You probably would have been able to damage a lot more zombies. So your single bullet wouldn't have been more powerful, but your penetration power would have probably been a lot more powerful. And you can kind of see why a lot of these really got molded into PhD Flopper or were just never a thing. Ascension Perk Health. I'm honestly surprised this isn't lower on the list because I feel like this isn't really that widely known. On Ascension, your perks actually do have a health bar. They have 100 points of health, and the Space Monkeys will deal 1 point of damage to that machine. But that's only if you are far away. As you get closer and closer, it will scale up to 8 points per hit. Which means, depending on how far away you are from the perk machine, it could be 100 hits or only 13. So that's why when you get closer to the perks, it seems like they steal it a lot faster. That's because they're doing a lot more damage. So it actually is kind of beneficial to just let them go to town on stamina while you worry about the other perks, because they got like 100 hits to go. Lightning Bolt Power-Up. This is a reference to the power-up drop that you can get in Call of the Dead that will give you a free Wonderwolf DG2. In order to get this, you just have to do one simple thing. That is, complete the Easter egg. And upon completing it, you will get a free Wonderwolf DG2 that you cannot upgrade or swap out. You're stuck with it until you run out of ammo. Now, max ammos will refill it, but you're still stuck with it. But it's not going to like take away your regen health or anything, so don't worry about that. But the other interesting thing is, after you have completed the Easter egg, every time you kill George, he will also drop the Lightning Bolt power-up. So every time you kill him, you'll get a free Wonderwolf. Now, prior to doing the Easter egg, you just get the free perk in the Death Machine, but now you get a free perk and the Wonderwolf. That's a pretty cool Easter egg reward, in my opinion. Electric Zombie. One of the first ever kind of unique zombie variants we ever had is going to appear in Call of the Dead. The electric zombies can only be created after George decides to spaz out with his little, giant stage light and create some electric zombies. And they behave very similar to the ones that we're used to in zombies nowadays. If they hit you, they're gonna electrocute you. And they will slow you down and impact your vision. And you top that with the normal stun that George can give you every time he decides to go crazy, a lot of that can add up to be very, very annoying. But I still think that's actually really interesting. One of the first ever electric zombies that we ever saw was created by George Romero in Call of the Dead. Minecart Voices. When I first read this at a glance, I thought this said Minecraft Voices, and I was so confused for like a half second. But this is talking about the minecart in Shangri-La that cost you 250 points to take. And upon taking it and being very silent and not shooting your gun, you can hear some eerie whispers and voices. And if you pay close enough attention, you will notice that these are the same voices from the Kino der Toten Samantha's Good Room. Shangri-La's real location. I have talked about this so many times in my other icebergs, so I will make this one very, very quick. Shangri-La takes place in both the Himalayas and on Mars. When you do the eclipse for the Easter egg, we are led to believe that we are not only transporting through time, but also space, to Mars. And when we go back to the present, we are in the Himalayas. So Shangri-La, yes, takes place on Mars and in the Himalayas. Just not at the same time. Bunch of time travel BS and shenanigans, but essentially, yes, it's on Shangri-La and on Mars. There's a lot of evidence to support it, but we've talked about this enough. end game laugh. So you know how in a lot of zombie maps, when you die, you hear the game over song, which would be the Easter egg song for the next map. Well, on Moon, that's not the case. You just get this very creepy laugh. Playing as Samantha. One of the coolest parts about Moon has to be the Easter egg. The steps are kind of annoying, but the storyline and the information we got from the Easter egg was amazing. And at one point, Samantha and Richtofen switch bodies, and when they do, the zombie's eyes change color, you get a new fire sale song, and you're playing as Samantha Maxis, who has a whole array of quotes.
I'm going to make them scream in agony. This has all turned into a really bad dream. Why did Daddy have to die? I hate Edward. He has lied to Daddy since I was just a little girl. I'll torture Edward when I get the chance. I'll play with his kidneys and swallow his bile. 1, 2, gun is true. 3, 4, 12 for gore. 5, 6, evil tricks. 7, 8, set the bait. 9, 10, kill again!
The Ugg Wallby. One of the greatest tragedies of all time has to be the taking out of the Ugg Wallby on Kino der Toten for Xbox, PlayStation, and PC. If you happen to be playing on the Wii, and you go up to the podium on the stage, you can buy the Ugg from the wall. Why they took this out of the other games and it's only available on the Wii, I will never know, but this is a travesty, and I will forever hold this grudge. Der Riese chalkboard in Kino. So this one I think should be way higher on the list, but it's pretty obvious. In the Kino der Toten Pack-a-Punch room, you can find the very same chalkboard that was on Der Riese. If you'd like to know more about what is on here, check out my World at War Zombies iceberg. We talk way more about it in depth. But if you also look to the right of this chalkboard, you will see the very same corkboard that was on Verrückt. And I don't know if they were placed here just to be placed here, or if they were a subtle nod to World at War Zombies, because as we know, Kino, DLC 4. So maybe they were just giving us a good old nod to that, or maybe there's much deeper storyline implications. I don't know. I don't think it's that deep. I think it's just they needed something to place there.
The best zombies map of all time. Kino der Toten Black Ops 1.
This has become quite the meme in the zombies community, and if you were wondering where it originates from, it all goes back to a Chaos Silencer Zombies ranking video, in which he declares Kino der Toten as the greatest zombies map of all time. Which, while I love Kino, and it's definitely one of my favorites, I don't think that's true whatsoever. I mean, come on, you got Ascension right there. And you also have 5, which, weirdly enough, is slowly becoming one of my favorite maps. I don't know why. Cut Hellhounds. Hellhounds were originally going to appear on 5, and I'm kinda glad they didn't. Kind of unpopular opinion, but I really do like the Pentagon Thief. I love unique bosses like that, and a boss that doesn't try to kill you but takes your weapons and just runs around the map, pretty cool. But Hellhounds were originally going to take place on 5, and they were cut for unknown reasons. But luckily for you, we still do have some quotes from the characters that reference them. And for the people that get mad at me playing quotes, I just think it's awesome. I like learning as much about these games as humanly possible, and to hear quotes that you would never hear in-game, in my opinion, I love it.
Leave Checkers alone. Nowhere near as pretty as my boy Checkers. Sit, stay, stay. Let's play fetch the grenade. Who's a good boy? Boom goes the doggy. You ain't got nothing on Checkers. Back to the pit with you. I dropped you like a bad habit. Looks worse than the DNC.
Gotta walk the dog in the park. Looks like Dickie Nixon's mutt Checkers. Antihistamine. My nose may run, but I will not. Sit. Stay. Die. Good. I hate dogs. That's for making me sneeze. Defecate in your own yard, you ugly mutt. Now, play dead.
I will wipe you from the face of this earth. You will die like a capitalist pig. Come to me so that you may receive your treatment. I spit on you dogs. Your stench makes my stomach turn. Muérete, perro del infierno. Back to your cage, beast. Your pelt will adorn my walls. Die like the dog you are. Perro travieso. Wasted. I am the true dog whisperer. Swept away on the winds of Marxism. No bitches will touch me. Smoking.
If the president is allergic to them, then I am too. Ugh. Smells worse than a wet dog. Here, puppy, I have a treat for you. Could use a dog trainer here. Uglier than Nixon's dog, Checkers. The president didn't appreciate your canine dander. I'm blowing every dog away. Watch it, Dick. Take that brimstone stink elsewhere, beast. Submit! No dogs allowed. There's only one alpha here, and his name is Jack. More like hell puppies. They fall as easy as their rotting brethren. I will use your hides to carpet my den, mongrels. PSA of the day. Spay and neuter your dogs. Leash, gutter, and clean up after your dog. And then kill it!
Futurama reference. Now this one might be a stretch, but I can definitely see it. When you are playing 5, Nixon does have a quote, well, kind of a quote, where when getting a bunch of kills, does this.
Oh!
And if you've ever seen the show Futurama, Nixon is also on that show, and he might also do something very, very similar. Now, is it a reference? I believe so, because just around the time this map came out, Futurama was big, but it could also be a stretch, but I choose to believe it because it's more interesting that way. 5's extended intro. The intro to 5 was actually going to be a little bit longer, with JFK's speech going on a little bit longer and each other character having a couple extra lines of dialogue. And a YouTuber by the name of Rizzle actually compiled it all together and made it nice and watchable. So make sure to check out his channel. He has tons of cool stuff like this, so check him out. But here's the video.
I said are certain to miss the future.
Oh no, I missed that.
Prime Minister Castro, this missile crisis was the last straw. We almost blew ourselves up. Now, we invited you here today...
In good faith.
In good faith. To sort this thing out.
And why is he here? He lost.
As I always say, forgive your enemies, but remember their names.
What was that?
Just a storm, Dick. Sit down. Now, gentlemen, as I like to think, in the long history of the world, there are only a few generations that are granted the role of defending freedom in its hour of maximum danger. I do not shrink from this responsibility. I welcome it.
Sounds like someone breaking in! Oh my God!
It appears the Pentagon has been breached. We are under attack by legions of the undead.
Zombies. Gentlemen, at times like these, our capacity for retaliation must be and has to be massive to deter all forms of aggression.
No! Glorioso!
Gentlemen, lock and load.
Viva la revolución!
Any last words, Mr. President?
Yes, Jack. Any superlative words of inspiration for our humble troops?
Do not pray for easy lives, my friends. Pray to be stronger men.
Round 50 quotes. This is talking about Call of the Dead, where upon reaching round 50, each character actually has a unique quote. And what's pretty funny is they're all referencing like cheating or using glitches or mods or something to get to that round because, I mean, do you remember the 5 table glitch? There were a lot of glitches in Black Ops 1 that people tried to use and abuse to get to high rounds, and Call of the Dead was definitely no exception. But I still think that these quotes are really interesting, and I like the little poke at the community.
Someone might be cheating.
Oh yeah, somebody thinks they're a little bit special. I'm a gamer, yeah.
Guess we're the last man standing, huh?
Is it luck, skill, or something else?
Is Richthofen gay? So this all just stems back to Call of the Dead. Richthofen definitely has a bunch of sus quotes, but one of the most sus things he ever did was just fully go to town on groping Dempsey and then just laughing it off.
I'm blind! I'm blind! In my eyes! Holy shitballs. Me too. What did you do, Richthofen?
I did nothing. There's a light switch. Oh, I think I found a lever. Perhaps this will turn on the light.
No! Let go! That's not a lever! Richthofen!
That's not the only thing that Richthofen has ever done, but it's definitely the most notable. He has tons of other sus quotes out there. There are tons of videos out there just showcasing all of Richthofen's quotes, so it's a strong possibility. Call of the Dead cut wonder weapons. This one might blow your mind, and I'm surprised it's not farther down on the list, but Call of the Dead was actually supposed to be bigger and grander than the one we actually got. And the reason a lot of this was changed around was, well, the rumor goes, is that Takio's voice actor was actually sick and unable to record his lines. So they ended up getting a celebrity cast instead. Hence why, during the Easter egg, Takio is only ever heard puking. And with the celebrity cast, of course they had to change a lot of things around in the map, and one of those being the Easter egg. Rumors go that the Easter egg was going to be vastly different, and in this Easter egg you would have had multiple wonder weapons. Apparently these were all cut. The Wunderwaffe DG2, and it was kinda cut, but they brought it back as like the Easter egg reward, but I think they were meant to use it in a different way. The Gersh device, the Winter's Howl, the Thunder Gun, and the Monkey Bomb. And you might be like, Rabbit, that sounds stupid. Where are you getting this from? Well, there's actually a bunch of PA audio that would have came out over the speaker in the map that references all of these wonder weapons.
Activated. Deactivated. Weapon unavailable. Awaiting authorization. Error. Max allotment of 2 weapons reached. VR11. Scavenger. Wunderwaffe DG2. Gersh device. Winter's Howl. Thunder Gun. Matryoshka Doll. Monkey Bomb.
And the audio is called Vox_PA_switcher, and then it's activate, deactivate, locked, max, weapon 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So it seems like there was a pretty big thing cut out of this map that had to do with a lot of wonder weapons and maybe the earlier parts of the Easter egg. Man, what could have been? Shangri-La cut areas. Now, Shangri-La had a ton of cut content, and we're going to get into a lot more of it later. But one of the things that was cut was a bunch of different areas, and one of them we actually have some concept art of. This was back when Shangri-La was called Temple, and we have the disposal room. And as you can even see right there, it's a rough concept. I talk way more about this in my Zombies Cut content video, link will be down there below in the description. But just by looking at this image, it seems like this would have been the elevator room that was right next to the waterfall in the Shangri-La that we know. But in this concept art, it seems like this was just a place where they stored dead bodies, and it probably would have been gory and creepy to all hell. Again, if you want to know more about this and some other concept art from Shangri-La, check out my video down there below in the description, and this video is probably already long enough. Mare Crisium. That's probably not how you pronounce that whatsoever, but let's go with it. Now, in case you didn't know, the Zombies map Moon kind of takes place on the moon. And there is a very specific spot where Griffin Station was actually built. On the real-world moon, the Mare Crisium is a lunar maria, and I'm just reading this directly from the Wikipedia because I'm not that smart, which are large, dark, basaltic plains on the Earth's moon, formed by lava flowing into ancient impact basins. They were dubbed maria by early astronomers who mistook them for actual seas, and they're much less reflective than the quote-unquote highlands, hence why they appear darker. And the one that Griffin Station is on is actually called Mare Crisium. I'm so sorry. But what's interesting is if we go all the way back to Der Riese and you look at the moon, you can see what we always thought was just a giant pocket of 115, which now we know to be Griffin Station. Was it always Griffin Station? No, because moon wasn't even thought up yet, but now we can go back and say it is. But if you look exactly where that 115/Griffin Station is, it's exactly where Mare Crisium is. So shout out to Treyarch for keeping things consistent. Samantha, Amelia, and Abigail. This is talking about the wall writings in Kino der Toten. At first glance, you just say, oh, it's Samantha Maxis, don't really know who Amelia is, and Abigail, that's Misty's first name from Black Ops 2, the transit crew, so maybe that's who that's talking about, and there's a little heart and JD. Now JD, of course we've seen this before, is JD 2020, the community manager at the time. But who is Amelia and is Abigail really Misty? We don't know. This is one of those unsolved Easter eggs in Zombies that keeps me up at night. It's so small, but we've never had an answer. We're going on like, what, 13 years now, and this has never been solved? That drives me absolutely insane. Now, I do have a little guess. There's no evidence supporting this, but it kind of makes sense in my mind. I think these three names were daughters of people that either worked on the game or were related in somehow to this game. The reason I think that is because Samantha was Maxis's daughter, and because JD is right there. Why would they put the community manager right here? They could have put him anywhere else. But why would he specifically be right here? So my guess is that these are actually real people's names in real life, and they threw them in here as a nod to developers, which they have done many, many times in the past. If anybody has any connections with anybody that worked on this game, please let me know, because this Easter egg drives me insane. I need to know the answer to this. And if somehow I'm right, I will never let anybody ever hear the end of it. Kino der Toten in real life. Now, it's no surprise that Zombies takes a lot of inspiration from real life, and Kino der Toten is no exception. Kino is actually based on a very real theater called the Central Park Theater in Chicago, Illinois. And just going to this place on Google Maps and reading some of the reviews, of course they're all zombies related, and I just love that. That's hilarious. Keep that up. But there is a YouTube video called Huge Abandoned Chicago Theater by the YouTuber Free4All that actually goes and explores it. There's 4 minutes of it, and I'm only showing you clips here and there. So check out the full video, link is in the description. And man, it's pretty eerie just like watching this and seeing that, hey, I kind of know where all this is. And someday I would absolutely love to come here and explore it for myself and just see the real life Kino der Toten all for myself. Maybe one day I'll do a series where we visit all the Call of Duty Zombies locations in real life. If you want to see that, let me know down there below in the comments, because I have done something very similar with Fallout New Vegas. Link to that video will be in the description. Check it out, it's pretty cool. Manhattan Down. In Kino der Toten, exiting stage left and coming up to this room, you can see a bunch of letters on the ground, and some of them spell Manhattan Down. And for a long time, back when people thought there was a Kino der Toten Easter egg and you can get on the roof, a lot of people thought you had to like shoot these letters and spell out certain words. Well, I'm here to tell you that's just silly. But I believe Manhattan Down was actually giving us a hint to one of the passwords to the Black Ops 1 terminals. In Spawn, you can get out of the chair and access the terminals. And one of the ones you can access is called V-Bush, and the password for that is Manhattan. And accessing this, you get greeted with tons of new Zombies information. Nothing like groundbreaking, but a lot of stuff to fill in some of the gaps from World at War to Black Ops 1. You have new files from Maxis and Richtofen, and to top it off, you even have some concept art of some maps. You have one of the Der Reese hallway, you have one of the 5 labs, and you have a couple of Kino, which showed kind of a completely different side of Kino. More creepier than the one we got. And there's just so much information in this terminal that I can't go through it all, but definitely look into it and check it out if you really enjoy World at War and Black Ops 1 Zombies, especially the storyline. Quick Revive is in the wrong spot. I think this is talking about 5. So when you first boot up Black Ops 1 and you're looking at all those TVs, you're stuck in the chair and you have nothing better to do but watch like crappy YouTube videos like this one.
Ranking every Call of Duty Zombies game from worst to best.
But if you pay close enough attention, you will notice that we do see Quick Revive on 5, but on the TV, it's not in the right location. If we actually boot up 5, you will notice that it is in a completely different spot. So maybe right before the map was actually dropped, they decided to change the location. Or maybe when they made that video, they were still experimenting and playing around with where to put it. But all I know is, Treyarch and their false advertising, I'm gonna get you, Treyarch. Hearing Pack-a-Punch through the teleporter. This one actually, like, you would never think about it, and I never really noticed it until I was doing this video, but once you have all the death cons linked up on 5, and you're getting ready to head to Pack-a-Punch, if you don't jump in the teleporter and you just like sit here in front of it and listen, you can actually hear the Pack-a-Punch jingle. And that's one of those things where you just never noticed it until I pointed out. Like, it's so obvious, but you never paid attention to it. Hit Sam. During the Ascension Easter egg, at one point in time, you have to take the lunar landers around the map to spell out the word Luna in the sky. Well, there was also supposed to be 2 other things that you could spell out that would give you a reaction. One of them being Hit Sam. And spelling this out, you were supposed to get some audio voice lines that would say, "Don't hit Sam, that's not very nice." The other one you were supposed to be able to spell out would have been Hyena, Harvey Yena, or Hyena. A lot of people gave me crap for that. But it's not Hyena, it's Harvey Yena. You know, the American spy that infiltrated Group 935 and the creator of The Scavenger. And it seems like if you were to spell this out, a voice line would have came through with a bunch of numbers. Now, whether these numbers would have been significant to the Easter egg or just maybe coordinates, I'm not quite sure. But for whatever reason, Treyarch decided to take these things out. Which really sucks because I feel like this would have added more depth to the Ascension Easter egg. I mean, it was the first one, well, kind of like the first big one we really ever had. And having little other Easter eggs inside of an Easter egg is always pretty cool in my opinion. Ascension's cut areas. Ascension was originally supposed to be the launch map for Black Ops 1, but because of the whole Kino der Toten thing, it became the first DLC. And they actually did take a lot out of Ascension, which is a shame. One of the things that they took out was supposedly a 4th lander station, which seems like it would have taken place right over here outside of Pack-a-Punch. Even if you come over here to this area now, it still looks pretty complete, and coming to the top of this, it definitely looks like there would have been a lander station here. The other area that was supposedly supposed to be bigger is over here near Stamina. This wall was supposedly supposed to be a 1500 door that you could open and access a new area. But sadly, these areas were all cut, and we will never get to see what a truly bigger Ascension would have looked like. Ice Wall Symbol. This is talking about Call of the Dead. If you come right to the left of Quick Revive and you stare at this ice wall, you gotta admit, something looks kind of off. It does look like they were trying to do something with this. I mean, this whole just symbol-ish looking thing doesn't look like it's just supposed to be a wall. It looks like this was deliberately put here. And it's not just me that has thought this. Plenty of other people have come up with countless rumors and theories about what this symbol could possibly be. And before the Easter egg was solved, back when this map had come out, this wall was a subject to tons of controversy and tons of borderline batshit crazy rumors that you can make this ice wall disappear and go inside of it, and of course there will be a free Wonder Waff laying on a table for you. But I mean, come on, you gotta admit, this symbol on this wall does look a little off. Like it was maybe supposed to be something that was cut? I don't know. I just don't like it. Something's fishy about that. Monkey Easter eggs. I believe this is referencing the 2 monkey Easter eggs that are on Shangri-La. One of them is like the most random thing ever, and if it wasn't for getting data mined, we would have never have solved this because it's just so random. But in the Shangri-La spawn, if you stand at this exact spot and you press these buttons on your Xbox controller, up, up, down, AX, it will make all the monkeys that are just sitting around the map explode when you look at them. Like I said, completely random. Like, who would have ever said, hey, I'm going to go around the map and just press random buttons until something happens? So I like the idea of this Easter egg, but how to get it is just so dumb. The other one is the Rocket Monkey Easter egg. To do this, all you have to do is let a monkey hit you without taking any power up and then go back to spawn and just watch. The monkey will somehow blast off into space, and you can do this as many times as you want. There is no reward for it or anything. You just have to make sure the monkeys don't steal your power up, but they still hit you. And just fall them back to spawn, and those little bastards go off into space. Shangri-La tattoos. Did you know that the zombies in Shangri-La, a lot of them have tattoos, and they actually do hold some real meaning. They're not just random scribbles on zombies. The tattoos all fit for someone that would live in this area of the world. These tattoos are called yantra tattooing, and is practiced mainly in Southeast Asian countries. If you've ever seen a video where someone's getting a tattoo, and they have that like long stick, that's essentially this. And in these areas of the world, these tattoos are believed to be magic and bestow mystic powers, protection, or good luck to people. And if we take a look at this zombie's tattoo, we can actually find a perfect real-world example of said tattoo. And there's also a couple very specific ones that we can find the real-world counterpart. The one up near the neck is called the Gao Yord Yant, or the 9 Spires Yant. And this tattoo is usually around the nape of the neck, but is also found in a lot of other places on the body, but mainly the neck. And this design represents the 9 sacred peaks of Mount Meru, and contains 9 symbolic images of Lord Buddha. When it comes to the arm tattoos, you can see these long, thin ones. These are the Ha Taue Yant tattoos. I probably butchered that, I'm sorry. And each of these lines actually carry a different meaning, which are supposed to bestow various benefits. And it's said that this tattoo design is supposed to be very powerful and considered a sacred blessing, and should only be given by a Buddhist monk or a Brahmin priest. Now, if we look at the zombie's head tattoo, or the Payed Tidit, I'm so sorry, Japanese I can do, but not this. But this is also called the 8 Direction Yant, which is a sacred geometric yant containing 8 mantras written in 2 circles in the center of the design. And around it, it also has 8 representations of Lord Buddha. And it is said that this tattoo will give you protection in whichever direction you travel and ward off evil spirits. So it really looks like Treyarch did their research in this area of the world. They didn't just pick random tattoos that they saw on MySpace or whenever this map came out. Was MySpace big back then? Maybe it was like getting to be Facebook. I don't remember. But they actually decided to hit the books and find out what was appropriate for that area, and I gotta respect that. Moon's musical Easter eggs. Moon has a lot more musical Easter eggs than you think. Of course, we have the main one, Coming Home, but there is a lot of 8-bit remixes of regular zombie songs that are also on the map. And there's even an Avenged Sevenfold one. If you head into the labs and come up to the computers right next to the biodome and interact with it, this music Easter egg will start playing. There's another 8-bit song, and this is an 8-bit version of Coming Home, and this one is activated in Tunnel 11. The last 8-bit song is going to be an 8-bit version of Pareidolia, and this one is in the labs coming straight from the power room. Same thing, interact with computer, and it starts playing. Now the last music Easter egg is actually Nightmare by Avenged Sevenfold. And to get this, all you have to do is get the achievement One Giant Leap. And that achievement is, in Moon, become trapped in the receiving area and free yourself through Resurrection in co-op. And basically what that means is have the excavators down, someone die, and get respawned over next to you. So it kind of requires getting trapped by the excavators, just a bit. Now some of these Easter eggs did change for Black Ops 3, but they're all still in there, they just got reorganized a bit. Killing zombies is bad. I believe this is talking about a pretty important piece of information that we learned on Moon that was like widely ignored and kind of got swept under the rug for future maps. After you have done the Easter egg and Samantha and Richtofen switch bodies, Samantha gives us some pretty important information.
Don't kill the zombies! He just gained power when you do! Stop tempting us to kill Edward! He just wants you to earn points faster! You just gave Teddy more power!
So, using those audio clues, we can kind of pick up that by killing more zombies, we're giving whoever is in charge of the pyramid more power. And that's kind of evident from just doing the Easter egg. As you kill zombies next to the soul canisters, it powers up the device. So maybe the reason that we have infinite waves of zombies coming at us is because it's making whoever is in charge more and more powerful. Hence why whoever's in charge keeps giving you max ammos, insta-kills, carpenters, and things like that. They want you to stay alive a little bit longer, so that way you can keep giving them more and more power. Because when you think about it, why would Samantha or Richtofen want you to have a max ammo? Why would they give you an insta-kill? Why would they give you a nuke if it wasn't going to help them at all? Why would they give you any of these things if it wasn't beneficial to them? If it was only beneficial to you, the person that's trying to kill them? So we learned this in my opinion, pretty big bombshell in Moon, that a reason for majority of the things we see in zombies is because whoever's in the pyramid wants more power, but no one really noticed it. And from the games on out, it was kind of just ignored, and it seems like eventually it was just kind of rewritten to be Dr. Monty. And this is just one of those aspects of zombies that I look back on and think, man, I wondered where they were going to take this, because there's a lot of potential here. Cut projector images. A couple years ago, one of the old art directors for Call of Duty Zombies, James Dargy, released on his website a bunch of images that were going to run in the Kino der Toten projector screen. And I'm kind of upset that these images never did make it through. Don't get me wrong, I like the ones we have now, definitely adds to the creepy and mysterious factor, but these ones really make it seem like Group 935 or Group 601 had a plan to take over the world using their undead horde. Made in your like stereotypical 1940s Disney cartoon theme, some of these images show zombies attacking with the simple word attack on them. A couple other images lay out a game plan for how they wanted to take over the world with saying first Europe, then the rest of the world. And other images show how they intended to do this by brainwashing their undead army. And one way to do that was to show this picture of Maxis with the word obey in German written on it. And I actually remember seeing this image back in the day, but it was quickly taken down. So I'm assuming Activision had a very fast response on this one. But it looks like so much time has passed that they don't really care nowadays. But this face right here is what I'm assuming they originally intended Dr. Maxis to look like. Now these last three are kind of interesting because it shows like a different perspective of like, I guess, how they created the first Hellhound with Dr. Maxis holding a dog. And then I'm assuming this buff bald guy is representative of Richtofen, and then the last image is a Hellhound. I can't exactly decipher these three, but is that a mech in the background? So these cut images are definitely very interesting, and I wish we honestly would have seen them. I feel like zombies might have taken a completely different direction than the one it did. Ignomo Ublius. This is a piece of paper that can be found on both 5 and Kino der Toten. On 5, it's located in the spawn room, and in Kino der Toten, it's actually located outside the map in this barricade sitting in this book. Now, when translated from Latin, there are a couple different things that I've seen people say. Laughable mistake, a joyful disgrace, things like that, a negative and a positive. And I've also seen people say that this is not proper Latin, that this is actually misspelled. But even with all that, what exactly does this mean? What's the meaning behind this? Why would they just put a random piece of paper that seemingly doesn't mean anything on both of these maps? Well, I actually came across a video that had a very interesting theory. The YouTuber Moonblast speculates that this was actually the name that was going to be given to the Nova Crawlers. And I will leave his video down there below in the description if you want to check it out, but honestly, I kind of believe it. I feel like maybe that's the original name that they were going to give to it, but everybody just started calling them Nova Crawlers, and that name just kind of stuck instead. Pepsi logo on Kino der Toten. This one's kind of dumb, but like once you see it, you can't unsee it. Coming over to the Die Bismarck poster, if you look towards the front of the ship, you're going to see that circle. That circle is red, white, and blue. What other logo looks like that? You're goddamn right, the Pepsi logo. And now every time I see this poster, my eyes just immediately go to the Pepsi logo, and I can't unsee it. Cosmic Silverback Magazine. So this is a pretty interesting rabbit hole. The Cosmic Silverback was originally supposed to appear in Ascension, but eventually just got thrown into Dead Ops Arcade. I've actually played with a couple mods that throw on the Cosmic Silverback on Ascension, and my god is he terrifying. But what's interesting about this is if you go onto the map 5 and you come to the Pack-a-Punch room, you can see an exposed magazine on it that says Space Race. Who will get the title of First in Space? History in the making between two worlds, two most powerful nations. But what's interesting about this is that magazine was not always the one that was there. When the map originally launched, it was this one, with a picture of the Cosmic Silverback and the words, "What the hell is this? Russians launch first primate into space," and it returned a... And the reason that it was originally the Cosmic Silverback was because the next map was going to be Ascension, and he was going to be on Ascension. But since he never appeared, they ended up changing the magazine. And I actually do remember when they changed it because I was trying to show a friend the magazine. Dude, you gotta come check out this dyslexic monkey on this magazine. And then I took him down to the magazine and it was Ascension. And I was like, ooh, I got bamboozled. But what's even more interesting is for Cold War, Treyarch released a blog on their website that talked about the game, and in that they talked about Dead Ops Arcade. And in that they had one very interesting line. In the first Dead Ops Arcade, players squared off against the Cosmic Silverback, a mutant gorilla that escaped from the Black Ops Zombies map Ascension. So it has been officially confirmed, the Cosmic Silverback escaped from Ascension and ends up just chilling out in Dead Ops Arcade now. Which is a shame. I really do think he would have been a pretty cool boss zombie on Ascension, but I guess we have to do with just the little monkeys. Sparky. This is an old school throwback Easter egg, but around Ascension there are various car batteries that just kind of spark every now and then, and on it says Sparky. And this is actually just a reference to the developer Alejandro Romo, whose online gamertag was Sparky McSparks. And my god, the amount of Easter egg theories that went on about these damn batteries that were sparking after the Ascension Easter egg was just too many. The theory that I constantly heard was after you get the death machines, you gotta run to all the batteries and light them up. And eventually, once you do that, the door in the MPL room will open, and guess what's on the table? The Wonderwall. Real life Ascension. Believe it or not, Ascension kind of is a real place. Surprise, surprise. A lot of zombie places are actually based off of real places in the real world. This one is no exception. It is based off the, I'm gonna butcher this because it's Russian, Baikonuru Cosmodrome. I want to throw a Japanese, I've been learning Japanese and for some reason I threw a Japanese accent on that. Sorry. But this was the world's first and largest operational space launch facility, and it was located in the desert of Kazakhstan. Now, it was originally built by the Soviet Union in the late 1950s as a base of operations for its space program, and both Sputnik 1 and Vostok 1 were both launched from this facility. And another random fact, because I'm so nice and I love you guys, you know that mural over near PhD Flopper, the yellow and blue one that says CCCP? Well, that's actually based off of a real-life mural. It's based off of the Monument to the Conquerors of Space in Moscow, which is pretty self-explanatory what it is, but the real-life version is much, much bigger than the one we see in Ascension. Tunguska event. Tunguska is very interesting because early on in Zombies we had a lot of hints to it. In Varuk there was some writing on the wall in blood that had coordinates that led to Tunguska. In Shinonuma we have the radio that gives us the coordinates to it. And in the Black Ops 1 terminal it is said that Tunguska is one of the 5 locations confirmed by Group 935 to be an Element 115 location. And we eventually did kind of get our Tunguska map with Call of the Dead, which takes place right around the Tunguska event. Now, what is the Tunguska event? This was a huge explosion that took place near the Stony Tunguska River in Siberia, Russia, on the morning of June 30th, 1908, and it ended up flattening an entire area of trees, like it got destroyed. And it turns out that this was a meteor strike, and it is one of the largest impact events on Earth in recorded history. An eyewitness, Farmy Sergei Semenov, actually has this account. I was sitting in the porch of the house at the trading station of Vanavara at 7 a.m. and looking towards the north. Suddenly, the sky appeared like it was split in two. High above the forest, the whole northern sky appeared to be completely covered with a blazing fire. At that moment, I felt a great wave of heat as if my shirt had caught fire. After a minute, there was a loud bang in the sky, and I could hear a mighty crash. Subsequently, I was fiercely thrown to the ground about 5 to 6 meters away from my house, and for a minute or two, I lost consciousness. Definitely would not want to be anywhere near where this thing touched down. And for a long time in the zombie storyline, that was kind of the end of Tunguska. We really didn't hear too much about it. That was until Black Ops 4 and their rushed ending. As we know, Tag der Toten ended up being the final, which is a Call of the Dead remake. And that takes place where the Tunguska event happens. And there is a popular theory that states that the forest that you are in Black Ops 3 is actually the forest in Tunguska. And the blue light that you see in the background is actually 115 from the meteor. Now, to cycle all this back around, maybe back in World at War they had bigger plans for Tunguska, but after Call of the Dead they kind of just dropped it and were like, yeah, we're good. But due to the rushed ending of Black Ops 4, it seems like they tried to cling on to something and this was it. Because I kind of feel like for a lot of World at War it was really hyped up for what it turned out to be. VR11 Bible reference. It may come to surprise you, but a lot of Zombies actually does take inspiration from the Bible, and the VR11 is one of those cases. When you upgrade the VR11, it turns into the VR11 Lazarus, and if we translate this to the Bible, it leads us to John 11, the story of Lazarus. And in this story, a man named Lazarus ended up passing away, and people reached out to Jesus to bring him back, and that's exactly what he did. In the story, Jesus receives a message that Lazarus is ill and his two sisters seek his help. Jesus ends up delaying his departure for 2 days, and by the time he arrives in Bethany, Lazarus has been dead and buried for 4 days. And Martha, who was Lazarus' sister, comes to meet Jesus and tells him, "If you had been here, my brother would not have died." And Jesus reassures her that her brother will rise again, and he says, "I am the resurrection and the life. He who believes in me will live, even though he dies, and whoever lives and believes in me will never die. Do you believe this?" And with Martha's confirmation that she does indeed believe that he is the Son of God, Jesus enters the town and calls out in a loud voice, "Lazarus, come out." And the man who was previously dead rose up from the grave with his hands and feet and his face all still wrapped in linen and cloth, and in which Jesus said, "Take off the grave clothes and let him go." And if we compare that to what the VR11 does in game, it turns the undead into humans again, you can see the connection. 3179 JGB 215. This is the name for the baby maker, aka the shrink ray, but did you know that these are actually coordinates? If you take all the numbers and you replace the letters with the number that they are in the alphabet, J is the 10th letter of the alphabet, so it would be 10, and you put these all into Google Maps, it's going to take you deep into the Himalayas, which I'm going to go ahead and assume would be our location for Shangri-La. Shangri-La cut content. Now, we did talk previously about some of the Shangri-La cut content, but let's get into more of the interesting stuff. Probably everybody knows about the numerous cut boss zombies and the numerous cut zombie variants like the Viet Cong zombie, back when the map was like a Vietnam map, and like the cut Brahmin zombie. Everybody knows about those. Let's talk a little bit more about the stuff people may not know about. And a lot of this is actually coming from a Rad Austin 27 video from almost 10 years ago. Link to that will be down there below in the description. It's 25 minutes, and it's a pretty interesting watch. But a couple things that I did learn is that you know the meteorite that you pick up and the Easter egg? Well, the name in the files for that is Anti-115. Now, whether they were planning to do a lot more with this, or that was just a tongue-in-cheek name, I'll never know, but naming it Anti-115, that's gotta mean something, right? And another interesting name is going to be Brock's last name. In the files, he is referred to as Brock Russman. Now, this never ended up going anywhere, but it's still interesting nonetheless. I mean, how common is the name Russman? Not very, so they must have deliberately named him Russman and then introduced a character named Russman. Why? I don't know, but there's gotta be a connection. Now, they also ended up cutting a couple guns. The weapon that they cut was the blow dart gun, or just the blowgun as it's called in the files. But I'm assuming it would have behaved very similar to like a blow dart gun. Come on, that would have been freaking awesome. They also were planning to have the weapon locker. You know, the one from like Transit and Die Rise where you can put your weapon in and take it out later. They pretty much had that made for Shangri-La, but never ended up doing anything with it. Which just really irks me. Like, with all this cool stuff that they were planning to add to Shangri-La, it would have been such a better map. Also, the waterfall was actually planned on being a real trap, and not just knocking over zombies, but actually injuring them as well. And this got cut pretty late, it seems, because in the trailer you can't see it as a trap. Another thing that was cut is something called a power cell, which would have glowed around the map and you would have been able to pick it up and take it to Pack-a-Punch. Maybe this was a way to turn on Pack-a-Punch before you had to do the whole stand on the tiles, but they were experimenting around with a power cell. There was also some teleporters that were planned to be in Shangri-La, and probably one of the more interesting things is a Monkey Swarm power-up drop. And this drop, once gotten, would have gotten rid of all of the zombies and replaced them with monkeys. But apparently they were just having too much trouble getting this to work, so they had to end up axing it. Which really sucks, because that would have been freaking awesome. Like, all the zombies just like disappear, and now you have just like a million monkeys swarming the map. I just think that if they could create the Shangri-La that they were wanting to create, I think Shangri-La would have been one of the GOATs. And it's just such a shame. NASA Moon Image AS11 385564. So in real life, there are many conspiracy theories involving the moon. That we never landed on the moon, that the moon's not real, it's made of cheese. There are ancient alien structures on the moon. There are ancient civilizations that have visited the moon. And one of them that makes a lot of people believe that there are structures on the moon is this NASA image. When you look at it, it definitely looks like there is some pyramid-like structure on the moon. Now, this could have been the inspiration for the pyramid that we do see on Moon, but what I found interesting is the loading screen image for Moon also has a pyramid on what appears to be the surface. We do know that Treyarch has taken ideas from conspiracy theories in the past, and I wouldn't say it's too far-fetched that this image inspired a lot of what we see on the map of Moon. Moon takes place during Pangea. This theory I 100% subscribe to, and it's very, very complicated because it never got fully fleshed out because Jimmy Zielinski got swapped out for Jason Blundell, so we really never got to see a conclusion to this theory. Now, for this theory though, I want you to forget everything from the Blundell verse. We're only talking about the Zielinski verse, so everything after Origins and Mob of the Dead, just completely forget. Forget Black Ops 3, forget the official timeline, Black Ops 4, all that stuff. We're just focusing on everything up until Buried. Now, to start this off, Buried and Moon have a lot of connections. Not only in the first couple seconds of the Buried intro can we hear the loading screen for Moon, but the real-world inspirations for both of them are located right next to each other. We talked about them previously. Moon's biodome and Buried's maze are located at the same spot. And what's interesting about this is in a Glitching Queen video, Zielinski says this: maybe, just maybe, these locations are not just close IRL. What does that mean? Does that mean that they're not only close in real life, but also close in the storyline? Well, how could that be if one's on the moon and one's on the Earth? So he must be talking about the timeline. So Buried and Moon are very close on the timeline. Now let's pause and go back to Moon being on Pangea. Moon takes place during Pangea. Moon is in its own little time dimension, time pocket, mumbo jumbo, time travel, whatever you wish to call it, a fracture, anything you can call it. I'm just going to call it a pocket dimension for lack of a better term. Moon takes place during its own pocket dimension. Whether that's because of the numerous amounts of 115 or the pyramid, it takes place in its own isolated area, unaffected really by the outside world. And the reason people say that it happens on Pangea is, number one, just look at the Earth. Does that look like modern Earth to you? No. That looks like Pangea. If you don't know what Pangea is, it's the supercontinent that happened millions of years ago with like dinosaurs and shit. So like when you think of Earth now, you have like all the continents. Think of all those merged together as one. That's Pangea. Millions and millions of years ago, forever ago. So as the Earth is progressing, Moon is in its own little pocket dimension doing its own thing. And another bit of evidence to support this would be the loading screens. If we take a look at Black Ops 1's Moon loading screen, we can see a bunch of astronauts dicking around on the moon with an excavator. But what's interesting about that is one word, and that is meanwhile, up at the top. If we go to the page before this, we can see the Shangri-La loading screen. We see a tornado ravishing what appears to be Shangri-La. But what's interesting about this is taking place during the eclipse. And what do we know about Shangri-La that happens during the eclipse? We time travel back in time to when it was on Mars. We've talked about this numerous of times, but when you are doing the Shangri-La Easter egg, during the eclipse, we are transported back to when Shangri-La was on Mars. And after the eclipse ends, we are back to when Shangri-La is on Earth. The theory goes that the ancient race, the Vrilya, took Shangri-La from Mars and brought it to Earth. And my theory goes that this right now, what we are seeing in this loading screen, is that very instance when it was brought to Earth. You have a tornado picking up pyramids with lightning, and this is all happening during an eclipse when it's on Mars, so maybe this is the point when it went to Earth. And the fact that the Moon loading screen says meanwhile indicates that these are happening at the same time. So as astronauts are dicking around on the moon, millions and millions of years ago, Shangri-La is going from Mars to the Earth. And one final thing to really nail it down. In Buried's loading screen, we see its location as primary plates. Could this be the original tectonic plates, Pangea, the first ones? Because how else would an Old West mining town end up in Africa? It just doesn't make any sense. Again, take everything you know about modern zombies and how they explained it out. We're talking about how Jimmy Zielinski was going to write it, not how Jason Blundell explained it, so forget all the new stuff. So not only do we have the Shangri-La connection, we have the Earth that you can see from Moon, we have Buried being an Old West mining town in Africa, with the location being primary plates. So what does all this mean? This means that The Black Ops 2 zombie storyline was not as clear as we thought during Zelensky's run. This all could really explain a lot about exactly what's going on. It would also explain why Transit appears to be a 1960s diner, while Die Rise appears to be closer to modern day, and why Buried is in Africa, and why all these have been affected by the nukes hitting the Earth. Because us nuking the Earth opens up the rift that we see in Buried, causing all sorts of time displacements and time travel shenanigans. And if this theory does turn out to be true, there is a possibility that Misty could be Dempsey's daughter. I'm sorry. And since Jimmy Zelensky really never got to further explain everything, we really don't have much to go on, and this is all just a rough guess by me and a lot of other people. And maybe the nav cards were originally going to be a way to help explain this, because as we know, the nav cards only work in reverse. You don't take the nav card to the next map, you take the nav card to the previous map. Why is that? Probably because this whole storyline is in a time paradox, where it would appear you need the future to happen for the past to happen because it's in a time loop or a time paradox. The events of Black Ops 2 could just be stuck in a cycle. This would explain why the nav cards work in reverse. You take your nav card from Buried and you take it and you put it in Transit. If they're in a cycle, that's logically the next place they're going to go. This would also explain the infinite round and all of the dead bodies on Buried. Those are our characters' previous cycles. So now we know a lot of time travel and paradox things are happening with the Black Ops 2 and Moon storyline. Let's take it back to Buried, and probably one of the more interesting pieces about this is that Black Ops 2 and the Buried Easter egg take place during the Moon Easter egg. So as we know, in Black Ops 2, you can only really hear Maxis through electronic equipment, radios, etc., etc. That is only possible after a certain point in the Moon Easter egg, when Maxis fuses with what appears to be the computer, and then he goes on to help you complete the Moon Easter egg. Again, this is very confusing, and even as I'm talking about it, there's a lot of holes in this that we never really got fully explained, and I would love to just rack Jimmy Zelensky's brain about this. But as we are completing the Moon Easter egg, we are progressing through Black Ops 2. I mean, just look at Nuketown, which literally does take place during the Moon Easter egg. By round 25, the zombies' eyes change color, and we know Richtofen is now in charge. And we do know that after Nuketown, the events of Transit do happen. During the Buried Maxis Easter egg, as you are completing it, Maxis goes on a whole rant about the purge of the entire Earth, and the screen starts shaking. Notice how the Moon loading screen also starts playing during the Easter egg ending. And it's also funny because during the Buried intro, you can also hear the Moon loading screen. Coincidence? I think not.
The process has begun. Now I control the ether's energy. I can at last reach Agatha. Ah, you fools! Why did you listen to him? Regretfully, I must inform you that neither the Earth nor its people will survive. I tried so hard to warn you. Now go! Once the gateway is open, I will finally be reunited with my dearest Samantha. Hello? Are you forgetting something? Even if your wretched daughter is still alive, she has my body! If you are so eager to re-enter the physical world, Richtofen, I will grant you that wish!
This is the moment that the rockets have made their impact on the Earth. Notice that it took about 60 seconds from you completing the Easter egg to that big screen shake at the end. What's weird is, during the Moon Easter egg, it also takes 60 seconds for the rockets to hit the Earth. Or coincidence. Now you might be like, whoa, how could this happen? The rockets have to already hit the Earth for Buried to occur. This is the paradox. As we know, in Buried, it is right next to the Rift, which is supposed to be the gateway to Agartha. And even if you're still confused as I am, because even as I'm explaining this right now, I'm still very confused, I will leave a link to a video that kind of explained it a little bit better than me by the Traveling Tates. But what he said that really kind of cleared it up for me is think back to Doris. Think back to the clock. How it only went a couple seconds and then immediately reversed. It was in a paradox. Hence what we are in Black Ops 2. They are in a never-ending loop. These things will always constantly be happening. And for the rift to open and Maxis to reach Agartha, he needs to launch the rockets on Moon. And for that to happen, he also has to have already launched them. Thus the paradox. And again, Jimmy Zielinski got canned. We never really got the full explanation. And I feel like if he would have continued with zombies, he would have been able to further explain it and give us more examples and flesh it out a lot more than my dumbass can. So I mean, that's the best I can explain it. It's very complicated and I spent hours researching it, and there's just not that much evidence to go on. But essentially, all of zombies itself is just one giant paradox, where things that shouldn't be happening at the same time are happening at the same time, and both need each other to happen for each other to happen. Time travel mumbo jumbo, it's very confusing, but it's awesome and I love it more than gods and giant tentacle monsters. Editing me, I thought of a pretty good example to kind of explain what's happening in this whole paradox thing. Think of time travel. If you went back in time and shot yourself, what happens? You would be dead, so you wouldn't be able to go back in time to shoot yourself, but if you never went back in time to shot yourself, you wouldn't be dead. Think about that. That's what's happening with this whole buried moon thing. And when you think of it like that, it kind of starts to make a little bit more sense. At least to me, in my smooth brain, it does. So I'm very upset that Jimmy Zielinski never got to further explain this. I feel like if he would have been able to get another map or two, we would have really gotten a solid explanation for what exactly is happening, why are buried and moon happening at the same time, and how is that even possible? We may never know. Wizard of Oz Easter egg. Now, I have no proof for this Easter egg whatsoever, it's just my own personal theory, but I choose to believe it. So a while ago, for a Fallout New Vegas iceberg, I had to do a ton of research into the Wizard of Oz and how it relates to Fallout New Vegas. And recently, I was doing a little bit more research into that for my next Fallout iceberg, when it just suddenly hit me. I was reading about the Wizard of Oz and how it goes from black and white to color, and it all just kind of clicked. I think Ascension might be referencing that in its power. You know how when you boot up Ascension, it's mainly in black and white, and then when you turn on power, it goes to color? I'm not positive, but I think that's a Wizard of Oz reference. We've known many games to reference Wizard of Oz. Fallout New Vegas is a good example because that's the one I'm most familiar with. And we know zombies takes inspiration from tons of things. So honestly, I think this might be a Wizard of Oz Easter egg. Now, there actually might be more references that I'm completely missing, but this all just came to me as I'm editing at 12 a.m., so we definitely should look more into this. And if it's true, I'm taking full credit. First in the world, first in the world. I was almost first in the world for the Shangri-La Easter egg, and I barely got beat out by NGT. I'm taking first in the world for this one, baby. So yes, in my personal opinion, I do think Ascension was referencing the Wizard of Oz. So that is going to be the end of this video. If you enjoyed it and want to check out another one, click here or here. And if there's anything interesting you would like to add to this iceberg, let me know down there below in the comments. That is going to be it. Have a great day, and leave. The Zombies, Mysteries, and Secrets Iceberg? Let's go. Element 115 Origins. I believe this is talking about like the origins of Element 115 and not 115 on the map origins, I think. Through World at War, Black Ops 1, and Black Ops 2, all we really knew about the origins of 115 was that it came from space. Meteorites had come down from space and deposited 115 around the world. Many such places such as Shinonuma and the whole Tunguska event were pockets of just raw 115. And for the long time, that was pretty much the explanation. It was just meteorites containing this unknown element. Until Black Ops 3. With Black Ops 3, we did eventually learn that the Apothicans had deliberately sent 115 into a bunch of different dimensions in order to try and free themselves. After the Keepers and the Apothicans had a little spat between each other, and with the Apothicans knowing that they are going to lose, they ended up hiding the pyramid on the moon and deliberately sent meteors of 115 to Earth in hopes that humanity would one day use Element 115 and open a rift that would allow the Apothicans to escape the Dark Ether. Now, I don't know about y'all, but I'm not a huge fan of the whole Lovecraftian aspect of zombies. I preferred it a little bit more when it was more Nazi conspiracies and like behind the scenes CIA stuff instead of just saying gods and aliens are the cause of all of it. Side note, I also got some new merch for you guys. We have the official Crazy Rabbit plush. Do you want a Bunny Girl plushie? You know you do, because I do. Go to the link in the description and pre-order now. We need at least 200 pre-orders for this thing to actually get made, and I will have a direct hand in creating it, so you know it's going to be pretty freaking awesome. And in case we do not hit the required amount, the pre-orders are refundable. You can pre-order with like $2. So if you really want a Bunny Girl plushie, go down there and pre-order right now. Primus and Ultimus. Primus and Ultimus are the main characters that we play as through different games. So World at War and Black Ops 1 would be Ultimus, Richtofen, Dempsey, Takio, and Nikolai. And with Black Ops 2 Origins, we got introduced to the Primus crew. We got Primus, Richtofen, Nikolai, Dempsey, and Takio. They would be the same characters, but from different dimensions. And the reason for the multiple dimensions thing was just a way for them to explain some of the inconsistencies and some of the holes in the zombie storyline up until that point. Because at that point, Jimmy Zielinski was on his way out and had already put us into Buried, and Jason Blundell used this as a way to write themselves out. Dr. Monty and the Shadow Man. Dr. Monty, at face value, is some old British guy with a cool scarf, but in actuality, he is a keeper, and has existed since the very beginning of the universe. And the Shadow Man was at one point considered his best friend. And due to being corrupted by the energy of the Dark Ether, he would eventually turn into what we know nowadays as the Shadow Man. And in a way to try to save his friend, Dr. Monty would also become corrupted by the Dark Ether, and with this, a war between the Keepers and the Shadow Man and the other corrupted Keepers would break out, with the corrupted Keepers eventually losing and being banished to the Dark Ether, where they would eventually become the Apothicans. And Dr. Monty, after this, would eventually kind of take the role as a pseudo-god and would try to keep the balance of the universe. And I've said it once and I'll say it again, I really dislike the whole god, keeper, alien thing. I'm not a fan of it. Dead Wives. This is a reference to OG Nikolai's many dead wives. As you are playing World at War and Black Ops 1, a lot of times Nikolai will reference many of his past wives, and many of them did not meet a happy ending. Now, there is a constant debate in the zombies community whether this is canon or not. A lot of people will be like, yes, at the time of World at War and Black Ops 1, it was canon, and eventually it was written to just be a drunken hallucination. Looking at you, Go Rod Crovey. So whether you wanted to believe it or not, I personally do, because at the time of World at War and Black Ops 1, they wanted it to be canon. So I'm gonna believe it is. Now, if you are interested in knowing the fate of all of Nikolai's many wives, well, you're in luck. I actually have made a video about this in the past, and I'm going to let past me take over because I think I did a pretty good job. So, Nikolai, canonically, has had 9 wives, and the first one happened to meet her end with a shotgun.
The same weapon I used to kill my first wife. She was bitch. You are ugly, like first wife. Like my first wife, useless. I used this to kill a bear once. She was my first wife.
His second wife also met an end by a gun, but it wasn't a shotgun, it was a PPSH.
Same weapon I used to kill my second wife. It was accident. She talked too much.
Oh, the electricity dancing on their corpses is so beautiful! Like second wife.
His third wife was apparently a really good cook.
You are like third wife, always asking for more. I have black hole. Like my third wife, we won't talk about that. Smells like third wife's cooking. I loved it. Dempsey. I like him because he's brave. Like third wife. He's going to die one day, but he'll take many with him. Like fourth wife. Hey.
Now his fourth wife, I think, is the one he probably hated the most. She took his money and ran, and he chased her down and killed her with his bare hands.
First it takes my money, then it disappears. Just like my fourth wife. Oh, that smells disgusting. Like my fourth wife. She pretty, though. Pretty and smelly. Weird combo. Guess I'll have to use my bare hands, like with my fourth wife. Always talking. Shouldn't have kept them in that extra 30 seconds. Like fourth wife. Ugly kid. I have finally made it to the moon. You were wrong, fourth wife. You were wrong. Sexy weapon for sexy Russian. Most women think so, at least. Fourth wife, not so much. Small and powerful. Like fourth wife. No, they were all big. They could plow fields.
His fifth wife is the one from the World at War bio that was mysteriously killed when she was cleaning an axe with her neck. The only thing we know about the sixth wife is that she had like the Gluck Gluck 9000.
This thing sucks harder than sixth wife.
Now Nikolai's seventh wife might be one of the only ones that lived to tell the tale.
Oh, you're much cuter now, zombie. Like seventh wife. Thank God I can go home and tell seventh wife I now make double points. And about new girlfriend.
Now the eighth wife we really don't know anything about, at least there was no quotes about it in Black Ops 1. But the ninth wife apparently was the one that died when they blew up the Earth.
Haha! Goodbye, wife number 9! I do not think I will be able to top that one. She died when I blew up the Earth! Fun times! I will miss her.
Bus Route B. This is a reference to Transit and many of its cut content. Originally, Transit was supposed to be much different, and I have a full video where I talk about all of the egregious cut content that they took out of Transit, and I'll leave a link in the description. Make sure to check it out. But to sum it up, originally Transit was supposed to have a day and night cycle. And with the daytime, you would have a certain bus schedule, and with the nighttime, you would have a certain bus schedule. And at spawn, we can even see some remnants of this when you look at this poster. It shows you the times for the day bus route, and it also shows you times for the B or the night bus route. And even some of Ted's quotes may even hint towards it.
New route announcement engaged. Now approaching Consolidated Coach Corporation Bus Depot. New route learned. Cross-referencing mapping software. Automatic route guidance still in effect. Error. Error. Bus transponder non-operational. Defaulting to programmed route cycle. Now arriving Savannah River Tritium K reactor. Error. Error. Global positioning system navigation error. Maintain current course. Implement automatic course upgrade protocols.
So yes, there was originally going to be a bus route B, but because of many reasons, mainly because of console limitations and having to crunch down, and we'll talk about the console limitations here in a little bit, they were unable to implement majority of the things that they wanted to in Transit, so unfortunately, it was cut. Super Easter egg. Now, I believe this is just referencing the Black Ops 4 Super Easter egg that never was. So Super Easter eggs have been a thing for quite a long time. Arguably, you could say that it did begin in Black Ops 1, because you would not be able to get the Golden Rod without doing the Shangri-La Easter egg, and therefore making the Moon Easter egg impossible. But in reality, the main Super Easter eggs kinda did start with Black Ops 2, and continued into Black Ops 3, but Black Ops 4 did not have one. And the reason for this is just because Activision. They're the reason behind a lot of things. Originally, Black Ops 4 Zombies was supposed to be way more maintained and a lot bigger and better. But due to a bunch of reasons behind the scenes, Activision ended up pulling a lot of people from Treyarch to start working on the next game instead of maintaining and polishing Black Ops 4. So with even less people working on the game than usual, they had to make a lot of sacrifices. And it seems like the Super Easter egg was one of them. Black Ops 4 budget cuts. Like I just stated, Activision is the reason for majority of the problems in Call of Duty. Greedy Activision, man. Tale as old as time. Throughout Black Ops 4's life cycle, a lot of people from Treyarch were taken to work on the next game, leaving less and less people to actually finish up Black Ops 4. And that's the reason a lot of things just fell through.
Has this ever happened to you? I have so many games. What do I play? Well, you're in luck, because today's sponsor is War Thunder. War Thunder is the most comprehensible vehicle combat game ever made, and is now available for free on PC, and consoles. Take command of over 2,500 tanks, planes, helicopters, and ships of over 10 major nations. Wow! War Thunder! Where incredibly detailed vehicles, realistic graphics, and authentic sound effects place you right at the helm of the most powerful war machines of our time. So join the worldwide community of over 70 million players in epic PvP battles today. Some of my favorite aspects of the game are the in-depth customization, which allows you, the player, to customize your vehicle in tons of different ways. And with 3 distinct game modes, whether it's arcade mode, simulator mode, or realistic mode. So, what are you doing? Go get War Thunder. It's free on not only PC, but also on consoles. So make sure to sign up using my link in the comments and in the pinned description. You'll get a massive bonus pack that is available for new and returning players that haven't played for at least 6 months. So if you would like to get multiple premium vehicles and an exclusive vehicle decorator, Eagle of Valor, and 100,000 silver lions, and 7 days of premium account. It's only available for a limited time. So, use my link and support War Thunder.
Lovecraft influence. Zombies for a while now has had a pretty strong Lovecraftian influence on it, and this can all really be attributed to Jason Blundell. He himself even has said that he's a huge fan of a lot of different cultures' mythos.
I love mythology, so I've collected mythology through my travels. Every time I used to go to a country, I used to ask for their local mythology and used to collect that. I was very blessed to do a lot of traveling when I was younger.
Oh, that's awesome.
So even like, you know, really obscure stuff, and it sounds strange, but like, you know, Germany, you go there and they've got their old Siegfried stuff, all this kind of things, and you're like, wow, this is amazing.
So it's no surprise that since he has this huge love of this, he's gonna probably try to insert it more and more into zombies. Now, is that for the better or for the worse? That will be up to you to decide. Transit hardware limitations. Like I stated earlier, a lot of the things that were taken out of Transit should really be considered a crime against humanity. Again, check out my Black Ops 2 cut content video, link is down there below in the description. But Transit had so much taken out of it that its concept and what we got are two completely different things. And one of the main reasons for this is hardware limitations. Now, it's not exactly hardware limitations. The Xbox 360 and the PS3 probably could have handled a lot of what they wanted to do. But because Activision is known for pumping out a game every year and not really giving studios enough time to polish the games, they would not have been able to fine-tune Transit to actually make it work. I mean, look at Call of Duties nowadays. Those things are like hundreds of gigabytes to download. That's insane. When games that should take way more space aren't even half of that. So Call of Duties are just horribly optimized, and the main reason for that is because they are kind of rushed. So Transit was never able to get fully optimized, and because they had to rush it, hardware limitations would kind of be the reason. So if there's anything to take away from this, it's just that Activision is evil. Very evil.
Its ambition was definitely kind of greater than what the final release was.
Okay.
You know, when it was being proposed, and that was Jimmy who was kind of working on that at the time.
Of course.
It had lots of game modes and different versions that you could run. So people that kind of know at the moment is, you know, standard mode, and then there was grief, right?
Yep.
Well, Transit was being constructed. It had like 4 or 5 different entirely different ways of playing it. It was very exciting. And it actually kind of suffered from its ambition in a weird way. Lots of different modes. It was really fun, but all the modes were kind of a quarter halfway there. And at the time, again, Black Ops 2, right? Black Ops 2.
Yep.
It was on the back end of kind of development. In other words, Zombies got the kind of minimum amount of support in the group. Now, when I say minimum amount of support, you're still talking about 30 odd guys, which used to be back in the day when I was young. That was team sizes,
Of course.
But for maps of this size and complexity, it was quite a small team. The problem that happened was, as we got closer to the end of development, something that Jimmy faced was that, and he'll be able to speak about this far better than I would, but what happened was there was a call which was like, okay, we can't get all these modes to the kind of standard we want, so we need to make the call to kind of strip them away and switch them off. But that decision was made, unfortunately, a little bit too late. And so what happened is the core experience that got released had a bunch of things where, if that's all they'd focused on, some of those rough edges would have been smoothed out.
Okay.
And so that's the kind of I'm sure, let's put it this way, if Jimmy was to sit down and look at that, he would probably make a series of strategic changes if he'd had the full development just looking at that map, just with that focus, because he was doing some really ambitious stuff with the different game modes, and it just ran out of time.
Kino der Toten World at War. I would hope everybody would know about this one, but originally Kino der Toten was supposed to be the 4th DLC in World at War Zombies. Things such as the Nova Crawlers that we come to know and love today that appeared in Black Ops 1 would have originally appeared in World at War, and other things such as the Engineer and the Chainsaw, and many other things would have actually appeared in the World at War version of Kino der Toten. But due to the fact that they needed more people to work on Black Ops 1, and the DLC would have released way too close to Modern Warfare 2, they ended up holding off on the DLC and ended up using Kino der Toten as the starter map for Black Ops 1. Paris map. Paris was hinted at as a zombies map all the way back in World at War Zombies. In Der Reese on the chalkboard, you can find images of what looks to be a zombie standing in front of the Eiffel Tower. So for a pretty long time, people assumed that we would eventually get our Paris map. And it looked like in Black Ops 1 that was going to be the case for the final send-off map. But due to the fact that they thought Paris just wasn't a big enough way to end the game off on, they decided to head to the moon instead. And this change was so late in development that even in the game files, Moon is still referred to as Paris. And during an interview that Johnny J did with Jason Blundell actually kind of lays out how the Paris map would have worked out.
We were starting to write stuff for a DLC 4 at the time as well, so create stuff as well. And that's where you'll hear about like Paris and Coast and a cinema, and that got re-adopted into Kino, and then the Coast map got turned into Call of the Dead, and then the Paris map got turned into Moon.
I've heard about that. I guess the Moon in the early stages was Paris, and then it got reworked into being on the Moon.
Well,
how do you make that jump?
So they and it was a fantastic team. It was a different kind of group of guys, but a fantastic team took it, and then just certain of the little ideas got moved. And I don't want to say it was just Paris, because it wasn't. Paris is a very different map, but Paris had the idea of a no man's land, and it had the Eiffel Tower, and then underneath that was a teleporter, and then there was the catacombs of Paris underneath that, and the idea was that you went into the kind of teleporter, and the Eiffel Tower was essentially a conduit for the power for it, and then you got transported to this middle of nowhere where the Pack-a-Punch was, and it was just zombies all coming at you, and there was no cover, and it was brutal.
So would say the zombies all coming at you, would that maybe be reworked into like the no man's land we had in Moon?
Yeah. So that was that idea that kind of moved over.
Kino blank portrait. This one is pretty interesting because I do believe it has two different answers depending on when in Zombies you're asking the question. So in Kino der Toten, there are a bunch of portraits hanging on the wall, and one of them is blank. And interacting with the portrait, each character will have some unique dialogue.
Maybe what was is no more, but shall be again.
This one didn't photograph so well.
Hey, look, it's nobody. Hey, someone stole the image from this picture.
So who could this blank portrait actually be? Well, for a long time in Black Ops 1 and Black Ops 2 and 3, people assumed that it was Pablo, the test subject that Tank Dempsey ultimately replaced.
Log entry 1471. Date, September 2nd, 1845. Diary. Another day, another fair. This time, subject N3WB just slightly at the floor. The Russian subject still smells like urine, even after he was given a bath and deloused twice. I think I might have killed the specimen from Mexico. His spleen is on the floor, and he's not moving anymore. I can verify with certainty, however, that the barrier is not located in the spleen. Dr. Continue, no matter the cost. I wonder what he might think of the experiment with the little girl. Nice! Drop that! That's my spleen!
And this would make a little sense as to why it's blank, because he's no longer needed. And there were tons of other theories that made it seem like maybe it was Maxis, or maybe that it was Peter McCain, but a lot of people seem to assume that it was Pablo. Now, if we fast forward all the way to Classified, it seems like we may have an answer to it. In Classified, you can do a little Easter egg that reveals that a blank portrait hanging on the wall is actually Primus Nikolai. And what's interesting is if you do that, Dempsey will give you this quote.
Damn it, Treyarch! Are you fucking with the storyline again?
Now, I'm not gonna lie, this does seem like it was kind of shoehorned in at the last second, and the blank portrait was never originally from the start meant to be Primus Nikolai. They just kind of threw it in there to try to explain it. Because if there's one thing we know about zombies, is that they kind of make the story up as they go, with a lot of feedback from the zombies community. So I think if you were to ask this question back before Black Ops 4, the answer was probably Pablo, or Maxis. They each have a pretty good say in that. But after Black Ops 4, it seems like they wanted to go a different direction with it, and eventually made it Nikolai. Richtofen is Shadow Man's apprentice. Back in Black Ops 1 Moon, we kind of had a couple hints to the Shadow Man, or that there was some mysterious power lurking in the pyramid. When you're doing the Easter egg, Samantha will give you this quote.
The blackness will swallow your pride. Something far more terrible than you lies here.
And exploring through some of the radios on Moon, we can also get this one where Richtofen first interacts with the pyramid and starts hearing these voices in his head.
Entry 42. Date, January 4, 1940. Dr. Schuster and I, despite mounting pressure from Dr. Maxis, have continued working on the matter transference prototype. We have made great strides in the last 30 days and are ready for our first human subject. If our calculations are correct, we will send a test subject, me, to the receptacle station sitting 30 yards away and behind a cinder block wall.
Are you certain you want to do this, Dr. Richtofen?
Nein, Dr. Schuster. But this must be done. Quickly, put in your earplugs and power up the machine. Is there a power outage? Why is it so dark? I feel almost weightless. How very unexpected. Dr. Schuster? Hello? There. I can see now. Oh my God. I'm standing in a circular cave, surrounded by some kind of machinery. It's like nothing I've ever seen before. It looks almost alien in nature. There's a pyramid structure in the center of the room. I'm going to try and carefully touch it. Ah! Static electricity. It's smooth to the touch. Very cold. Not a speck of dust. Might be hollow. The chamber is quite large. I see what looks like capacitors in the ceiling of the chamber, but there are no obvious connections to anything electrical. What is this place? Dr. Schuster? Is that you? Dr. Schuster? Look at this. It appears to be covered in some kind of hieroglyphic language. I've not seen anything like it before. Why are you whispering to me? There's no need for that. What's this loose? Do you hear that? It sounds like
seem to be in some kind of jungle. I can't be certain of where I am.
So with all that information, we slowly start to piece together that maybe something is influencing Richtofen to act the way he does. And we kind of got confirmation with Revelations. In Revelations, there is a wisp that gives you this bit of dialogue from the Shadow Man.
You do know that Richtofen is a friend of mine. I say friend, but really he's so much more than that. At one point, I almost considered him my apprentice. I mean, he did stab my reporter friend and steal the summoning key. But at one point, he did everything I told him to. I keep hoping he'll remember the promise he made to me so long ago.
So it would seem that Richtofen was primed to be the Shadow Man's apprentice, but things didn't turn out the way he thought. Blood vials. Blood vials are a kind of tricky situation to understand in zombies, so I'll try to explain it as best as I can. Blood vials are basically an insurance policy. Richtofen knew that after the map Revelations, that they would basically be destroyed. They would be erased from existence along with the Apothecans. And his goal was to get said insurance policy so that Dr. Monty couldn't do that. Well, this all kind of fit into Dr. Monty's plan of having them continue the cycle, because after Revelations, he sends them to the Great War, and the cycle repeats itself. And Dr. Monty wants this so that way he can continue to stay in power. Now, the blood vials come from universes that were already closed off, so you have the mobsters from Mob of the Dead and Victus, which is the crew that you play as during Transit and majority of Black Ops 2. Now, because the premise crew has the blood of universes that have already been closed off, it creates a paradox and thus allows them to continue going. So pretty much, blood vials are blood from universes that no longer exist and are used to continue existing. Hopefully that summed it up. There's a lot more to it, like storyline-wise, but essentially that's what the blood vials are. Transit cut map locations. Like I said, Transit had plenty of cut content, and just a tad bit more of it was going to be a bunch of extra maps that were cut. So as of today, we only have Bus Depot, Farm, Town, and Diner. Those are the only subsections of Transit that you can jump in and play. But originally, there would have been a couple others. You would have had Cornfields, which probably is exactly what you're thinking. You would have also had Nocturne Totem for the 100th million time. That kind of explains why it's in Transit. You would have also had Power Station and Tunnel. And we even had some concept art from the map selection screen, and man, it just really makes you sad of seeing what could have been. Dempsey Was Here. Dempsey Was Here is the file name for the Game Over song on Transit. Not only is it a reference to the Kilroy Was Here meme from World War II, like the real-life World War II, that meme actually scared the Nazis a little bit, but it's also a reference to the fact that Dempsey consistently breaks the fourth wall, thus editing the file name to Dempsey Was Here. Chaos/Dark Ether Connection. The Chaos story was the story of Black Ops 4. Well, part of the story. It was the storyline of the maps like 9, Dead of the Night, and Ancient Evil. And the Dark Ether would be the zombie storyline that we see nowadays. And you wouldn't think that these two stories really connect, but they actually do, and that's all thanks to everyone's favorite game, Call of Duty Vanguard. In that map on Shinanuma, there is a radio that actually references a character from the Chaos story, Alistair Rhodes.
It reminds me of when I studied the writings of Alistair Rhodes, an amateur demonologist and personal hero of mine. Rhodes wrote about different objects of power that he called sentinel artifacts, but I was never able to find out exactly what they were. Nevertheless, if we can find the relic we seek at Shinonuma, I am quite certain I can use it on Von List and trap Cortifex in that little scepter of his.
Shangri-La is on Mars. This has been an ongoing discussion in the zombies community ever since the days of Black Ops 1. Even back then, there was still a huge debate on whether Shangri-La takes place on Earth in the Himalayas or on a completely different planet. and that discussion still continues on to this day. And there is actually a pretty decent amount of evidence to point to the fact that Shangri-La may not be on Mars now, but was at one point on Mars. The first piece of evidence that kind of clued everyone into this would be in the game files. In the game files, this mountain range is actually referred to as Mars. And that's just such a random thing to do that it can't possibly be a coincidence or anything else. It was definitely deliberate. And if we combine that with Jimmy Zielinski's very cryptic tweets throughout the years of Shangri-La and Mars, it all kind of adds up. Back in 2013, a lifetime ago, CNN tweeted life on Mars was once possible, says NASA. And Jimmy Zielinski, who was the big man in charge of zombies in case you didn't know, responded, sounds like paradise. And in another tweet thread, they referred to the Shangri-La Mountains as zombies' best kept secret. So with all these cryptic tweets pointing at Shangri-La and Mars, it only further added fuel to the fire. And one of the biggest pieces of evidence has to be in Black Ops 3. During the solar eclipse that you do for the Easter egg, the moon used for the solar eclipse is actually one of Mars's moons. It's not the Earth's moon, it's Mars. This moon. That sounded really weird. So this just further adds to the fact that Shangri-La might not be on Mars now, but it definitely was at one point. And the last and final piece of evidence takes place in Black Ops 4. In Tag der Toten, you can do an Easter egg where you seemingly appear on one of Mars's moons, and you get a very beautiful view of Mars sitting right in front of you. And what's interesting is that the music that is playing here is also the same music that plays in the Shangri-La loading screen. So what exactly is going on? We really don't have a 100% explanation. To me, it seems like this was one of those things that Jimmy Zielinski maybe at one point in time really wanted to focus on and dive deeper into, but they ended up kind of scrapping the idea or pushing it aside in favor of other ones. But it does seem like at one point in time, Shangri-La was on Mars. And due to teleportation shenanigans, time displacement 115, and probably various other means, it somehow got taken to the Himalayas. And when you're doing the Easter egg, you actually go back in time and space to when it was on Mars. And like I said, we really don't have 100% concrete evidence of what exactly was going on, and it seems like they really had big things planned but ended up shelving it for other things, so we may never know the full extent of what they actually wanted to accomplish here. Cut Monty and Shadowman announcer quotes on Revelations. On Revelations, exactly as the entry described, there are a bunch of Cut, Monty, and Shadowman announcer quotes. So you know the people that say insta-kill, max ammo, double points, stuff like that? There was a set of quotes for each of them, and it seemed to have been cut before the map's official release. So maybe they had plans for other Easter eggs or a different way to tell the story. We may never know, but we do have these quotes.
Max ammo. Bonus points. Carpenter. Double points. Fire sale. Insta-kill. Minigun.
Kaboom! Bonus points. Carpenter. Double points. Fire sale. Insta-kill. Minigun.
Icarus on the Giant. Icarus is the plane that you build in Mob of the Dead to take to Pack-a-Punch. And what's interesting about this is you can also find it on the Giant. In the FAR teleporter up on the roof, you can see the plane just sitting there. And you might be wondering, how do we get from Mob of the Dead to the Giant? It just doesn't make any sense. But that's not the only time we see this plane. After the Easter egg in Shadows of Evil, you can see the plane flying over the map. And you can also see it in Zetsubo no Shima jumping in and out of time pockets. So why is this plane flying in various maps? Well, this would be answered in a cipher on Gorod Grovey. The cipher reads, "It was a strange flight. The plane crashed, we passed through time and space, in a way, flying over areas that shouldn't have been there. There was no sign of any remains. I do not know where it landed, honest." So it seems like as the plane is flying, you are jumping in and out of different dimensions or time pockets or whatever fancy science words you want to use, and that would be why you see the plane in various areas. And after the plane ends up going off on its own, it seems like it ended up landing in the Giant, and that's why you find it there. Shadows of Evil Impossible Easter Egg. So this one is actually really interesting because we actually do have some very, very recent updates. I'm talking about like 2 days ago updates by the time I'm making this. So there is an Easter egg in Black Ops 3 that Jason Blundell himself has said probably won't be solved for another 8 years. And this was 8 years ago.
So going into Black Ops 3, I'm fed up now, and I'm going to really put one in that you guys can't break, and it'll be hidden in different arenas, and you won't get this one. One of the assumptions I make when we talk about, you know, big Easter eggs or things that are kind of hidden and other stuff that's going on, I assume that everyone is going to take the code, take the Radiant, and take it apart. Which means anything that we could put in script, and anything I could put in with Radiant, I'm assuming you could just open it up and find it.
Yep.
So if you're seeing anything and it looks like it's engineered, you're probably off because you'd have already found that by now. Well, it's like, you know, and here's the thing, I know there's intensity in the community. I think I may be talking about this in about another 8 years' time.
Wow.
So here's the thing, just to crush everyone's dreams.
Okay, the official statement.
You can ask me all you want. I'm going to put that away in a vault and talk to you again about it in 8 years' time.
Okay.
Now the entry says Shadows of Evil Impossible Easter Egg, but it's pretty much been confirmed that it is not on the map Shadows of Evil, but across the game as a whole. And the reason I said that there are updates is because a YouTuber, I'm gonna butcher your name, dude, I'm so sorry, Skype in it, I'm so sorry if I got that wrong, uploaded a bombshell of a video titled The Impossible Easter Egg Finally Found, Jason Blundell's 8-year secret. Now this video is 30 minutes long. Go watch it. I'm like, link in the description, check it out. I didn't think I'd be that invested in it, but I actually was. And in this video, I'll sum it up as best I can because I'm not that smart. But in this video, it talks about how the secret to the impossible Easter egg all comes down to the KN-44 and the hypercube. And if you don't know what the hypercube is, think back to the Giant and the scraps of paper that we had to find. That, when put together, would make this image with the KN-44 in the middle. And in this video, he goes through so many different theories and down so many different avenues, but it seems like he's on the right track. We finally think we have a lead on what the impossible Easter egg actually is. It has something to do with the KN-44 and the hypercube. What those have to do with anything, we're not 100% sure yet, but we finally know at least something about this impossible Easter egg that even Jason Blundell himself said probably wouldn't be solved for another 8 years. But I wouldn't be surprised if by the time the next Zombies game actually comes out, we might be ever closer to solving this. Richtofen Head in Mob. Richtofen's Head in Mob was actually a piece of cut content, and I actually talked about this many times in the past, so I'm going to let past me come in here and speed this video up a little bit. Richtofen's head was cut from Black Ops 2 and was going to appear on the map in Mob of the Dead. The head would have been of Ultimus Richtofen, and even Jason Blundell himself refers to it as the snapping Richtofen head. And we do even have some of the audio and the animations for it.
Ouchie, my head! You look great! Get your fingers out of me! Hey, I'm over here. Why don't you come and pick me up? Let's play toss the head. Stop leaving me on the ground. God, it's really dirty on the ground. Come and get me.
So it is a shame that back in Black Ops 2, we never got to throw Richtofen's head around on Mob of the Dead. Dimension 2210. Dimension 2210 is just one of the handfuls of different dimensions that we have in the Zombies timeline. First introduced with the Zombies timeline image, as well as being mentioned in Black Ops 4, not too much is really known about this, except for that after the events of Shadows of Evil, Richtofen uses the summoning key to travel to this dimension and collect the soul of his native Richtofen, which required him to kill the young innocent Richtofen and bring his soul to the house. And really, not too much else is known about this dimension other than the fact that this is where Richtofen collected his soul from. Baby Gun Elemental Upgrades. Shangri-La is very interesting because it has a lot of cut content. A lot more than you would think for the third DLC map. Like, you would think that this one would be pretty set in stone, but they actually toyed around with it a lot. And one of the things that they really messed around with was the shrink ray concepts. And we actually do have a lot of concept images of all the various concepts that they thought of for the Baby Maker. And I actually have a cut content video that I will link down below in the description that talks about this way more in depth, but if you want to read it for yourself, just pause the video and enjoy. And man, some of these concept ideas were actually pretty freaking cool. Not saying that the shrink ray isn't cool itself, but the rest of these ideas were also pretty freaking cool too. Zetsumonoshima Distant Monster. Now, little Easter eggs like this I actually really do kind of enjoy. So upon reaching round 50 in Zetsumonoshima, very large monster can be heard and seen in the distance from Lab B. Now, not too much really is known about what this is, but it's still a pretty freaking cool and creepy Easter egg, and I love creepy Easter eggs. Sacrifice of 4 souls creates a pocket dimension. So pocket dimensions in zombies are pretty interesting, because what we know now, Dr. Monty is essentially a god and can see and pretty much do almost anything. But a pocket dimension seems to be outside the scope of what he can and cannot interact with. Basically isolated and locked off from all the other realms, with Dr. Monty being unable to interact with it. And this would be why Richtofen goes back to the labs in Mob of the Dead. But it seems like in order to create a pocket dimension, you're gonna have to sacrifice 4 souls. And we see this in both Mob of the Dead and Shadows of Evil. In Mob of the Dead, we see that the souls of the 4 mobsters are what is holding the pocket dimension together. And in Morgue City, we see that the crew that we play as there may also be the 4 souls that are holding this pocket dimension together. So essentially, to create one, you're going to need to sacrifice 4 souls, and you would want one to make sure that no other prying eyes can interfere. Cut Vietnam map. Like I stated earlier, Shangri-La actually had a lot of cut content. And another tidbit of said cut content would be the cut maps. There were actually 2 cut maps that ended up being combined to make Shangri-La, and that would be the Temple of Doom and the Viet Cong. And yes, that's what the map internally was called, Viet Cong. And again, if you go watch my cut content video, we dive way more deeper into this. But we do have tons of concept art of certain areas in the map and the certain types of enemies that you would face. Like the many different variants of the Viet Cong zombies, and even the mutated meteor-infected zombie, or the NVA smokescreen zombie, or like the VC martial arts zombie, which was actually pretty cool because like he would like break his limbs and like run at you in really creepy ways. And I mean, hell, they even had a zombie oxen. Like, how cool is that? Group 601. What if I told you that there was a mysterious group in zombies that has only been referenced a handful of times, if that, and is so secretive that majority of people have never even heard of them? And that would be Group 601. First referenced all the way back in World at War, if you boot up a co-op game of Der Riese, in the bottom left, instead of seeing the Group 935 logo, you will see the Group 601 logo. And then if we fast forward into Black Ops 1, only accessible in the files and never actually used in-game, we can see the Group 601 logo again, with a huge mushroom cloud behind it and 2 antennas. And these German words that I'm not going to try to pronounce, that reads strength through order. And that's not the last time we actually got a reference to this group. There is one more. In Black Ops 3 campaign and zombies, just looking on the ground, you're going to find that it's covered in litter. And some of these pieces of paper also have the Group 601 logo, the very same one that was unused in Black Ops 1. So who exactly, or what exactly, is this mysterious organization? Are they actually the ones responsible for everything behind the scenes? And was Group 935 just the front guys? Was this a secret organization actually run by Richtofen? Well, the real answer might be kind of disappointing. It's none of those things. It seems like Group 601 was just the placeholder name until they found a name that they actually liked and went with. which was Group 935. And it would seem like they just forgot to edit a couple files, and that's why you'll see Group 601 in random places, because they never updated it. That's why you'll see it in the co-op screen, but not when you load up solo. But hey, I could always be wrong. Maybe there is actually a Group 601 hiding somewhere out there in the shadows. Maybe one day we'll get the truth. Editing rabbit here, I think I found some more information about Group 601, so I decided to throw it in here now. So a couple years ago, a bunch of old assets intended for Black Ops 1 Kino der Toten popped up from the game's art director. And it seems like these images were what you were supposed to be seeing on the projector instead of what we actually got. With the first couple images of zombies attacking some random jabroni with the words attack on it written in German. And the next couple images might look a little familiar. It's the Group 601 logo with and without the actual Group 601 part. And then we can see a map of Europe with what looks to be like the zombie army machine crawling out and taking it over, with the words today Europe, then the whole world. And then another image that says Dev 4 with it coming over to America. And then we get some images of what looks to be our Nazi zombie army, with the words undead soldiers stand together and the words obey written on them. And the last image is actually really interesting because we get some old scientist looking man who could have possibly been Dr. Maxis. Maybe this is what they were originally intending for him to actually look like. And since it says obey, maybe they were using this to make the zombies obey Dr. Maxis. The next couple images are pretty interesting. We get one that says Dr. Maxis, scene 24, take 8. And we see Dr. Maxis holding what seems to be a dog, presumably Fluffy, and then another scientist that's big, buff, and bald, pointing at the teleporter that is going off, and then the last image would be what looks to be a hellhound. Now, if this is true, and these were all images that were going to appear on the projector, I feel like this could have had major changes to how we view Kino der Toten and how we view the zombie storyline as a whole. So maybe Group 601 was actually the group at Kino der Toten. This would make the intro line that you get from Richthofen when booting it up a little bit more interesting, because he says, how many other research stations does this group have?
Entry 741021! Perhaps this station will hold the key to the real goals of Group 935. I still do not trust my unconventional allies, but they are of great use to me. But I digress. Who would have thought the MDT was capable of time travel? How many stations does this group have? Where did that little girl disappear to? Only time will tell what new questions await us in this theater of the damned.
So maybe he was never talking about Group 935 and was talking about Group 601. Just a couple things for you to think about. Maybe Group 601 was actually a real thing. Premise killing each other. During Black Ops 3's life cycle, we had numerous videos come out, and in those videos we would see Premise not really meeting a favorable end. In some of them they would die to zombies or the quote-unquote boss zombie, and it appears like in some of them they ended up killing each other. And if we take a look at this Revelations quote, it would kind of make sense.
On over 18 million occasions, Dempsey gave his life for the sake of his team. He's a bona fide American hero.
This is not their first time doing this. They've been doing this for a while, so it wouldn't be too far-fetched to think that at some point they got into disagreements and ended up killing each other. Unsolved ciphers. There are plenty of unsolved ciphers in Black Ops 3. The Giant has one, Gorod Kroby has one, and Revelations has a couple. And I believe if we wanted to solve the super impossible Easter egg that I talked about earlier, I think one of these ciphers may be a hint or a key to it, but we're going on like, what, almost 8 years now since this game came out, and if it hasn't been solved now, it might be a while before we ever actually solve them. Ancient city beneath Morgue City. So I think this is just talking about the Pack-a-Punch room in Shadows of Evil, and how like there was a bunch of theories back in Shadows of Evil's heyday that there was more to this room than we think. People thought that you would be able to get like under Pack-a-Punch and explore a whole new area, but we do know that that ended up being nothing. But it wouldn't be too far-fetched. It does seem like there is something down there. Like we can explore and find interesting things down there, but in reality, we can't, and this is just one of those theories that people seem to believe back in the day. Now, storyline-wise, we don't really know too much about this location at all even. But we do know that it was used by the Ancient Order of the Keepers, and may have used this room for some human sacrifices.
went by the market again today. For some reason, the fruit seller was much more talkative. Even if what he said was more than a little crazy. He told me that when he was a boy, his uncle would get drunk and start talking about how a dark force cast its shadow over the city. How good and evil were battling right on our doorstep. And that the only thing holding back the forces of the apocalypse was the ancient order of the Keepers. Well, even if what he said was more than a little crazy, I'm not sure he was. Even though they're scared, or maybe because they are, people are talking more. Asking around, I've heard more than a few whispers about this ancient order and the Keepers. I think it's some kind of cult. They say you can hear them chanting sometimes. From beneath the city. There's all these rumors about human sacrifices and freaky shit that even the police won't investigate. Because they've been paid off, or because they're too damn scared. I'm not sure what to believe anymore.
Peter's grave. This is one of my favorite little Easter eggs in like all of Zombies history, but in the Call of Duty Zombies mobile app from way back in the day, probably before a lot of you may have even been born, in that version's Shinonuma, there was an Easter egg where you could discover Peter's grave, aka the hanging man in Shinonuma. All you had to do was open all of the huts and get all of the Perca-Cola machines to spawn in. Now remember, you're playing this on a phone. It's not like you're playing this on an Xbox or something, so it's a little harder to do that on a phone. But once you do that, a message will appear saying all areas unlocked, now go find the grave, and your knife will be replaced with a shovel, and you just have to walk around until you see an icon that says dig, and if you do that, you will be rewarded with the Wonderwaffe DG2. It was a nice little Easter egg for the mobile app, and I wonder if at the time they ever really wanted to do anything more with this, like actually implement it into like actual zombies, or if this was just like a one-off kind of thing. Premise statues in Shang. This could be talking about one of two things. One, actual like OG Shangri-La, where this one statue to the right of spawn, people have said kind of resembles the Premise statues, but I think that's just a whole nothing burger. Or on Revelations after Shangri-La on your way to Der Eisendrache, you can come by this little area where there are 4 Premise statues. And I always just like thought this was a part of Der Eisendrache, but it does come right after the Pack-a-Punch, well the quote-unquote Pack-a-Punch area for Shangri-La. So maybe this is kind of hinting that there was actual Premise statues behind the Pack-a-Punch in Shangri-La. Or this could all just be completely nothing, and that's what I'm going to go with. This is all kind of nothing. Dimension traveling missiles. Now I could not find anything about this on the interwebs. I searched high and low, but I couldn't find a thing talking about this. But I eventually found the Reddit post for this iceberg, and in that, OP actually explained this entry a little bit. He said, interdimensional missiles is a reference to the interdimensional modules we see in Gorod Krovi. There's a theory that states missiles using the same technology as the modules in Gorod Krovi were used to destroy Agartha/the house, which explains the fallout radios from Maxis in The Giant. And that would make a little sense. I don't really completely believe this, but I mean, there might be some truth to it because those radios on The Giant are a little hard to understand, but we'll talk about that more on a later entry down the list because I think I might have figured it out. Stullinger is alive in the dark ether. This is talking about the classified phone call that you can get that hints that the Victus crew is still alive after the events of Tag der Toten.
Hello? Is this thing on? Richtofen! Hey, Richtofen! You've been gone from my head a really long time. I gotta be honest, I'm freaking out a bit, man. It's so quiet. I can actually hear myself think. Do you know what that's like? It's not nice at all. So, listen, buddy, old pal, we gotta talk. You sent us here, of all places, but you forgot to tell us what to do. It's dark, it's damp, geez, just really filthy. I think the roaches are crawling with roaches. How is that even possible? Wait, shoot! Am I even talking to the right Richtofen? Oh, you could be the other one, right? Or the other one. Yeah, you know what? Just go talk to your Richtofen pals at the hoity-toity Ricky Gang Clubhouse and find out what the we're supposed to be doing!
So maybe in the next Zombies game, we might see the Victus crew in some shape or form. Monty and the Shadow Man are the same being. This is just a really old theory talking about Monty and the Shadow Man being essentially the same person, kind of similar to having like a good and a bad Richtofen. You had a good, well, quote-unquote good, and a bad Shadowman slash Monty. And that's something to do with the Dark Ether ended up splitting one person into two. Now, nowadays we know that this isn't really a thing because Monty specifically addresses the Shadowman as like one of his best friends, like BFFs for life. But for a time, this theory was a pretty interesting one and was pretty plausible. Venus Cipher. This is talking about a cipher that can be found in Revelations that reads, October NSA report, T. They found the source on Venus beginning extraction. And that's all we got. We really never learned more about this. I've seen plenty of theories of people talking about it possibly being like the summoning key or even more 115 or something we don't really know about, but that's it. I couldn't find anything else talking about Venus and extracting things. So if you know anything more about this, please let me know, but as far as I know, they kind of just threw this in here and then never talked about it again. Agartha Vril pre-Black Ops 3 retcon. Before we had the Keepers that we know nowadays, we had the Vrilia. The Vrilia were kind of first introduced in Call of the Dead with the Vril, or the VR11 and the Golden Rod. But as we progressed on with the story and as zombies got bigger and bigger, and as Jason Blundell took over Jimmy Zielinski's spot, they slowly became, well not slowly, they just eventually became the Keepers. And you might be wondering, why did this happen? And I have seen a bunch of theories, but the main one is that the Vrilia originate from an 1871 German book called The Coming Race. And this went on to become a big part of Nazi occultism, which if you didn't know was a huge inspiration for the early zombie games. And it would make sense that as zombies got bigger and bigger, they would kind of want to distance themselves from anything and everything Nazi related. So eventually the Vrilia would just go on to become the Keepers. And it really does fit with the trend of zombies becoming more alien based instead of Nazi occultism. You gotta do whatever you gotta do to make the money, I guess. Gorod Krovi Massacre. This is talking about the events that happened before the events of Gorod Krovi. In the official Zombies timeline, it reads April 14th, 1945. Sofia declares the Battle of Stalingrad is nearing victory for German forces, and that Valkyrie drones have been deployed to locate any resistant strains and attempt capture. After the release of large concentrations of Element 115 by German forces, the city becomes largely populated by the undead. Nikolai and his comrades continue to fight for what remains of Stalingrad. September 2nd, 1945. World War II still rages on. Stalingrad has turned into a three-way conflict between Dragon, Machine, and the undead. Without any remaining human survivors, Sofia is now trapped in the city. So it would seem that at Stalingrad, the Germans committed a huge massacre and eliminated everybody in the city, whether they be military or just innocent civilians. The Beacon. I believe this is talking about the beacon in Giant. The first hint that we got of the beacon was in these two radios.
Remember what I told you, Edvard? The scars left by Samantha's past actions allow us to communicate across the rift. Follow my words. I will find you. When you release the beacon, I will secure your extraction and destroy the site. Remember, the burden is yours to carry, Edvard. The others must never know the truth.
Hey, other me. If you're hearing this, then it means that something's gone foobar. We're going to plan B. Stick to that crap bastard like glue. We need to find out what the hell he has been doing and what he's going to do. We may be able to get a fix on your location if you can trigger one of the paradox visualizations. Good luck. We're all counting on you. Oh, wait. Whatever you do, don't get too close to the radioactive beacon. It makes your hair fall out.
So Maxis states that once you release the beacon, he will secure your extraction and destroy the site. And Dempsey also says to stay away from it because it will make your hair fall out. And to get the beacon, all you have to do is do the Flytrap Easter egg. And upon completion of the Flytrap Easter egg, Maxis says this.
I see it. The beacon is lit. I know where and when you are. Sooner or later, I will find you. Together, we will ensure a better future for the children.
So it seems like the beacon was a way for Maxis to locate our crew. and I would assume that its use was maybe similar back in World at War. Even though they never really had like a actual reason for us doing those steps, it was kind of just put in, but you can go back and edit the reason. Weasel breaks the premise cycle. So what we know of zombies is that it's full of cycles. We got cycles, trains, and don't ask what it was called back in Black Ops 1, because it was definitely not just called training. But this entry is referring to the fact that once Weasel breaks his Mob of the Dead cycle and finally, well, quote-unquote, frees himself, he is still trapped in this pocket dimension. And once Primus arrives during the events of Blood of the Dead, now that Weasel is finally free, he is able to help the Primus group actually break their cycle. And literally, if it was not for the Weasel breaking his cycle and coming to help the Primus group, things would not have ended well for them. And you would have never got the events that happened with Blood of the Dead. Well, like the events, like the Easter egg ending that we got and everything. Primus, Ultimus, Hive Mind. I believe this is talking about some of the dialogue interactions that you can have with the multiple characters in Alpha Omega. In that map, characters can talk to each other, and you can learn that all the characters kind of have shared memories, even if they never actually experienced it.
I do wonder how cathartic it could have been had you ever made it to Stalingrad.
Stalingrad? I think I have been. I fought traitor Russians with my big armored tank machine.
It's almost like there's some kind of common memory, shared regardless of individual experience. A hive mind.
You sound drunk, Richtofen. How many have had you? I mean, how many have you had?
I'm sorry you are the way you are, Nikolai. I'm sorry he, me, us, I don't know, did all those terrible experiments on you.
I like experiments, especially experiments with vodka.
So this goes to show you that all these characters are far more connected than we think. Hanging bodies in Mob are the gangsters from past cycles. This was a very interesting theory that I think just kind of became canon because it was so interesting. If you look around Mob of the Dead, you'll notice that a lot of the hanging bodies are usually in groups of 4. And from what we know about Mob of the Dead, about how our characters are constantly repeating the cycle, it's pretty safe to say that they've died many and many of times. What are you going to do with their dead bodies other than hang them up around the map as decorations? Now, I don't think there's any real proof for this theory, but I consider it canon because it's just really interesting. Storyline inspired by real Nazi Agartha experiments. This is pretty true. The zombie storyline back in World at War and Black Ops 1 was inspired by Nazi occultism. Things like Der Reese and the Flytrap were actually based on real-life things. But how true is the whole Nazi occultism? Were they actually out there looking for magic and trying to reach other realms and things like that? The answer is kinda no. The whole Nazi mysticism occultism thing is kind of really blown out of proportion. It was a thing, but not as popular as a lot of mainstream things nowadays make it seem. Hitler himself was actually not a fan of the occult, and it was actually more Himmler who was into it, and Hitler just thought of it as a stupid little side project, which is what it actually was for the Nazis. It was just a side project. The Nazis did finance a run for the Holy Grail, but after searching for a bit on the SS's dime, they eventually came up with nothing. The Black Sun, which may look pretty familiar, actually has its origins from Nazi Germany. So a lot of old school zombies was actually kind of based on real life, either theories or conspiracy theories about Nazi occultism. And there are plenty of videos that dive way more deeper into this, and it's actually really interesting, so I would definitely recommend taking your time and looking into this yourself. It's a pretty good rabbit hole. Three World Wars. This is a reference to a quote that Nikolai has on the Giant when talking to Dempsey, where he references that they've been allies through 3 world wars.
When did you last check? We were allies in all 3 world wars!
Now, of course, World War I and World War II we're pretty familiar with, but what would World War III be? Was it the Great War? Was it some unknown war? Was it an actual World War III-like scenario? Like, you know how we got the Cold War? Well, maybe that actually escalated? We really don't know. And this is going to be a common theme with a lot of entries from here on out, where it feels like Treyarch had an idea, implemented the start of it, but never really continued it. Brazil. Very similar to the 3 World Wars one, this is a quote by Dempsey when pack punching on the Giant that explains that at some point they've been to Brazil.
This machine's been everywhere I have. France, Brazil, even the damn moon. Why is that?
Now, during my research, I saw a lot of people say that this was Shangri-La, and this is like from a couple years ago, so, you know, give people a little leeway. But this is not Shangri-La. Brazil and the Himalayas are nowhere near each other. But back when the Giant was still new, this gave a lot of ideas that we would get a DLC in Brazil, which, as you know, we did not. Old Man Dempsey in Alpha Omega. So just prior to Alpha Omega actually coming out, some zombies artwork of what appears to be Dempsey but as an old man had surfaced and then was quickly immediately KO'd. But the images still do exist. And I've seen a lot of people discussing this about what this could be for. Was it for like a map player model? Was it for a cutscene? And honestly, I kind of lean more towards actually being like the ending cutscene. Like we would have seen how these characters grew old and what their lives would have been like after the whole zombies thing. Because there were rumors that Treyarch was going to have more DLC for zombies and we would have gotten even more maps, but because of how Black Ops 4 went down and they actually just pushed all the resources to the next game, we never got that. So maybe the ending to zombies that they wanted to give us involved having our characters growing old and living the rest of their lives, and they didn't really want to give us the ending that they gave us. Comic book loading screen. So for majority of zombies, as you are loading into the map, you would see this comic book page. And in the page, it would give you a little hint and some teasers as to what exactly is happening in the story. Some things we really never got answers to, and some things are still just mysteries to this day. And these comic book loading screens would continue from Black Ops 1 to Black Ops 2. And they would eventually make a reappearance in the Zombies comic, like the actual physical Zombies comic. And in that, we had some alternate versions of the loading screens. And with these alternate versions, it would show a different timeline of events. And none of them kind of describe what is happening better than the Giant's alternate loading screen. In that one, you can see that Richthofen shooting himself had drastic changes on everything that's happening. And that is kind of the same theme with the rest of the loading screens. Because of the events that are happening in the storyline, things are being rewritten and things are changing. So each of the loading screens are going to have minor variations and minor differences compared to their original counterparts. And we could spend like all day talking about every minute difference, but if you haven't read the zombie comics, they're actually pretty interesting, so definitely check them out, even if it's just to see the alternate loading screens. Unknown events between Origins and the Giant. So we have a general idea of what exactly happened between Origins and the Giant. The Primus group frees Samantha, and then she sends them to the Giant. But it's not like that's instantaneous. There was some downtime between those two events that we really don't know what Nikolai, Dempsey, and Takio were up to. And the official Zombies timeline, in Dimension 63, June 4th, 1918, Origins, Element 115 awakens the undead knights from the Great War, and quickly consumes the camp. Maxis is rendered catatonic by the elements. Richthofen removes his brain before he turns. Dempsey, Nikolai, and Takio unite with Richthofen on the battlefield and help free Samantha from her imprisonment in Agartha. Primus has reunited. Samantha sends Primus to their next destination. Maxis' brain arrives in Agartha, and Dr. Monty decides to step in. Monty brings Maxis' brain to the house and wipes the Maxis corrupted by Dark Ether from existence. And then in the original dimension, June 4th, 1943, Primus arrives from Dimension 63. In an effort to prevent the events that are about to unfold, they formulate a plan to stop this dimension's Richthofen. And the events of the Giant don't happen until October 13th, 1945. So it seems like there was some considerable time between Samantha teleporting them to this dimension and the Giant actually taking place and creating a fracture. Because that's why like Richthofen killed himself, was to like create this fracture and anomaly and other space-time mumbo-jumbo. But what exactly were they doing between the events of Origins and the Giant? We kind of know what Richthofen was doing. He was dicking around trying to get summoning keys and chronoriums and hopping around with Maxis. But we really don't know what the rest of Primus was doing. For all we know, they could have been like discovering the internet, like going forward in time and like jerking off to like the endless amount of OnlyFans, or they could have just been drinking in bars. Who knows what they were doing? BO2 is a cycle. Now this theory is actually pretty freaking interesting, and I kind of buy into it. I think during like Black Ops 2's life cycle, this was actually pretty plausible. And I think this is maybe what Jimmy Zielinski was actually aiming for, but kind of got pushed to the side with the more recent games. But this theory would explain why we have two different Easter eggs and how it would make sense storyline-wise. So the theory states that the events of Black Ops 2, so Transit, Die Rise, and Buried with the Victus crew, are happening in a constant loop. Well, only when you do the Richthofen Easter egg. In order for Richthofen to continue power, he has the events of Black Ops 2 in a constant time loop, and this loop can only be broken when you do the Maxis Easter egg. So think about it. Why does Primus Richthofen need the Alcatraz's crew's blood vials? And we think it's because that they were in a universe that was closed off. Well, what if it was because they were stuck in a time loop? What if they needed people's blood that had been stuck in a time loop? We do know about the Mob of the Dead crew and their time loop, and with this theory, we also have the Victus crew in a constant time loop. So what if the insurance policy just needs someone to have been in a loop? If we take a look at a cipher from Gorod Krovi, we get this interesting cipher. Finally, the lab is almost complete. Security measures have been put in place, so the chance of detection by the Americans is very unlikely. We also have several agents embedded with the staff as insurance. We will keep the individuals in stasis, on ice to speak, and continue the specimen rotation. Once we finish drawing more power from the drill. Oh, I almost forgot. The sequencing for the current blood samples is as followed: SS, MJ, ABR, and those are the Victus crew's initials. And the interesting line of that is the continue the specimen rotation. What if the specimen rotation is referring to the Black Ops 2 loop? What if they want it to continue because they're not ready for them to actually break it yet? They're currently still working on all of their plans and are not ready for them to actually break it. And another thing that this would explain would be the nav cards in Black Ops 2. How come you can have the buried nav card and still go and play Transit with it? That really, storyline-wise and just timeline-wise, shouldn't make sense unless they're in a constant loop. And if we take a look at Buried's Easter egg, during that Easter egg, both sides have a wisp step, and both Maxis and Richthofen say something that's pretty interesting about it.
You must ensure the lantern is safe from harm. The energy contained within is essential to illuminate the words of those who came before you. Their wisdom will show you the way. Though they failed to complete the task, the others left clues for those who followed. Only a burst of electricity will have the brute force necessary to release the energy bound to this realm.
Maxis states that the spirits of those who came before you, and he says while some failed to complete this task, the others left clues for those who follow, and that the energy is bound to this realm. So it's clear that the wisp energy exists of the spirits of the people who were there before. And with Richthofen's quote, he says, "It will make you sad."
Maxis calls it a wisp. It's really just a ball of life force imprisoned in this place for all eternity. It is probably best not to dwell on what it really is. It will make you so sad.
What if that's because the Wisp is actually the previous Victus crew? What if the Wisp is just the imprisoned life force of the Victus crew, but in the previous cycle? And there's a theory that states that during the Infinity Round and the Buried Easter Egg step, how that's only in the Richthofen quest, that this is when the Victus crew was sacrificed in the previous cycle, was during this Infinity Round. And that would be why Richthofen's and Maxis' Wisp both look different. So after the events of Buried, what happens? Well, they get taken back to Transit and the whole thing starts all over again. If we take a look at this tweet from Jimmy Zielinski back in February 23rd of 2020, he says, "The Eternal Return Theory. Gamers be like, duh." What is the Eternal Return Theory? Well, this is a philosophical concept which states that time repeats itself in an infinite loop, and that the exact same events will continue to occur in exactly the same way over and over again for eternity. And the last little interesting thing about this theory is if you decide to go with the Maxis route, Richthofen has this quote at the end of the Easter egg.
I've been trapped for all eternity! Do you have any idea how long that is?
And what's interesting is he says he's going to be trapped there for eternity. That's because he knows how long this cycle has been going on. He knows that this may be eternal due to the loop. Now, I tried my best to explain this, and honestly, there's still a lot of things about this theory that I don't completely understand, and there is a lot of other stuff that I left out, but to me, it kind of does make sense, especially with the whole 2 Easter egg thing. I think this is what Jimmy Zielinski really wanted the entire time, because as we know in zombies, they love them some infinite time loops. Red Eye Zombies Monty connection. So for the longest time, we seemed to think that the zombies that had the red eyes were either being controlled by Monty or the Shadow Man or some other evil force. And this theory persisted for quite a long time, until kind of recently when the truth was revealed.
Sometimes our personal touches are accidental. When we were working on Black Ops 2, we were like a new team working on it, and we hadn't quite caught up with all of the rules yet. And so when we were determining the eye color for Mob of the Dead, a producer got asked like what color to make them, and he's just like, I don't know, red. And then with Q2, like we released the trailer, and the community is like, what is this third faction? What do the red eyes mean? And we're like, oh, okay.
So the red eyes don't really have any big significance other than the fact that they looked cool. Nero jump scare in Mob of the Dead. In Mob of the Dead, you can activate this jump scare. And that person looks awfully familiar. He looks kind of like Nero from Shadows of Evil. Now there is another way to activate this jump scare, and it kind of looks something like this. And in order to do this, there are 3 things that cannot happen. 1, you cannot be on the Golden Gate Bridge. 2, background lightning cannot be being played. And 3, you have to have the plane zapped. And I think someone actually did the math, and with how rare this Easter egg is, your chances of getting this is just 1 second within 28 hours. So it's very, very rare that this will ever actually happen. Alpha Omega suspicious Richtofen. So during Alpha Omega, both Richtoffens, the rest of the group kind of looks at a little suspicious. They really don't trust Ultimus Richtofen, and that's because he's Ultimus Richtofen, but they don't really trust Primus Richtofen either. And we have a bunch of quotes to support this.
Why do I think you are avoiding certain subjects, Richtofen?
Ha! What could I possibly be avoiding, Takeo? I've been so transparent lately, I'm practically invisible.
That remains to be seen. When we were in the prison, you were fearful. Fearful of what you thought was to come.
Why are we even talking about this, Takeo? It all worked out perfectly. We beat the Warden and escaped our seemingly eternal purgatory. Yay!
That is not what I remember, Richtofen. Something in your story does not add up.
Goodness me, Takeo, you're very paranoid. Next thing you'll be asking me about blood vials. Never mind my ramblings, Takeo. I get confused sometimes. There's so much to do. A vessel for Maxis, the opening of the gateway. 9! I am getting confused!
Damn these 115-induced delusions.
We fought our way out of a literal Hellcatraz, Richtofen, where you looked scared shitless for the first time. Question is, why?
He'd gotten a few things wrong, that's all. Silly old me. Too emotional. Anyway, I had to step in.
Something's off with you, Richtofen. More than usual. But I'm damned if I can remember what it is.
So we know Ultimus Richtofen is just evil, and he might betray everybody, whenever he wants to. But the Primus one is kind of interesting. Nothing ever came of this, but I'm interested to know, what if Black Ops 4's life cycle got extended? Were they actually planning on this Richtofen being an imposter, and maybe doing something with that? We may never know, but it is an interesting theory. Blundell forced to make Chaos story. This, I think, is probably one of the more dumber theories on this list, because I genuinely think Blundell wanted to make the Chaos story because he's really into that kind of stuff. But the theory kind of goes that Blundell was forced to do the Chaos story because they wanted to separate itself and start something new and give more, life into zombies. This theory is just so dumb. I can see exactly why Blundell would want to make the Chaos story so they could experiment with more stuff, but it never ended up going anywhere. And I really couldn't find any evidence to back this theory up, so I think this one's just kind of a big nothing burger. But if you know more about this, please let me know, but it seems kind of dumb in my opinion. Budget cuts ruined the storyline. This is like 100% true. We all kind of know that Black Ops 4 was going to be much grander. They were going to have more zombie maps and just so much more added into it. But due to budget cuts and them needing more people to work on other games, Black Ops 4 kind of got the short end of the stick. And that's why the zombies mode kind of seems rushed when it comes to the story, and why we just got a bunch of old school reused maps. I really don't think this is how Treyarch wanted the storyline to go, and I believe they had much bigger plans intended, but unfortunately, what are you gonna do? Activision's Activision. Primus team up with Ultimus Richthofen. This is talking about one of the alternate loading screens that shows the Primus group, minus Primus Richthofen, going to the house with Ultimus Richthofen. And this doesn't really make any sense. I mean, you can make it make sense with the amount of time travel, dimension hopping, and everything that goes on in the story. Technically, anything is possible. But it still doesn't explain anything, and it's really confusing. But we do know that there was some periods in time where the Primus group was without Richthofen, and the Ultimus group was also without Richthofen. In Ascension, we have this radio from Dr. Monty.
Ascension, the Russian cosmodrome. I know Nikolai can be a bit down on Soviet technology, but the Ruskies really pulled one out of the bag that time. The Ascension group built a bloody great rocket. It actually worked a treat, too. Do you remember Gersh, bald guy? He fought alongside you for a while. I think Richthofen was off somewhere at the time. Anyway, Gersh ran into a little bit of dimensional distortion. Honestly, why do you insist in meddling with stuff you don't understand? Of course, all their experiments just stirred the reality soup even more. You ended up fighting monkeys. Space monkeys at that. As I'm sure you know, monkeys are thieving little bastards. Give them half a chance and they'll nick anything that isn't nailed down. So, in answer to a question Richthofen once asked, I don't love a monkey.
And in that, he confirms that the bald man was Gersh, but he also says that Richthofen was off doing his own thing. So maybe at some point when both teams were missing their Richthofen, Ultimus Richthofen ended up going to the house with the Primus group. And doing what? Your guess is as good as mine. There's a lot of stuff in the zombie storyline that's very, very confusing, even to this day. Illuminati is made up of alternate Richthofen. Now this is a pretty interesting theory that states that the Illuminati is just made up of like multiple universes Richthofens all working together. There really isn't much proof to support this other than this one Stullinger quote.
Hello? Is this thing on? Richthofen! Hey, Richthofen! You've been gone from my head a really long time. I gotta be honest, I'm freaking out a bit, man. It's so quiet. I can actually hear myself think. Do you know what that's like? It's not nice at all. So, listen, buddy, old pal, we gotta talk. You sent us here, of all places, but you forgot to tell us what to do. It's dark, it's damp, geez, just really filthy. I think the roaches are crawling with roaches. How is that even possible? Wait, shoot. Am I even talking to the right Richthofen? Oh, you could be the other one, right? Or the other one. Yeah, you know what? Just go talk to your Richthofen pals at the hoity-toity Ricky Gang Clubhouse and find out what the we're supposed to be doing.
So in that quote he talks about Richthofen and his Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, but no real definite evidence that the Illuminati is just all Richthofens. But I mean, the possibility is still there. The Illuminati is one of the more secretive organizations in the Call of Duty Zombie storyline. They don't really have too big of an impact, but they still do have little impacts here and there. So I wouldn't dismiss this theory, but we really don't have too much evidence to support it. Rite of Spring. This is a reference to an agreement with the Soviets that Richthofen has that stipulates a list of materials that he needs, and just a couple of those is a pet monkey, one recording of Igor Stravinsky's The Rite of Spring, one cosmonaut spacesuit, and one lunar lander, coordinates to be specified. One miniature replica of St. Basil's Cathedral, one Fabergé egg yolk, and one bottle of Stalin's vodka to see what all the fuss is about. So in that, you'll notice that he wants a copy of The Rite of Spring. And I will talk about that a little bit more on a different entry, but for right now, just know that Richthofen wanted that book. Memory loss in The Giant. This is a reference to numerous quotes that our characters have that indicate that they are suffering some sort of memory loss.
Infestation confirmed. Positive identification of 115 on site. As expected, my memory's slipping. Unable to determine current jump count to this location. 2 at least, maybe more.
Fear the Emperor's displeasure. I know not where he is, but yet I remain loyal. This I must never forget.
German, I will keep asking until I get an answer. What are we doing here?
They forget what their purpose is and what they are doing at the Giant. Despite in the intro cutscene, they know exactly what they're there for. So this just adds to like the hundreds and thousands of mysteries of the Giant, Samantha, Imposter, and Origins. This is talking about a theory that states that the Samantha that we are interacting with in Origins isn't really the same one that we had on Moon and the one we had in Alpha Omega. She sounds completely different and has an American accent.
I'll torture Edward when I get the chance. I'll play with his kidneys and swallow his bile. 1, 2, gun is true. 3, 4, 12 for gore. 5, 6, evil tricks. 7, 8, set the fate. 9, 10, kill again!
I'm not safe here. You have to hurry. Only the Giants can break the seal. We are so close. Please, keep going. Release the souls of the ancients.
We're going to fight the war, Eddie. The great war. Then, we're going back to the house to kill him and burn it all to the ground. Agartha, the eagle, the infinite, everything.
And the theory goes that when she is in Origins, she's being influenced by Monty. She's not really in complete control of what she's doing. And that's why she acts and sounds very, very different pre-Origins and post-Origins. After Alpha Omega, she is able to break free of Monty's influence and revert to her normal self. Dempsey remembers the cycle. This is a reference to one of the quotes that Dempsey has in The Giant, where he says this.
As expected, my memory's slipping. Unable to determine current jump count to this location. 2 at least, maybe more.
So now does Dempsey remember every single time that they're in the cycle? No, but due to one of the previous entries, we do know that they all have a hive mind and are sharing very similar memories. So perhaps some of his older memories are coming in and influencing his current decisions. Stuhlinger is a CIA agent. I really like this one because I guess it's kind of true in a weird way. In the game files, Stuhlinger is referred to as a reporter. And in 2013, David Boat, who was Stuhlinger's voice actor, described him as a CIA agent. In an interview, he was asked this question: what have been some of your previous roles and which did you enjoy the most? And one of his answers was, currently I'm a certified nutjob CIA agent, Stuhlinger, in the zombie element of Black Ops 2. The role is very fun, and they let me play with the delivery of the script, which is always extra fun. So maybe Stuhlinger isn't just crazy, maybe the government made him that way. The house is in a pocket dimension. So I found a really interesting post that went way in detail talking about the house, what it is, and it actually explains the Giant radios. So I'm going to read you guys this whole thing because it really cleared a lot of things up for me. As odd as it sounds, the house initially seems to originate outside a pocket dimension, within our regular physical Earth. The house area in Revelations is in-game called Sheffield, a city in central England, which location also seems to be hinted at in the alternate Die Rise loading screen. Interestingly enough, Maxis seems to have found his way to it before the apocalypse, and the subsequent knock on the door and Monty's arrival. We'll get to that later on. Perhaps this could have anything to do with the teleporters in World at War, Doresis indicating the abbreviations, GER for Germany, FAR for France, and curiously enough, ENG for England. Germany and France are confirmed to have had Group 935 facilities, and it would actually make sense since both countries were under Nazi regime. But the fact that Group 935 has a teleportation connection with England is quite intriguing. This, I think, may very well have been the house, Maxis' house. This could be why we are able to simply teleport to it in Kino der Toten, as it wasn't in a safely locked off pocket yet. When the Earth was blown to bits after the events of Moon, the house was too condemned to exist in the apocalyptic wasteland.
Day sirens have not sounded for several months. I do believe that we may have turned the tide in the battle. But at what cost? The radiation levels from the fallout remain dangerously high. I can only pray I live long enough to confirm that my plan was indeed successful. And the dark presence that has haunted our dreams and infected every facet of our existence has finally been vanquished.
Keep in mind that at the time of Black Ops 3's release, alongside the giant radios, we were only one map away of Buried and the old story of Earth's destruction. Ironically, the destruction of Earth was Maxis' own intent, as he instructed Ultimus to launch the rockets. I believe that's why he notes that he may have turned the tide of the battle, but at what cost? But things changed when a man named Dr. Monty knocked on the door, offering his help to change the present by altering the past.
After so long in isolation, we had begun to believe that we were the only survivors of the catastrophic event that had shaped our lives. Supplies were beginning to run low, and I was forced to prepare for the worst outcome. Just as I feared that we were truly alone, just as I feared that the end was near, there was a knock at the door. He explained everything to me. He will explain everything to you. Though his very presence defied logic, defied reason, he told me that he would help. I could not refuse.
Let's go into the giant intro, where zombies start to break in after the freezing of time and Primus' arrival. This distracts them, which allows Ultimus Richtofen to link the MPD, as you can clearly hear the sound. Dempsey shouts at him, "Whatever you think you're doing, don't do it." Nikolai says that he does not want to meet what's on the other side of that door, and Takio warns him that he cannot begin to comprehend the great evil he could unleash. Despite their warnings, they do not simply kill Ultimus Richtofen, they seem to want him alive for some reason. Stubborn as he is, Ultimus Richtofen activates the teleporter, and the door subsequently opens. Primus Richtofen steps out and kills his Ultimus counterpart. Tank is angry at Primus Richtofen. "I thought we were done with this." But Richtofen tells them that things change. Nikolai says that only a fool would dare to change history, but Richtofen says he does so in order to secure a better tomorrow. From intel, we know this Primus Richtofen was told by Maxis to trust Monty's plan in order to save the world. He is sent by the house with survivors who have witnessed the destruction of Earth, and he is convinced that what he does to not let that happen again. He obeys Monty's plan, which include changing history at the Der Riese facility, to kill Ultimus Richtofen and not let the test subjects be awoken. As Maxis says, the test subjects can never be allowed to awaken. The havoc that could be wreaked upon the future by such simple-minded individuals would be catastrophic. The event happening at Der Riese is what we can call a nexus point, where various timelines converge. As the events of the destruction of Earth and the nuclear house happened after the events of Der Riese, in a reality where Ultimus Richtofen didn't open the MPD and Primus Richtofen never intervened. The future was altered as soon as the past was changed, according to Monty's plan. For Maxis, this may have felt very strange, as his own past also changed. His skin, caused by the fallout, vanished. The environment around him changed from a nuclear wasteland to a peaceful countryside. As the original outcome of the universe was changed, his old experiences first became vague memories and then vanished completely.
The siren has not sounded in many months. I am confused by the changing world around me. I look at my hands, and they are not the hands I remember. The wrinkles, veins, and liver spots that textured my skin have disappeared, as though time itself was unraveling against its natural order. Is this the end, or a new beginning? Reality itself is shifting. I find myself reflecting on memories I am no longer sure are my own. Beyond the window, I saw a wasteland, stretching as far as the eye could see. I saw a scourge visited upon the earth. I saw the children withered before my eyes. That was before he came. Samantha has been returned to me once more. As have you, Edward. As have you.
The content of Monty's plan, which eventually saved the house, was to collect the souls of our 4 heroes, a process which takes the entirety of Black Ops 3. The use of the souls may have multiple reasons, but I believe one of them may be elevating the house to a pocket dimension. In Morgue City and Alcatraz pockets, we learn that it takes a sacrifice to actually create a pocket dimension. What's more, Morgue City and Alcatraz require, respectively, the 4 souls of our Shadows crew to be poisoned, and the death of the 4 mobsters on the electric chair. In case of the house, the 4 souls attached to the ether via the elemental shard may have been used to create a pocket of the house. One last thing regarding the house and awakening of the test subjects. As we know, Primus Nikolai, Tank, and Takio were on their way to Ultimus Richthofen, telling him to awaken the test subjects. Then Primus Richthofen intervenes, and suddenly, they all agree on not to awaken the test subjects, an order given by no one else than House Maxis. I believe this is because of the time-alternating event that Richthofen's intervention is, similar to how Maxis' memories were changing after this event, how the house was suddenly healing. Primus Richthofen misleads them by writing their confusion off as 115-induced delusions.
Never mind my ramblings, Takeo. I get confused sometimes. There is so much to do. A vessel for Maxis, the opening of the gateway. 9! I am getting confused!
Damn these 115-induced delusions.
So in the original timeline, the timeline where Ultimus Richthofen didn't open the MPD, and Primus Richthofen never intervened, the rest of Primus insisted on waking up the test subjects together with Ultimus Richthofen, a tale that could be shown on this comic page. As you can see, the alternate comic page with Primus Richthofen killing his Ultimus counterpart can be seen after this page, indicating that this current event of Primus and Ultimus Richthofen was supposed to happen prior to the history changing at the Giant. The test subjects, whether they had to be awoken or not, seem to have a prominent role in either Primus's or Monty's plan. For a long time, I thought it was talking about the Ultimus test subjects, but rather, could it be perhaps referring to Victus? Let's consider the theory that the events of Black Ops 2 occur in a cycle. Whilst Victus are still actually cryogenically frozen in the Alcatraz pocket dimension, invisible from Monty, Richthofen's soul, which is in zombies after the Maxis ending in Buried, says there has to be a way to break the cycle. If it is true that the Maxis path in Black Ops 2 is actually the one that makes the Victus cycle to occur over and over, it is logical why Maxis and Monty never want them to be awoken from their pods. On the other hand, Ultimus Richthofen with Primus do want to awaken them, as this may also lead to breaking the large cycle they are stuck in, which would be like the entire game's cycle, like all the multiple games, not just Black Ops 2. So that is the entirety of the house explanation. Hopefully that cleared a lot of things up, because honestly, it makes a lot of sense to me, and everything I just read, I choose to believe is true. KN44 storyline significance. So we already talked about this earlier with the Impossible Easter egg, and I'm just going to refer you to, again, the video I linked down below in the description that goes way more in detail about the Impossible Easter egg, so check that out. Takio diddled by the giant spider. This is a very infamous theory in the Call of Duty Zombies community that states that the big spider in Zetsubo Nishima may or may not have diddled Takio. And it's a really dumb theory, but it's so stupid, but it does have a tad bit of, well, maybe, that it's kind of true, but also pretty much not. So it seems that the spiders in Zetsubo Nishima are based off of Lovecraft's Lang spider, or the Spider of Lang. And in the video that people always talk about that says, hey, Takio was diddled by a spider, they always bring up how the spiders are infernal, like the male spiders cannot mate with the female spiders. So the female spiders would enslave male men and diddle them and basically create more spiders. But in all my research, I could not find anything that backed that up at all. In fact, Lovecraft himself barely even wrote about the spiders of Lang, and in his writings about them, he most certainly really didn't talk about their breeding. And I scoured the internet for a while, and really there's not much information about these spiders of Lang. On a website called Cthulhu Eternal, it does talk about their egg laying, and it says there is a widespread fear of spiders laying their eggs inside living victims. These spiders really do it. And that's really all I could find about these spiders of Lang. If there is any information about them capturing males and diddling them, then it was most certainly not by Lovecraft himself and was by secondary authors. And really the only other piece of evidence that people use is in one of the Zetsubo Nishima videos that Treyarch posted, we get some Imperial soldiers bringing Takeo in front of the giant spider. And that's all the evidence that we got. So did Takeo get diddled by a giant spider? No, not in the way you're thinking of. I wouldn't be surprised if they used Takeo as a host for them to lay eggs in and then sprout out more spiders, but the diddling you're thinking of, I'm gonna say no, that didn't happen. Specimen rotations. We already talked about this, I feel like, enough with the whole Black Ops 2 cycle and everything, but in this cipher, we believe that the specimen rotation is actually talking about the Victus crew and using them in order to break the cycle. Zombie Richthofen greatly affects the storyline. So Zombie Richthofen is mainly present in the Call of Duty Zombies comics, and in the comics he actually does have a pretty important part. He is basically used to guide Victus to their locations and help them out when they need it. He is pretty much working for Primus Richthofen and allows Primus Richthofen to get Victus's blood and the Chronorium. And if it was not for Zombie Richthofen, a lot of the story, I guess, technically wouldn't happen. Primus uses Icarus to travel through dimensions. So this is talking about the Primus crew minus Richthofen. So we already talked about Icarus and how that we do know when it's flying, it is traveling throughout dimensions. And this theory states that the Primus group, minus Richthofen, used Icarus to actually get to the giant, and that's why it's there. So they didn't like walk up or like hail a taxi to get there. This would explain that 2-year gap a little bit more, but we still have many questions. Robot Maxis and Cyborg Zombie in Kino. I'm putting both of these together because I feel like they're pretty intertwined. So the theory states that there is an alternate version of Maxis out there that is either part cyborg or is all robot. And that is not too crazy considering Origins, where we literally had Maxis flying a drone, so Maxis being a robot somewhere in the universe isn't too far-fetched. But in the Zombie Chronicles Kino Knocking Mystery Man Easter egg, the audio that you can hear sounds an awful lot like Maxis constructing some kind of robot. With him saying 21 goes here, 31 on the right, and one part goes here, and the other one goes here, and then right above his eye, it sounds like he's working on some kind of machine. And then a Revelations radio, after Sophia is infected by a zombie, he turns her into the Sophia that we know, and he says that he saved her the only way he knew how.
This is Dr. Ludwig Maxis, beginning preliminary trials for the Strategic Operations Planning Heuristic Intelligence Analyzer.
What's happening? Ludwig? Dr. Maxis?
Hello, Sophia.
Where am I? It's so dark here. I can't see anything.
That's all perfectly normal. How are you feeling?
I feel nothing. What have you done to me?
I saved you, Sophia. I saved you the only way I knew how.
Oh, Maxis. What have you done?
And in the official timeline, it states that an alternate Maxis had constructed the Zero Base. The Zero Base is the one that the Victus crew goes to in the comics. And in the base, there are a lot of half-robot, half-zombie cyborgs running around and guarding it. So it's a pretty far-fetched theory, but we do know that Maxis learned how to merge with electricity, so maybe there is a robot Maxis out there building cyborg zombies. It's honestly pretty plausible. Richthofen Dempsey, Alcatraz Secret. This is a reference to a quote that you can get on Revelations, where Dempsey maybe knows a little bit more than he lets on.
So, answer me honestly. Just how much of this chaos is your fault? Did our little trip to Alcatraz have anything to do with it?
Be quiet, Dempsey. I told you, that's our little secret.
So now you have to remember, this was before like Blood of the Dead and everything. So at the time, this was actually pretty big. What did Dempsey know that Richtofen didn't want getting out there? Or at least that's what I'm assuming they're talking about is Blood of the Dead. Well, not like the events of Blood of the Dead, but like Alcatraz as a whole, and like how they have a secret base there and everything. It's hard to like go back and think about things and pretend like you don't know a lot. But I'm assuming that's what Dempsey and Richtofen are talking about, is that super top secret base in Alcatraz. Real life Agartha. Believe it or not, Agartha is actually a real place. Kind of. Agartha is a legendary kingdom that is said to be located on the inner surface of the Earth, and this is sometime related to the belief in a hollow Earth. With the first real mention of Agartha being in 1873, and it slowly gaining more and more popularity until after World War I, where German occultist groups, such as the Thule Society, took an interest in Agartha. And there's a lot of different myths and rumors about Agartha. Like some people would say that the entrance is in Antarctica, and some people would say that it's being populated by lizard people, so the theories out there are pretty wild. But the Agartha that we know in Zombies is actually based off some real life legends. Ultimus Richtofen made the Dark Mechanism. So you know the Dark Mechanism in Blood of the Dead, the thing that Richtofen jumps in the cutscene. Well, there is a theory that suggests that it was actually made by Ultimus Richtofen. There are a couple pieces of evidence. There is a drawing that was done by Weasel that looks exactly like Ultimus Richtofen, which would mean Weasel at some point had to have seen him. Now, did he just see him at Alcatraz, or was there visions of him? We don't know, but there is the connection. And there are also a couple quotes that would hint that the warden wasn't really smart enough to do this by himself.
How could I have underestimated the wardens this much? How could he have the knowledge to build... Unless...
And I've also seen people refer to this chalkboard and the fact that it says no fail-safes madness, and that it kind of does look like a teleporter, that this could also be another connection to Ultimus Richtofen. So I'm not exactly sure how this would fit in with the story, but I do like the idea and the theory, so I choose to believe it. Tag der Toten is in a pocket dimension. Now this would make a little sense because we have played a lot of maps that were in pocket dimensions. So it would seem that this pocket dimension is all tied to Pablo. It would seem that his soul is the thing that holds it together. And the reason that we think this is a pocket dimension is because of what Pablo says.
Day 521. I still don't know how it is possible, but late last year, I awoke from a watery grave. When I swam to the surface, I found the German military base abandoned. Only the undead remained on their shores. I attempted to flee, but the fog, it seemed no sooner that the shore faded behind me, it reappeared in front of me. Every attempt I made to escape, he led me right back here. As if I was meant to be here. I have begun broadcasting a radio signal. I'm hoping that someone will answer and come to my rescue. But if no one comes, I'm not sure how much longer I will survive this place.
He claims that he's been trying to escape, but he always just ends up right back to the lighthouse. Why would that happen? Well, if you're in a pocket dimension, you're really not going to be able to escape and go anywhere, and you're always just going to end up back where you started. And I feel like a lot of people don't really buy into this, but I actually kind of do, especially for the other entry that's on this list, which we'll get to here in a second. Empty Earth Maxis is GK Maxis. So remember how we talked about the cyborg zombies and Maxis and everything, and the alternate Maxis? Well, this theory states that the Maxis from Gorod Krovi is actually the one that built the Zero base from the zombie comic and was building all of these cyborg zombies. And really the main connection that we have is Gorod Krovi itself, how it's all kind of like futuristic tech zombies, like you have a bunch of cyborg-esque things roaming around the map, and also the fact that there is a Sophia in Gorod Krovi, and there's also one at the Zero base in the zombie comics. Now, it's not too much evidence, and it is definitely a stretch, but I can kind of see it. It's not really the most definite theory, but I can see it. Buried and Moon are closer than you think. So this is not actually the one that was here. The one that was here, just I feel like we've talked about it a million times, and I just didn't want to talk about it again. It's the Argartha house stuff. We're done talking about the house. So I decided to input my own that I really like. So a couple years ago, Glitching Queen uploaded this video where she explains how she found the real life location of the buried maze. And she tells us that the buried maze is actually real and is located in Missouri. So eventually, Jimmy Zielinski tweets out, "Anyone ever locate the hedge maze IRL?" where she responds with her video. And then he responds with a set of coordinates. And she responds, "Got any more cords lying around?" And he says, "Well, no, perhaps follow the other connections." So some people followed the connections and ended up finding the real life inspiration for the biodome, which is located, surprisingly, right next to the buried maze IRL. And I definitely plan on going to both of these locations at some point because that's pretty freaking awesome. And I really love like exploring video game locations in real life, so hopefully I can do that someday. But Glitching Queen ended up messaging Jimmy and said, "Hi Mr. Zielinski, I'm about to make a video about the Climatron, which is the IRL biodome, being the possible inspiration for the biodome on Moon. I was wondering if there was anything you were able to say about the Climatron and the IRL buried maze." And Zielinski responds, "I prefer to keep my MO and be vague and mysterious, but it's safe to say, maybe. Just maybe those locations are not just close IRL. Have a great show, best Jimmy." So not only are Moon and Buried IRL close to each other, but it would seem that there's a much closer connection in the game. Maybe timeline-wise, they happen very, very close. And she also points out one more thing. Someone asked Jimmy Zielinski if there was an Easter egg in the Buried intro scene, and he says yes. And the Easter egg is that in the Buried cutscene, it actually plays the Moon loading screen song.
Enough walking for today. Enough walking for today.
So there's something between Moon and Buried. They're much closer than we think. And if you remember back to the Black Ops 2 as a cycle, this would make a lot of sense. After the events of Buried, this cycle would restart and the events of Moon would happen all over again, thus making Buried and Moon not just close IRL, but also in the zombies timeline. Tog der Toten is on Phobos. This theory suggests that the events of Tog der Toten actually take place on one of Mars's moons, Phobos. And I really don't buy into this theory as much as I think there's another explanation. I think the events of Tog der Toten take place in a pocket dimension in Siberia or wherever else you want to say it is. I don't think it takes place on Mars. Or I should say on one of Mars's moons. I should clear that up. But I do think as you were doing this Easter egg, as you were swimming through the tunnel, you are being teleported to Phobos. I think there is some kind of connection there. I saw a thread forever ago talking about this, and I could not for the life of me re-find it, but it basically was explaining that as you were swimming, the texture on the walls all of a sudden change, and that's when the teleportation actually happens. And that's when you end up on Phobos. Now there's probably a much deeper connection than just being, hey, this kind of explains Shangri-La a little bit. I think there's actually more connections there, but I prefer that theory than the one that this takes place on this moon. Icarus voices in Shadows of Evil. This entry is just talking about the voices that you can hear from the Icarus plane when you see it in theater mode in Shadows of Evil. Pretty self-explanatory, I know, right? And if you listen closely, it does sound like the mobsters from Mob of the Dead. So maybe as the plane is flying over, the mobsters are supposed to be on it, traveling to the Golden Gate Bridge. And again, from the cipher we talked about way earlier in this list, we do know that Icarus travels through dimensions to places that it shouldn't be. Unsolved Easter eggs. There are plenty of unsolved Easter eggs in Call of Duty Zombies. Whether it is the numerous unsolved ciphers in Black Ops 3, or the impossible Easter egg, or the little-known transit Easter egg that is still unsolved. In a Twitter thread like 4 years ago, somebody asked Jimmy Zielinski, "Okay, there's something more on transit not discovered, ? And he said, "In the cabin or the train car. The sign was a door, not a blocker." And that just completely doesn't make any sense to me, but knowing Jimmy Zielinski and his whole MO being very vague and mysterious, we know that there's definitely something here. Now, I've seen a lot of people push back on this, saying, we've combed through the files, we haven't seen anything. Well, do you remember what Jason Blundell said? If they put it in the files, they know people are going to data mine it and figure what it is. And he was talking about the impossible Easter egg and how they can't make it be something like that because people will find it. So maybe this is exactly what Jimmy Zielinski's talking about. Maybe it's not like a, hey, you spin 3 times and shoot this and this happens. Maybe it's more of a connection that we never understood. And I just bet there are many more Easter eggs that we have not solved. Hell, I would bet that there's some in Black Ops 1 that we just never solved. I mean, if we go to Kino der Toten and we see Samantha, Abigail, and this other girl's name on the wall, what does any of that mean? And there's probably even way more on Black Ops 4 and Cold War that we haven't even begun to understand. So whenever you think that we've got all of zombies understood, just remember, you don't. Interdimensional rowboat. This theory sounds kind of dumb, like, on surface, but it makes a little sense once you see some of the explanations for it. So if we remember that Tog der Toten is in a pocket dimension, and when you do the Easter egg to get on Phobos, one of Mars's moons, at the end of the pier, you see a rowboat. And the theory states that since Tog der Toten is in a pocket dimension, this rowboat is how you enter and exit it. And there is a couple pieces of evidence. In general, like history and mythologies, rowboats are commonly used as a means of transportation, generally in between the living and the dead. If we take some Greek mythology, for example, there is a person known as Charon, or Charon, I never know how to pronounce that, who is the ferryman of Hades, whose responsibility is to row the souls of the dead across the rivers to the underworld. And this is a very common trope of people using rowboats to access the underworld. And if we take a look at Blood of the Dead, you can actually find some drawings of a person rowing towards and away from Alcatraz, indicating that that's how they actually arrived and that's how they left. And we do know that the whole Blood of the Dead, Mob of the Dead does take place in a pocket dimension. So it would seem that, at least at some point in time, someone got on a rowboat and used it to enter these pocket dimension areas and used it to leave. The Giant Mysteries. This is just talking about many of the mysteries that are still in the Giant that we tried to explain in a lot of parts of these icebergs, but we really don't know the answer to a lot of these questions. Like, why is the Mob of the Dead plane on the roof? We have a good idea, but we don't really know. Why does Nikolai mention fighting in 3 world wars? What is the answer behind some of the radios? How did Primus get to the Giant? We know Samantha sent them there, but there was a 2-year window where they were just digging around. Who are the test subjects? Are they the Ultimus crew, or are they the Victus crew? And there's just so many more questions that we really don't have the answer to. We can speculate as much as we want, but I don't think we're ever going to get a definite answer. Real life cycle. I feel like this is pretty self-explanatory, but there is a belief that the universe itself is on a constant cycle, like the events of the Big Bang, fish walking on land, creating humans having butt sex with a monkey frog or whatever Mr. Garrison said in South Park. And then eventually, like, 9/11, Japan's weird hentai fetish, and then the sun explodes and it restarts all over again. So that would be the real world cycle, and that's what this is a reference to. There are some beliefs out there that think that we're just on a constant loop and it's always going to be like that with minor differences. Cut Washington, D.C. Arlington Cemetery Map. This one was a deep dive to go down because there's really not much information about it at all. And I don't know how plausible it is, but let's go. So in Classified, there is a document that reads 31st October 1962. Memorandum to the Secretary of Defense. Subject, classified experiment at secret Pentagon laboratory, evacuation advised. 1. At 10:25 a.m., event unknown. 100 dead humans reanimate in an unconscious frenzy. They are coming in hordes and seem to be going after any living thing they can find. We believe it is a virus, but have not yet gotten confirmation. 2. Whatever it is spreading at a rapid rate. Recommend DC be completely evacuated and quarantined until we know how to proceed. Number 3. The Advisory Committee for International Science and Engineering states that at the current rate, within the next 72 hours, 1 million people will be exposed to the infection. That number will only multiply until we can assess the cause and try to neutralize the spread. From the Joint Chiefs of Staff, this person, Chairman, Joint Chiefs of Staff. Now this is interesting because this memo happens 1 year before the events of 5. And this would explain why Kennedy actually already knows about the undead.
Sounds like someone breaking in!
It's just a storm, Dick. Sit down.
Oh my God!
appears the Pentagon has been breached.
Zombies. Gentlemen, at times like these, our capacity to retaliate must be, and has to be massive, to deter all forms of aggression.
Now, there is a rumor that before Blundell stepped in and created Mob of the Dead and Origins, that the original final map of Black Ops 2 would have taken place in the Arlington National Cemetery, which is a military graveyard near the Pentagon in Washington, D.C., and that the 5 crew would have been set as playable characters. And it's alleged at one point Kennedy would have been able to see his own tombstone. And since Zelensky ended up getting quote-unquote fired and Blundell took charge, the only real reference they have to this would be Weasel's name, Arlington. And the whole idea for the map would have been that the 5 crew used the MTD that was in the basement and ended up overloading it and caused a fraction in time and ended up at the Arlington Cemetery. And them doing that would have eventually led to the events of 5. There's really not much proof of any of this, and it's all just purely speculation, but it's interesting nonetheless. Ultimus Richthofen kills the children in the house. So this theory states that Ultimus Richthofen is a big old meanie and ended up committing a little bit of murder against some innocent children. So we do know from the alternate loading screen that Richthofen was at one point at the house with Primus. And if we take a look at some of Samantha's DE drawings, we can see a picture of Richthofen holding a knife with her dad and a mysterious door/teleporter thingy. I'm not sure what they were going with that. Like, goddamn kid, can't draw a little bit better? Jeez. So it seems like Richthofen came through a door and attacked her dad. And if this is Ultimus Richthofen, he certainly does have a grudge against Maxis. And the last piece of evidence is actually a earlier entry. One of the things that Richthofen demanded was a book called The Rite of Spring. And in that book, it tells the story of an ancient pagan society that performs necessary rituals for the upcoming spring as an absolute means of survival each year. And it may or may not, have a little bit of kid murdering. So with the book involving kid murdering for absolute survival, the drawing that Samantha did, and the proof that Richthofen was at the house, it's plausible that he did a little bit of child murdering. The true ending to the storyline. If I could ask Jason Blundell any question, this would probably be it. What did you actually envision the end of the storyline to be in Black Ops 4? Because as we know, it got axed about halfway through, and a lot of the things that they had planned, they were never able to do because of the lack of resources. And I guess the biggest piece of evidence would just be to look at the ending itself. It looks rushed and doesn't answer a lot of questions, and for the ending to the big storyline in Zombies, we didn't even get an actual cutscene. It's just a slideshow of images. And the ending just feels rushed and like a way to explain things so that way they could actually continue the storyline without all of the Monty and Shadow Man stuff that they had previously. So we may never know what the actual ending to Zombies was gonna be, but if you ever get a chance to ask Jason Blundell, make sure you ask him. 2 different cycles. Honestly, I would explore this and put there's probably like way more cycles than just 2. Because when I think about it, we have 2 main ones. Either Weasel dies in Mob of the Dead or he doesn't. And if he does die, the cycle continues, and if he doesn't, it sets up things for our characters to break the cycle. But then you also look at like the Giant and whether we awaken the test subjects or not. So it seems like it always branches down to 2 different ways. If Weasel dies or if he doesn't, if we awaken the test subjects or we don't, who knows how many cycles there are. I think that's what this is referring to. And like certain areas in the storyline where it's either do or don't, this is the important part, and we can only branch 2 different ways from this point on. Again, shout out to War Thunder for sponsoring this video and letting me make that ad. Make sure to check them out with my links down there below in the description and in the pinned comments, and play for free on PC, PlayStation, and on Xbox. New and returning players that haven't played in 6 months will also receive a massive bonus pack across all platforms, which will give you tons of cool stuff, including multiple premium vehicles. All this is only available for a limited time, so make sure not to miss it. Support my sponsors because they support me. Also, we gotta thank my beautiful Patreons. We got Brian Hahn, Person, Fat Lucky Potato, Icy Storm, B-Rad the Man, Giovanni Diaz, Mayall, G-Daddy Smackdown, Forg, Ty Mulan, Henry Heiberg, and Krillic Spitz. If you would like to be a Patreon supporter, link is right down there below in the description. You get videos early, and you can berate me in Discord if you really want to. So that's going to be the video. Hopefully you guys enjoyed, and make sure to check out the plush. We need a lot of pre-orders to get that, so if you want a pretty cool plush of a bunny girl, you know what to do. So that's it. You can go now. Leave.
That machine looks like fun! I noticed that my counterparts are conspicuously up. Dempsey, would you like me to warm up your little marshmallows?
90 minutes of details you may have missed in Zombies. Let's go. Starting off with Shadows of Evil, there are plenty of Easter eggs around this map. The first one, I would hope everybody would know, you can skip rounds at the start of the match. Once you spawn in, you want to start shooting the Shadow Man right in his stupid little face. And you're going to be able to skip to round 5, 10, and 15. And with every round skip, you will gain more and more points. So say you're just tired of spawning in on round 1, you can choose what round you want to start off on. And I really like that, and I wish they would have implemented more Easter eggs similar to this, because rounds like 1 through 5 are just like a huge pain in the ass once you've played a map long enough. And I'll give you guys another softball one that you all should probably know. As you open the first door from Shadows of Evil, if you want to know exactly where the perk locations are, it's pretty easy to tell. Next to every single door, there's going to be a broken perk bottle, which will correspond with what perk is in that area. So no more guessing on where the perks are. This map literally tells you exactly where they are. The harvest pods were another re-return, very similar to the dig piles in Origins, and depending on when you harvest these things, and depending on what rarity it is, you can get a plethora of different things. You can get the RK5, the LCAR9, the Locust, the KRM, the Bootlegger, Blood Money, Max Ammo, Double Points, Insta-Kill, Fire Sale, Nuke, a Zombie, a Ray Gun, if you're lucky, the part for the Apothecary Servant, a Bloodhound, a Haymaker, a Parasite, a Man of War, and a Death Machine. There are numerous of things that you can get, all depending on what rarity you open it up at. In Shadows of Evil, we got introduced to the Monkey Bombs replacement, the Lil Arnie. And there is a way to upgrade this on Shadows of Evil. The first thing you're going to need to do is get 100 kills with it, so make sure you keep track and get a lot of max ammos. And after you have the 100 set kills, you're going to throw 3 Little Arnies at 3 very specific items. The first one is going to be a top hat on one of the mannequins in Nero's lair. The next one is a bow tie in the boxing gym. And the last and final one is a walking cane in the Ruby Rabbit. Once you have done that, you want to go to the Black Lace Burlesque and throw a Little Arnie at the ritual stand, and then this will happen. And after that is done, congratulations, your Little Arnies are now infinitely stronger. Now, Shadows of Evil also has a World War II reference. If you come right over to this corner and you listen very closely, you can hear today's sponsor, Enlisted. My bad. Enlisted is a free-to-play World War II multiplayer game available on PC, Xbox Series X and S, PlayStation 5, PS4, and Xbox One with cross-platform support. Now, you guys are kind of spoiled today because I didn't have any of that growing up. Now, if you are a huge history buff like me and you love historical accuracy in games, Enlisted is definitely something you need to try right now, especially when it comes to the weapons. There are hundreds of unique firearms from World War II that are in this game. And it's not just your average M1 Garand and MP40. There are so many other test weapons and rare prototypes that aren't even in any other game. And don't even get me started on the amount of armored cars, tanks, fighters, bombers, and all the other insane vehicles that you can play with. There's just so many toys and they're all historically accurate and it's so much fun. I love it. How often does a historically accurate, I repeat, historically accurate World War II game come across your lap? Not every day. So go get Enlisted right now. And if you use my link down below to download the game, you're going to get some exclusive bonuses, 3 days of premium time, and several troop and weapon orders for a great start. So hurry up and join your boy on the battlefield and not playing with your toys in your room. In Shadows of Evil, you can also get a free Mega Gobblegum. You want to head over here to the lion statues and throw a Widow's Wine grenade in each one of their mouths. Once you have successfully done that, one of the lion's mouths will give you a blank white Gobblegum. You want to take that down to the candy store and place it right here on this plate, and then you want to complete a full round, and if you come back, you will have a free Mega Gobblegum. The hardest part about that step is getting all of the grenades in the lion's mouth, you want to make sure a zombie's very far away, because if you only do 3, you have to wait until you get 4 of them. You have to do all 4 in a row without missing. It's very hard, especially when you're playing solo. Well, it's not hard. It's more tedious than anything. Now, did you also know in Shadows of Evil that you can upgrade the trip mines? Now, there are 2 different upgrade paths you can take. If you start one and then you try to do the other, I think you just lock yourself out of both. So you want to be very, very careful. Like, once you buy trip mines, I would advise you to go straight to trying to upgrade them. So there is the cream cake trip mine, and all you have to do is successfully damage Devil of Donuts food carts around the map. There are going to be 4 of them. One is in the junction near the Gobblegum machine. The other is in the canals near the Gobblegum machine. There's also one in the Footlight district, right next to where the fuse can spawn. And the last and final one is in the Waterfront district, right next to one of the box locations. And you want to throw a trip mine down and have a zombie walk near it and successfully damage each one of these carts. And once you do, it'll look a little something like this.
Case closed.
The other upgrade path is the Donuts trip mine, and you pretty much do the same exact thing except for kind of reverse. You want to damage the Holly's cream cake food carts. The first one is in the junction near Stamina Up. The next one is in the canals in front of the Bible door towards the Ruby Rabbit. And the last and final one is in the Footlight district in front of the Perca-Cola machine. And once you have done it, it'll look a little something like this. There are 2 musical Easter eggs on Shadows of Evil. The main one that probably everyone knows that is extremely copyright claimed, and I cannot let you guys listen to that, is snakeskin boots. There are going to be 3 little wooden radios scattered around the map. One is in the boxing gym, the next one is in the Ruby Rabbit, and the last and final one is in the Footlight district on a bench, right up here in this train station. And all you want to do is hold F, X, whatever you're playing on, and the musical Easter egg Snakeskin Boots will start playing. The last song that you can activate is going to be Cold Hard Cash. There will be a bunch of parts for a microphone stand scattered throughout the map. All you gotta do is pick them all up. The first one is the wire. This one is under the stairs next to the Ruby Rabbit. The next one is a microphone stand located in Nero's lair. The last and final one is going to be the microphone itself, which is located in the subway area right next to this trash can. Once you have done that, you want to head back to the Black Lace Burlesque, interact with the microphone stand, and this song will start playing.
A man once waltzed into a club and swept me off my feet.
Now, what kind of zombie map would it be if there wasn't a jump scare? Once you have a sniper, you want to head down to the docks and look right up here, and this happens. Now, there is a cool noir mode, which is basically a black and white mode, that you can activate simply by interacting with this picture right here. But do beware, once you do it, there's no going back. Now, there is a 500-point Easter egg that also has to do with Sal DeLuca from Mob of the Dead, and that is located right outside of spawn. If you have a Widow's Wine grenade, it makes this infinitely easier. You want to toss it, write this little note on this jacket, and if you do it successfully, you will gain 500 points. Now, if you're ever walking around Shadows of Evil and you're like, hey man, these posters look oddly similar, that is because this Escape the Tomb poster was actually originally in Mob of the Dead. It's the poster that you knock off the wall with the Hell's Redeemer. There are actually loads and loads of references to Mob of the Dead in this map. And speaking of references to Mob of the Dead, there is also a map of Alcatraz located in the subway. It's kind of hard to see with all this other stuff over top of it, but it just adds to the numerous references of Mob of the Dead. And even Jack Vincent himself has a lot of references to the mobsters from Mob of the Dead.
I once busted a little weasel who tried to use one of these to blast open a bank safe. Dumbass nearly blew himself up. Could have used this when I busted Sal's liquor joint. Finn O'Leary's whiskey tasted better than this shit. What is this? One of Billy Handsome's trophies?
What's even weirder though is down at the Waterfront Rift area, there is a map of Origins sitting right here on this table. Why? No idea. And speaking of references, one of them, if you go over here to the cinema and you look at the date, it says November 6th. Nova 6th, November 6th, and that also happened to be the day that Black Ops dropped. Now, I hope this reference is actually correct, but if you go down to the docks, there's a light post with a green light on it, and this might be a reference to the most overrated book in existence, The Great Gatsby, where the character constantly stares at a green light at the end of a dock on the opposite side of the bay. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I did not know this or get the reference because that book is wildly overrated. I think that's because it's like one of the only decent books that they force you to read in like high school. Now, located all throughout the map, there are tons of stores with wildly different names. And in case you didn't know, all of these stores are actually references to people that worked on the game. Example, you have Chang's Laundry, and Yao Chang was a senior character artist. You have CJ's Printing Ink, and CJ Connie was a producer. You have Zach's Hats, which was Zach Gonzalez, an associate producer. You have, I don't know if you guys are going to get this one, Blundell's Baked Goods, who, aka Jason Blundell, kind of the dude that ran everything. You also have Schmitz, who is G. Henry Schmidt, a game designer. You have Harsha's Hotel, who is Ken Harsha, an art director. You also have Harsha's Cigarette, who was the same person. You have Zandy's Smoke Lounge, Ali Zandy, a level designer. You have Nesbitt's Cafe, aka Justin Nesbitt, a level designer. And there's also some more Mob of the Dead references. You have DeLuca Shipping, aka Sal DeLuca. You got Al's Barbershop, which was Al Weasel Arlington. You have O'Leary's B&L, who was Finn O'Leary. So like I said, this map was just teeming with Mob of the Dead and so many references. But it does not stop there, because if you look around the map, you will also see tons of boxing posters, and these boxing posters are also people that worked on the game. You have Huska, an environment artist, versus Livingston, the tech lead of Zombies. You have Solder versus Saunders, a CG artist versus level designer. You have Nesbitt versus Zandy, a level builder versus a level designer slash artist. And these are just scattered all throughout the game. And it keeps going because if you go to the boxing gym, all of these dudes on the wall are Treyarch employees. They're not just randy people that they're like, hey, let's just use this random. It seems like every one of these people actually worked on the game. And I really like that. I love when they give shout outs to the people that actually made this game. Now let's take a little side note here. There are plenty of ciphers around the map. The first one is going to read, "The elders will continue to seed space and time. I must lead them to the place they cannot see." The next cipher reads, "Although they have discovered the way, premise will fail." The third cipher reads, "M is interested in these worthless beings. All of his work will be undone." The fourth cipher reads, "The formless one will be their downfall." And the last cipher reads, "I am willing to do what must be done. The plan must not fail." And similar to a lot of other maps, there are multiple scraps of paper located throughout the map, and once you get all the scraps of paper put together, you get this image. And once we had put this image back together, it kind of gave us a whole new direction for where Zombies was heading versus where it had been. Now, the last thing I got for you guys about Shadows of Evil is going to be the Margwa mask, a wildly forgotten thing nowadays. To get this, you're going to first have to have killed 5 Margwas, and then once you have done that, you want to take a ride on the tram. There will be 6 Margwa hearts along the way, and you want to shoot every single one of them. As you are leaving the waterfront, it's going to be on the left side, and it will be on the blue Morgue City gas and electric sign. Also, as you leave the waterfront on the left side, on the watermelon poster on the Connie building, right after the previous Margwa heart. Now, if you are heading from waterfront to Footlight, the next one will be on the Devil of Donuts sign right before the Holly's Cream Cake poster. As you are leaving the Footlight district on the right side, it will be on a coffee neon sign. Next one is also as you are leaving the Footlight district on the right side, it will be on the white theater sign. And the last one is as you are leaving Canals on the left side, it will be on the Y of the Ruby Rabbit sign. And once you have done all that, the Margwa head will be in one of 4 locations: on the balcony on the 3rd floor of the Ruby Rabbit, on the table in Nero's Landing, under the lockers in the boxing area, or on the stage in the Black Lace Burlesque. And once you have the Margwa head, it gives you a little bit more protection against the Margwa's slam attack. Heading over to Der Eisendrache, there are tons of Easter eggs just all over this map. The first one we're going to talk about is the Plunger Easter egg. To do this, you're going to want to head over to the clock tower and blow open this hole. This is also the thing you would have to do to get the fire bow. You're going to want to place your Ragnaroks behind the clock. Then come down to the bottom floor and interact with this. This is going to start the clock. Now you want to stop the clock at 9:35. And if you have successfully stopped the clock at 9:35, you want to head down to the pyramid and start wall running. You will eventually go back in time, and once you're back in time, you can go right up to this table and grab the plunger. It's a little easier to do if you're doing it with multiple people because they can kind of help you with the clock, but it is definitely achievable solo. And you can also upgrade the plunger by killing a Panzer. Once you have killed a Panzer or dealt the killing blow, you will get the upgraded plunger, which is kind of like a fiery version of it, and for 1 minute, it is an insta-kill, so you can knock out Panzers and or zombies with it. There's also a little side Easter egg that has to do with the upgraded plunger over here in the Speed Cola area. If you get enough zombie kills next to this newspaper, it will eventually change and have an entire new meaning. I think all of that is a little much to hear about zombies in London, but hey, I don't make the Easter eggs, I just tell you guys about them. Now there are 3 musical Easter eggs located around the map. The first one is going to be Dead Again, and this one is your stereotypical music Easter egg. 3 teddy bears located around the map. First one is in Samantha's bedroom right here on this chair. The next one is in the cell opposite side of Jug. This one's a little hard to see. And the last one is down by the rocket pad sitting passenger on this truck. And once you have done that, this song will start playing. Another little musical Easter egg that's not really like a map Easter egg, more like you activate it and a tune plays for a little bit and you can constantly reactivate it, is a modified version of Samantha's Lullaby. So if you activate the music box in Samantha's bedroom, this song will start playing. And the last kind of like final musical Easter egg, well, there's technically one more after this, is going to be this. I'm not even going to try to pronounce it because I already know I'm going to get it wrong, but there are 3 gramophones around the map and you want to activate every single one. The first one is in Samantha's bedroom, the next one is in the control room, and the last and final one is in the pyramid room. You activate all of them and this happens.
Spirits are restless here, tortured by the work of our adversaries.
Now there is another little kind of music Easter egg, and this is the disco Easter egg. So once you are in the control room, you want to shoot up here and at the moon and the rocket globe, and once they are next to each other, if you shoot them, this starts happening. Not even the beginning of all of the Easter eggs on this map. There's also the skeleton Easter egg. You can change all of the zombies into skeletons for however long you want. If you have the gobblegum in plain sight, it's going to make this step so much easier. There are 3 skulls located around the map, and if you use the in plain sight gobblegum, you can very easily see them. And you want to take your bow around the map and shoot every single one. And you can do this in any particular order. The first one is going to be located right next to Double Tap. The next one will be over here by Mule Kick. And the third and final one will be overlooking the courtyard. And once you have done that, the zombies spawning in from there on out will be skeletons. And if at any point you want to change them back to zombies, all you have to do is come over here and interact with these 3 skulls, and bam, now they're zombies again. Now there is a way to get a free Mega Gobblegum, and this one is definitely not as easy as Shadows of Evil, but what you're going to want to do is head into the teleporter room and pick up this plant. Now you're going to want to travel back in time by doing the Wisp step. While you're in the past, you want to put this plant right back where you originally got it, and then once you return to the present, the plant will be all grown up and you can get your free Gobblegum. A little bit more tedious than just getting Widow's Wine and tossing them in Lion's Mouth. Now, if you've ever wondered about the second tram and spawn, well, you're in luck because there is a way to get it. Once you spawn in, you immediately want to toss your grenades right inside of this tram. And if you have successfully done that, every 5th fuse that you use will bring up the second tram, and it will have way better goodies than the other one. You can get like upgraded guns, monkey bombs, all sorts of goodies, but again, it's only on the 5th tram fuse. Located around Horizon Track, there are plenty of posters, but if you find this one, you might notice something very, very interesting about it. The guy in the background that is mourning his master may or may not be Leroy, I refuse to call him Arthur, from Buried. In Black Ops 3, we learned that Leroy actually has a pretty significant role in the overall zombie storyline, and this was a pretty interesting way to show it. You really wouldn't recognize it right away that it's him until someone kind of points it out to you. Next to Samantha's room, there is a projection room, and in that projection room, you can see tons of images that kind of give you the build-up to the moon base. You have Griffin Station Phase 1 underway, you have a deceased test subject, you have the test subject's preparations, where we can see that Dempsey is being put in the pod that we later get a little bit more information when we do the Easter egg. You have them examining a keeper's body, and you also have the excavation of the pyramid that we eventually got on Moon. So it's not too deep into the overall lore, but it does give us a little bit of information about the lead up to certain maps and certain events. Now, Der Eisendrache is a very real place. It is actually based off the, I'm gonna butcher this, Hohenwerfen Castle in Austria. And if you look at pictures of this place side by side, it is very, very scary about how accurate some of these places are. Now, naturally, the spawn area is a little bit different, and the tram isn't exactly the one in real life that you see in game, but overall, Treyarch did a really, really good job of kind of laying out the map almost exactly like the real life thing. And I will link a video down below of the Smith Plays. He actually went to this place and did a really good vlog of the overall thing, so if you want to see more about that, check out the link. It'll be down there below in the description. But this castle is very, very interesting, and it's very old. It was built in 1075. Like, that doesn't even seem like a real year. And really, up until Common Day, it was really like your stereotypical European evil kings and evil shit. But in World War II, it served as a Nazi education camp, and after the war, it was used as a training camp for the Austrian police. Nowadays, it's literally just a tourist attraction, and it's been in multiple different movies and video games, mainly being Call of Duty Black Ops 3. But I can't stress this enough. Go watch the Smith Plays video. It's 7 years old at this point, I think, but it's very, very good. Around Der Eisendrache, there are plenty of books. You have some, like some field operations manuals, German military zombie manuals, spirits and huntings of ancient places, but one that I thought was very, very interesting and kind of fit with the whole Leroy thing was a book called Lost Ghost Towns of the Old West. It's all the little details about zombies, especially stuff like this, that I just absolutely love. Now, if we head back to Samantha's room for a bit, you're going to see tons of drawings on the wall. And a lot of these drawings have some sort of significance. And at the time when this map came out, we really didn't know too much about where the story was going. But going back and looking at it with a little bit of hindsight, it all makes sense. The first picture, we have what looks to be like a sun with a smiley face and a house in the middle of like a grassy field. We also have Samantha and Fluffy being best friends forever. We also have this image, which looks like a chemistry set or something like that, with also what appears to be like a locked box labeled secrets, and on the bottom it says Dr. Groff has secrets. We also have what appears to be Samantha riding a fucking dragon, and it says Daddy says there used to be dragons a long time ago, this giving us a lot of hints on what's to come. And we also have Samantha in what appears to be a very, very dark forest. We also have one that Samantha drew of her daddy. You can see his bald little head right there. Of what appears to be a portal with a door inside. We also have this one, which I don't even know where to begin on this one. You got Samantha. You have a train just dicking around in the background. You got a teddy bear. You got a cymbal monkey riding a rocket. You got a bed. I don't even know where to begin with this one, to be honest with you. And in my opinion, the creepiest one has to be the one where a keeper opens a teleporter and visits Samantha at night, because just look, first of all, look at this picture. It's absolutely insane. But on Samantha's bed, it says me with a smiley face on it. And you would think a kid going through something like this would be absolutely terrified. So not really too much storyline information, but just enough to pique your interest. Now, there are tons of posters located around the map, and they all are in German. And if we translate them, we get the summer in resin, flowers in every valley, vacation in Germany, join us, day of defense, everything darkening, the enemy sees your light, and Germany, fortress of iron dragons. Some of these posters, not gonna lie, look pretty badass. Similar to Shadows of Evil, how you could get the Margwa head, you can also get the Panzer helmet. And this one is very, very easy, yet not easy to get. If you mess up, you kind of just locked yourself out of it. But there are going to be 3 Panzer claws around the map, and you're going to want to shoot them down and then use them to kill a Panzer. The first one is going to be in the ceiling next to the mule kick room, and you want to shoot that down, lead a Panzer down this area, and then shoot it again so that way it goes after the Panzer and hopefully kills it. The next one is going to be on the walkway outside near the dragon. Again, shoot this one down, wait for another Panzer to come by, and then kill it. Next one is going to be down the hall from the power switch. Again, shoot it down, wait for a Panzer, shoot it, and if you have successfully done all of that, congrats, now you have the Panzer helmet. And this will significantly help you against Panzers by making you pretty much immune to their melee attacks. Now, if only we could do something about them shock charge attacks, because that's where it's at. Next up, we have the BRM Easter egg. You can find the BRM wall buy in Der Eisendrache. All you have to do is activate the no gravity and then run around the entire thing, hitting all of these little square switches. If you have successfully done that, congrats, now you can find the BRM wall buy located right here. This is a very simple and easy thing to do, and in my opinion, it's not really worth it. I'm not really a big BRM kind of guy. The last thing I have for you is the spawn Easter egg that was only recently solved a couple years ago. To do this, you're going to want to stay, I believe, on round 1 and 2. I think if you go any farther, I'm not sure you can do this or not. I'm not gonna lie, I have no idea. But you want to make sure all of the zombies break down every barricade, and all of the windows do not have any barricades on them. Now, you want to run through and put 2 boards on each window. After you've done that, you want to buy the RK5, add 2 more boards to every single window yet again. Then after you have done that, you want to buy the Shiva. Then go around and add 1 board to every single window. So you want every window to have 5 boards. Once you have done that, buy the RK5 and immediately sprint to this door right over here. If you have successfully done that, you can see this. And this is one of the developers and their family. There is no way in hell we would have ever solved this if it wasn't for people creating things to help us solve Easter eggs, because who would have ever done this in a million years? It really makes you think, like, what other zombie secrets are still out there that have, like, really dumb steps like this that we'll just never figure out. Last but not least, we do have a ton of ciphers. There's a lot on this map. First one reads, "Father introduced me to a new friend that just arrived. His name is Edward. He is nice, but he doesn't like to share the toys." Cipher 2. The last test subject, the Mexican, died, but during the autopsy, I have discovered the key to create the undead army that we seek. We are now ready to capture the 4 test subjects identified in Report 44. Cipher 3. After the great battle, they stood upon the mountain. Their light shone down and cleansed all the sickness for as far as the eye could see. They are the first, they are the last. Visions of fractuated worlds and strange rooms haunted our dreams. Cipher 4. I have received another toy posted by M. Cipher 5. I met the reporter who was to deliver the artifact. He said he was going to bring it in his truck in a crate. But when I arrived, the reporter was babbling and acting wildly, waving a letter in his hand telling me to stay away. The crate containing the artifact had been sealed away with some ancient magic. When I told him I must have the artifact and moved toward the crate, he attacked me. I acted in self-defense, stabbing him in the chest. Cipher 6. Mission log entry 45. I am over the site looking down through the open door. I can see weird distortion below me like a localized aurora borealis. I would normally cancel the operation, but we don't have time. Luckily, I have taken experimental weapon version 3 that no one has seen before from my previous missions. Never say never, Peter. Cipher 7. After the success at the Rising Sun facility, Division 9 is moving with Phase 2. The island facility is now operational and initial testing is underway. Cipher 8. Like I said, there's a lot. We have discovered that there are beings that can travel between dimensions without the aid of teleporters. Cipher 9, this is kind of like a graph thing that somebody smarter than me definitely did, because I would never do this. Division 9 has completed the resurrection of the ancient beast for your western front. We expect Group 935 to reciprocate the favor. Cipher 10. I cannot appear directly to you. I can only help you in your way. You guys are really making hard work of this. M. Cipher 11. After sending him on countless suicide missions, he refuses to die. He is in your hands now. Don't fail us. Again, tons of ciphers, and that's not even the end of it. You have your typical scraps of paper, and this really set up the next map for us. Because once you put all these scraps of paper together, you get this image, which is all written in Japanese. This reads, "To my beloved Emperor, it has been several months since I last received orders from you. I cannot help but say that I am at my wit's end. Since I have landed on the island, I, your foolish servant, have continued my inspection and recording of Division 9's activities. However, despite being directly dispatched by you, they regard my work with suspicious eyes. As such, I have been barred from and forbidden access to almost all research areas. The situations continue to worsen. The installation commander ordered me to hand over my weapons for the duration of my stay. If he hadn't shown me the relevant papers ordering me to comply to maintain security, marked with your signature and seal, I would no doubt have objected. I have never raised any doubts whatsoever concerning your judgment, sir, but I am concerned that these circumstances may prove a great hindrance to my mission. I understand how important the alliance is for a righteous cause and final victory, but the influence of German Operative Force Group 935 has become increasingly worrisome. Over the last few months, the number of officers they have here has increased. I cannot help but think that it is they who are propelling the plan. Judging by what I have seen, the research done by Division 9 has been far beyond acceptable. In fact, their aberrational methods of weapons research can only be described as abnormal. Not only do they use prisoners of war for living body tests, but they also have been trying to control the supernatural powers of Element 115. I therefore think that if we permit them to continue their work, dark clouds may soon loom over our great country. I, your foolish servant, will continue to watch them and will report to you whenever possible. If the idea so pleases you, I think it is necessary that you intervene directly in order for us to better understand the aim of Division 9's research and make clear the ramifications of their plans. I hope you receive this message. Your humble servant, Takeo Masaki. Moving on to Zetsubo Noshima, we got 2 musical Easter eggs on this map. The first one is going to be Dead Flowers. There are 3 sock monkeys around the map, and you can hit them in any particular order. The first one is located over here next to the blue 115 water, to the left of this perk machine. The next one is going to be down near the KT4 workbench, and the last and final one is going to be on the top floor of Lab B. The next musical Easter egg is going to be like a little remix of Samantha's Lullaby. To do this, you want to head down to the purple water, and these bulbs on the wall, you have to fill them with a certain amount of water. And the order goes like this. The first bulb you only want to fill once, the next one you want to fill 3 times, then 5, 6, 7, and 5. And if you have done it correctly, you can interact with the last bulb and this starts playing. Now, one cool thing that Zetsubo Noshima did that we really don't see too much of in Zombies is a round-specific Easter egg. Once you have gotten to round 50, if you're over here near Lab B, and you look off in the distance, you can see a large, gigantic-ass monster menacingly and creepily walking in the distance. There really is nothing much more to this Easter egg other than that, but it's still one of those rare cases where we have a round-specific Easter egg like this, and we really don't see too much of that besides like classified, and that's a shame. Now, there is a cool Easter egg where you can make your player throw up. All you have to do is eat a plant that gives you a free perk while not being able to hold any more perks. So for an example, if you have Perkaholic and you do the free perk Easter egg and you try to get a free perk, your player will throw up like this. And to do this, it's actually very, very simple. You're going to want to water a plant with every single type of water. So you're going to want to water with green, blue, and purple water every single round. And you do not want to fertilize it with the KT4. I repeat, do not do that. And if you do it correctly, you will get a really good chance of spawning in one of these fruit plants. And all you gotta do is eat it and watch your character do this.
We nurture you from seed, and still you betray us.
Now, there is a jump scare on this map, and in my opinion, it's one of the more scary ones we've seen in Call of Duty Zombies, and I believe you can only do this in co-op. I don't think you can do this single player. So you want to come down here to the test specimens room. You want to have a sniper rifle, and this back right one, you want to look at it very, very carefully and go up and down on it to make sure you hit the sweet spot. And once you have done that, a doppelganger will randomly spawn in, and once you approach it, this happens. Now, remember how in Origins you could get the golden helmet and the shovel? Well, in Zetsubo Noshima you can get, wait for it, a golden bucket. And this golden bucket allows you to have infinite uses of whatever water is stored in it, and you can swap between what waters are stored in it without actually having to go and fill it up. To get this, you're going to need the Skull of Nansapui and to have grown every type of plant. So you're going to need to have grown the fruit-bearing plant, like I mentioned previously, which is one of every type of water. You're going to need to grow a plant that only uses blue water, so all 3 rounds you have to use blue water. And you have to do the same with green and purple. And you also have to do a plant where you do not water it whatsoever. So once you have spent countless rounds doing all of that, you want to head down here to the living quarters right next to the purple water and use the mesmerize ability on this wall to show the rest of this poster. Once you have done that, you want to head down underneath Lab B and use the mesmerize ability again on these vines. The vines should go away and reveal a new planter. You can plant your bucket inside of that, and once you have done that, 3 new ones will sprout up. You're going to need tons of seeds for this stupid golden bucket. But like I said, 3 new planters pop up. You want to plant the seed in every single one, and immediately the plant that likes to attract zombies and kill them will spawn up, and you have to let each of those plants kill enough zombies. Once they have killed enough zombies, they will retract back down into Earth, and you can go up to the previous plant and collect your golden bucket. Like I said, it gives you infinite water. In my opinion, it's not really that worth it. You have to do so much like bullshit and just like play Farmville for so long in zombies, all for infinite water that you can just kind of have infinite already. It don't make much sense to me. And speaking of whole planting and seeds thing, if you were wanting to know what exactly happens when you do certain things, let me tell you. If you plant a seed and use all blue water, it's going to behave very similar to a harvest pod from Shadows of Evil, where you get like kind of like random things. And if you use the KT4 on it to basically fertilize it every single round, you get better things. You get like the symbol monkey, an empty perk bottle, and even a part for the Easter egg. So that's what the blue water does. Now if you use green water all the rounds, you get this cool little plant that will hold a zombie for you, and it'll slowly kill the zombie over time. If you use the KT4 on it and fertilize it, it'll be able to hold the zombie a lot longer. Now if you use purple water, it's going to give you that plant that likes to attract zombies and kill them. And if you get it fertilized, it will be able to last a lot longer and kill a lot more zombies. Now, like I said previously, if you use all 3 main types of water, you're going to have a much higher chance to get a fruit-bearing plant. But if that doesn't happen, you're going to get whatever the last kind of water you use. So if the last water that you added was blue, you're going to get a harvest pod thing. If the last water you added was green, you're going to get the zombie babysitter. And if the last water you used was purple, it's the killing zombie plant. But if you use all 3 types of water and you get it fertilized by the KT4, you have a much higher chance to get a clone plant. And what this does is actually like Who's Who, but infinitely better. So you can imprint yourself on this plant, and whatever you had, so like ammo, perks, and all that other fun stuff, whatever you had, the second you die, you immediately spawn back in with all the stuff that you imprinted with. So like I said, it's a much better version of Who's Who. Now, did you also know that in Zetsubo no Shima, you can play as a spider, and you will get 1 use per round, and it's going to last you for almost a minute. And it's really not useful for like killing zombies, but it's mainly used as a I'm about to die and I need to get out of this real quick. That's what I would use it for. Other than that, there really isn't like much use for it whatsoever. But to obtain this, you're going to have done a couple things. Number 1, all your trials need to be done. Number 2, you're going to need the electrified zombie shield. Number 3, you're going to need the skull of Nan Sapui. And lastly, the cage in Lab A has to be on the ground level, or at the very least, you have to have gotten the spider venom, the part that you needed for the KT4. Now all you have to do is wait for a spider round. Use the skull of Nan Sapui's mesmerize ability to find the spider with the red mist. Keep that little bastard alive. You're going to want to take that little spider around to all 3 different element 115 pools, so the green, the blue, and the purple. You're going to want to let that spider drink from every single one. Now that he's gotten his H2O in, you want to head back to the cage on Lab A, get him caught inside, pull the cage up, then melee the control panel with the electrified zombie shield. That will send it completely underground. Now you want to wait for another spider round and kill all the spiders. But these spiders will be a little stronger and more aggressive, so watch out. Once that round is over and the round changes, raise the cage up from Lab A. That spider will now be replaced with a cocoon, and then extract the venom from the spider, pick it up. Congrats, now you have the spider bait equipment. You can activate it once a round, and like I said, it's really only good like if you're about to die and that's your only option. Other than that, you got a lot of stuff you have to do, man. It's not worth it. And speaking of spiders, I would hope you would know about the spider boss fight. I really hope you do. All you need is the KT4. Come over here, shoot this little spider web, run inside, fight the giant spider boss. It's actually really easy. And once you have successfully defeated it, you get a part for the upgraded KT4 and you get access to Widow's Wine. Like I said, I would hope you have known about that by now. Now, hopefully this next thing you didn't know about, but did you know you can get a friendly Thrasher to aid you in your zombie killing epidemic? All you're going to need is the upgraded KT-4 and the Skull of Nansapui. You want to head down into the test subjects area of the bunker, use the Skull's Mesmerize ability on this wall, shoot it with the KT-4, that's going to reveal this spore. Get a zombie next to the spore, make the spore explode, he will turn into a Thrasher, and congrats, that Thrasher is now on your side. He will last for quite a long time. He's very powerful, but he's kind of just slow. Like, he doesn't kill zombies really fast, but he does help you kill zombies, and he is your best friend for life now, and you're stuck with him, and if you ever do anything to harm him, I will find you. And speaking of Thrashers, if you are playing co-op and you happen to go down next to a Thrasher, he will pick you up and put you in his belly, and congrats, now you're with him for life now. He's going to carry you around the map until you bleed out. And if your friends were wanting to pick you up, well, they have to kill the Thrasher first before they can get to you. And I'm not gonna lie, this is one of the cooler things that Treyarch has like ever added. It's such a small thing, but I still think it's just so freaking cool. There's also some creepy hallucinations that you can encounter while you're playing Zetsubo no Shima. All you have to do is sit inside of a spore until you start hearing voices, like your character has to cough for a long time, and then walk around the map to 3 different locations, and this happens. Now let's talk a little bit about history, because we all know history is pretty based. Division 9 was made up for the zombie verse. Treyarch decided to add it in here, but did you know that Division 9 is based off of reality? It all dates back to World War II and Unit 731. Unit 731 was basically the Japanese version of Group 935, in a way, in a short explanation way. Unit 731 was officially divided in 8 divisions, with Treyarch adding Division 9, whose whole purpose was to research 115 and explore its potential. But Unit 731 and the Japanese in general in World War II, in my opinion, were way more evil than the Nazis. Unit 731 was a biological and chemical warfare unit set up in 1938 in Manchuria, and one of their goals was to develop biological weapons. And they used Chinese civilians and POWs as human guinea pigs to study the effects. A lot of these prisoners were murdered, were used in vivisection and other terrible medical experiments, such as living humans being infected with very deadly diseases such as the plague and anthrax, and then getting cut open without anesthesia to see how these diseases affected the organs. Female prisoners were forced to become pregnant and then used as experiments, and they also used various weapons on live humans such as grenades, trying to figure out what distances worked best. They used flamethrowers on people. They also used people tied to stakes to test out pathogen-releasing bombs, chemical weapons, explosive weapons, bayonets, knives, and all sorts of... Unit 731 was evil as shit. They also did like a bunch of stupid tests that had nothing to do. They injected like horse urine into prisoners' kidneys, amputated limbs, re-sewing them on to other stumps, just doing evil shit for no reason. I tell you this mainly because this whole sort of history has been lost, and I feel like a lot more people should know the actual barbaricness of Unit 731, aka Division 9. A lot of people don't know that the Japanese were actually pretty freaking evil back in the day. Okay, so now that we've got all depressed and everything, let's talk more about Easter eggs and stuff. You can find the Mob of the Dead plane sometimes flying up in the sky if you're lucky enough. Eventually you can catch it coming out of a portal and disappearing in itself. And very similar to that, the boat from Shadows of Evil can also be seen outside of the map. I'm not sure if this was like supposed to be the exact one from Shadows of Evil or if this was just like a reused asset, but I still thought it was cool enough to point out. Now, one thing that I really like about Zetsubo no Shima is that it made the map kind of spooky. Definitely not like Verrucht spooky, but they did add a lot of background noise that I actually really love. Randomly around the map, you can hear that same whispering that you would have heard in Shinonuma. You can also hear what seems to be like screaming or people getting tortured in various windows throughout the map. And in the Pack-a-Punch area, you can also hear the same sound that you would have heard in Verrückt and Shinonuma around electrical equipment. And that's not all. As I was exploring the map, I was able to find the lullaby that has been with us since World at War over here next to this downed US plane. It's very refreshing hearing that lullaby. We haven't heard that in a while in these videos. And the last two things I have for you before we get to all the ciphers and everything, I found some Japanese writings on the wall. And using Google Translate to roughly translate it, this one I believe says evil lurks or evil is here or something along those lines. While this one I believe says something along the lines of fated to die, or it is your fate to die, something like that. Now Zetsubo Nishima also has tons of ciphers, and they read as follows. Of the 4 test subjects highlighted in Report 44, one of the brothers has died before we could reach him in the battle. The other is still at large in the city. Cipher 2. Entry 58. We have been having power fluctuations in the past couple days. Consequently, we have to rely more and more on backup generators. It's strange. Ever since we have been having issues with the power, people are reported hearing voices coming from the walls. They say they can hear quiet sobbing from a boy and a girl, as well as a man shouting for children to close the windows. I have not heard the voices, but I admit something feels different about this place. Cipher 3. My name is my name. My name. Oh yes, it is Gersh. How long have I been floating? Minutes? Years? Where is now? I guess I can forgive Yuri. I quite like my new form. Where am I now? A city on fire by a river. I know this place. Finally, I am home. Cipher 4. Comrade, I hope these schematics reach you in time so our scientists can make full use of them. For I know the Western Front is on the brink of collapse. These schematics I have stolen from Group 935 will enable us to construct our own wonder weapons, which will help us turn the tide of the war and give us victory over the German pigs. I fear, however, I will not live to see this. V. Cipher 5. Edward, as you know, it is imperative you and the group find the exact versions of yourself that I have highlighted in each universe. Only by killing that version of yourself in that particular universe to that particular moment in time will we be successful once each of your other selves are killed across all universes. Remember, we are only immune because we opened the portal in France, but I'm afraid this might not be permanent. I fear there is something M isn't telling me and that there is not much time left for us. Cipher 6. Sophia, cyclic redundancy check equal fail. Cipher 7. I shut down power for the night. We must conserve the gasoline, so I am told. Because the Emperor is in doubt of the usefulness of our research here at the Rising Sun facility, and that resupplying the facility will now occur every other month rather than our usual scheduled weekly drops. However, the new meteor site produces higher grade samples, ones we can actually use. Wait, is that a plane I hear? The resupply is not scheduled for another week. I see a bright light in the sky. Cipher 8. Richtofen must understand that using these teleporters to jump between dimensions is both dangerous and imprecise. At any point, the fabric of space and time could collapse if the improper amounts of 115 are not maintained. I'm also concerned about the unknown effects of trans-dimensional jumps. I have noticed even with my brief travels that new memories and emotions have flooded my mind, suddenly appearing from nowhere. I am also sure something is happening on a molecular level as well. Cipher 9. Entry 56. Just finished a very long shift. We were awaiting the test subject's arrival from the castle, but they never showed. Those Group 935 pigs didn't even bother to radio the asylum to let us know that they were not coming. I'm getting sick of those arrogant scientists. They have given the asylum the nickname Verrucht Asylum. I loathe it. We are as every bit as important to the completion of the project as they are. Cipher 10. Urgent telegram. We have just received word that the private plane carrying the expedition crew encountered freak atmospheric event which caused it to crash, killing all on board, including the famous explorers Brock and Gary. This comes week after their announcement about the location of Shangri-La. Cipher 11. Division 9. Project D. Update to Group 935. The specimens have been manufactured to be asexual. We felt it was best to remove the primal urges of the sexes, as this will make them far easier to control. That being said, they are still extremely dangerous. You must have mechanical control collars and proper frequencies set and applied when these specimens reach the juvenile stage. After seeing what they are capable of, your stalemate on the Eastern Front with the Russians will soon come to an end. Cipher 12. While the loss of the Rising Sun facility was unfortunate, the Emperor was so impressed with our final results that he has approved the construction of the new Division 9 facility on the island that we selected. He assured me personally that he will spare no expense in advancing our research. You and I both know that what we accomplish at this new facility will win the war for Japan. There is also scraps of paper that, when put together and deciphered, you get this message. Maxis, have you found the space-time coordinates for the other individuals I asked for? It's imperative that we find them as well. You must trust me on this. For my plan to work, we need their blood. And last but not least, there is a letter on the map that's written in Japanese, no ciphers needed, that reads as follows. Although we have tried to eliminate him, making it seem as if he were killed in an accident, he has managed to escape every time by some miracle. The fact that he is regarded as a hero by the commoners is unbearable, and it shall eventually lead to the existence of myself being questioned. He taints the commoners' belief in myself, I, who should be held in the highest regard by them. But it is no longer necessary for me to bear this suffering any longer. I have given the order to the operatives in Division 9. They must not let Takeo Masaki leave the island alive. Moving on to Go Rod Kroby, there are 3 musical Easter eggs around the map. The first one is Dead Ended, and this one can be activated by hitting 3 vodka bottles around the map. The first one is on the bottom of the department store, sitting right here on this couch. The next one is between the department store and the operations bunker, chilling on the floor. And the last and final one is over here in the supply depot. Once you hit them all, this song will start playing. You can also activate Ace of Spades, and I can't let you listen to that whatsoever. But this can be activated by hitting 3 Ace of Spade cards around the map. The first one is on a blackboard in the same room as a double tap. The next one is on Sophia's desk in the Dragon Command Center. And the last and final one is on the table to the right of Pack-a-Punch. And again, I cannot let you listen to that one. Now there is one more musical Easter egg called Samantha's Sorrow. And this one actually has like a little Easter egg that goes along with it. To start, you're going to need monkey bombs, and you want to throw monkey bombs in 3 different areas that are being set on fire by the dragons. Once you have done that, go back to spawn. There will be a Samantha doll right in front of this tombstone. Once you activate it, a hide-and-seek Easter egg begins. You have a limited time to find 5 Samantha dolls around the map. They're going to be in random locations, but they're pretty easy to find. You're going to hear the lullaby when you get close to them, and that lullaby's range is actually pretty far, so it'll be pretty easy to pin down where exactly these are. And if you do not hit all the dolls in time, just go back to the grave and hit the Samantha doll to restart it. But once you have collected all 5 of these Samantha dolls, head back to the grave, interact with the doll, a skeleton hand will come up, grab it, give you max ammo, and start playing this. And kind of somewhat related to music in a weird way, Around the map, there are several musical sheets on pianos, and the song that it is showing is called Revelations, which gives you a little hint to the next Zombies map. Now with Go Rod Krovi, we got some time trials. There are 4 time trials that you can complete, giving you different rewards. If you complete the first one, which is complete round 5 in less than 5 minutes, you will be rewarded with the wrench. And all these rewards can be found in the operations bunker. And if you complete round 10 in 13 minutes, you're going to get the mace. And if you complete round 15 in less than 24 minutes, you're going to get the slash and burn. And if you can complete round 20 in less than 32 minutes, you're going to get Fury's Song, which is a pretty decent melee weapon. It's a one-hit kill up until round 35. Now hopefully you know how to obtain the Dragon Strike. Once you go to Pack-a-Punch, you want to interact with this, do the lockdowns, and then you get the Dragon Strike. But there is also a way to upgrade it. To upgrade it, you're going to want to get around 40 kills with the regular Dragon Strike. You'll know you have done it when you hear a giant dragon roar that sounds like very, very different from all the other dragon roars. And once you have done that, outside of the map, there's going to be a flag. It can either be outside of the supply depot, outside of the Dragon Command, Tank Factory, and the spawn area. You want to find the flag and hit it with a Dragon Strike. And once the flag has disappeared, you want to head back to Pack-a-Punch and redo the lockdown. There's going to be 4 waves, and with every wave, you want to use the Dragon Strike during each wave. And once you have successfully completed all 4 waves, if you head back up to the crystal, you can now take your upgraded Dragon Strike. It'll do more damage, have a bigger radius, and you'll be able to use it twice instead of just once. Now, did you know that the monkey bombs can also be upgraded in Go Rod Krovi? To upgrade this, you're going to need to get 50 kills with the monkey bombs. So you're going to need a lot of max ammos. Once you get the set amount of kills, a zombie will drop a flask that you're going to have to pick up. Now, there are 4 candles and 4 vases scattered around the map, and each one is only visible to a specific player. So you want to run around the map and find your said candle and vase. For the candle, you're going to have to light it with the shield. After that, return to the spawn room, throw a monkey bomb in the grave, set your candle and vase down, and you will be rewarded with your upgraded monkey bomb. Now, the upgraded monkey bomb is very, very good. It'll kill any zombies that end up coming next to it. And if you want to skip all that Easter egg stuff, just have the crate power gobble gum and just keep hitting the box until you get monkey bombs. You can also do it like that. Now, Go Rod Krovi decided to give the players a little thing called fashion. Now, you can equip yourself some dragon wings. To do this, you're going to have to do a couple of the following. You're going to have to ride the dragon to Pack-a-Punch from every single spot. So from Dragon Command, Tank Factory, and Supply Depot. You're also going to have to acquire the Dragon Strike, and you're going to have to acquire the Gauntlet of Siegfried. And once you do that, you'll be able to pick up the Dragon Wings. And when you equip it, you get the following: 30% explosive damage resistance, 30% fire damage resistance. Summoning the dragon to go to Pack-a-Punch is now free. And as long as you are near the dragon summon platform, you can teleport to Pack-a-Punch instantly instead of having to ride it for 30 seconds. You can also get the Mangler helmet, and to get this, you just have to shoot off the helmet of 5 Manglers and shoot off the arm cannon of 5 Manglers. And after that, you can equip the helmet, and you will get 30% damage increase to Manglers and 50% damage reduction from the Manglers. And lastly, you can get the dope-ass Valkyrie drone hat. Just shoot off all the arms on 6 Valkyrie drones and shoot off the red camera on 6 Valkyrie drones. And after that, you can equip it, and you will get 30% damage increase to Valkyrie drones, 50% damage reduction, and 50% electrical damage reduction from the drones and from electrified zombies and or the traps. So like I said, Go Rod Krovi definitely wanted to give you a little bit of a swag as you are walking around the map. Now, one cool thing in Go Rod Krovi that I really like is during the boss zombie when you're fighting Nikolai, just in the background, you can hear the Russian national anthem. And it's one of those things where it definitely fits, and of course it's there, but it's a really nice touch, and I just really like it.
You will be father for my minigun!
Calm yourself, Russian. You must listen. We are your allies.
Now, this isn't really anything, and more just reused assets, but that goddamn Shadows of Evil boat makes many appearances over here next to the river. It means next to nothing, but I'm going to keep pointing it out every time I see it. Now, in this map, Dr. Monty got really, really talkative, and we started to learn a lot more about him. He has a lot of audios for certain rounds, and a lot of Wisp audio that I'm definitely going to let you listen to right now. Go ahead and skip forward if this isn't really a thing, but I think it's interesting, so that's why I put it in here.
I have been watching. I have seen each and every one of your misdeeds. I know who you are. Sounds ominous, doesn't it? Good, because it fucking is. The entirety of the universe is fractured and broken. Something that you clowns hold more than at least some degree of responsibility for. Guess what? You're gonna fix it. Look, just do what you usually do. Listen out for radios and things, and I'll help wherever I can. Hello? Testing, testing, Do you hear me? Testing, testing. Actually, I don't know why I'm doing all this. I'm almost 100% certain that you can hear me. So let's not fanny about. Okay, where best to start? The universe is big. Really big. So try to imagine the biggest thing that you can, and then imagine you're way off. It's 1,000,000,000 billion trillion, zillion times bigger than that. Actually, don't worry about the size. It's fucking huge. We'll just leave it at that. More important than its humongous proportions is the fact that the universe is a living, breathing thing, ever-changing, ever-shifting, existing across and beyond time and space itself. With me so far? All right, so you've got this universe, this big, changey, already volatile universe, and then you shatter it with a hammer, a metaphorical hammer, and it cracks and splinters into 1,000,000 other universes, all coexisting at exactly the same time. Do you have any idea how difficult that is to keep track of? I may be omnipotent, but I can't be everywhere. Now, if it had been entirely up to me, you numbskulls would be the last people I would entrust with this, but due to factors outside my control, you're all I've got. I know there's a lot going on. I know it's a lot to take in, but the universe is deeply unstable right now. Things are going to get a lot worse before they get better. Crazy as things are, I will try my absolute best to give you all some one-on-one time. Some good old-fashioned TLC. Do this right, and everything will be okay. Pinky promised. Max's. He was the first. The vessel you constructed for him back in World War I somehow shielded him from the influence of Element 115. He opened the portal between the worlds and, well, that's where, when shit really went tits up. The world within the world got turned upside down and inside out, if you can imagine such a thing. So, anyway, it was around then that I was forced to step in. Samantha, oh boy. You ever heard the phrase, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned? Well, that fury is even worse with a little girl, especially one as confused as that poor child is. She really didn't get much of a chance, did she? Right out of the gate, she was thrown into this madness before she could ever figure out exactly who she was. Still, that's all ancient history now. She's safe. In the house. Okay. Here's a quick cheat sheet. You all fought in World War I. Whoopee! You were badass heroes. That was true. That happened. Later, some other versions of you ended up as lab rats in some crazy World War II experiments. Experiments that left you a bit kind of not that smart. Your memories were mostly erased, and you just kind of bumbled and stumbled around in time and space, oblivious to your past and future actions. You know how people say that every snowflake is unique? That every single one is an individual, a one-of-a-kind, irrefutable evidence of the miracles of Mother Nature? Well, it's not true. Snowflakes aren't all that unique. There are really only about 12 different designs. The point I'm making is that you lot are hardly one-of-a-kind snowflakes. You were fragmented across a multitude of different realities, but each and every one is basically the same. You are all you. The liar, the braggart, the drunk. The one who didn't know what he had until it was gone. The good soldier. Never disobeyed orders, never broke protocol, still kicked ass all the same. The loyal servant. A warrior out of time, born too late or born too early. Honor-bound to dying traditions. The man-child, broken and twisted by a life burdened with knowledge. Living like a soul who is perpetually drowning. You need to stop thinking in terms of originals, old and new. It's not like that. When you look in the mirror, it's still you. If you crack that mirror, you see multiple reflections. It doesn't mean you've actually multiplied, does it? Honestly, I'm not sure why I'm trying to explain it. Shit's fucked up. Please, fix it. You see, the thing is, I'm meant to stay on the sidelines, not really supposed to get involved. Free will and all that stuff. Oh, that was my idea, by the way. However, I do see stuff now and then that makes me go, ooh, that's not good. I really should do something. But the thing is, all I can really do is give things a little nudge. Sow a seed, plant an idea, see what grows, see what sticks. Where do you think all these magic weapon boxes come from? The chalk drawings on the wall, the magic ammo drops? The gumball machines? Do I need to go on, or do you get the message? I just hope you appreciate it. Okay, Nikolai, Dempsey, Takeo, I'm only talking to you right now. Richthofen, he can't hear me, see? He's probably off doing his own thing right now anyway. No change there, I suppose. The good news is, you're nearly done. It'll soon be time to come to the house. But this plan, this big plan, a lot of it's been riding on Richthofen. Before he caught up with you guys, he spent years traveling, searching out just the right versions of you. The ones who held the key to closing off the other dimensions. I think you know by now exactly what that entails. Point is, he's kind of surplus to requirements these days. He's been in the house for ages, but don't tell him. Anyway, it all makes sense when you get here. You'll see. Honestly, it's going to be fine. Oh, shit. I completely forgot to introduce myself. I'm Dr. Monty. Hello. So nice to see you all.
And of course, ciphers. So fucking many of them. They got really cipher happy, like in Black Ops 3. They did way too many. The first one reads as follows. Finally, the lab is almost complete. Security measures have been put in place so that the chance of detection by the Americans is very unlikely. We also have several agents embedded with the staff as insurance. We will keep the individual in stasis on ice, so to speak, and continue the specimen rotation once we have finished drawing more power from the drill. Oh, I also forgot, the sequencing from the current blood samples is as follows. SSMJABR. And if you don't know what that means, it means Samuel Stullinger, Marlton Johnson, Abigail Brierton, I think that's how you say it, and Russ Man. Cypher 2. Reality or dream? It is becoming harder and harder to tell. He came to me again last night when I was on my nightly walk through the countryside. He told me about the location of a book called the Chronorium. Said that Richthofen needs to acquire it if we are ever going to set things right. The book contains the location of a device called the Summoning Key. I will contact Richthofen in the morning. Cypher 3, Chronorium, Excerpt B. To allow quick travel between dimensions, the Keepers created the transference device, which is powered by the Aether. The Keepers have placed structures throughout the realms. Cypher 4, Chronorium, Excerpt... a lot of numbers. Once the Great War ended with the defeat of the Apothicons, the Keepers ascended to become the wards of all universes. The surviving Apothicons were cast out, banished to the Dark Aether beneath creation. After eons of exile in the Dark Aether, the Apothicons evolved into twisted creatures that now bear little resemblance to their Keeper brethren. The Apothicans' ceaseless desire is to re-enter creation to consume and corrupt all the universes. It is the Keepers that guard against these perpetual attempts to re-enter creation and guard against any beings that may have fallen under the influence of the Apothicans. Cipher 5. It was a strange flight. The plane crashed. We passed through time and space, in a way, flying over areas that shouldn't have been there. There was no signs of any remains. I do not know where it landed. Honest. Cipher 6. I know at some point in the future, I will be in a situation where I put the needs of the many ahead of my own life. I will save the world. Cipher 7. Things to get and do. Duct tape. Rope. Eggs. Finish reading that book. Poultry. Nails. Saw. World domination. Bleach. Compressor. Onions. Boiling water. Cipher 8. In the beginning, there were only the Keepers. But then corruption of the Dark Ether leached its way into the realm and twisted the minds of some of the Keepers. Those Keepers turned into shadows of their former selves, and eventually became the Apothicans. Cipher 9. Prenorium Excerpt. A lot of numbers. The summoning key is one of the oldest artifacts in all of creation. It was used by the first one to mix all of the dimensions with life, giving each one its unique balance. Under certain circumstances, it has the ability to form bridges between dimensions, allowing the transfer of life forces back and forth. It resides in the 63rd dimension of creation. Cipher 10. Chronorium Excerpt Numbers. The life force from the dead world allows the bearer to flow with all creation. Cipher 11. Tony Hale Rapt. Now where have I heard that name before? I just can't remember. Anyway, better get to work as Mr. Rapt has paid me a handsome sum to investigate and gather the people and items he needs. After I am done here in Morgue City, I have to head to San Francisco to interview the subjects. The idea of being trapped in that prison gives me the creeps. And you also can't forget the classic scraps of paper. And when put together, we get the following. My name is Pablo, or at least I think it is, or was. I don't even know anymore. I have been locked away, held prisoner in this cell for many months by German scientists. They keep experimenting on me, pumping me full of some blue liquid. I think it is responsible for the repeated visions I have been having, which I swear look and feel real. My name is Pablo Marinas, and I am a knight coming back from the Crusades. I fight in a great battle against strange demon-like creatures who are trying to devour the earth. At one point, it appears I am doomed, trapped in the tentacles of a great three-headed beast when suddenly 4 knights decimate it with magical elemental staves, saving me from certain death. There are other worldly creatures that fight on our side against the demons. The creepy thing is that the sigils on their tunics resemble the one I noticed on stones here at the castle as I was being brought to my cell. I just hope I can eventually find a way to escape this place. And the second scrap of paper reads, while I consider myself to be a brave king in battle, I will tell you, my son, that those 4 were the bravest warriors I have ever met. I had the privilege to fight alongside them in the great battle many years ago, where we defeated the creatures from beyond and the Dead Eaters. They disappeared after we claimed victory, never to be heard from again. The last thing they told me was to build my castle here and this very location before they disappeared. We also have a note that takes no decoding whatsoever, thank God. General Lemekl. That is not how you pronounce that at all. The dragons continue to bring success in the Eastern Front. Russian resistance is fierce, but we are maintaining the stronghold in Stalingrad. There are rumors of a new push to retake the city, but I am confident it will be stopped. The hatchery continues to experiment with ways to enhance the beast even further. Group 935 will not be technologically outpaced by the Russians. Diaglock research continues to inspire new theories of time displacement and possibly even movement across dimensions. Security has been enhanced, especially after the disaster that was enabled by Dr. Groff's lax security measures. We have taken steps to ensure that none of this technology falls into enemy hands. However, I feel I must protest the behavior of this insufferable apparatus that we have been forced to contend with. Sophia, as it likes to be called, has demanded that we change the passwords to an encrypted cipher consisting entirely of unintelligible characters for maximum security. The current method is sufficiently secure without getting in the way of researchers performing their duties. Even if someone were able to obtain one of the special code cylinders, they would still need to know the password. While it is possible it could be guessed, it is easy for our researchers to remember due to its association with our Diaglock research. Still, I feel it is sufficiently obscure that no one should be able to guess it easily. Respectfully yours, Harvey Yenna. And lastly, if you are in Spawn and you look right here next to the challenges, you will see a sign that says, Vengeance is Mine, VR. And it's very fitting that this sign is right here, and being from Mr. VR, considering that the fountain is right there. If that fountain looks familiar, it's been in almost every single World War II game that features Stalingrad. But you might remember it from this World at War mission.
need your help. Do what I say, and we can avenge this massacre. My ancient hand means I can no longer aim, but you will do it for me. Take my rifle and watch the road.
Rounding this video off on Revelations, we got 2 musical Easter eggs. The first one is The Gift, one of my personal favorites. I love this song. There are 3 teddy bears around the map. All you have to do is hit them. The first one is going to be in the Mob of the Dead area. The next one is in the Verrucht portion of the map. And the last and final one is going to be right in the Theater of Kino der Toten. The next musical Easter egg is going to be every single zombie's musical Easter egg in one, if that makes any sense. You want to head to Nocturne Toten. There are going to be 4 little buttons around Nocturne Toten that you have to hit very, very quick. Just watch the video, do exactly what I do, and once you hit all the buttons in under a certain amount of time, if you come back to the area where the original radio was in Nocturne Toten and you shoot this radio, you can pretty much swap between every single zombie's song. And I don't just mean like the main Easter egg songs, also like the background themes and everything. It pretty much has them all. But sadly, you can really only hear it as long as you're in Nocturne Toten. If you leave Nocturne Toten, you can't hear it anymore. Also in Revelations, there is a 2-in-1 Easter egg. You can do 1 Easter egg and get 2 different rewards at the same time, if that makes any sense. You can get the M1927 wall buy and the ability to swap weapons. All you have to do is head over to the Der Eisendrache portion, activate the anti-gravity, and pick up this pink chalk. It's going to be in the same place every single time, right up here. Now around the map, there is some wall writing that is not where it should be. Just follow the order that I do and you'll get it every single time. In the DE Pyramid Room, you want to take the writing that says wish too often and your wishing well will run. And we're going to head over to the Verrucht power area on the floor and we're going to put that there and we're going to pick up Ascend from Darkness. Now Ascend from Darkness is going to come over here to Nocturne Toten. We're going to pick up Salvation Lies Above. And Salvation Lies Above is also going to go in Nocturne Toten over here at the other staircase. Next up, we head to Kino der Toten. We pick up A Soul Alone Can Follow the Path. This is going to go all the way over here to Mob of the Dead. And we're going to trade it out for Knowledge Itself is for the Taking. And we're going to take that wall writing back to Kino where we had picked up the Mob of the Dead one. And once you have all the chalk wall writing right where it should be, you can get the M1927 wall buy in the Pyramid Room, and you can also swap weapons at this little bench right here in Nocturne Toten. See, so like I said, it's a 2-in-1 Easter egg. You do 1 Easter egg, you get 2 different rewards. Now, if you are doing the main Easter egg, there are a couple side Easter eggs you can do along the way. Once you get up to like step 10 of the main Easter egg, to the point where you get the teleporter in Kino der Toten ready, you want to head all the way back to spawn. You're going to pick up this spark. Now, once you pick this up, do not get hit by any zombies. I repeat, do not get hit by any zombies. You want to take it back to the teleporter in Kino and go to Samantha's room. Inside of Samantha's room, there's going to be a little music box on the shelf. If you place that spark right there, you get a couple different things. Number one, you get the ability to purchase Takio's Katana, the Path of Sorrows, from the board in the Shangri-La Staircase for only 500 points. Now this is a very good melee weapon as it's a one hit, one kill up until 42. But if you do that same exact thing, well congrats, now you have permanent wall power and crate power. So every single wall weapon you buy is going to be upgraded and every single mystery box pull is also going to be upgraded. Treyarch really went balls to the wall and was like, hey, we're just gonna let you do pretty much everything in this map. Now there are a bunch of different hats and helmets you can get in Revelations. The first one is going to be Owl's hat, and this one really doesn't do anything, it's just for more style. Next is the dire wolf head. All you have to do is toss a grenade right into here where you would pick up the part for the wolf bow. A wolf skull will fall onto the ground, just get a bunch of kills next to it, and audio cue will let you know when you're done. And putting on this mask makes your sprint duration increase, and you can hear a howl when you kill like a bunch of zombies really, really fast. Next is the helmet of Siegfried. In the DE area, a clock is going to be floating. You're going to have to shoot that until it says 935 on the dial. Next, you're going to need to fill 4 urns that are located in Der Eisendrache, Origins, Verrucht, and the Kino area with a bunch of zombies. And once you do that, you can pick up this helmet, and this will allow you to have one more zombie hit, so basically gives you purple jug. And if you get a bunch of kills in a short amount of time, you can hear the sound of a horn. Next is the Margwa head. To get this, you're going to need to kill 2 different Margwas with only using 1 shot to each of the head. And putting this mask on will give you 50% damage reduction from all Margwa attacks, do 33% more damage to Margwas, and your sprint duration will increase. You can also get the Fury head, and all you have to do to get this one is kill a bunch of Furies and not use wonder weapons. And the effects are 33 damage reduction from all Fury melee attacks, you do 50% more damage to the Furies, and you can survive 1 more hit from zombies, aka Purple Jug. Next is the Keeper Skull head. First, you're going to have built the Keeper Protector. Then you will have to let the Keeper Protector kill a bunch of zombies. And this next step is kind of interesting because you either need to kill a bunch of Keepers with the Corruption Turret, or if you already have the Direwolf mask unlocked, this thing will already be unlocked. And putting this mask on, it gives you Purple Jug, 50% damage reduction from the Keepers, you do 33% more damage, and the Keeper Protector lasts 30 seconds longer. Next is the Helmet of the King. All you have to do is kill 2 panzers, one by shooting it in the head, and the other one has to be killed by shooting it in its power core. After that, kill a bunch of zombies with traps, and then you get the Helmet of the King. You get 50% damage reduction from boss attacks, you deal 33% more damage to bosses, no damage from any elemental zombies' death effects, and your sprint duration increases. Next is the Apothecon mask. All you have to do is head inside to the pack punch area, get in the stomach acid, and when the green gas is present, you gotta kill a bunch of different types of enemies. Just kill anything that comes at you. You're gonna need about 15 parasites, 5 keepers, 15 spiders, 10 furies, 50 zombies, and 3 Margwas. But they cannot be of the same type. And once you put this bad boy on, you get Purple Jug, Purple Stamina up, you do 15% more damage against all enemies, and you get 33% damage reduction from all enemies. So this one is definitely the best, and in my opinion, it's very, very easy to get. Now in Revelations, there are also a bunch of Wisp audio and some Dr. Monty audio pertaining to each particular character, and you know me, if I think it's interesting enough, I'm definitely going to put it in here.
Tank Dempsey once bet $50 that he could eat 50 hard-boiled eggs in 15 minutes. It's rumored that Tank Dempsey's real name is Thomas. Nah, not true. It's Ringo. Only joking. Or am I? Tank Dempsey holds the all-time record for one-arm push-ups, even in the universe where everyone only had one. On over 18 million occasions, Dempsey gave his life for the sake of his team. He's a bona fide American hero. Tank Dempsey once caught his testicles in the springs of a bed frame, and he lived to tell the tale. So remember, kids, keep your mattresses tight. Dempsey can throw a grenade farther than the greatest professional baseball players. He attributes this skill to his solitary arm training regime. The only time Tank Dempsey ever feared for his life was 15 minutes after taking an ill-advised bet. Nikolai once bottle-fed vodka to a bear cub. They both regretted it, before and after. Nikolai Belinsky's grasp of the pros and cons of capitalist and communist economies is tenuous at best. Nikolai loved his wife. He was never the same after she died. Nikolai once had a brother. I don't know why he forgot him. For many years, I tried watering down Nikolai's vodka. He just drank more. Nikolai's breath is legendary, even though no one has ever actually smelled it. At one point, or some point, Nikolai used to be a writer. He kept journals of his many travels in Europe, much of it grossly exaggerated, of course. Apparently, Richthofen has a problem with nuts. Make of that what you will. At the orphanage, Edward told everyone his dad was a famous scientist. They scrawled, "Teddy is a liar," on the schoolyard wall. Edward doesn't like spicy food. His brain gets distracted. Bad things happen. Richthofen's favorite song is "My Way." He wonders when he will get to sing it. Edward Richthofen has trouble sleeping without a teddy bear, a problem that didn't present itself until he was an adult. Richthofen has a desperate need to feel appreciated. His ego is actually very fragile. Takeo has never once tasted American chocolate. I made sure I spared him that particular brand of suffering. The extent of Takeo's suffering at the hands of Division 9 is far, far worse than you can imagine. Takeo has a secret hobby. He does not speak of it for fear that he will be mocked. Takeo is actually pronounced Takeo, or is it Takeo? Takeo. It's one of life's biggest mysteries. Takeo knows that somewhere, sometime, he wasn't betrayed. He was honored. Throw a grape in the air. Takeo Masaki can slice it clean in half, even without a katana.
Also, one cool thing that they put on this map is when the round changes, if you are in different sections of the map, the round change music is going to be different. Now, I'm not gonna lie, it's a very small detail about this map, but it's still pretty freaking cool. Now, Revelations also gave us some more time trials. There's gonna be 4 of them. If you complete round 5 in under 5 minutes, you're gonna get the Nunchucks. If you can complete round 10 in under 13 minutes, you're gonna get the Skull Splitter. If you complete round 15 and under 24 minutes, you're going to get the Buzz Cut, and if you can complete round 20 and under 32 minutes, you are going to get the Nightbreaker. Now those are all cool and everything, but the Path of Sorrows is still infinitely better. Now, very similar to Shadows of Evil, there's also a way to upgrade your little Arnies, and in my opinion, this one's very, very easy. All you gotta really do is just get a bunch of kills with little Arnies. I'm talking like 150 kills, somewhere in that ballpark. Get a bunch of kills with little Arnies, get a bunch of max ammos, and once you think you have enough, you want to toss a little Arnie into the church, and if the church gladly accepts that donation, they will refill your little Arnies, except for these little Arnies that you get refilled are going to be upgraded. So like I said, very, very easy. I like it. And in Revelations, they also made getting a free perk extremely easy. Head to the DE section of the map, wait for anti-gravity, and do this little hardcore parkour section. Once you kind of get it down, it's really easy to do over and over again. But if it's like your first time trying it, you're gonna need a couple, you might need a couple tries. That last jump, like sticking onto the cylinder, can be kind of a bitch. But you don't have to do any stupid Easter eggs or anything, you just have to like, get good. Now there are a bunch of really interesting noises located around the map. They brought back the random Shinanuma whispering. And they also have some really creepy whispering over here in Kino der Toten on the stage. And my favorite, they brought back the insane Verrückt screaming. And one of the more creepy, scary ones is in Mob of the Dead. It literally sounds like you can hear, like, the gateway to hell. And one of the more interesting ones is in the Origins area. If you come up to this truck, you can hear it constantly flipping through different radio stations. Now, I'm kind of thankful for this. There's not too many ciphers on Revelations. There's only a couple, and thank God. I was getting really tired of, like, those 12-plus ciphers, man. But the first one reads, I am the last of us, but I will be joining you soon, my friends. Cough, cough. Death is near. I hope what we have done does not come back to bite this universe in the ass. Thank God we will all be gone, because if Monty ever found this place, we would be in a world of shit. Maybe now, with all of us gone, the children will be safe. D. Cypher 2. From all of us at Treyarch, it has been a fun and amazing experience making zombies with you these last 8 years. Without your love and input, none of this could have been possible. Thank you for playing. Cypher 3. Thanks to the sacrifice of Maxis and the contraption called Sophia, all the 115 has been purged from the final universe. Thank fucking God. Time to get some rest. M. Cipher 4, October NSA Report T, they found the source on Venus, beginning extraction. And now actually just looking at all these ciphers, I think there's a bunch of unsolved ciphers on this map as well. So yeah, no, they did have like 12 of them, my god. But so far, only a handful of them have actually been solved. So that is going to be today's video. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it, and I hope you guys learned something new and thought it was entertaining. And if you guys did, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe. And most importantly, I hope you guys have a fantastic day. And also, thank you to Enlisted for sponsoring today's video. I think World War II is fascinating, and it's definitely one of my favorite topics to learn about. So getting sponsored by a game that heavily focuses on World War II and historical accuracy is pretty freaking awesome. So shout out to Enlisted. Make sure to check them out. Link will be down there below in the description. Give it a try. Get all your goodies. Go have some fun playing an actual good World War II game.